The story opens on a woman who possesses both breathtaking beauty and incredible acting talent. She's an obsessive trophy collector, praised for being maddeningly beautiful. This is the top star, Jinha. Right now, she's smiling for the cameras as reporters shout for her to look their way. That's the kind of person I am. But why did things turn out like this? It's now a bitterly cold winter night, and the wind is howling. Lying on the cold snow, she struggles to sit up, thinking her whole body aches and it's so cold. Kwangda. Cold? She quickly sits up and looks around. Mountains. This is a forest. 2 hours ago, the film crew was on a cliff. Her assistant advised her worriedly, "Ma'am, you should use a stunt double now. Accidents happen here often, and some of the missing people are never found." Jinha crossed her arms with a calm smile. "If I want to win a trophy this year, I have to work hard, don't I? Where did you hear such strange rumors?" At that moment, the cameraman called out, "Time for the scene." Jinha immediately replied, "Yes. The safety equipment is all in place and has been checked several times. Even if I'm scared, it should be safe as long as nothing goes wrong." On the cliff, the wind howled. Suddenly, the rope's hook snapped. Jinha fell in shock into the deep sea as her assistant's panicked voice cried out, "Miss Jinha." Back in the present, she thought in confusion. "I fell from a cliff into the sea, so why am I in a forest?" And it was clearly summer. This weather, what is this? Could it be a live show? But there's no way a live broadcast would have such a dangerous situation. Or maybe I fainted from the impact when I fell and I'm dreaming. Just then, the sound of running footsteps approached. Selena's eyes widened as she saw something running toward her. It was a giant monster, roaring as it charged at her. It swiped its tail at Jinha. She covered her face in fear. "What is this? What is that thing?" The monster continued to charge at her. A sword slashed through the air. Jinha's eyes widened in surprise. The monster had been sliced in half with a single strike. The monster shrieked in pain and collapsed. The blood-stained sword was lowered in front of her. The one who defeated the monster was Kengshin. He looked at her with a cold, emotionless gaze. The sword was plunged into the ground next to the monster. Hasn't thought in a panic, "Is he even human? Is he coming this way? My legs, they won't listen to me." Kengshin had now walked over and was looking down at her. He opened his mouth and spoke in a language Selena couldn't understand. She was bewildered, thinking she couldn't understand a single word he was saying. No, it's more than not understanding him. This is the first time I've ever heard a language like this. The weather and location also changed suddenly. And that giant monster, too. Could it be I've been transported to another world? Is transmigrating real? Isn't that something that only happens in novels and comics? In novels, when you transmigrate, the language is supposed to be automatically translated, right? Suddenly, she saw Kengshin hold out his hand. Selena watched Kengshin beckoning to her and thought warily, "Is he telling me to give him my hand? I guess I should cooperate for now." She placed her hand in Kengshin's. Instantly, a bright golden bracelet appeared on her wrist. Hasn't stammered in shock, "What is this? What's going on?" "What?" "This." Kengshin commented calmly, "It seems to be working well." After understanding him, Hazen's jaw dropped. "Huh?" Kengshin explained, "It can't translate exclamations." Hazen was flustered. "That's not it." Kengshin reminded her, "Now calm down and pull yourself together." Hazen was still in a panic. "You're telling me to pull myself together?" Kengshin turned his head sharply, giving her a cold look. "I've confirmed it's working properly, so you don't need to repeat yourself." Hearing this, Hazen thought in confusion, "Well, if I can transmigrate, I suppose a translation device is possible too." Finally gaining some composure, she asked, "So, where is this? And who am I?" She was met with Kengshin's speechless silence. He asked back, "If I told you where this is, would you even know?" Hazen was stunned. "Of course not." Kengshin coldly reminded her, "And as for who you are, isn't that for you to answer?" Hazen gave a weak smile. "I guess that's true." Kenzion stated his judgment, based on the circumstances. "I assume you're from another world." Hazen replied, "I guess so." She frowned, silently suspicious. He doesn't seem very surprised about transmigration or about the translator. Perhaps he's used to situations like this. Hasan asked, "Have there been many others who transmigrated like me?" Kengshin replied, "You could say that. Every few years, we find a body or traces of someone. But this is the first time I've seen anyone alive." Hasan felt a shock after hearing this. She panicked, thinking, what? Why is he telling me this now? He's just doing his duty, right? Hasan felt like a burden. She silently cursed. What kind of jerk is he? Even so, until I'm safe, I have to stick with him. Hasan stood up. "So, you over there. Are you a knight? You know, the kind of person who fights monsters?" Seeing this, Kengshin smirked, but his expression wasn't pleased. Hasan's face paled as she thought, he's smiling, but why do I find it so terrifying? Isn't this the typical cold-hearted Duke of the North? Oh, so the male lead of the story is a Duke of the North? A perfect fit. With her basic knowledge as a romance reader, Hasan thought, let's see, what kind of Duke of the North is he? A cold, unfriendly expression, an icy exterior, skills so refined he can kill a monster in an instant, and a personality that's fair to all regardless of race, gender, or age. Possessing all these traits makes him the perfect template for a male lead in a fantasy romance, just like the man standing before me. Just then, Kengshin introduced himself. "I am Carrion Lambert, head of the Lambert family and the Duke of the North of the Agleen Kingdom." Hasan was surprised, thinking, he's really the Duke of the North? She smiled and held out her hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Selha Selena." Hasan calculated in her head, my real name is too famous, so I'll give him the stage name I use abroad. Kengshin murmured her name, Selena. He looked down and asked, "What is the hand for?" Selena explained, "It's a handshake." She silently judged him. Do I really have to explain this? Isn't it basic etiquette here? Just then, Kengshin reached out and took her hand. He placed a light kiss on it. On the back of her hand. The atmosphere immediately turned romantic. Selena blushed at Kengshin's gesture. She bit her lip, her eyes wide and cheeks flushed. Kengshin said, "Welcome to this place, foreigner." Selena's face turned beet red. She thought in confusion, he kissed my hand? That usually only happens on set or at award ceremonies. A Duke of the North who only knows how to swing a sword can kiss a hand so naturally? That's a bit surprising. Kengshin coldly let go of her hand. "Though you look like a commoner, your gestures are no different from a noble's daughter." Selena reluctantly explained, "Where I'm from, we don't distinguish between nobles and commoners. We're all just normal people. This outfit is from a film set." Kengshin waved his hand. "I see." Selena asked back, "You thought I was a noble?" Kengshin replied, "Yes. In any case, you have some use." Selena was speechless. Useful? Did he just call the person he just saved useful? Suddenly, I feel very uneasy. She had to ask, if I'm not a noble, am I not useful? Kengshin replied, "It depends on what you can do. You'll probably be less useful." Selena continued to question him, "If I'm not useful, what happens then?" This time, Kengshin let out a short laugh. He lifted her chin. "Then you'll have to do whatever it takes to become useful. If you want to survive and get off this mountain." Watching this, Selena thought with resignation, he really is the Duke of the North. Selena stared blankly at the person in front of her. She hesitated and said, "Actually, I'm very useful. My very existence is an indispensable light in this world. I'm sure I'll be the same here. I will dedicate my entire body." Kengshin coldly withdrew his hand. "If you want to live and survive on my land, of course, you must dedicate yourself completely." Selena stammered a suggestion. Then, "Besides my body, maybe you could consider something else." But Kengshin cut her off. "Stop with the nonsense. I'm just asking if you can provide anything useful for the development of Lambert." Selena finally understood. Oh, an unexpectedly conventional approach. If that's the case, I should just give it my all for now. She clenched her fists and said, I'm not sure if I can contribute to the development of arts and culture. But don't be fooled by my appearance. Back where I came from, I was an actress so famous that everyone knew my name. I'm good at doing things with my body, especially acting. Kingshin immediately tested her. Is that so? Then show me. Asked so suddenly, Selena was taken aback. What? Kingshin sat down on a nearby log. You're acting. Selena asked suddenly. Right here. Kingshin frowned impatiently. What, you can't do it? Selena forced a smile. But what should I act out? Inside, she was crying a river of tears, thinking, what kind of situation is this? Kingshin crossed his arms, thinking, anything is fine. A villainess. Selena heard this and thought, why a villainess all of a sudden? He didn't even bother to explain further. Does he mean I should just figure it out and act? Selena had no choice but to take a deep breath. All right, let's act. Anything is better than dying, right? She took step after step toward Kingshin. Selena reached out as if to grab his shirt. She grabbed Kingshin's hair, leaned in close, and spoke. Hey, what gives you the right to order me around? You think just because you saved me, I'll become your slave? Kingshin was a little surprised. What? Selena continued, just because you're the Duke of the North, you think you can do whatever you want? Stop thinking to yourself and jumping to conclusions. Inside, Selena was trembling with anxiety. Is he going along with my acting? He's not the petty type who would kill me for a few provocative words, right? After a moment, Kingshin finally spoke. So that's how it is. Seeing this, Selena thought happily, all right, now for the finale. She said, why are you smirking to yourself? Don't you see who's standing in front of you? This time, Kingshin remained silent, making her secretly worry. Did I overdo it? Just then, Kingshin spoke. Approved. Selena joyfully threw her hands in the air. She was so happy she could cry, thinking, for now, I've survived. From behind her, Kingshin spoke again. If you can be that insolent with me, then you can certainly handle the role I have in mind. Selena froze upon hearing this. A role? She thought in confusion, what is he going to make me do now? Kingshin rested his chin on his hand and replied, that's right. You'll pretend to be my lover, enter the world of nobility, and then accept that your life will be threatened. Selena was so shocked she froze. She thought, what? My life will be threatened? Is he telling me to go and die? But if I don't obey, he won't take me with him. Then I'll be all alone in this forest. But something strange. Why choose me? To enter high society just to wait for someone to threaten to kill me. Is this related to politics? He's giving me such a mission right after we've met. It means there's no one around him he can trust, so no one but me can handle it. We can make a deal. She spoke with some apprehension. I understand. If that's the case, what about the payment? Kingshin pondered payment. He asked your life. Selena was troubled. Excuse me, but that was originally mine, wasn't it? Kingshin reminded her if I hadn't saved you, you would be dead. At this point, Selena began her pitch. Even so, this is a matter of life and death, and I need some motivation. I was suddenly dropped into this place, and you're just giving me a mission like this. You won't find an actress as skilled as me. Wouldn't that be a waste? I have to keep my identity a secret to infiltrate high society. I need proper compensation to ensure I won't betray you and will remain loyal. Kingshin silently watched Selena's hand, which was clenched so tightly it was trembling. Finally, he made an offer. All right. You have to pretend to be my lover, so you'll live in Lambert Castle, and I'll also provide you with a personal allowance. After this is over, I'll provide everything you need to settle down. I'll let you enjoy a full and luxurious life here. It's possible you could return to where you came from, but don't get your hopes up. Selena was stunned to hear this. I can go back? Kingshin replied, I'm not certain, but there should be a way. However, it's a dangerous land of magic. Besides the great Archmage, there are no records of anyone else succeeding. If this mission is successful, no matter how dangerous it is, I will personally take you to that land of magic. However, I can't guarantee you'll be able to return. Because we are not archmages, just ordinary people. Therefore, hope is not a certainty. But, even so, it will be a great motivation for you, won't it? Selena was silent. The strong, rhythmic beating of her heart spoke to her current state of mind. All the novels I've read ended with the protagonist settling down in the new world, but he's offering a way for me to return. In this place, my family, my friends, my memories, and my career. I have nothing. If I can go back, I'll do anything. Selena said with determination, I will do my best. Kingxian smiled in satisfaction. He spoke up, good. Then let's end our conversation here and return to the castle. Yes. By the time they reached the castle gates, it was the afternoon of the next day. The two knights on guard noticed them. Kingxian approached. Dion quickly said, Welcome, my lord. Are you unharmed? The other knight was surprised. This person. Kingxian was currently carrying Selena in his arms. I'm not injured. I found her being attacked by a magical beast and saved her. I was late because I had to bring her here. Dion asked, You mean in the forest, my lord? The other knight also wondered, how did she get all the way out there? We understand. First, we will send word to the castle. Dion stepped forward and offered his hand. That must be heavy, let me. Kingxian clutched Selena tightly. No, Dion. Seeing this, the two knights' jaws dropped. The Duke, did he just stutter? The Duke. Selena also stared at Kingxian. What's with that foolish way of speaking? It's not like him at all. Can he speak properly? His subordinates are getting suspicious. We already planned everything. Does he want to be found out? Recalling their earlier conversation, Selena had said, Wait a minute. Before we return to the castle, we need to plan everything carefully here. I don't know why I have to play your lover, but for the role to go smoothly, the Duke must do one thing. Kingxian asked, What is it? Selena explained, if a girl suddenly appears one day and claims to be your lover, there needs to be a convincing backstory for her. Kingxian absorbed this and pondered. I hadn't thought of that part. It's quite troublesome. Selena suggested, the simplest way is to say you saved me while I was in danger and fell for my stunning beauty at first sight. Convincing, isn't it? At that moment, Selena clung to Kingxian and whined, I don't like it. I want the Duke himself to carry me in. Everyone there fell silent. Even she was blushing. It looks like I have to step in. There's no other way. Kingxian beside her had frozen into a statue. The Duke is completely stiff, he can't even breathe properly. After seeing his practice session earlier, how could I not intervene? Time rewinds to a few hours earlier in the dark, cold, snowy forest. Selena was kneeling in the snow while the Count sat opposite her as if interrogating her. His icy gaze was fixed on her. The girl just managed a faint smile despite the cold wind. Selena's heart whispered, Help me. He spoke up, Is my loving gaze that unsettling? She honestly admitted, I feel like prey. She suggested something else. How about you try smiling? Maybe it's your expression. The Count considered it. Smile. He curled his lip into a textbook villainous smile. Selena exclaimed, Exactly. The expression that says the Duke is excited about the thought of killing me. He threatened, How about I kill you for real? That made her quickly retract her words. Sorry, I won't say it anymore. They returned to the main topic. Anyway, I have to become your villainous lover, so we need to build a suitable backstory. You say you love me, but with a face that looks like you want to kill me, how can we deceive others? Kingxian held his head and sighed, This is difficult. Just then, the person in front of him had an idea. Well, there's no other way. She gave him a mischievous wink. I'll have to seduce you, Duke. Kingxian was surprised. What? She then proactively explained, Not for real. I'll just help you get into character more. A little story is created. I intentionally went into the forest to seduce the Duke, and then I clung to him relentlessly. How does that sound for a setup? But Kingxian was skeptical. I think the credibility would be low if I just accepted that. She added, but compared to the Duke falling in love with me at first sight with that face, this is much more believable. Of course, you're satisfied with this, right? The Count was silent for a moment to think. Right now, I really can't argue with that. They continued to plan in secret. If you understand, then let's carefully build the backstory first. Even if you can't show it with your expression or words, it should at least be visible in your actions, right? He was curious. So, what do you suggest I do? Selena was very confident. Just do as I say and it'll be fine, especially in front of others. No matter what crazy things I ask you to do. The young man was wary. How crazy are the things you're going to ask for? The girl winked cheerfully. Honestly, Duke, love itself is a crazy thing. You didn't know that, did you? She painted a romantic scene. Whether it's picking flowers or plucking stars from the sky, you do everything I want without hesitation. That's love. Selena suddenly asked, but his face told her the answer. Duke, have you never been in love? Yes, I guess that's right. She kept reminding him, with your style, Duke, it has to be that crazy for people to believe you truly love me. Oh, and because acting is very difficult, I'll handle everything, but the Duke also has to say something to cooperate. Selena emphasized, you have to show that you're madly infatuated to easily deceive others. He still replied coolly, so what should I say? She rubbed her chin. This woman is mine. How about that? Kingshin understood it differently. Like a slave. She also had some doubts. If it's the Duke, that's also possible. Another line was thought up immediately. How about, I don't want to entrust her to anyone else's arms. He was naively shot down with a question, why can't anyone touch her here? This made the girl pause. Let me think again. A completely new idea popped into her head. What's the easiest way? I've got it. With this, you'll be able to do it 100%. Just. Selena was so proud her eyes lit up. It's perfect for your style, Duke. This line is easy, extremely so. An hour later, her face was one of dejection. She covered her face and yelled. That's not it. Why can't you get this right? How can we have practiced dozens of times, but your expression of, I'm going to kill you still hasn't changed? Kingshin also covered his face in frustration. You should know the reason better than I do. You're the actress, after all. Though shaking with anger, Selena tried to calm herself. What a thief crying, stop thief. All right, let's slowly, act it out from the beginning again. Her and the Count's voices made the whole forest noisy. Again. I can't hear you. Louder. Enunciate clearly, one more time. Back to the present, she lamented internally, so how could I not step in? Selena's hand gripped his shoulder tighter. She tried to whisper, quickly, say the line. Aren't you supposed to be angry with your subordinate? We've had special training for this. The soldier there was annoyed. Why are they whispering? How dare she talk to the Duke like that? Kingshin, following her lead, tried to open his mouth. Selena tried to encourage him. You can do it. Just say the line. It's only 3 words. Kingshin, holding Selena, spoke to them in a commanding voice, leave it to me. All the knights were taken aback. They asked in surprise, what? What did you say, my lord? Kingshin turned away and ordered them, back to the castle. Get ready. Selena peeked over at the group of knights, wondering, what's going on? Could he be under a spell? Selena secretly glanced at them over Kingshin's shoulder. She turned to smile at Kingshin. Look how surprised everyone is. You did great. Despite his stern appearance, he was a completely different person around Selena. Just a few words of praise made his face flush red. He quietly reminded her, be quiet. Seeing that look on his face, she burst out laughing. But she had to hold it in. Cashin saw her constant smiling and asked, what is it? What's with that reaction? Selena immediately denied it. Nothing. I was just thinking you'll do great from now on. Let's go quickly. He said nothing, but he was very annoyed inside. By the time evening came, Kingshin carried Selena outside and went to his private room. The maids there bowed as he carried Selena past. My lord, please come in. We have prepared the bath and dinner. Is there anything else you need? He ordered them to prepare for one more person. They immediately obeyed. Yes, we understand. He then brought her into the room and closed the door. Kingshin set Selena down. She sighed, I'm already exhausted. You're even more formidable than I thought. The castle is magnificent too. Kingshin said, it must have been difficult to achieve this. Selena picked up a towel and walked toward a chair. Then we should prepare more thoroughly. Let's have an important strategy meeting. Cashin agreed, yes. At this point, Selena had a question. But in the end, why do I have to play the role of your villainous lover? Kingshin sat down and sipped some tea. My former fiancé is dead. There are rumors among the nobility that the killer is a villainess. Selena was a bit surprised. That must be heartbreaking. Internally, she thought, he's so blunt. Kingshin showed no expression or reaction when recounting this. Heartbreaking? I'm just angry. Who would dare touch the fiancé I personally selected? Selena felt like she was in a major corporate interview. She hesitantly asked, selected. Sweat dripped down her face. Not for love or a political marriage, but selected? This man's way of thinking is truly as expected of the Duke of the North. Her words made Kingshin narrow his eyes at her. Cashin lifted his teacup and retorted, that phrase, Duke of the North, doesn't sound like a compliment. Selena tried to explain, not at all. I meant to praise you for being handsome. Kingshin, feeling unaccustomed to such praise, just stared at her. Selena, feeling nervous, pretended to look off into the distance. Then she returned to try and salvage the conversation. Anyway, that's not important. Your former fiancé passed away. But Kingshin's expression showed his displeasure. The North is very far from the capital, so it never received much attention. That was before they discovered a gold mine here. Of course, after that, dozens of marriage proposals were aimed this way. I chose a demure and calm baron's daughter. Selena had to state the reality. But she's dead now. Suddenly, he crossed his arms and replied seriously, yes. It happened the night before the engagement, right inside the castle. It was a challenge to the Lambert family. It meant they could kill as easily as turning over a hand, right in my own mansion. It was a veiled threat that if we didn't join their faction, we absolutely shouldn't. His voice grew colder but also somewhat angry. Threaten me? They must be prepared to lose their heads. This cold feeling made Selena exclaim internally, I'm going to freeze to death. Kingshin reasoned, although they staged the lady's death as a suicide, it doesn't make sense in that context, because the wound was too clean. Selena, hearing this, asked, is that all? Why are you so sure? He replied bluntly, few people would cut themselves so sharply. Moreover, that lady had never held a knife other than a table knife. At this point, Selena was a bit confused. So, have you told the Baron's family? He then informed her, the investigation is over. The Baron's family doesn't want to reopen the matter or investigate further. She was also a bit cautious. So that's why you want to investigate among the nobility. You need someone who can act to blend in naturally. Kan Si-yoon replied, that's right. Just then, a servant called from outside. My lord, the bath is ready. Shall I let the servants in? Kingshin paused for a moment. Selena was startled. Servants? Her heart was pounding, feeling like it was about to leap out of her chest. Her mind raced with possibilities. Of course, a noble would have servants for bathing. Why didn't I think of that? This is a big problem. My clothes are from the modern era. They'll find them strange. Should I wrap myself in a towel again? Kan Zion raised his hand to his chin and proposed a solution. Do you want to take off your clothes and go into the bathroom now? Selena told him, they might find out when they clean up the clothes I leave behind. Kan Zion then remembered that part. Then he turned back to ask. Or should you go in fully clothed? She immediately stopped him. No, they'll see the clothes I'm wearing. In that case. At this point, she suddenly exclaimed. Selena had an idea. I have a great idea. If my acting seems a bit strange, please don't be too surprised. He didn't refuse this idea. It's fine, do what you want. Selena grinned. Then prepare yourself. I'll show you what real acting is. Janet, outside, was getting anxious as no one came out. Why is there no response? She knocked on the door and called, my lord. The two people in the room anxiously looked at the door. He quickly turned to give her an SOS look. Selena reassured him, Duke, please don't worry. But she also had to try to control her own emotions. She calmed herself first. This is just a play with audience participation. And I just happened to pick an audience that doesn't know how to improvise. She touched her neck to feel more stable. Focus your energy in your abdomen so your voice can carry. Selena told herself, but it's okay. This isn't a big deal. I can handle it alone. Because I'm Selena, the world-famous actress. Immediately after, her screams echoed everywhere. I don't like it. I hate other people touching me. Tell them all to leave. Immediately followed by Kangshin's voice, they are my servants. Then Selena's voice was even louder, I don't like it. The Duke's servants can't come in either. I don't like other people touching the Duke's body either. The housekeeper and the servants outside were also restless. The servants outside started gossiping among themselves. The Duke, what's happening in there? Then the two fell silent for a moment, neither saying another word, just staring at each other motionlessly. Selena had to silently apologize. Please understand. You must be getting goosebumps, but please bear with it a little longer. The servants outside couldn't help but whisper to each other. Selena reminded him, quick, tell them to leave. He was a bit stunned for a moment, but quickly gave the order, we don't need servants. All of you leave. The servants outside were a bit surprised to hear the order. What? Yes, we understand, my lord. They then quickly left, leaving only the two of them in the room. Selena immediately relaxed. They're all gone. Man, that was nerve-wracking. Thank you for your trouble, Duke. He was a bit surprised by her 180-degree change in demeanor. She stood up in front of him. Now I can safely take a bath. Where's the bathroom? He was a bit dazed and pointed. That way. She replied, thank you. She sighed after everything. Finally, I can rest a bit. But what should I do with my clothes? Do I really have to burn them? As she opened the bathroom door, her mind was racing. There are so many things to worry about. This is the bathroom, right? Opening the door fully, she saw it was very spacious inside. The bathtub was beautiful and sumptuously decorated. The sight took her by surprise. Looking to the side, she saw two bathrobes. Suddenly, Selena screamed for Kanshin. Wait, Duke. I've just thought of a great solution. Come and see. He rushed in to see her wearing a bathrobe. Then she handed her clothes to him. Here, now rip this. He curiously glanced up and down at her. The robe wasn't tied properly, and her leg was completely exposed. Then suddenly, Kangshin turned away, which confused her a little. Selena turned and smirked at him. Oh my, what's wrong with you? Did you turn away because I'm only wearing a robe? She couldn't help but find his reaction cute. Kangshin shyly turned back. This is. But she was still very casual and said, feel free to rip it, like ripping paper. Kangshin raised his hand to rip it but paused. He looked at her in surprise, and she asked, what's wrong? You can't rip it. Then suddenly, Kangshin wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Then he covered her mouth and whispered, be quiet. Selena whispered to him, what's wrong? He whispered back, someone's eavesdropping. She was also very surprised. Like an assassin or a spy? He replied, yes. Seeing Kangshin's swift and efficient movements, she was taken aback. It seems you're not surprised at all. Does this happen often? So how do you plan to handle it? He was also thinking of a way. I'm thinking whether to kill them or spare their lives. No, I mean how to kill them. His last sentence made Selena freeze. It felt like being in a tiger's den. She had to curse internally. He's a real madman. How can he treat killing someone like it's nothing? Suddenly, Selena had an idea. Wait, Duke, why don't we take advantage of this? He asked, take advantage? She started to act out her plan. Let's trick them by creating a realistic situation here. This is much better than our clumsy acting in front of others. But Kanshin told her they can only hear voices from here, so acting doesn't require performance skills. She thought, is he admitting his own acting skills are terrible? Kangshin suddenly spoke, changing his mind. Or should we really do it? She was startled and didn't know what to do. Oh, this guy. How did things turn out like this? Then Selena pushed him away. Selena turned and sighed. Duke, you look the part, but your acting is terrible. He was startled and asked himself, what? Terrible? Me? Selena assigned him a task. I'll take care of the acting, so you just need to clap on the side. No, just rip the clothes. Kangshin was still confused. Huh? But Selena continued to instruct him. Sometimes calling my name and smiling would also. Selena quickly changed her mind. Never mind. Don't do anything weird like that. With that, she pulled Kangshin's hand towards her, then pushed him down onto the floor. Selena spoke up. You saw my acting earlier, right? Kingshan was a bit stunned. Selena smiled with a confident grin. Leave this to the professional. Scraps of cloth floated and sank in the bathtub. Selena let out a sigh. She and Kingshan were in the bathtub in an intimate position. Selena knelt and leaned close to Kingshan. Kingshan also sighed and exclaimed, "Wow, you're really good." He rubbed his head and recalled the scene from before. Duke, if you keep ripping my clothes like that, what am I supposed to do? That's so ticklish. He asked her in disbelief. How can you act out such an embarrassing scene without actually doing anything? Selena replied, all actors have to learn this. She asked him, is the eavesdropper gone? Kingshan replied, probably. He likely thought there was nothing more to hear. Your acting was so convincing that I couldn't stop it. She playfully teased him, what? Thanks to that, your face is all red now. Before the water gets cold, you should quickly bathe and call the maids. We have to show them the evidence of our passion. She winked at him and playfully asked, aren't you curious? About the maids' reactions. A maid was called, and upon seeing the two of them, she was shocked by the intimate scene. Her mouth hung open, and her eyes bulged in disbelief. She froze at the doorway, dropping the towel, astonished. The Duke and the woman he brought back. They're in the same room? They even did something scandalous. I can't believe it. When Kenzion saw the maid had arrived, he sternly ordered her, what are you standing there for? The flustered maid said, my apologies, Lady Selena. Let me take you to the bathroom to get you ready. Hearing this, Selena was extremely excited. Get ready? Do I get to try on gorgeous clothes? Sounds exciting. She stood up to leave and said to Kenzion, I'm going to get dolled up and we'll be back later. She winked at him, signaling, perfect reaction, right? She and the maid left the room, leaving Kingshan behind in a state of confusion. Selena was gorgeously made up. A maid placed an exquisite hairpin on her elaborately styled hair. After a while, the maid announced, it's done. After being styled, Selena appeared with a beautiful, elegant look. She exuded a noble and luxurious aura, like a lady from a powerful family. She looked at the precious jewelry on her and wondered, gold, silver, gems, aren't these cultural artifacts? Is this outfit for me? Did the Duke provide it? Nearby, two maids couldn't stop admiring her stunning beauty. Wow, you're so beautiful. The maid next to her said, I was very confused when Janet told me to bring this outfit, but now I understand why. It really suits you. It was a memento of the late Duchess. Selena was surprised to hear that. The late Duchess, Kingshan's mother? Is it okay for a guest like me to wear a memento of the former master? But she didn't ask anything about it and excitedly expressed to them, I want the Duke to see me like this too. Can I show him? As soon as she finished speaking, she went to Kingshan's room. She threw open the door, entered, and cheerfully said, he's just in the next room, why wait? The maid was horrified. Lady Selena. Selena walked into the room and saw Kingshan had already changed and was waiting. She called out to him, how do I look today? It suits me, right? She was eagerly awaiting Kingshan's praise for her stunning beauty, but he just looked at her without saying anything. Kingshan coldly eyed the outfit she was wearing, his eyes showing displeasure. Seeing his attitude, she froze. She wondered, what kind of reaction is that? Is it because I'm wearing his mother's clothes? The maid, cowering behind her, quickly bowed her head to apologize. My apologies. I was following orders. He spoke up, who is responsible for this? Immediately call. Before he could finish, Selena pulled him by the tie around his neck. She moved to sit on his lap and brought her face close to his, pulling his tie so his face tilted up to meet her eyes. The distance between them was so close that only a thin sliver of air separated them, enough to feel each other's warmth. Selena looked at him and said in a pouting tone, you have other things on your mind when I'm right in front of you? Don't I look beautiful? Although she was acting on the outside, she thought to herself, yes, I know you're very displeased. It must be infuriating to have an outsider wear your mother's clothes without permission. But it's not my fault. Don't drag me into this. Leave the scolding of the servants for later. For now, let's just rest. She whispered to Kingshin, if the Duke doesn't like it, then there's no point in me getting dressed up. Am I beautiful? Please say I'm beautiful. She looked at him with loving eyes. Come on, we're both so tired today. Kingshin lowered his head and reluctantly uttered a single word, beautiful. Selena heard this and felt how difficult it was to persuade him. Kingshin, it's not easy to hear you say I'm beautiful. While they were being affectionate, Janet arrived. She spoke, my lord. Please forgive me, I was the one who prepared this dress, because I thought it was the only one you wouldn't be familiar with. Kenzion turned to look at her and reprimanded her. Is that you, Janet? There's no reason for you to think that way. She bowed her head in self-reproach. If you wanted something familiar, then it's my fault for not understanding your intentions. Please forgive me. Selena wondered, just assigning a task and I've stumbled into a hornet's nest. Kenzion asked her, are there no other dresses in the castle? Janet replied, besides the mementos of the late Duchess, there are only maid's clothes. And for someone the Duke personally brought back, how could she wear a maid's clothes? Selena looked at her with a judgmental gaze. Not a single word is wasted. She's secretly judging the girl her master brought home. Then she looked up to see Kingshin's reaction. With Kingshin's personality, he probably wouldn't let it slide. He said to Janet, you've interfered too much. I will always remember your hard work and loyalty in managing the castle. Selena heard him and thought, even though she touched a memento without permission and even dared to talk back to her master, he just lets it go like that. Is this person really Kingshin? Why is he so lenient with Janet? Janet affirmed to Kingshin, I will always remain loyal to my role. Kingshin tactfully told Janet to leave. It's late. A simple meal is enough, so you should rest. She obeyed, yes, my lord. Selena watched her back as she walked out. Janet glanced at her and gave a mocking smile. Selena was completely surprised by her contemptuous attitude. She was astonished and wondered, what? Did she just sneer at me? But soon, a small feast was laid out before them. Selena exclaimed, wow, what is all this? It must be delicious. She scooped up some food and brought it to Kingshin's mouth, saying, Duke, open wide. He didn't play along but gestured towards Dion to introduce him. This is my close knight Dion. He's the one closest to me. I've already told him about the script. Hearing this, Selena let her guard down. She put the spoonful of food in her mouth and said casually, oh, so I don't need to act anymore. Let's help each other out from now on. But Dion was not at ease about their acting. He probed, is this really going to be okay? Selena answered carefree, it's all been an act so far. It will be the same in the future, so don't worry. He asked suspiciously, isn't this also an act right now? Hearing this, Selena felt her pride was wounded and snapped at him. What did I do that even my greeting has to be an act? There's no script. Even though I have to act all the time, I need a break like this too. Dion saw her firm reply but still couldn't help but hint, even if you don't like him now, there's no guarantee you won't fall for someone later. With the Duke's status, who wouldn't be tempted? Selena reassured him, don't worry, I value my life very much, so I won't be greedy for trivial things and risk my life. Dion was still not at ease and continued to question her. If your life is safe, you might become greedy, right? Seeing how harsh he was being with her, she became angry and scolded him. Why are you so strict? Don't worry about that either. Even if I were greedy for money, I wouldn't be greedy for the Duke's. The Duke is the type of person I hate. When Kingshin heard her criticize him, his nose suddenly started bleeding, and he froze for a few seconds. Selena explained, looks and money are important. Who doesn't like them? But I like someone with a kind personality and who is a good conversationalist. If he's not like that, no matter how handsome he is, I wouldn't date him. So I'll say it again, don't worry, absolutely. No matter what happens. I will definitely not fall for the Duke. Anyway, if the person closest to him who knows the plan is also suspicious, it means my acting has succeeded, right? So, let's help each other out from now on. Even if I act impulsively, don't be surprised. Dion still seemed unconvinced. He asked suspiciously, no rehearsal or prior notice? She asked back with a challenging tone, if we prepare beforehand, are you confident you can act in sync? She thought to herself, I know that speechless feeling. Kingshan ended the tense greeting by ordering Dion, "All right, let's have dinner. Dion, you may leave." He obeyed and replied, "Yes, my lord." He turned to Selena and said, "Then I'll tell you a few things to keep in mind." She replied, "Yes." He explained the points. First, spies can appear anywhere and at any time, like in the bathroom. So you must be careful, even when you're talking to yourself. She confidently affirmed, "That's not a problem. My life has always been in the spotlight, so these spies are nothing." He continued, "Is that so? Second, when it's just the two of us, there's no need to act." When Selena heard the second point, she immediately refused. "No. If you want to act out an affectionate scene naturally, you still have to practice when it's just the two of us. If you're dissatisfied, then try to act better. You can't just give up." Kinseen, seeing her defiance, felt helpless and covered his face, thinking of giving up. "Maybe we should just drop it?" She told him, "From the moment I set foot in Landbird, I've had to confront Janet, who I have no beef with, and caused such a stir that spies have appeared. Moreover, what if the Duke's influence in the noble society diminishes? You think I might develop greedy ambitions?" Kinseen was at a loss. He agreed with her. "What you say is right." Seeing him acknowledge her point, she said excitedly, "So don't waste time with useless thoughts, and let's make a battle plan. Please tell me who I have to deal with." Kinseen thought for a moment, then hesitated. "The person you have to deal with? There is someone. The thought of them makes me shudder." Selena looked at him, confused, and speculated. "There's someone who makes Carrion hate them so much he shudders? What kind of person are they? A fierce lady or a cunning noblewoman?" Before she had time to think, the next day, Selena's call echoed through the castle. "Duke. Is that her?" Kinseen played along and said, "Exactly. The one who gives me the creeps." An image of a cheerful girl appeared, a bright smile on her face. She introduced herself innocently, "Fiona, at your service. The first suspect has appeared. Not a fierce lady, nor a cunning noblewoman, but a cheerful, straightforward young lady." Just the thought of it made Selena dazed, her expectations completely shattered. She imagined Fiona cloyingly calling for Kanchan. "Duke. Are you in the castle? It's me, Fiona. I was so worried you'd be heartbroken, so I came to Landbird." Selena felt a bit annoyed, thinking, "Came because you were worried? Looks more like you're determined to get a date." She asked Kashan, "Is that her?" He confirmed, "Yes, the one who gives me goosebumps." She hesitated, "I see. Although it's a bit different from what I imagined. It's been about a month since Kanchan's previous fiancé, Aero, was murdered. Considering the time for the funeral and travel, it seems she followed Kanchan to Landbird right after the funeral. Even if she wants to take the spot next to Kinseen, why? Isn't it too dangerous? It hasn't even been a month since Aero was murdered. Anyone who becomes Sanshin's fiancé could die." At this moment, Selena looked at Fiona and guessed. Yet, she clings to him like this. Is she an idiot who doesn't realize she could be murdered too? Or is she the murderer herself? If there's even a slight chance she's the murderer, I can't take her lightly. Kingshan stood before Fiona and said coldly, "I don't remember inviting you." She immediately made an excuse. "You're so heartbroken. How could you think of inviting others? I decided to come uninvited to comfort you." This heart of Fiona, you understand, right? He bowed his head in thought, not answering. His mind kept urging him, "Run, run." While thinking this, he turned and pulled Selena away, leaving Fiona stamping her foot and calling out, "Duke. Duke, let's go together." If you walk so fast, Fiona can't keep up. He froze for a few seconds as if struck by lightning. Then he and Selena sped up, gliding away quickly. Fiona was left behind, still whining, "Duke." Kanchan walked on, thinking, "Just run." In this situation, what's the point of walking? I have to run at a speed that lady can't match. Fiona seemed to have noticed Selena's presence beside him. She questioned loudly, "Duke, why are you walking with that girl? Who is she?" He answered without much thought, "She's someone I picked up on the road." Selena was thoroughly disappointed by his answer. He can't say a single helpful word. Fiona then boasted, "I really traveled a long way to get here. It took 7 days from the capital." He immediately replied, "This girl came from even farther away." But Selena thought helplessly, does he only know how to tell the truth? Fiona suddenly ran up and grabbed the hem of Kingshan's shirt. She looked at him with wide, sparkling eyes and whined. But still, don't you think Fiona is also very tired? Seeing her persistence, Selena gave up. She even managed to keep up with our pace. What a clingy lady. On a racetrack, if Kingshan was at the finish line, she could probably win an Olympic gold medal. Fiona kept whining at Kingshan. Duke, Fiona is so tired. I sat in the carriage for so long my bottom hurts. Can I hold your arm? He bluntly refused her. No. But she stubbornly clung to his arm and pressed, why not? Can I do this? It's just that simple. After whining at Kingshan, Fiona's expression flipped like a switch. She shot Selena a sharp glare, wanting to shoo her away. Get lost immediately. But Selena was annoyed looking at that two-faced girl and couldn't help but think nice. Look at this girl. Pretending to be innocent while threatening me from behind. For a child like this medicine is all that's needed. Selena quickly grabbed Kingshan's arm, startling him. This is called. She pouted, pretending to be delicate and fragile. She thought smugly, fighting fire with fire. She acted cute and complained to Kinseyun. Selena is hungry. Let's go rest quickly. Waiting for this lady, my feet hurt. It's the shoes. Fiona was stunned by her top-tier acting. Selena felt extremely satisfied seeing Fiona's bewildered expression. Just like your skill, huh? No, it's even higher class. You think you're my rival? I'm a master of this cute whining act. An actress from Korea, the land of Kiyomi, this is a piece of cake for me. She pretended to be cute and looked up at Kingshan, pleading with him, please. She silently praised herself, top-class actress Selena Molly. On Fiona's side, she wasn't willing to be outdone. She looked at Selena with a hateful gaze. That cunning little brat, daring to act all innocent in front of me? I can't lose. She continued to lean on Kingshan and weakly cried out to him. Duke, Fiona is very tired, about to faint. He didn't care about her, pulling his hand back and saying gruffly, then go faint in your bed. Show this lady to her room. The servant heard his command and replied, yes, my lord. Please this way, my lady. Fiona, being rejected, got angry and shouted after him. Duke! Duke! Meanwhile, Selena, who was walking arm in arm with Kingshan, suddenly turned her head to look back at Fiona. She stuck out her tongue to taunt Fiona. She got furious and yelled, hey! Selena, on the other hand, was delighted. ASEAN powerhouse, the Republic of Korea, wins. What an arrogant little brat. In the dining room, Selena was talking to Kinseyun. Man, she's a really strong opponent. I've never seen an artist go that far. Is everyone in the nobility like this? Kingshan denied it. Not all of them. Only Fiona is special. She agreed, that's true. People that reckless aren't common. Is she the strongest among the nobility? He dismissed that thought and explained, no, they're not like that. You'll meet people who are strong in different ways. Selena heard this and felt the difficulty level increasing, so she proposed to him, if it's going to be that tough, we should renegotiate the payment. The difficulty seems higher than I thought. He didn't hesitate and replied immediately. Seeing him agree so easily, she hesitated for a moment. Then she gave her opinion. What? Negotiating payment is that easy? Then 100 times what I got last time. Before she could finish her sentence, Kingshan interrupted. Then let's pretend I didn't hear anything. Realizing she had just offended him, she immediately apologized. I'm sorry. I was just kidding. But if he's that willing to negotiate payment, she waved her hand and tried to soothe him. It was just a joke. He said coldly it wasn't funny. The work ahead will be tiring. Selena pondered political circles, clashing with just a look. So many factions and rules of the nobility that I don't know. On this terrifying battlefield, everyone but me is an enemy. There's no time limit and I have to face them all. Until I find the culprit, whom I don't even know. Someone might harm me. I could just die like this. She lost her appetite and put down her cutlery, thinking, this feels just like when I was a rookie. Do I have to do this all over again? Kingshin saw that she wasn't eating and asked, "Are you finished with your meal?" She replied calmly, "Thinking about what I have to do next has made me lose my appetite." He simply said, "I see." Kingshin didn't pay much attention and continued to cut his steak. Selena thoughtfully watched him. Her eyes showed a lot of concern, no longer her usual carefree self. She spoke up, "Duke, give me a piece." Kingshin said indifferently, "Eat your own." She crossed her arms on the table and teased him, "The Duke's steak looks tastier. I need to eat well to have the energy to work. But I don't want to eat the other thing." He pushed his plate of food towards her. "Here." She made an excuse, "It's too big, how can I eat it?" She pushed the plate back to him and suggested, "Cut it for me, please. If you want to use another knife, you'll have to call someone else. You'll cut it for me, right?" Kingshin silently looked at her and didn't answer. He quietly bent down and cut the steak. Then he pushed the plate of cut steak towards her. "Here." But Selena said, "Ah." He was surprised. She whined to him, "I can't eat with my hands. Feed me. Come on, open wide." He said helplessly, "Give you an inch and you take a mile." But she was delighted, "Come on, just feed me." She opened her mouth and leaned towards him. Kingshin looked at her emotionlessly. He speared a piece of meat with his fork. He told himself that he had to act because someone was watching. That must be the reason I'm doing this. He brought the delicious, juicy piece of beef to her mouth. She took the meat with a satisfied expression. Chewing, she praised the flavor of the meat. Delicious. My appetite is back. Bring some dessert over here." Kingshin looked at the fork in his hand and felt confused. "Strange, I just used it to feed Selena." His cheeks flushed red. "And now I don't dare to use it anymore." Selena frowned, looking at Kingshin with annoyance. She remembered how he had awkwardly made an excuse to leave earlier. "I'll be going first." He left her sitting there watching him, his arms and legs moving out of sync. Now she sighed and wondered, "Leaving me behind like that, what am I supposed to do? I don't know what to do in this kind of romantic situation. What's he so flustered about, like a kid who needs to pee? Could that really be it? I really don't know anymore. If so, shouldn't we learn more to act better?" She closed her eyes and pondered, "How do I teach him about the feeling of being in love with someone else?" An idea suddenly struck her. There's a way." "Of course there is." Selena turned to ask the maid, "I've finished my meal. Do you know where the Duke is?" She replied, "He should be in his office now." Selena heard this and said, "Thank you." Just then, Kingshin, standing in his office, heard a tapping from the window. A classic romance trope. He went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Selena appeared before him holding a beautiful, vibrant bouquet of flowers, as radiant as the girl holding it. Selena gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, smiled brightly, and greeted him, "Hello there." Kingshin asked her in surprise, "What are you doing?" Seeing he wasn't moved at all, she wondered, "What's wrong with you? Don't you feel your heart flutter?" A girl comes to her lover's window and knocks, bringing flowers as a gift. It's as beautiful as a painting. He had no choice but to invite her in. "Come in first." She smiled and said, "Okay." But suddenly Selena slipped past him. Her feet left the ground. Kingshin intended to help her in, but she ducked under his arm and jumped into the room. Cashin, seeing her strange action, asked helplessly, "You want it to be like a painting, but you act like that?" She laughed sheepishly to hide her embarrassment. "You're right. I guess I'm just too agile." She winked and asked him, "What do you think? Am I charming enough?" A contrast to the seemingly weak lover. Kingshin gave her a cold glance and reminded her, "Didn't we agree not to fall for each other?" She scratched her head in embarrassment and said dismissively, "Oh right. I'm just wholeheartedly teaching you how to act in a love scene." He paid no attention to her words and asked her in a cold tone, "So what brings you here?" She handed him the bouquet and replied, "Well, nothing special. I wanted to give you a taste of romance, so I planned this myself." Hearing this, he retorted sarcastically, "Romance? But you refused my help at the window." Selena, hit where it hurt, quickly defended herself. "Well, that was because I'm nimble. You just need to accept the flowers. Have a good day, Duke." He crossed his arms and looked at her, saying, "You're unbelievable." She expressed, "Compared to surviving in the entertainment industry. Anyway, you can't kick me out, right? That would make the picture very strange. What if the servants spread false rumors about us?" Kingshin, hearing her reasoning, felt a headache coming on. He placed a hand on his forehead and reluctantly told her, "All right, you can stay. In return, just stay still and do nothing. Just breathe." She joked with him, "So I can't even wink?" I'm kidding. Kingshin was extremely annoyed, but could do nothing about her. At this point, Selena quickly sat down and promised him, "Don't worry, I just need to be helpful to you, right? Have I ever gotten in your way? I'll sit here and quietly read a book or something. You just keep working. Go on. I'll zip my lips now." Kingshin glared at her annoyed. He sighed to compose himself and told her, "Then you can rest." Then he looked at the bouquet she brought. He said to her softly, "You've worked hard so early in the morning." Seeing that he seemed to have softened, she was surprised. "What's this?" But she also relaxed and smiled. "Don't say that. We're just getting started." The two of them went about their own business for the whole afternoon. The atmosphere was so warm and peaceful. By the time it got dark, Selena had fallen asleep from exhaustion. She groggily opened her eyes and woke up. She sat up and saw Kingshin's robe on her, then realized, "Oh my, I fell asleep. What time is it? What's this?" "The Duke's robe. How cute." She stretched wearily and thought, "Sleeping on the sofa like this has made my whole body stiff. I should probably move around a bit. Maybe I'll go to the training ground. I can also ask Kingshin to teach me a few martial arts moves. If a fight breaks out, it might be useful. And it's also good for practicing romance scenes. All right, I'll change and go." After changing her clothes, Selena wandered around the castle and asked a maid, "Excuse me, miss? Where's the Duke now?" The maid glanced at her, sizing Selena up from head to toe. After a moment of evaluation, she answered coldly and bluntly, "He's at the sword training ground." Selena was not pleased and crossed her arms, looking at the maid. "What? Speaking so bluntly to the master's guest? Does she look down on me because I'm the girl the Duke brought back? She even dared to scan me from head to toe. Should I show her the charm of a villainess here?" Selena became serious, looking at her with a cold gaze, and asked in a loud voice, "So where is the training ground?" Seeing she couldn't be bullied, the maid became scared, sweating profusely. She pointed and stammered, "Over there. It's near the castle wall, past the garden." Seeing the maid's change in attitude, Selena turned and walked in the direction she pointed. She got scared when I changed my tone, yet she still dared to pick a fight. It ruined my mood. As she searched for the way, she thought, "Did they speak to Arrow like that too? No, what am I thinking? I'm just annoyed by a rude servant." I left in a huff without getting clear directions. She reached the middle of the garden and stopped. As I thought, I'm lost. What a complicated garden. How can someone get lost in their own house? It's so cold. Is anyone here? I need someone to pass by so I can ask for directions. Suddenly, she saw a light coming from a bush in the distance. Huh? Is someone there? She walked over and called out, "Excuse me, who's there?" Oh my God. Fiona suddenly appeared in front of her. Fiona. She looked at Selena and speculated, why does she look like that? She must have been wandering around for a while. Is she also looking for the Duke? Fiona asked her, "Hey, where are you going?" Selena was surprised by Fiona's rude attitude. What? That girl is speaking so informally to me. Without Kingshin here, her pretense is a bit ridiculous. She answered Fiona, "Me? I'm going to see the Duke. Are you also going to see him, dressed like that?" Fiona got angry when she mentioned her appearance and yelled at her. What? What's wrong with me? This is my natural look. After successfully provoking her, Selena gleefully covered her mouth and said, "If you're going for an eco-friendly style, you're doing a great job. I just don't know if the Duke will like it." Fiona shouted excitedly, "Don't you dare threaten me." Selena then imitated her whiny voice. "Don't you dare threaten me." Fiona yelled, "Don't copy me." Selena brazenly provoked her. "You think I'm scared just because you yell? I can take on someone like you with one hand." Fiona flew into a rage and shouted, "Hey!" Selena wouldn't back down either. She also shouted, "What? I can shout too." Fiona angrily criticized Selena, "Are you a noble?" She stood with her arms crossed, challenging, "What if I'm not? What if I'm a commoner?" Fiona continued to scold her. "A commoner dares to speak to me like that?" She calmly reasoned, "We're both guests of the Duke, after all. If you know you can't win against me, why do you keep picking a fight?" After using all her energy to compete with Selena, Fiona was now panting for breath. She curiously asked Selena, "Hey, do you have a lot of money? If not, is your backer powerful?" Selena asked back, confused, "What are you talking about?" Seeing that she had nothing, Fiona warned her, "If you have nothing, don't act all high and mighty." She feigned indifference, "It has nothing to do with you." Fiona reminded her like this, "You could really die." Hearing this, Selena's heart suddenly felt uneasy. Her expression changed. She looked worriedly at Fiona standing in front of her and wondered, "What? Die? Could Fiona be?" Fiona's face was serious as she said, "You don't know anything. One person has already been killed. Someone with nothing like you, just fawning over the Duke." Selena mused, her tone is completely different from before. "In this desolate, maze-like garden, I don't have a single weapon on me. Moreover, in front of me is a suspected murderer." Fiona's face became incredibly frightening. She hesitated a bit. "I can't just leave on my own. One small slip-up, and I could be killed. I could really die." Could she be holding a weapon in her hand? Selena began to reason in her head. The weapon she could carry in that elaborate outfit is likely just a small knife. Fiona and I have a huge physical difference. I've learned some martial arts in the modern world. I can probably overpower a complete rookie like Fiona. But it's also possible Fiona isn't alone. What if, somewhere in this garden, Fiona's subordinates are hiding? If so, that means I'm surrounded. As Selena thought this, her heart pounded with anxiety. She and Fiona stared at each other. Selena's chest kept tightening. Suddenly, a voice rang out, making her turn in surprise. "Selena." Before her was Kenshin. Selena exclaimed, "Duke." Selena ran forward, step by step. She ran and threw her arms around Kenshin. Selena hugged him tightly and wouldn't let go. She said, "I'm alive. Where have you been? I was so scared." Kenshin looked at her confused. "Selena." He looked behind her and saw Fiona, which made her jump. Kenshin said, "Lady Fiona, what is this all about?" She became flustered and replied, This is." At this moment, Selena was very happy. "I'm alive. This person is definitely on my side. Being all alone scared me to death. The scent of a strong person. It's enough to feel at ease. Now I need to quickly pull myself together and start my part. I don't need to be afraid anymore because I have a solid support system. The Azio power mode is enough to overwhelm the opponent's level." On. Selena broke away from the hug. She cleared her throat, which made Kenshin very confused. Then, in a whiny, tearful voice, she said, "Oh, Duke, I almost died. Fiona said if I stick with you any longer, she'll kill me." Fiona immediately refuted, "What? When did I say that?" Fiona and Selena, one on each side, clung to Kenshin. Fiona said, "Duke, Fiona has been wrongly accused." Selena didn't stay quiet either. "Selena just wants to be with the Duke, but that could get Selena killed. This girl came close and scared me." Fiona was not to be outdone. "Don't listen to that nonsense." Because of some unfortunate events, Fiona was just worried and reminded her to be careful. Kenshin had to listen to the two of them whining. "Oh, Duke, it was really scary. Fiona isn't like that. I'm a kind angel. Why are you slandering me like that? Why? Don't listen to her." The two ladies started to get tired and were panting heavily. Poisonous drama. Kenshin, after hearing it all, collapsed to the ground. Blood flowed from his hand. Selena thought to herself, at this rate, this will never end. It seems like player Kenshin has been eliminated. Should I use my final move? She placed her hand on his chest and, with a feigned innocence, said, "Duke, I'm tired and cold. To see you, I went looking for the sword training ground and got lost. I wandered around for a long time. Carry me, please. Selena wrapped her arms around Kengshin's neck. His face was emotionless. But immediately after, he lifted Selena up in a princess carry. Fiona called from behind, "Duke, what about Fiona?" Kengshin said as he walked, "The lady should also go rest. Lead her to her room." A servant immediately replied, "Yes, my lord." Fiona refused to give up and kept shouting, "Duke! Duke!" Selena looked at her and stuck out her tongue to provoke her. She thought, 2 rounds, 2 wins. "You arrogant little brat." The taunted girl got furious and shrieked, "Look at that cunning little brat. Duke." In a certain room, I received a death threat. Kengshin asked, "How did she threaten you?" Selena recounted. She said if I have nothing, I shouldn't act all high and mighty, or I'll die. Kashin asked her, "So you think she was going to kill you?" Selena explained, "In a necessary situation, perhaps. It seems if she were strong, she might have killed me already. It's just that I'm stronger." Kashin asked curiously, "Is the power difference between you and Fiona that great?" Selena replied, "Of course. She and I grew up in different environments. Just looking at our height, I'm a head taller." She thought about her life of lifting weights and doing her own action scenes, and Fiona's life as a gentle, well-bred lady. Kashin looked at her and said, "But you both look small." Selena awkwardly replied, "Small? Right, compared to the Duke, who wouldn't be?" Anyway, the main point is, even if Fiona is the culprit, I don't think she could have acted alone. She must have had someone do it for her, right? Kanseon simply replied, "Perhaps." Selena continued without minding. Besides, it was really scary. How would I know if someone was hiding in that maze-like garden earlier? I really thought I was going to die. The white-haired young man said, "You've worked hard." Selena instinctively looked up at him. She said, "Is that all? Just a simple question?" "I almost died." Kengshin said, confused, "That's perfectly normal. What more do you want?" When Selena stood up, she said, "What more can I expect from the Duke? Just prepare a lot of jewels for me." He replied, "You don't need to worry about that." She agreed, right, of course. "If there's nothing else, I'll go back to my room." Before she could finish, she suddenly paused. Kengshin asked, "What's wrong?" Selena, still with her back to him, said, Duke, I just made a scene and asked you to carry me back. If I go back to my own room to sleep now, it would seem strange." He replied, "That's true." Selena, sweating profusely, slowly turned around and said, "So we probably have to sleep together." Kengshin froze solid. Outside the castle, the moonlight cast a romantic, yet eerie glow. The two of them were suddenly thrown into a tense atmosphere. Then the maids came to help them prepare. "We will prepare for Lady Selena." "Same for me. May you have a wonderful sleep." The maids even thoughtfully bathed her. Selena thought to herself, I didn't expect this kind of preparation. The maid prepared a rather revealing nightgown for her. Selena shyly refused. "I'm not wearing that." The maid still tried to persuade her. "Why not? I went through a lot of trouble to bring this dress here. It's the ultimate weapon in Land Bird to captivate the Duke." Looking at the flimsy nightgown, Selena said, "There's no weapon in the world that exposes all the vital parts like that." The maid still smiled and said, "What's there to be shy about? A beautiful body like yours should be shown off." The maid next to her chimed in, "Exactly. It would be such a waste otherwise." Selena gently refused. "Oh my, all right, just give me a regular nightgown." The maid said, "Oh, could it be that you're so confident you don't need a dress like this?" "That's right. A person as beautiful as you can make someone feel hot with just a glance." She could only listen helplessly. Selena said, "I really just want to sleep." The maid smiled brightly and replied, "That's right. You'll probably sleep very well in the Duke's arms." She thought to herself, why do these people always think in that direction? Something's wrong. All right, think whatever you want. It's still better than sleeping alone and getting strangled by Fiona. Selena asked the maids, "But why are you all exaggerating so much? It's as if this is the first time the Duke has done this." The maid replied, "It is the first time." Selena shrieked in horror, "What? Isn't it like that? Don't all nobles live with 3,000 concubines at once?" That maid explained, "It's true that many are like that, but..." The Duke has a difficult, austere personality. You know his character. He's the type who sees women as less than a rock. For someone like him to bring a lover home is a huge surprise to us subordinates, so we absolutely can't miss an event like this. This is a great opportunity to produce a young master to succeed the Duke of Lambert. Therefore, as a maid, I will do my utmost to help. First, please change into this dress quickly. Selena screamed, I already said no. In the end, she managed to get a normal nightgown. Selena suppressed her anger and said, Oh my, these annoying people. She wearily entered the room. I'm sorry, am I very late? Their minds are all stuck in a strange direction, so I had to fight over that indecent dress. But what's this? What on earth are you doing? Before her was the sight of Kangxin lounging on a bed covered in sparkling rose petals, a glass of wine in his hand, looking incredibly seductive. Kenzion said, Even if we're only sleeping together for one night, I should still be this courteous to a lady. Selena, standing by the bed, said, You don't really mean that, do you? Kenzion replied, Getting to sleep quickly is what I truly mean. Selena swung her legs to get on the bed. Good, I think the same way. We mean sleep in the dictionary sense, right? Kangxin replied, Of course. She continued, I know, don't look at me like that. Do you think I've been brainwashed by the maids? He reminded her, Just lie still. Selena obediently replied, Yes. She got into bed, pulled up the covers, and blew out the candle. Although they were lying on the same bed, they seemed very far apart. Selena spoke up, Duke. Kangxin, with his eyes closed, still replied, What? She said, Do you want me to sleep on the left or the right? He answered indifferently, Either side is fine. Selena sat up and said, Then I'll sleep on the left. I have a habit of rolling to the left in my sleep. Kangxin said, Go to sleep. Selena obeyed and lay down. But after a moment of silence, Selena spoke again, Duke. He replied again, What's the problem now? Selena said, Can I have one more pillow? Kangxin was still indifferent. As you wish. Selena reached behind her for another pillow. She didn't forget to say, Thank you. I have a habit of needing to hug a pillow to sleep well. Kangxin said, You slept soundly in your room without anything. She quickly explained, Well, I usually just need to lie down somewhere to fall asleep. Due to the nature of my work, I have to be able to sleep well anywhere. Kangxin said, Then hurry up and sleep. Selena said, I'm trying to sleep, but I can't. When a person is too tense, how can they fall asleep? Kangxin asked her, Is it because you're sleeping next to the strongest Duke of the North in the world? Selena smiled and replied, Wow, are you praising yourself? He retorted, It's the truth. At that, Selena burst out laughing. Actually, I'm more nervous now than during my first time filming. Kangxin wondered why she hesitated to answer. Well, it's because this is my first time sharing a bed with a man. Kangxin asked in surprise, Your first time? Seeing this, Selena burst out laughing. I haven't even teased you yet. What was that just now? You sounded like a thug. Kangxin immediately sat up. What? Selena laughed and replied, No, that's not what I meant. Kangxin said, I spoke carelessly and disrespectfully. I apologize. Selena was still smiling brightly. She replied, It's okay, it's nothing. But it's true that this is my first time sleeping in the same bed with a man. He said, Whether it's true or not, I still spoke disrespectfully. Selena waved her hand. Anyway, I'm used to it. Many people misunderstand. It's the price I have to pay. Kangxin asked, Do you regret it? She replied, It's just an emotional surge. I'll accept your sincere apology. Suddenly Selena sat up. She said, But do you think I look like the type of person who sleeps with every guy I meet? Kangxin quickly explained, No, that's not it. If I had to make an excuse, it's because your acting is too masterful. Even though I know it's just an act, sometimes I feel like I'm really being captivated. Selena looked at him with gentle eyes. Then she lay down and said narcissistically, Is that so? It seems I'm too good at acting. I'm very happy to receive that compliment. She patted the mattress, signaling him to lie down. She said, I will continue to do my best in the future. You can't give up before the final moment. Kenzion reminded her, You must be careful. Then he lay down beside her. The room became quiet again. Suddenly Selena spoke up, Kingshin beside her said, "Don't just say just say it." Selena said, "I was just saying goodnight." Kingshin closed his eyes tightly and said, "All right." Just like that, the two of them slept side by side. The next morning, the sun's rays began to shine down. As Selena groggily woke up, she suddenly opened her eyes wide in disbelief. In her head, she thought, "Oh really? That's why I should have slept on the left." At this moment, Selena was being held in Kingshin's arms. He was still fast asleep while her face was beet red with embarrassment. Selena was flustered. What should I do? Am I hugging Kingshin and not a pillow? But being held this tightly feels pretty good. His body is so muscular. Snap out of it, Selena. She calmly thought of a way to roll out. Before Kingshin wakes up, you have to roll out, then pretend you don't know anything. Suddenly Kingshin chuckled. Selena looked up at him. She was embarrassed. He found out. Selena rolled away. Then she pretended to still be asleep. But when she heard Kingshin say, "I knew you were awake before," she immediately sat up without hesitation. Selena was embarrassed. "That's why I said I should sleep on the left." Kingshin chuckled. "From now on, I'll remember that." After getting ready, the two went to the gate to wait for their guest. Selena whispered, "I heard Lady Rosalind is coming. This time it's the daughter of Marquis Thailand, huh? How does she compare in difficulty to Fiona?" Kingshin replied calmly, "Not any easier. We'll probably have to change our strategy." Selena continued, "A lady who the Duke himself greets at the gate. You're making me nervous. You didn't do anything for Fiona, you just ignored her." Kingshin added, "This is basic courtesy for a visitor, but Fiona requires special treatment." Selena was exasperated. Like a burden, right?" Suddenly a sweet voice called out, "Duke." Fiona said cheerfully, "Fiona is here to welcome the guest too." Hearing that, Selena was exasperated. This girl really can't be high society. A noble, that is. Fiona ran up to hug Kingshin. "You'll be with me this morning, right?" Kingshin's face darkened. "All right." Selena smirked. He must really hate this girl. The announcer's voice carried over, "Lady Rosalind has arrived." Selena looked towards the carriage that had just stopped. She's here." Rosalind stepped down from the carriage, a friendly smile on her face. "My Lord Duke, I'm so sorry for coming without prior notice." Kingshin approached to greet her. "It's been a while, my lady." Rosalind replied cheerfully, "I was just too eager, so I came straight here." "Please forgive me." Fiona looked annoyed. "Honestly, did you set out immediately after hearing I left?" Hearing that, Rosalind's smile vanished. She looked straight at the other person and said, "Lady Fiona." She put on a hurt expression and said, "My lady, your sudden departure surprised everyone." "Me too, especially Lady Helen. You were absent from the tea party without a word." But inside, she was cursing, "You skipped someone's party without saying a word. Did a dog eat your manners?" Selena stood by, watching the drama. Wow, this is the passive-aggressive speech of the upper class. She's making the other person miserable for not attending someone else's party. This is the first time I've gotten to appreciate the art of noble speech. Fiona is the straightforward type, so she seems easy to crush. Fiona didn't care about her words. "We're not close enough for you to travel such a long way out of concern, are we?" Rosalind smirked. "Lady Fiona, of course I'm not just worried about you. I'm also here on behalf of the nobles in the capital to offer my condolences to the Duke." Though on the surface, they were both calm, inside, the two ladies were giving each other the middle finger so hard they might break a finger. Selena was still watching from the sidelines. The backhanded compliments are on another level. There's a limit to how mistaken you can be. Really? It really happened. Perhaps Lady Fiona doesn't know, but normally people can do two things at once. Fiona retorted, "Someone like you would mess up both." Rosalind smiled sweetly. "How could that be? I'm not Lady Fiona, after all." Neither side was willing to back down. Rosalind said gently, "Well, my lord, I have finished my greetings. May I go inside?" Selena stood to the side, complaining, "Oh my God, look at this girl. Finished your greetings? Can't you see me? Are your eyes just for decoration? Can't you see I'm standing right next to Kangshin? Fiona still retorted, so fierce. Are you saying I can't compete with you? Selena started to lean closer to Kangshin. No wonder Kangshin said we need to change our strategy. First, I'll make you pay attention to and be wary of me. Selena spoke up. Shall we go for breakfast now? Selena smiled brightly while Rosalind glared at her. Rosalind snapped her fan shut and asked cheerfully, "Oh my, who is this?" Kangshin replied calmly, "I picked her up." Selena thought to herself, this question again, and that Kangshin is still no help at all. Can't you say anything else? Selena introduced herself cheerfully, "I am Selena. It's a pleasure to meet you, my lady." Rosalind also replied, Lady Selena. I'm sorry, this is the first time I've heard your name. I don't suppose you could tell me which family you belong to? Selena silently cursed her. She's being so vague. Selena replied, Is family that important? The person is what matters. Rosalind's eyes turned cold. She turned back with a friendly smile and asked, What's going on? Before, even if a certain lady's handkerchief fell to the ground, you wouldn't even bother to pick it up. Kangshin spoke plainly, because compared to others, she is more useful. Rosalind replied cheerfully, Useful? A few years ago, you refused just like that when marriage was mentioned. If marriage were as useful as a hunting dog, you said you would marry 100 times. Selena grimaced. She said, Useful as a hunting dog? Rosalind continued, However, if you want to use it as a hunting dog, you have to train it a bit. Because it's not an ordinary person's hunting dog, but the hunting dog of the Duke of Landbird, so. Selena glared at Rosalind, looking at her annoying way of speaking. You've chosen the wrong opponent. With 1 year of experience in the entertainment industry, I'm all too familiar with politics. Selena smiled and took Kangshin's arm. A beautiful dog like this has to be trained to hunt? It should be kept from touching a single drop of water so its beauty can be enjoyed. Rosalind smiled and whispered, How interesting. She tapped her fan against her hand and smiled. So, shall we have breakfast now? Kangshin spoke up, Let's do that. Rosalie said, Oh no, I wasn't talking to you, my lord. But to this lady here. Selena was cheerful. Oh, is this a challenge? She replied, I'd like that too. I feel like I've been a part of the Duke's world for a long time. Kangshin agreed, Then it's settled. I'm busy anyway. Fiona was happy. It's just us now, Duke. I've asked the servants to make a few dishes, so let's eat together. Kangshin refused. I won't be having breakfast today. Everyone enjoy your breakfast. I'll see you at dinner. Fiona called after him, Duke. Fiona stopped and turned back to glare at Rosalind. Then she screamed, I'm so annoyed. I could die from anger. I was looking forward to this since yesterday, and now I have to wait until tonight. Selena smirked. Look at the flowers falling from her head. How cute. Rosalind approached, and Selena looked at her. Good, the obstacles are gone. Now it's just this queen of backhanded compliments. When it's just the two of them like this, how will she attack? Rosalind slapped Selena. She cried out in her mind, that hurt. Just now she. Rosalind pinned Selena against the wall. Her voice was icy. Hey, how much do you want? Selena was stunned. Huh? Rosalind asked bluntly, I'm asking how much you want to leave the Duke? Selena was surprised. What is this? Is this her typical approach? Look at her, not even a tycoon, acting all high and mighty with money. Selena calmly replied, I'm not doing this for a few coins. Rosalie lifted Selena's chin. Not for a few coins, huh? You're thinking of a big score, aren't you? However, a sum so large that a commoner like you could never touch is just pocket change to me. So name your price. How much do you want? Selena grimaced. She looks down on me that much? Her manners really have been eaten by a dog. In that case, I have no choice but to respond in kind. She tried to slap Selena but was blocked. She smiled. How much can you pay? Rosalind was surprised. What? Selena repeated, Oh my, you must have grown up in luxury and don't know. In this kind of deal, you're supposed to name the price first. So, how much have you found out? Have you prepared about 100 times the value of this dress? Selena thought, The dress I'm wearing was custom-made by the late Duchess, so it must be equivalent to a cultural heritage artifact. Even if her family is rich, this is not a price they can easily afford. Rosalind was furious. She said, "Fine, have it your way." Selena was surprised. She accepted? "No, this can't be. I said I wanted to go back to my world." "Greed, go away." Rosalie continued, "Money or jewels, which do you want? Take it and disappear immediately." Selena replied calmly, "Oh my, is that all I get? It's a shame to back out now." Rosalind was about to lose her composure. "What? I thought you were just a pet, but it turns out you're a dirty merchant. You say you need something more than money." Selena smiled, "Of course. Human greed is bottomless. But this thing is really hard to find. I wonder if you can find it for me." Rosalind snapped, "Don't beat around the bush. Just say it." Selena looked thoughtful. "It's the Duke's heart." Rosalind was surprised. "Are you kidding me?" Selena said seriously, "Do I look like I'm joking? What I need most is his love. You were the one who tried to make a deal with me using money from the start. Shouldn't you accept my deal now?" Rosalind sighed, "I don't know where you crawled out from. The position of Duchess of Landbird is one that could cost you your life. Someone like you has died before. Are you so greedy you want to go to hell? Do you think you can be that greedy and still survive?" Selena thought, she must be talking about Ilo. Even though she calls me greedy, she herself is targeting the Duke despite the danger. As expected, she's not as foolish as Fiona. She believes she will be safe. So the reason must be that she thinks she has enough power to protect herself from such danger, or she herself is the murderer. In conclusion, Rosalind is also a likely suspect. Selena was helpless. "So I just have to not be greedy, right? I don't need things like money, because what we need is the Duke's heart. Aren't you the greedy one over there? Money, status, everything you could want. I just want his love." Rosalind spoke up. "I don't need that status, or that small amount of money." Selena was surprised. "You're not kidding, are you?" Rosalie continued, "You can take as much as you want." She was serious. "If you want, I can give you even more power than that." Selena was confused. "I don't know. What is her goal?" Her goal is different from Fiona's, who only wants Consine's love. But she doesn't want money, status, or Consine's love either. So why is she targeting Consine? Rosalind turned around. "I've warned you. If you don't value your own life, you deserve to die." Selena watched Rosalind leave with a suspicious gaze. She was confused. "I don't know. I really don't know anymore." The morning passed just like that, and soon it was time for dinner. Lavish dishes and expensive wine, the amount of food was too much for 4 people. This extravagant scale was to welcome the 2 young ladies to Landbird's castle. It looked like a very happy and peaceful scene, but the reality of the welcoming party. Selena was perplexed. "I know how to eat these dishes, but how do I eat this?" Selena ignored it and picked up a piece of bread. "I don't know. I don't need to follow their etiquette anyway." Delicious." Fiona stared blankly at Selena eating. Fiona looked at Rosalind and signaled. Rosalind nodded in understanding. Fiona said loudly, "This dining etiquette is really interesting." Selena glared at Fiona. Rosalind subtly insulted Selena. "Is this the dining etiquette of some region, or is it the way wild animals eat in the north of Landbird? It's a vast forest where a moment's carelessness can get you torn apart." Selena retorted just as sharply, "Oh my, are there animals that eat their main course with bread? I had no idea." Rosalind smiled. "I don't know what it eats, but if it doesn't eat like a human, it's no different from an animal. Like Lady Fiona's puppy, Momo, if you throw bread on the floor, it will eat it happily." Fiona interjected, "It's a cat." Kayleen agreed, "Oh right, a kitten." Fiona said seriously, "Although I love my Momo very much, our dining areas are separate. If we ate together, I would get sick, so that's not possible. Are the dishes just for decoration?" Rosalind continued, "If you keep eating while disregarding human rules, it's no different from eating breadcrumbs dropped on the street." Lady Fiona understands, right? The North has a lot of natural scenery and wild animals. I think it's quite a unique experience. Because the Duke treasures you, any animal can open its heart to him. Selena thought, I see. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. It's ridiculous to see you two teaming up to belittle me. Compared to Fiona's loser, I can't let this girl who pretends to care about others off the hook. I've seen your true colors clearly since this morning. As expected of a well-educated, noble lady. Selena smiled and said, I guess Lady Rosalind doesn't know. If I were an animal, I don't think I would eat a piece of bread dropped on the ground. Selena stabbed the leg of meat on the table with a knife. Miss Tring Lin was a bit scared by the scene. Selena stuck the knife firmly into the leg of meat, picked it up, and said, I would chew on Lady Rosalind's head. Because I have a carnivorous tendency. Fiona was terrified. Oh my God. Selena said calmly, oh, don't worry, Lady Fiona. I wouldn't eat you, because I don't have a taste for chewing on bones. Selena smirked. Look at that timid look. How cute. There's no room for flower boys here. Watch us ladies fight, honey. Rosalind calmly wiped her mouth with a napkin. You people are no different from Momo. I don't want the party to be disrupted like this. She provoked Selena again. I didn't expect that not only are this lady's actions like an animal's, but her perspective is as well. Selena replied cheerfully, the Duke brought me back because of that. Maybe Lady Rosalind should try it too. You might get some of his attention. Rosalind was furious. You insolent brat. She spoke up, I know the Duke likes wild things, but it's hard for me to be like that. Status is status. Giving up one's position is not an easy thing to do. Hearing that, Selena thought, she means she doesn't want to be a dog like me, right? She thinks she's so noble. If this continues. Kingshan suddenly spoke up. The Thailand family status is quite high, isn't it? Selena was surprised. What? The strongest one here is finally making a move. Kingshan said seriously, didn't you all criticize Landbird for lowering its status to be on par with Thailand? You thought our status was unworthy and coldly rejected Landbird's marriage proposal. Rosalind's voice was a bit sad. Although I was young then, that rejection was indeed a mistake. My father was blinded by greed and was disrespectful. Selena tried to hold back her laughter, thinking, daring to reject Kingshan's proposal because you thought his status was unworthy? Rosalind is in a tight spot now. This scene is really exciting. Her apology means I've already taken a bite out of her. Kingshan said calmly, all right, it's good that you think so now. Your status also makes me uncomfortable. Your ladyship must know that people in the north are the type who like to sleep on the ground with animals, living peacefully with nature, right? Selena was excited. A very powerful blow. He had shattered the wall that Rosalind had built up, perfectly refuting her earlier claim that she and he were not a good match. Rosalind's voice dropped. If my words earlier made you uncomfortable, I apologize. Before she could finish, Selena interrupted. Oh my, I'm the most compatible with the Duke. For me, this is the most comfortable way to be because I'm also very friendly with nature and animals. In her heart, she thought, the Great Cat Alliance. What do you think, Rosalind? This is the true sarcasm of the streets. Kingshan chuckled lightly. He said, this is the actual status of Lambert, and I have no intention of making it compatible with Thailand's status. What will you do, my lady? Rosalind frowned. She sighed, how can I debate the Duke's status? I didn't come here to argue with you about such things. Kenzion said, besides this, is there anything else? Rosalind waved her hand. Although the first reason in my heart was to meet you, as I said this morning, I came here to represent the other nobles in the capital who are concerned about you. Seeing the pile of fruit on the table, Carrion asked, what is this? He looked at the pile of things on the table in confusion. Rosalind replied, these are letters from those who miss you in the capital, which they asked me to deliver to you. You will answer each and every one of them diligently, won't you? Selena thought in surprise, for someone like Carrion, who always finds it dreadful to communicate with people from the capital, she brought a whole pile of letters like that. This is no different from a herd of herbivores. Even if he is the king of the jungle, it would be difficult to survive the hooves of a herd of rhinos. Damn it, I thought I had victory in my grasp. I didn't expect her to have such a hidden move. This meal, we've completely lost. Night came. Carlion was still sitting and replying to each letter one by one, arranging them neatly. He leaned back in his chair, exhausted. What time is it? And I'm not even halfway through. It seems she brought letters from even the ordinary families I've never seen. My eyes are so tired. Suddenly it became noisy outside. He wondered, why is it so noisy outside? What's going on at the door? The servants outside seemed to be teasing someone. Why are you all so noisy? That person replied, wait a minute, I'll definitely go in. They giggled outside. The Duke must be very tired. You should go and cheer him up. Isn't that a very cute thing to do? Then we will take our leave, Lady Selena. Please do your best. Have a good evening. Selena entered and said, I'm sorry, was it very noisy? He replied, what's all the noise about in the middle of the night? Then he suddenly looked up at her. Selena asked shyly, is this outfit too weird? Please understand. Sinala smiled and said, the maids kept persuading me. Kingshan spoke up, well, that's to be expected. If they don't do that when I bring a lady to stay the night, they'll get a lot of complaints. The maids must have pestered you. I don't mind, so come and sit here. Selena replied cheerfully, I know. She thought, am I the only one who feels awkward? Stop being embarrassed and finish today's work. She moved closer. Sitting next to Kinsun, she glanced at him. And thought, this person, he just said he didn't mind. A person who doesn't mind, but whose hands are red like that. They sat next to each other, but neither said a word. The atmosphere between them grew increasingly awkward. Selena was about to break from the awkward atmosphere. She told herself, stop, I have to get back to the topic. Then she broke the silence. I didn't expect you to go on the offensive today. You were so flustered with Fiona, but so aggressive with Rochellen. At this, Sanshin's initial awkwardness gradually subsided, and he replied softly, Rochellen is an easy opponent to deal with. To be more precise, she's very easy. Selena then changed the subject. She asked, is it because of the marriage proposal? He replied, yes, because my mother was very ambitious. She arranged for me to marry a noble from the central region to enter high society. Although Lambert is in a remote area, it is extremely wealthy. Therefore, my mother thought it would be a good match for the high status and beautiful daughter of Thielen. She continued to ask, but it seems they rejected it immediately because you weren't of the same status. He replied immediately yes. Hearing this, she sighed in exasperation. Amazing. You still remember that to this day just for revenge. Hearing this, he also agreed with Selena's assessment. I'm the type to hold a grudge. After Kinsun's remark, she pondered for a moment. Then she smiled gently and said, maybe, it's not that you hold a grudge, but that you have lingering feelings? He seemed about to explode at Selena's blunt statement. What? What basis do you have to label me with lingering feelings? Seeing Kinsun's strong reaction, she wondered, what's wrong? Why is he so angry? After a moment of thought, she explained, because you said you held a grudge over the rejected marriage proposal, so I thought it might be possible. You yourself said she was a high-status and beautiful girl. He was still a bit angry and replied curtly, that was just my mother's assessment. Selena, a bit curious, continued to ask him, so what's your assessment? Then, Kingshan gave a rather vague description of her. She's a very scary and grumpy person. Hearing these words, Selena immediately imagined Rosalind's icy gaze and thought to herself, ah, I see. As if she had found a friend, Selena joined Kinsun in bad-mouthing Rosaline. No wonder she always pretends to be gentle and noble. But when she threatens, she's so fierce. Hearing that, he became curious and asked, threaten? Did you just say threaten? What did she say? Selena tattled on her. She asked how much it would take for me to leave you. Kingshan, a bit curious, asked, so how much did you ask for? She began to calmly recount everything to Kingshan. I asked for 100 times the price of the dress I'm wearing. I don't know the market price, but if I had the chance again, I should have demanded everything she has. Keep it up, Duke. Why do you look so serious? His expression was now stiff. Sanshin hesitated and said, about that. Her fortune is about 20 years of Lambert's budget. It was like a bolt from the blue. She immediately thought, so if I had accepted, I would have been at a huge loss. No, I can't. I said I have to go back to my world. Greed, go away, she thought, trying to calm herself down, silently pushing her greed down with reason. Due to her previous train of thought, Selena suddenly had a question. Is the position of Duchess really that valuable? Perhaps Kenshin shared her suspicion. Even if they're aiming for all the mines, there's no reason to go to such lengths, which makes it even more suspicious. Besides, Thiolin is just as rich as Lambert. She then voiced her suspicion. No wonder she said something like this. She said she wanted the position of Duchess without needing money or power. What could be the real reason? Selena seemed to realize something and glanced at the Duke beside her. Kenshin also noticed her unusual gaze and asked, "What's wrong?" In his confused gaze, she seemed to realize that the person in front of her was incredibly handsome, so handsome he practically glowed. Selena, as if to answer her own strange behavior, said, "Maybe it's because of your face." Kenshin seemed to disbelieve he was handsome and retorted, "How could that be?" Then she offered another opinion that made Kenshin ponder, "Or is it your body?" After a moment of silence, he confidently replied, "That's a possibility." Selena burst out laughing at his confidence and replied, "What in the world? You're so thick-skinned. Are you praising yourself?" Kenshin said, annoyed, "You were the one who made the guess first." She laughed loudly and continued, "So you can joke like this too. Wait, what's that letter? It's unusually ornate." As Selena spoke, he also noticed the letter. Found it. This one is the most important." She noticed the sender on the letter and read it aloud. "What, the Crown Prince? Larson." Hearing that, he also asked Selena with concern, "Can you read it?" She praised cheerfully, "Yes, this translation bracelet is amazing." Then she had a question about Kenshin's previous statement. "But why is this one the most important?" "It's the royal family, and you're planning to ignore them too." Before she could finish her sentence, Selena saw him staring at her and reluctantly swallowed the rest of her sentence. "I'm sorry." Hearing Selena's somewhat naive words, he seriously explained everything to her. "How can I take it lightly? Larson is aiming for the throne. He's the strongest candidate. To him, Landbird is an eyesore, but also something he desperately wants, so I always have to be vigilant. Because Lambert is almost an autonomous region, the Crown Prince's influence can't affect Lambert's wealth and power much, which is on the scale of a small nation. Therefore, it's worth it, but as a vassal, I can't say anything, which is very annoying." She replied, "If you do anything wrong, I'll definitely catch you immediately." Kenshin didn't know what to do, as if he had found a kindred spirit and poured out all his feelings. "So I don't want to meet him, but all the families are invited to the 300th anniversary of the kingdom's founding. This can't be refused." Although Selena tried to comfort him, he still sighed. "If you can't avoid it, just enjoy it. Anyway, to investigate the nobility, we need to go to the capital, so I think it's a good thing. That said, I'm also quite worried. You have to act better for the investigation to go smoothly. Do you want that?" Hearing this, he cleared his throat and coughed a few times. An idea seemed to pop into her head, and she glanced at Kenshin. Suddenly, Selena stood up gently, and he couldn't help but notice the action. Then, she suddenly flashed a victorious smile and sat on Kenshin's lap, which surprised him greatly. Selena began her acting forte, whining, "Duke, Selena wants to go to the capital." Because this duke seemed to have never had intimate contact with women, he unconsciously broke out in a cold sweat all over his face. Sanshin asked awkwardly, "Why are you suddenly doing this?" But regardless of his uncomfortable expression, she continued to whine, "Selena wants to go to the capital. I want to go too. Please take me with you." He seemed quite flustered and stammered, "Of course you have to go with me. Stop it." Selena's actions became more and more bold, like touching Kenshin's chest and saying in an aggrieved tone, "Don't say that. Selena doesn't like being treated like a freebie. Please say you want to go with me." He seemed to have realized she was acting and spoke as if to make her stop. "There's no one watching, so why are you?" Selena, with a pouty tone, then said coolly, "Well, about that. Who said your acting was so bad?" Selena stood up and started to mock Cashin. Who can you fool with acting like that? You should practice a little every day. Honestly. With every word she spoke, his expression grew darker, but he couldn't say anything and just continued to listen to Selena's reprimand. Because you wouldn't lie to save your life, I'm whining to go with you to keep you on your toes a bit. Oh my, when will you stop being so flustered? Anyway, you have to remember about going to the capital together. I'm going to bed now. Then, as if she were at home, she expertly pulled up the blanket, lay down in Kansin's bed, and continued to instruct him, I'm sleeping first. You finish your work and then go to sleep. See you tomorrow. In a corner that Selena couldn't see, he was sitting with his face in his hands, thinking about what had just happened. It turned out he was covering his face because it was now as red as a tomato. He said to himself, I'm going crazy. The next morning, when she was informed by the maids, she asked in surprise, Lady Rochellen invited me for tea? The maids replied respectfully, yes, my lady. Over here, she seemed to be busy with something. She asked the surrounding maids if there were any other dresses in other rooms to wear. I can't wear the same dress as yesterday. One of the nearby maids replied, because there was no order from the Duke, I couldn't prepare one. She said unconsciously, is that so? Then tell her I can't go. The maid was surprised and hesitantly told Selena an unwritten rule here. What? But in principle, you can't refuse an invitation from a higher-ranking family. Selena replied nonchalantly, even if I wanted to go, I can't. Didn't you hear me? I said I have nothing to wear. The maid then began to say some slightly threatening words. Even without that reason, it's still in order. Then another maid came, trembling, to report Rosalind's words to her, which caught her attention. Lady Rochellen said that even if Miss Selena comes in an old or tattered dress, she won't consider it disrespectful and will accept it. She put down the teacup she was holding and began to assess the situation. Disrespectful? She said that to say I'm being disrespectful? This girl. Selena kindly asked the maid for more information. If you can't invite me, you can't, right? You'll be scolded, won't you? Hearing that, she became flustered and stammered, unable to speak. Well, seeing that she was having a hard time speaking, Selena didn't press her. She handed what she had just written to another maid while saying, I understand. I'll go. You can leave. I don't want you to get scolded, so I'll let it go. Give this to the Duke. Hearing that she would go, the maid said happily, thank you, my lady. She thought, annoyed, even the servants are threatening me. What a wicked person. If you're annoying me this much, I'm thinking the same thing about you. Over here, on the castle's terrace, the sunlight was shining warmly. Suddenly, Selena appeared, catching Rosalind's attention. Her jaw dropped in surprise. Lady Selena, you're coming to a tea party. Selena stopped and answered her, even though I said I didn't have a dress, you insisted on inviting me. It turned out the reason Rosalind was surprised was that Selena had shown up to the tea party in her pajamas. She smiled and continued, it still looks better than rags, doesn't it? Rosalind covered her mouth with a fan, her tone full of contempt. Even so, this outfit, your disrespect has to have a limit. Selena shrugged and said nonchalantly, I have nothing else to wear, so what can I do? This is it. Rosalind said, annoyed, I said I didn't mind if you wore the same outfit as before. Selena paid close attention to her choice of words and thought to herself, look at her dropping the word rags. Then she sighed and delivered a fatal blow. But that dress was ripped to shreds by the Duke last night. She was now completely speechless, unable to say another word. Selena showed a triumphant expression, thinking with a hint of sarcasm, what a strange expression. Go ahead and imagine whatever you want, girl. She didn't believe her words and said, you must have worn this here to pick a fight with me. You think a pathetic lie that clearly shows your intentions can easily fool me. Selena, on the other hand, continued to say things that annoyed Rosalind, regardless of whether she believed her or not. Because coming here in a torn dress doesn't look very elegant, so I followed your low standards. Rosalie gripped the fan in her hand tightly and replied, for that, you just need to be disrespectful. What I care about is your thoughtless actions. I didn't expect you to not even understand something as simple as this. It was my fault. Selena, not to be outdone, smirked and continued, "You want to show concern, but you still have to consider the other person's situation? I didn't expect you to be so considerate either." The two of them were at a stalemate. Rosaline thought, what a pathetic cat, so poor she can't even afford to mend her dress. Out loud, she said in a friendly tone, "Because of our current relationship, I don't know the full details of your situation yet, my lady. I'll pay more attention to the state of Lady Selena's dresses in the future." How could she lose to her? Selena smugly poked at Rosaline's sore spot and said, "Of course you have to. Even if official matters fall through, it doesn't look good if you don't know anything about the girl the Duke personally brought back." She continued with a sentence that caught her attention. "We'll be seeing each other often in the future, so please pay attention." Rosalind seemed to catch something in that sentence and asked back, "Seeing each other often? How could that be? I have a lot of work to do in the capital, so I can only stay here for a short while before I have to leave. Seeing each other often will be difficult." Rosalind silently looked down on her. "She's just a commoner from the suburbs, while I'm a noble from the capital." Selena also understood the meaning behind her words and gently retorted, "I mean what you said. We'll meet in the capital. I'll be accompanying the Duke to the National Day celebration this time. Why can't we meet? Have you retired from high society to live a leisurely life?" Rosalind thought in surprise, "What?" She asked back in disbelief, "You're saying you're going to the capital with him?" Selena confirmed, "Yes. What should I do? He has to take care of me." I begged him to take me with him, and he agreed immediately. Rosalind still couldn't believe it. She stammered while she just smiled lightly, "I don't believe you. He would give up his dignity to let you go with him." Selena giggled and said, like a fatal blow to Rosalind, "He's not a man who cares about dignity with the woman he's rolling around in bed with. Our Duke, you know." Rosalie gritted her teeth in anger, but could do nothing. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and slammed the table. She said loudly, "How dare you be so disrespectful?" Before Rosalie could finish, a voice suddenly interrupted her. Selena. With a look of utter bewilderment, Rosalind turned to look in the direction of the voice. Seeing that the person who had just appeared was Cancian, she hesitantly called out, "Duke." Rosalind was flustered, not knowing what to do. Her mind was in a turmoil. Why at this moment? If he sees this, he'll think I'm bullying her. Selena must have told him I invited her to tea to humiliate her. Suddenly, her face was covered in tears, as if Selena had suffered a great injustice. Rosalind was horrified and couldn't say anything in this situation. She thought, "She's crying? She's crying so I don't have time to defend myself." Cancian saw Selena crying and rushed towards her, calling out, "Selena." He hugged her tightly, then took off his coat and wrapped it around her, like a prince protecting his little princess. On the outside, she looked extremely wronged, but deep down, she really wanted to go over and tease Rosalind to death. She called out, "Duke." She thought, "I knew this would happen. I should have sent a message to Cancian earlier." He gritted his teeth, looking extremely angry. Cancian coldly called her Rochaline. As if knowing she had lost, Rosaline didn't argue back and respectfully replied, "Yes, my lord." In Rosalind's eyes now was the image of the Duke speaking cold yet gentle words to protect the woman he loved. This is not the place to show off your noble authority. She could do nothing but bite her lip in anger. In the end, she could only say, "I understand." He was still holding Selena. Cancian was a bit angry in his thoughts. This time, it was thanks to Selena's message that I caught them in the act. If I hadn't received the message beforehand, how many things would have happened in places I don't know about? How dare these girls? Selena peeked out to assess the situation. She thought happily, "Good, the situation is leaning in my favor. If it ends here, only Cancian will be remembered, so I have to do something more impressive. Now, capture the emotion, act ambiguously." After that thought, Selena began to tremble and said, "Duke, I'm so cold. I want to go inside. Please hold me." Seeing her incredibly realistic acting, he felt extremely sorry for her. Cancian lifted her up. Then he announced, "The tea party is over. You are dismissed." Then he coldly turned and walked away. In his arms, she thought triumphantly, a perfect victory. Should I add a final blow? A classic romantic scene. Then she turned back to look at Rosalind and saw her dark expression, as if she wanted to eat me alive. Then Selena gave her the friendly middle finger to provoke her. She didn't even bother to look at Rosalind for another second and turned away. Karma's a witch, honey. On the other side, not having achieved her goal, she angrily clenched a corner of her dress. It seemed to signal that she was about to do something even more terrible. Her eyes glared at the two of them like a sharp knife. On the other hand, Selena was showering Kangshin's recent actions with praise. You did great, really excellent. I didn't expect you to be so brilliant. Selena caressed the Duke's cheek while praising him endlessly. You came as soon as I called. The way you spoke to Rocheline, making her look like the enemy, and holding me until now, everything was perfect. I was really worried you weren't sharp at all. But as soon as the act was over, Sanshin's attitude changed. He cut her off with cold words. Watch what you say. I was worried because you were still getting heated up while acting, but you did great this time. He smiled gently. Then he set her down and announced, that's enough celebrating victory. Now we have to prepare, because I've called for a dressmaker. She said in surprise, so fast? I just mentioned it this morning. He replied, that's right. I ordered them to prepare as quickly as possible. You can't keep dressing like that. She looked at him with admiration. Oh, how considerate. He continued quite seriously. Before that, I have something to say. She asked curiously, what is it? Kenzion then sat in the chair opposite and began to inform Selena. Just like today, you'll have to face many other nobles in the future, so we may have to deal with many different types of people. Even though you're acting very well now, there will be times when you encounter someone beyond your league that your own weapons will be difficult to handle. Therefore, I will give you a new weapon. She asked, what are you giving me? Kangshin was quite pleased with her reaction and smiled. He said succinctly, knowledge. There are 20 days left until we depart for the capital. During that time, you must become as proficient as possible in etiquette, communication, and basic knowledge. You will become a true noblewoman. Then a surprised shriek was heard. Become a noblewoman? At this point, Selena pushed her hands back and leaned away. She looked at Kangshin and asked, aren't I supposed to be following the concept of a person with no background and a sharp tongue? Why are you suddenly changing direction? Kangshin replied nonchalantly, I never said I would stick to that concept until the end. If you want to infiltrate the nobility, you have to know the secret language they use. She said softly, so that's how it is. That's right. If I don't know that language, it will be difficult to even gather information to spy on them, right? Sanshin continued her thought, and most importantly, I'm very annoyed. Selena chuckled lightly. Is that so? After all, you do care about Landbird's reputation, don't you? Kanshin replied, Landbird's reputation has indeed been affected, but that's not why I'm doing this. I just don't want to see you being looked down upon by others anymore. Hearing him say that, she was momentarily stunned. Selena couldn't help but dream a little. What, this person can think like that too. That's why they call him Carry On. She glanced at him and clicked her tongue. He just says whatever he wants. Expecting anything from Korean is a lost cause. I can't believe I got swept up in his one-sided words again. Despite her dislike, she still put on a smiling face and asked Sanshin, Duke, have you already learned that secret language of the upper class? Sanshin replied, I don't need to, so I didn't learn it. Selena asked back, is that so? She proposed, let's learn together. Kangshin bluntly refused, I don't like trouble. Selena put her hands on her hips and lectured him, don't just ignore what I'm saying. Until now, a noble person like you, Duke, didn't need to learn that to outwit others, huh? But from now on, times have changed. You told me I need to get used to the language of the nobility. We have to venture into enemy territory. We also need to be prepared for many different situations. If anything happens, I can send you a signal in the noble way, right? Selena's muttering made Kanchan break out in a cold sweat. He could only obediently reply, that's right. At this point, Selena cleared her throat. We have to learn together, do you understand? Kangshin swallowed hard. All right. She glanced at him. At this point, Selena crossed her arms and generously made another suggestion. But it seems the Duke really dislikes this, so let's do this. We'll do something more interesting. She stood up abruptly and pointed straight at him, her voice firm. Let's have a duel. Kingxin raised an eyebrow slightly. A duel. In his mind, a duel here meant a sword fight, a life-and-death gamble. Selena, noticing his unusual gaze, quickly explained, "Oh no, not such a big challenge. It's just to motivate our studies, like getting a sticker for good work." Kangxin asked, "What's a sticker for good work?" Selena covered her mouth and chuckled. "You've never gotten a sticker for good work before? My goodness, what a naughty student." Kingxin, hearing her assessment of him, was about to get angry. He glared at her. "A naughty student? How could that be? I am the son of the Duke of Landbird." Selena closed her eyes, unconcerned. She shrugged. "I have to see it to believe it. I was very good and always ranked first in school. So, you should show me you're a model student later. Let's make a small bet." Kingxin replied helplessly, "Oh my, what do you want to bet?" Selena thought for a few seconds, then pointed and said, "About that, the loser must grant the wish of the person who masters the secret language first." Kingxin crossed his arms and smirked. "All right, there's nothing I can't do. It's not that difficult. Haven't you made a proposal that's disadvantageous to yourself?" Selena retorted just as sharply, "I'm confident in anything that requires hard work, Duke. Are you still so confident about something you've never even intended to learn until now? I wonder who will be the one eating their words first." Kangxin was full of confidence. "Someone who has lived and interacted with nobles for decades will have a huge advantage over you, who just arrived in this world a few days ago." Selena smiled lightly. "We'll know who's better when we compete." Between the two of them, though only through words and gazes, it felt like bolts of lightning were flashing. "Just like that, we will study together, and the loser must grant the winner's wish." Outside the mansion, the sky was a mix of sun and rain, creating a completely contrasting scene. Selena stretched, turned, and said to Kangxin, "If you're done talking, I'll go rest a bit before the tailor arrives. Since you called for them this morning, they should be here by dinner at the earliest, right?" He turned his head to look at her. "What are you talking about?" "I gave an urgent order." Suddenly, Selena heard a loud noise echoing from outside. She wondered, "What's that sound?" From outside, a young man kicked the door open and rushed in, panting. His whole body was covered in sweat. Who would dare not to come in a hurry? He shouted, "Hello, my lord." He introduced himself while gasping for breath. "The tailor, Devin, is here." "Greetings, my lord Duke. I heard you were looking for me urgently." Selena was so moved that a tear rolled down her cheek. She thought to herself, because the Duke gave an urgent order, he must have suffered a lot to stay alive. Kangxin ordered, "Start immediately." Devin replied seriously, "Yes, my lord." He quickly returned to his professional demeanor. He pulled out the measuring tape in his hand. The measuring tape was quickly wrapped around Kangxin, who was still bewildered and didn't understand what was happening. Devin rattled off a long string of measurements. Chest circumference, waist circumference, arm length, leg length. To protect Lord Corian's privacy, the specific measurements are confidential. Devin couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, you have a wonderful physique." Kangxin, paying little attention to Devin's flattery, darkened his face and lowered his voice. "Now, what are you doing?" Devin still hadn't noticed Corian's unusual behavior and replied with a smile, "I'm taking your measurements, my lord." Before he could finish, Sanshin's hand clamped down on Devin's face. He let out a startled cry. Kangxin, his whole body radiating a murderous aura, glared at Devin. "Didn't you hear that I ordered a dress, not a suit?" Devin, now trembling, still bravely replied, "The recent trend doesn't distinguish between genders like that, my lord." He threatened in a low voice, "Shall I cut off your head?" Devin quickly replied, "I'm sorry." Selena, standing by, thought to herself, "Oh my, at this rate, there's going to be a murder." She smiled and tried to mediate. "All right, you don't have to get so angry. You're a generous person. It's just that he's a bit crazy, he's an artist, so let's see what he can do. As you said, you don't want me to wear this outfit forever, right?" Kenzion frowned, silently looking at Selena with a judgmental gaze. He turned away and ordered Devin, begin. Selena looked at him and sighed. Devin quickly complied. Yes, yes. I understand. My lady, please change into this outfit so I can take your measurements. Devin covered his mouth and looked at her gratefully. Thank you, my lady. Suddenly, Kengshin's voice echoed. What did you say? Devin jumped and stammered, I'm sorry. Selena looked at him helplessly. Just relax. In the luxurious room. Selena closed her eyes and thought to herself, even though I told the tailor to relax, I'm the one who's not comfortable. She looked at Kengshin sitting in the distance, staring at her with eyes that seemed to be burning with fire. How long is he going to sit there and stare? Does he think he can fool me by bringing some papers and pretending to work? Selena broke the silence. Don't you need to be in your study? You have so many papers. Sanshin just replied, yes. She sighed to herself, I meant you should go out for a bit. She smiled brightly at him. I can handle the dress fitting on my own. Kengshin immediately replied, I might be able to help with something if I stay here. Selena couldn't help but feel angry inside. What is someone who knows nothing about design talking about? A moment later, Devin's voice rang out. My lady, I've finished taking your measurements. Would you like to see some dress samples now? Selena replied kindly, to not tarnish the Landbird family's honor, you must do your best. Devin was full of confidence. Of course, my lady. He placed his hand in a V-shape under his chin and said with a very confident voice, this David has 10 talents. I will make Lady Selena the #1 beauty in Landbird. Selena laughed loudly and replied, you're very confident. But she approached and placed a hand on Kenshin's shoulder. The Duke said I look best with nothing on. Kenshin was slightly stunned, thinking, when did I say that? Selena smirked. This is payback for not staying in your study and coming here to bother me. Devin cleared his throat. Ahem, excuse me, you two, aren't you hot? I promise not to say another word. Devin was very serious. In that case, I will make the most beautiful dress, one that doesn't hide Lady Selena's beauty. Kengshin was now petrified. Selena, standing next to him, smiled and replied, your customer service is top-notch. Why is someone like you in Landbird instead of the capital? Devin replied bluntly, although the capital has its own advantages, the number of orders can't compare to Landbird. Just making dresses for the late Duchess alone was. Selena was embarrassed. Financially, this is a wise choice. She smiled at Devin. Then let's see the designs of the talented tailor who captivated the late Duchess. It would be even better if it's a popular style in the capital. Devin bowed his head to look at his sketch. You mentioned the capital, my lady? So you'll be meeting the upper class, I presume. He held his sketch towards her. Then please take a look at this design. It's modern and luxurious, a perfect fit for your image. Selena looked at the drawing with great interest. Oh, it's beautiful. What do you think, Duke? Hearing her question, he replied, it's fine. Devin made a suggestion. If you are satisfied, my lady, I will make this design in 5 different fabric colors. Selena was surprised. 5 fabric colors? Even if the colors change, wearing the same style might be a bit strange. Devin rubbed his head and laughed sheepishly. Well, the late Duchess did the same. Hearing that, she wondered why. Did the late Duchess like to wear things in a series? Devin quickly explained, it's not like that. She would just choose the one she liked the most depending on her mood and discard the rest. Selena secretly exclaimed, what crazy rich people. She closed her eyes and sank into her thoughts. In a class-based society, do the nobles live so extravagantly? It's truly beyond imagination. No, this isn't just extravagant, this is environmental pollution. In this hemisphere of the earth, people are suffering from piles of clothes. Even if you have a lot of money, is it okay to do that? She stretched. Let's protect the earth and the environment, people. Devin was still flustered and explained, I thought you would do the same. Or should I just make one set of this design? What are you saying? Kengshin said sternly, are you looking down on Lambert? Devin quickly replied, oh my, I didn't mean that at all. Kenzion ordered, make it in 7 fabric colors. Devin replied respectfully. He read out a series of fabric colors for Selena to choose from. Yes, yes. Red, yellow, orange, green, blue, indigo, violet, black, white, gold. How about 10 colors like these? Kanzion replied, that's fine. Selena was stressed listening to their conversation. She was startled and wanted to object. What do you mean, that's fine? She smiled lightly at Devin. No, don't do that. I think for each design, different colors suit it. Making so many of the same is just mass production. Devin looked at her with admiration. My lady, I'm so grateful that you recognize the true value of my design. She held up one finger and told him, so just make one set. Kingshan frowned and reminded her, Selena, that level of extravagance is the basic standard for a noble. She frowned at him, covering her mouth as she thought, is there a way to handle this according to common sense while still preserving Carrion's dignity? Suddenly, an idea popped into her head. Ah, I've got it. She turned to Kanzion and said, if you say so, then I'll be extravagant in a different way. Selena pointed her finger, winking at him. I think this is a very noble way to do it. Carrion tilted his head and looked at Selena, wondering, a noble way? What kind of way is that? Selena closed her eyes, flustered, trying to find a reason. She thought to herself, well, this was just a spur-of-the-moment idea. I'm not sure about the techniques here, but I'll give it a try. Suddenly, she had an idea. Selena pointed and said, from ancient times, nobles have always worn custom-made items, not mass-produced ones, right? Don't make too many. Just create one set, but pour all your heart and soul into it. For example, create a fabric that has never existed before. Crush small jewels and weave them with a thread to make the fabric. The threads are coated with gold and silver and used for the patterns on the fabric. A new idea about a fabric like that. She scratched her head and smiled sheepishly. That's probably not possible, right? Devin called out to her, my lady. He looked at her with eyes full of admiration. My lady, you're a genius. As expected, a beautiful person also knows how to create beauty. With that method, the fabric can shimmer with many brilliant colors. Selena was stunned. It's possible? Can I believe this? Devin approached her with some hesitation. However, this work requires a lot of manpower. So the cost of it. Carrion crossed his arms and replied generously, I will spare no expense. Devin was excited. Yes, my lord. Carrion ordered Devin, Lambert will provide you with gold, silver, and jewels. We depart for the capital in 20 days, so prepare 100 sets by then. All of them must be different designs. Hearing this, Selena was stunned and couldn't stop screaming in her head. 100 sets in 20 days? Are you trying to kill someone? Or is there some kind of factory system here that only I don't know about? Selena reached out her hand to stop him. Hey, are you okay? If you feel tired, just say so. Before she could finish, Carrion waved his hand. Just then, a servant from outside brought in a large bag. The bag was placed on the table, and the gold coins inside spilled out, sparkling enough to blind a person. Carrion spoke calmly, this is the deposit. Devin's eyes lit up at the sight of the pile of gold coins, his mouth agape as if it were about to fall off. David winked and gave him a thumbs up. That's enough. Selena was stunned for a second time. Ah, yes. She felt like she was going crazy. Crazy, completely crazy. In this region, from the nobles to the tailors, everyone is crazy. In Corion's study, a knock came from outside. It's me, Janet. Corion said, come in. He sat at his desk, facing Janet, who had just entered. Corion asked Janet, today is Selena's first etiquette lesson, right? How did it go? He looked at the silent Janet and thought to himself, a reaction like that probably means it didn't go well. He frowned slightly. I was prepared for it to be difficult to get used to in such a short time, but it will be hard to survive the ridicule of the nobility. Is it that serious? Is she terrible? Before Gorion could finish, Janet spoke up. She's a genius. Carrion couldn't help but be astonished. What? A genius? Janet affirmed with certainty, I'm sure she's never learned etiquette before. She has no habits or basic knowledge, but she has absorbed every lesson. even the complex and refined etiquette. Back to a few hours earlier, in the room, Selena sat straight with her arms crossed. She spoke to the person opposite her. "Why is it just the two of us?" Janet quickly replied, "That's because I will be teaching Lady Selena all the basic knowledge and etiquette of the nobility." Selena looked at Janet. "What about the Duke?" "We agreed to study together." Janet explained, "That will be done after Lady Selena completes her basic education." She frowned. "Is that so?" She thought, "Why does it have to be Janet? Even though she doesn't insult or annoy me, but—" Selena felt Janet's gaze on her. That gaze, I can feel the contempt in her eyes. "Selena, if you remember the look she gave you on the first day, she still hasn't let go of her hostility. If I'm really a candidate for the Duchess, she should have slowly let go of her pride by now." She said in a loud voice. I didn't expect Janet to come as a teacher. She replied with little concern, "It was the Duke's order. I was born the second daughter of the Merlin Baron family, so I have experience with the nobility in the capital." She looked at her with a stern gaze, her tone a clear warning. "After that, I was in charge of taking care of the late Duchess and attended countless social gatherings. With the etiquette I have acquired, I am qualified to teach you, my lady. Therefore, to not tarnish the reputation of the Duke's family of Lenbert, I hope you will do your best." She rested her chin on her hand and smiled to herself. All right, threatening her is better than kicking her out. Even if she's been learning etiquette her whole life, she can't be flawless. I just need to find her weak spot and press on it. At this point, Selena spoke up. "But what if I try my best and still can't learn?" Janet maintained her tone. "I will do my best to prevent that from happening." Selena continued, "But what if it still doesn't work?" She hesitated for a moment. "If that's the case—" Her face darkened, her eyes sharp as daggers. "I will do my best to handle it my way." Selena worried and couldn't help but wonder, handle it? What kind of handling? A stricter lesson, or a change in teaching method? Or maybe, she'll just get rid of me like a bird or a mouse that no one knows about. She bowed her head and smiled lightly. "All right, then I'll be in your hands." She returned to her serious demeanor. "This is exciting. It's been a while since I've felt this tense, so I should enjoy it. I'm an actress who has lived dozens of lives I've never experienced. This level of etiquette is like chewing gum." She quickly got to the main point. "Then I will begin the lesson. From now on, I will teach you each etiquette one by one. Each etiquette will be repeated 5 times. It seems you will find it difficult to memorize unfamiliar etiquette." Selena interrupted her. "There's no need for that." She propped her chin on her hand and smiled at her. "You don't like to waste both our time, do you? So just show me everything I need to remember all at once. That will be enough." She spoke in a very normal tone, but her words couldn't hide her contempt for her. The etiquette of an ordinary noble is not too complicated. But even for someone like me, who was born into a noble family, it's unavoidable to make mistakes. For a commoner like you, Lady Selena, do you think you can memorize it all in one go?" Selena's expression remained unchanged. "Of course. If I wasn't confident, why would I say that to you?" Hearing her words, she was momentarily speechless. Janet looked at Selena. "Very well." Her face darkened, her voice threatening. "However, if you can't do it properly, you will pay a heavy price for wasting the time of Lambert's head maid." Selena replied confidently, "As you wish." A moment later, Janet raised her eyebrows in amazement. She thought to herself, how can this person be like this? I really did as she said, demonstrating 50 movements, all in one go. Is she really that brilliant? Selena held the cup with one hand, and with the other, she lifted the teapot and slowly poured. Is this right? Janet's expression changed again. She couldn't believe it. Her posture, her breathing, the angle of her arms, even her fingers exude an air of elegance. She has even perfected the parts that weren't taught. She became flustered. There's nothing to correct. This is almost at the standard of the royal family. Selena lifted the teacup with a noble air. She looked at Janet. How is it? She pursed her lips. Perfect. Janet exclaimed when talking about Selena, she is so perfect that I can't even say she's a commoner. She understood that complex etiquette after seeing it just once. Carrion crossed his arms. Is that so? She bowed her head slightly. Therefore, I suspect she might have a different identity. Carrion was a bit surprised to hear that and quickly dismissed the thought. That's not possible. I can vouch for her identity. Carrion posed a question. So, do you think you'll be able to finish her training before we go to the capital? Janet replied seriously, I think it will be enough. Carrion announced, then from tomorrow, I will also join the lessons. Because I haven't really learned the skills of a noble, it wouldn't be bad to have the opportunity to learn. Janet replied, I understand. I'll see you tomorrow. Carrion allowed her to leave. All right, you may go. She replied respectfully, yes, my lord. Charon turned his head to look out the window. He stood up and walked to the window, looking down at Selena laughing and talking with the maids. He couldn't help but think she mastered such complex etiquette in just one day. There's a high chance I'll lose the bet. He curled his lips into a slight, expectant smile. What will her wish be? It was already dark. A gentle voice of a maid was heard. You're back, Lady Selena. You must be tired today. You just came back from your lesson with Janet, right? Selena quickly replied, oh, so the rumor has already spread. The maid held a teacup in her hand. Yes, everyone is very concerned about Lady Selena. Hearing that, Selena smiled and replied, is that so? What are people saying? The maid thought for a moment. Nothing much. Then she listed the flowery words people were saying about Selena. Things like, the lady is so beautiful. I see why the Duke is so infatuated with her. Things like that. Selena propped her chin on her hand, looking pleased. Oh my, is that so? Thank you. On the outside, she was pleased, but inside, Selena was thinking, the number of servants who look down on me must not be just one or two. She looked at the maid in front of her who was being friendly and became suspicious. But this maid is a bit strange. A servant who is careful in all her relationships. Sucking up to someone with an unclear background like me doesn't benefit her at all. Does she have some ulterior motive? I should keep an eye on her. Selena sighed and complained to her. I'm glad everyone likes me, but it seems Janet doesn't trust me very much. The maid covered her mouth in surprise and asked, oh my, why is that? She then imitated her words and actions. I will not let you go if you tarnish the reputation of the Lambert family. She said that while glaring at me like this. Hearing that, she giggled. Did she do that to Lady Selena too? She does that to the maids every day. Whatever Janet does, she always brings up the reputation. I don't know how the late Duchess could stand having her by her side. Selena asked back, the late Duchess? She crossed her arms and explained, although the lady came from a noble family, in Janet's eyes, the Duchess seemed to have many flaws. It said that she would follow the Duchess around and nag her, sometimes even hitting her. Hearing this, she gasped, it was that bad? How much did she nag? On the other hand, she also had many doubts. Is it normal to go that far with a superior? It's really strange. So, probably no one here has escaped Janet's nagging, right? The maid thought of the cold Duke and said nervously, no, there is one person. Compared to Janet, this person is even more frightening. Selena had already guessed who it was. That person. Even so, the Duke wouldn't argue about trivial things like Janet, right? The maid completely agreed. That's right. If he managed things directly, it wouldn't have gotten to this point. This is a secret. Selena giggled and replied, of course. She picked up her teacup and took a few sips. Meanwhile, Selena glanced at the maid and wondered if she was intentionally loose-tongued or if it was just her nature. I can probably learn a lot from her. I should keep her by my side. Selena made a friendly acquaintance with her. So, what's your name? We're about the same age, so I'll be in your care from now on. The maid clasped her hands together happily. My name is Junera. If you need anything, just let me know. You can even call me just to chat. Hearing that, she smiled happily. Thank you. I feel much better now. If that's the case, may I ask one more thing? Duna asked curiously, what is it? She hesitated shyly, well, don't think I'm weird or anything. It's just a bit of a sensitive topic. She laughed playfully, don't worry, just say it. Selena didn't beat around the bush and said directly, the other ladies say being disrespectful is death, being greedy as death, but who actually died? I hear this phrase so often, it doesn't seem like an empty threat. I was going to ask someone, but I might as well ask you. Duna seemed a bit worried upon hearing this. That. She had to pause and think for a long while. Duna anxiously made a suggestion. You can't tell anyone about this, okay? Not even Janet or the Duke. Selena nodded repeatedly in agreement. Okay. She touched her chin thoughtfully and said, actually, a month ago, the Duke's prospective fiancé passed away at the capital's residence. She asked back in surprise, the Duke already had a fiancé? Zuna waved her hand dismissively. Oh no, not a fiancé, just a prospective one. It was a political marriage, so they weren't lovers. Don't worry. She was probably just jealous because she was cute. Selena slowly replied, Did you see her yourself? Duna said proudly, Of course, I was brought to the capital to take care of her. She continued to probe, I see. What was she like? Was she beautiful? She replied, Well, not exactly beautiful. Her looks were just average and she looked gloomy, never said anything, and had a somber expression. Selena was surprised to hear this. She thought to herself, that's completely unexpected. The assessments of the same person are so different. One person says she was a demure and quiet girl with everyone. The other says the opposite, a gloomy and somber girl with everyone. The meaning is similar, but the nuance is completely different. Selena probed a little. It seems you, Yuna, didn't like her very much. She replied worriedly, Yes, I didn't like her at all. She asked again, Why? Why was that? Yuna looked cautious. Well, this is very, very secret. That girl in the capital was extremely promiscuous. While snow was lightly falling outside the castle, the conversation between Selena and Kanchan echoed. I'm here, Duke. You look very tired. Don't say that. I worked hard today too. Kanchan was sitting on the sofa, looking at some documents. He stopped to look at her. Was studying with Janet that tiring? Selena lay sprawled out, complaining. It was no joke. Even my breathing had to be controlled. It's crazy. If I did anything wrong, she would look at me like I was an insect. He replied calmly, Is that so? Janet even praised you. Selena immediately sat up and retorted, She praised me to you? Is she out of her mind? If I just looked the wrong way, she would look at me like I was a pile of dung. Kanchan said indifferently, It was that bad? She exclaimed, aggrieved, Of course, I'm exaggerating, but anyway. Was she like that with the Duke too? He replied to her question while looking at his documents. There's no way she would do that to me. Because Janet has never taught me directly. She looked at him, unconvinced. None of the other maids have this kind of knowledge lesson either. Even so, she acts like a cat playing with a mouse. She even treated the late Duchess that way. Kanchan looked at her grimly. She was like that with my mother too? She honestly told him everything. Yes, I talked to the maid Junera today to get some information. She said she would follow her around and interfere in every little thing. She frequently flaunted her authority. How disrespectful. How dare you not listen to me? I heard she was even hit. He didn't seem to mind much, seeming to downplay it. At that level, wasn't she just advising her on her behavior? The loyal head maid of the Landbird family can do that. She crossed her arms and pondered. Well, you could see it that way, but I think differently. Kanchan turned to ask curiously, How so? Selena pondered for a moment. She then looked at him and said at length, Don't forget that according to the contract, I have to return to my world. And listen carefully, looking back at what I've been through so far, I think we should follow the original terms of the contract. I mean Iroh. Perhaps the truth is that she committed suicide. I'm sorry to bring this up again at this time, but I need to be sure. If the contract is broken, the Duke's pride will be hurt, but then I won't be able to return to my world. He thought for a moment, then said, All right, I understand your point. So why do you think she wasn't murdered? Selena stated her judgment. I think the enemy isn't necessarily just on the outside. He immediately grasped the main point. You mean because of the excessive threats from Janet and those around her, the Baron's daughter took her own life? She replied, Yes. Kanchan also wanted to delve deeper into the issue. Explain it more clearly. Selena looked at him and thought to herself, good. He's not angry. Even if it's Janet, if she's no longer useful, he'll probably dismiss her. He'd do the same to me, right? It's heartbreaking. I want to go back quickly. She anxiously tapped her shoe and said, first, let's sort everything out from the beginning. If you decide to commit suicide, but it's because those around you pushed you to the brink, can that be called murder? Kangxin remained silent. She looked at him, tapping her fingers thoughtfully. She also felt sympathetic. He must be in a difficult position. If he says no, the culprit will disappear. On the other hand, if he says yes, he has to personally take revenge on someone whose hands are clean. It's a dilemma. A person in the position of a duke, selfishly seeking revenge on another family just for the sake of reputation, that would lead to war. Kangxin stopped his hand. He looked at her and said, I believe it was murder. She gently exhaled. Good. Then of course I will choose the people who bullied me to the point of giving up the position of Duchess and dying as the culprits. He crossed his arms and replied, and one of them is Janet, right? Selena raised her hand to analyze. Yes, and the second are the maids who served her in the capital. Janet said she would deal with you if you damaged Landbird's reputation. The maids spoke ill of her behind her back. On the surface, neither seems particularly special. She looked at him and presented her argument. From the Duke's perspective, that's true. Because you've never lived as self-consciously as Arrow. He asked, confused, self-consciously. Selena kept asking him questions for him to answer. Yes, self-consciously. Does the Duke waver when judged by others? No. If people say you're not likable, do you feel uncomfortable? No. If someone says you're rude and threatens to kick you out of Landbird, what then? It wouldn't matter. She then concluded, that's the difference. Because you have power, you don't need to care. But I and Arrow don't. Kangxin raised a question, but the Baron's family has power too. She immediately dismissed it, that's just what you think. From Arrow's perspective, she was always living in danger. The slightest scandal, even as small as a fingernail, would get her kicked out immediately. Selena's words made him fall into deep thought. She felt Arrow's pain and spoke for her with indignation. If she's kicked out, what about the Baron's family's reputation? She would think she single-handedly ruined her family's name. When people face rejection, they all think that way. She thought back to her original world. Just because of someone's words, I became an easy girl. They always whispered behind her back. Seo Jinha once went for drinks with the director, just the two of them. She could only think, hurt, I said it wasn't true. That baseless rumor ruined her career. Business partners canceled contracts because of the false rumors. Miss Selena has damaged the image of the work. You should be thankful we haven't sued you for damages. Jinha was extremely panicked at that time. What? Everything was a mess because of things she didn't do. If it keeps repeating, it will drive a person crazy. Just when I wanted to give up on everything, someone reached out to me, but what could Arrow do? She was controlled by evil people and couldn't speak up. As expected, there's no one to trust in this place. Selena angrily bit her lip. Kan Shuyan silently watched her reaction for a long time. He began to speak, wondering what words could have made her want to die so badly. She sat with her knees drawn up, deep in thought. We don't know, because we aren't Arrow. The important thing is that she felt threatened when told she would be sent away. Kan Shuyan replied, I don't care about any scandals. The deal with Baron Dian was simple. I give them money, and they provide me with a duchess who is practically non-existent. Selena calmly analyzed, then it isn't so difficult. What would happen if she felt like she existed? She pondered, for example. Recalling the information Yuna mentioned, that girl was notoriously promiscuous in the capital. Selena looked at him and concluded, like she partied so hard in the capital that there wasn't a single man she didn't flirt with. Kan Shuyan was silent for a long time before he slowly spoke. So what? What's the problem? Everyone lives like that. What's the big deal about 1 or 2 scandals for the Duchess of Landberg? Hearing this gave Selena a headache. I've said it many times. The Duke can get away with that. She said with a heavy heart, but because of someone's words. She was unwelcomed by everyone, with the servants whispering behind her back. She faced society's gossip and oppression wherever she went, only to be thrown out in the end. Even her family abandoned her. Her situation is extremely similar to Arrow's. Selena stood up in distress and shouted, "If you don't even have a place to stand, it's absolutely possible she'd think she's better off dead." After calming down, she stood before Kinshuyan. He was completely surprised by her reaction just now. Knowing she had been rude, Selena bowed her head. I'm sorry. Looking back, I got a little too emotional." She thought to herself, "I was too emotional, I need to calm down." Suddenly, a hand lightly touched her shoulder. He stood up and took Selena by the shoulders, startling her. "Your Grace." Kinshuyan gently reassured her, "No matter what rumors spread, whether they're true or false, I won't pay them any mind." She blushed as he continued, "This is the same for you, so no matter what anyone says, you must not lose confidence. Unless you run away first, I will not break the contract. Remember that." Kinshuyan looked at her and promised, "I will not abandon you." Selena was still dazed. "Yes." Suddenly, he thought for a moment. With a rustle, Kinshuyan slowly loosened his grip. Even so, he stood facing her and made a request. "While you are under contract with me, you are not allowed to have scandals with any other man." On a morning full of energy, Rosalind and Fiona said their goodbyes. "Well then, we'll see you in the capital, Your Grace." "See you in the capital." Fiona was overjoyed, clasping her hands and exclaiming, "To be personally seen off by the Duke, this Fiona." She was moved to tears, sharing, "I am very grateful for your kindness." Kinshuyan bluntly replied, "We just happened to run into each other on a walk." Yuna whispered into Selena's ear, "It's because she heard you were also going to the capital, so she's probably going ahead to prepare. Spreading rumors, preparing jewelry." Hearing this, Selena said without much enthusiasm, "Then I'll have to work hard too." Selena said her farewell, "Have a safe trip, Lady Fiona." She didn't reply, ignoring her and turning away. Selena chuckled to herself, "So cute." Selena also gave Rosalind a friendly farewell. "Lady Rosalind, have a safe trip as well. See you in the capital." She glanced at her for a moment. Then she slowly replied, "If that happens." Then she lowered the curtain and ordered her servant, "Let's depart." The two stood and watched the carriage slowly move away with a clatter. Selena thought about her words and nervously swallowed. Did she say, "If that happens"? Was that a threat to eliminate me before I reached the capital? She hugged Kinshuyan's arm tightly. She put on a fake expression and teased, so scary. "From today on, I'll have to stick even closer to you, Your Grace." He replied helplessly, "All right." Outside the room, a voice rang out, "We're finally studying together. I felt so lonely studying by myself before." Mrs. Janet, Selena, and Kinshuyan were sitting together. The woman spoke up, "There aren't many things the Duke needs to master. If you'd like to know, I'll focus on the easy ones." Sitting across from them, she snidely remarked, "Hey, what a difference in attitude." The woman began to lecture her again. "I told you that even when you have a complaint, you must show others that you are speaking politely." Selena provocatively replied, "This isn't a real situation, so why are you so rigid?" "I'm better in real-life situations anyway. I was bored in class before, but I still pretended not to know." Mrs. Janet didn't back down. "Even if it's not a real situation, you must pay attention and make it a habit." Suddenly, she stopped and glanced worriedly at Kinshuyan. She bowed her head and said, "Your Grace." He replied in disbelief, "You teach more strictly than I thought." Mrs. Janet made an excuse. "The etiquette for a lady and the etiquette you need to know are different, so I can't do otherwise." He asked again, "Why is that?" She struggled to cover it up. Well, that's because." Selena thought to herself, "Because of what? Don't you know the reason either, yet you go on and on about it. Truly unbelievable." She suddenly spoke up, "Well now, Mrs. Janet." Selena rested her chin on her hand and said with a smile, "Didn't I tell you I don't care about the position of Duchess?" The woman replied anxiously, "What?" Selena continued, "I said I don't care about it. I have no intention of living here for the rest of my life." I'll just live like this until I go back, so you only need to care a moderate amount. She laughed casually. There's no need to mold me into a duchess. I don't know if you do this with others, but no matter how much nobles maintain their image, they can still make mistakes like ordinary people. They can forget, and they can get overwhelmed from studying too much. If they're criticized for all of those things, how can they even breathe comfortably? Can Shuyan contemplated, so that's how it feels. The pressure is piling up. Since she's in front of me, this is probably just the tip of the iceberg. He sighed and said, just teach enough so that it doesn't greatly harm Landberg's reputation. Mrs. Janet immediately agreed. I understand. Selena felt immense disdain. Look at how obediently she listens to Shuyan. What's it all for? Is it because I'm a woman? He made a suggestion. I hear Selena learns very quickly. Since I also learned by watching others since I was young, we don't need to be so strict, and it'll be over soon. She replied, yes, Your Grace. From the moment the sun shone into the room until night fell, Selena laughed until she cried. What end quickly? The Duke is wrong again. She pointed at Shuyan and laughed. Even after studying for hours, when given the signal to meet on the rooftop, you replied with a challenge for a fierce duel. Where did you get the confidence to accept that bet? Mrs. Janet sighed and demanded she be serious. Lady Selena, please maintain your composure. Shuyan broke out in a sweat with embarrassment as she teased him. The only person Mrs. Janet needs to be strict with is you. He grumbled in frustration. This is really hard. You're saying everyone has to master this? She respectfully replied, of course, for ladies, it's a must. Among men, there are occasionally some who aren't proficient. Shuyan asked in confusion, if that's the case, then those people must have been openly mocking me to my face. He thought of the group of noble women huddled together, laughing freely at unspeakable things that would get their heads chopped off if said aloud. Mrs. Janet answered frankly, fortunately, you know now. Selena joked. What a shame, I've lost the chance to tease the Duke of Landberg anymore. I guess I can only do this. She suddenly raised her hand and flicked her pinky finger. Pop. The Duke is an idiot. Shuyan frowned and replied, I know that one now. She asked cheerfully, oh my, is that so? What about this one? She rapidly gestured with her hand. We choose a room. He grimaced and thought for a moment. The two wrestled back and forth using sign language. There are many rooms, just pick a comfortable one. Not comfortable, but comfortable. Just pick a comfortable one. Alone. Then it will be empty. Then you should exercise to make it less empty. Exercise? In the forest? Translating up to this point, Shuyan was so startled he spat out his drink. Janet spoke up to remind her, Lady Selena. She quickly found a loophole. What's wrong? In high society, this could possibly be a secret, right? I'm teaching the Duke, aren't I? As an expert. He sighed, conceding defeat. The bet, you win. Shuyan had a headache dealing with her. I'll grant your wish, so can you please stop? Selena replied nonchalantly, of course you have to grant my wish. If you don't learn more, how will you receive my combat signals? She continued to gesture flexibly with her hands. The woman in the red dress, looking hostile in that direction. Cashin stammered as he tried to translate. Woman wears, dress, red, in that direction, in a banana tree? As he spoke, he imagined a terrifying octopus demon woman. She shouted angrily, that's not what I meant. He buried his face in his hands in agony. Can't you do it alone? Selena tried to persuade him, don't say that. If you don't accompany me and solidify my position, how can I infiltrate high society? Shuyan let out a sigh. Without hesitation, she urged him on. I know you hate it to death, but you just have to practice. Come on, look here. The two continued to practice their hand gestures smoothly. Don't look at others, just look at me. Okay. You're lying. Let me prove it to you. Not prove, but prove. Let me prove it to you. How? Shuyan suddenly stood up, catching her attention. He held out his hand, using his handsome face to persuade her. With my body. Selena blushed and looked at him in shock. And Mrs. Janet, standing beside them, didn't understand a thing. Huh? He turned to her and said, "Mrs. Janet, the communication lesson is over. Can we start the dance lesson? I'm quite confident in this." Selena blushed, her heart pounding as she praised him internally. Oh my God, so decisive. Why is he suddenly so proactive? Kinshian extended his hand to help her up. You've learned to dance before, right? Selena slowly stood up. Not yet. I know a little bit of pop dance. He tilted his head back proudly. Then this time, it's my turn to teach you. The two stood facing each other as he gave a polite, gentle bow. If you're escorted to the middle of the hall like this, you must first greet each other. Selena nervously lifted the hem of her dress. She gracefully held both sides of her dress and curtsied. Like this, right? He replied gently, that's right. Kinshian took her hand. He gently placed a kiss on Selena's hand. Then he looked at her with affectionate eyes. Seeing the scene made her extremely shy, her face turning bright red. Selena was so embarrassed that steam seemed to rise from her head as she struggled internally. Why is he suddenly so incredibly handsome? My goodness, it's so hot in this room. Stop thinking about it. If I keep this up, he'll know I'm flustered. Has he already realized? He smiled, watching her reactions. She thought he's realized. I get teased every day, but I'm still not immune. Please don't say anything and just let it go, let it go, let it go. Selena spoke up nervously. Next, what should I do next? Kinshian silently tried to hold back his laughter. He kindly supported her hand, guiding her step by step. The basic steps are like this. You don't need to remember a pattern, just follow the man's lead. Selena sighed in relief internally. He let it go, thank goodness. She replied softly, yes, yes, like this. The two moved slightly. Kinshian told her, let's try again. He put his arm around Selena's small waist. His hand gently lifted hers. The two danced together, step by step. Suddenly, Kinshian asked her, confused, aren't you moving? Selena replied awkwardly, yes, of course. Kinshian said nothing and took a small step, trying to lead her. Selena followed his body's lead, lightly turning and moving. In the luxurious room, she couldn't help but exclaim internally, he's so handsome. Big eyes, a high nose, even a high forehead. His eye color is beautiful too, and so clear. And of course, she only thought this to herself. No, what am I thinking? I've been staring at him for too long. Get a grip, Selena. First, let's change the subject. She stammered, so, can I tell you my wish? He hummed in agreement. Selena spoke honestly, actually, it's not that big of a deal. I want to call you by an intimate name. We're in a romantic relationship, so a little more affection. Kinshian, who always indulged her, cut in before she could finish, as you wish. Selena didn't seem to have considered he would agree. She was stunned. Huh? Really? Kinshian repeated, yes. She was bewildered. You don't care what I call you? Is it okay to call you something really cute? Kinshian, is that okay too? Kinshian was speechless at this point, but he was in too deep to back out. He reluctantly replied, since it's your wish, I'll endure it. He thought to himself, hesitation? I already promised and I'm still hesitating. Seeing this, Selena was secretly overjoyed. He still keeps his promises to me, even though nobody would say anything if he did as he pleased because he didn't like it. I never expected this. He's really someone who's harder to understand the more you get to know him. I thought all men were the same. Upright instead of rude, polite instead of shy, and extremely careful with his attitude when dealing with a woman he doesn't know. He's better than I thought. After dancing for a while, Kinshian suddenly stopped. The two unconsciously looked at each other for a long time. Kinshian slowly moved closer to her. Just then, Selena suddenly asked him, so, we're done, right? Kinshian was startled. Huh? Yes. She stretched comfortably, to his surprise. We did pretty well without music. The Duke is a surprisingly good dancer, so it was fun. He asked her blankly, you said it was fun? Selena replied matter-of-factly, yes, what's wrong? Don't other people find it fun? I guess I'm the only one who finds it fun. Seeing her bright, sun-like smile, Kim Soo-yeon's body felt as cold as if it had sunk into an icy pit. A dark memory returned, a cold woman telling him, "So you dance just like him. Like a wooden puppet. It's not fun at all." But then, her image overshadowed those dark patches. "I guess I'm the only one who finds it fun." Selena noticed his long silence and called out, "Your Grace." Kim Soo-yeon was startled. "Huh?" She asked cheerfully, "How was I? I danced pretty well, right?" But in his eyes, there was only her smile and 1,000 questions. "I guess I'm the only one who finds it fun." He held his head in frustration. "What's wrong with me? I'm not thinking straight anymore." Selena insisted on getting feedback and asked again, "Did I not dance well?" "What do you think, Mrs. Janet?" "I've never heard anyone say I dance badly." She quickly agreed with her. "Yes, my lady, you did very well." Meanwhile, Kim Soo-yeon became even more troubled. "That's right. This is just because Selena is good at everything. It's me who finds it strange, because she mastered both etiquette and dancing in one go." He turned and left in frustration. "Today's class is over, right? I'm going inside to rest." Selena waved cheerfully. "You've worked hard, Your Grace." Janet also bowed properly. "Yes, Your Grace. Please have a safe walk." Before he left, Selena smiled brightly and teased, "Today was a lot of fun, Kim Soo-yeon." Kim Soo-yeon turned back stunned. The corner of his mouth unconsciously lifted into a slight smile. Kim Soo-yeon quietly mumbled, "Yes, you did well too." A few days later, the warm sunlight shone gently on the windowpane. Selena stood with her arms crossed, looking around. She told herself, "Good. The training for dealing with the aristocracy is over. The luggage is all bought." The tailor really did finish 100 dresses in 20 days and delivered them. She mumbled, "Anyway, I'm just like the leader of this region, inhumane." Despite the many ups and downs, the preparations are complete. Finally, tomorrow is the day we leave for the capital. Selena realized, "Today, before I leave, I still have something to take care of." She called out Yuna. She replied immediately, "Yes, my lady." "You called for me." Selena smiled apologetically. "Packing my luggage must have been tough for you. There are so many jewels and dresses." But the maid replied cheerfully, "Oh my, not at all, my lady. This is my job. Anyway, since we're about to go to the capital, you must be very nervous. Let me make you a cup of tea." Selena agreed. "Would that be all right?" "Thank you." Yuna turned to go outside to prepare a drink for Selena, while she silently watched her movements. Selena considered it carefully. As expected, her stealthy approach skills are not to be underestimated. We haven't known each other for long, but she's already acting unusually close. She's taken it upon herself to do all the manual labor, as if she's become my manager. At that moment, the maid finished making the tea and brought it over. Selena smiled warmly, "Thank you." But in her heart, she was analyzing. Yuna was also one of the maids who followed Arrow to the capital. Perhaps she was also close to Arrow, just like she's getting close to me now. Although Arrow was a noble, her family was small and needed financial support, so she couldn't have been comfortable in the northern Duke Kim Soo-yeon's castle. In a situation where Kim Soo-yeon, the man who was to be her husband, paid her no attention and she was constantly criticized by Mrs. Janet, what would happen if a maid appeared by her side in such a mentally oppressive environment? Arrow would probably share everything with that maid. But then, she spoke such bitter words about Arrow. As expected, Yuna is also a suspicious individual who indirectly killed someone. Even if the trivial things she did didn't directly cause death, it's highly likely she contributed to this murder without even knowing it. But outwardly, she still asked the maid, "Yuna, have you finished packing your luggage?" She answered honestly, "No, I haven't heard anything. Mrs. Janet is in charge of arranging the servants." Selena was incredulous. "Oh my, is that so? You said you've been before." She replied, "That time was because Lady Arrow specifically requested it." Taking a sip of tea, she analyzed the maid's answer. Yuna is not on the list to go to the capital. This at least shows she's not one of Mrs. Janet's subordinates. But first, I need to get Yuna to the capital. If I can't catch her, I can still order her to do other things. With that thought, Selena enthusiastically suggested, "I'll tell Mrs. Janet." "So, will you follow me?" She was also excited. "Really? Thank you. I'm so thrilled." She was elated. "Me too. Let's go to the capital together." Yuna smiled with her eyes crinkled. "Then I'll go back and pack my things." Selena waved her hand, dismissing the maid. All right. She laughed heartily inside. "Go ahead. You must do the things you've done before. If you stab me in the back, I might just catch a big clue." Night fell and Selena slowly approached the window. She stood still, gazing at the silent night scene outside. Finally, tomorrow, we set off for the battlefield. The next morning, a line of carriages followed one another. The sound of clattering echoed from outside. Inside the carriage, Selena and Kenshuyan sat opposite each other, but said nothing. She rested her chin on her hand and looked out, bored. So boring. Hours have passed, but the scenery is still the same. And Kenshuyan wasn't the type to start a conversation first. This is no different from traveling alone. "I'm bored to death." Kenshuyan closed his eyes, the sunlight shining on his handsome face. He flipped a page, making a rustling sound. Selena couldn't stand it and spoke first. "Your Grace, what are you looking at?" Kenshuyan replied, "Statistics and research analysis on the current state of dense urban population concentration and policies for population distribution to local areas." That was it. He said nothing more, looking at another paper. She answered stiffly, "Ah, yes." The space fell silent again, with only the rustling of paper. Seeing him move to another page, she asked, "What about now?" Kenshuyan tersely replied, "A research report on a project to minimize heat loss in the water conduction system from hot springs." Selena could only say, "Ah, yes." A moment later, she thought of another question. "What is that research about?" This time, he looked up at her and asked, "Are you curious?" Seeing that he was willing to talk to her, her eyes sparkled. "Yes, I'm extremely curious. Right now I'm a little sore, otherwise I'd be curious enough to count the hairs on your head." Kenshuyan looked at her and replied, "I can't help you with that, but it's strange. You're curious about a research report." Selena was excited. "So what is it?" "I'm so excited to have something to kill time with." Hearing this, Kenshuyan took out a map and explained, "Look here. Landberg is the territory that includes the northern, eastern, and western parts of the continent. Because of this, the southern part can engage in economic trade with other countries." Selena exclaimed, "It's so vast, like a floating lid." Then he pointed to a place on the map. "Yes, and above the territory is the Seduce mountain range, which is a land of magical beasts that humans cannot enter. It's near the place where I found you." Selena remembered the terrifying memory that the most dangerous one was him, and slowly replied, There are many dangerous magical beasts there." Kenshuyan pointed to another spot. "The only place humans can live is below that mountain range. Among them, the best place to live is the Silenka region in the north, because there are hot springs flowing through this area." She understood the issue. So that's why it's still very warm here in the winter." He explained flatly, "Underneath all the land in Silenka, there is a hot water conduction system, and hot water is delivered to every single house." She teased, "So the capital is a boiler? Is it even habitable?" He repeated, confused, "A boiler." Kenshuyan looked down at the documents again. "That's how it is, the place I used to live. Anyway, I've lived well until now. The population is increasing. The borders of Silenka are also tending to expand, so a policy is needed to ensure the water temperature is maintained even when conducted over long distances." Selena understood. "I see, it's like running a country." Kenshuyan corrected her, "It's almost like a country, because the central government doesn't interfere completely." She asked in surprise, What about taxes?" He patiently replied, "Landberg is a special region of the kingdom, so it's exempt from taxes." At this point, Selena asked, "If it's at that level, why don't you just separate and become an independent country?" Kenshuyan immediately refuted, "However, there are many other problems, and the army is also divided." Seeing him hesitate a little, she prompted, "And?" The Duke answered, "It's also a hassle." She froze at that answer. She replied stiffly, for the Duke, that's a real possibility. Were none of the previous dukes enthusiastic about their work? Kinshian sighed. Among all the dukes, I'm recognized as the most enthusiastic. Selena was helpless. She thought, so that arrogant attitude is hereditary. If only it had been diluted a bit. Kinshian continued, once a year is already very troublesome now. If it becomes a country, there will be so many things to do. Before the Crown Prince's appointment, there weren't so many troublesome things like this. She was confused. Why does the Crown Prince cause such a fuss every year? He thought for a moment, then replied, it's because Crown Prince Lo Sung feels insecure about his position. Every year on this occasion, he tries to pull nobles to his side. She could only exclaim, ah. In her head, she judged, are they also acting out a palace drama of power struggles here? At this point, Selena exclaimed, that's really a nuisance. He must be very ambitious for the Duke's power. It's like, just keep attacking and we'll be fine. As long as the sky doesn't fall or the Duke doesn't disappear, we'll keep harassing them. He replied nonchalantly, let's go with that. Suddenly, she had an idea. Wait a minute. Come to think of it, from the Crown Prince's perspective, it would be better for Kinshian to die than to lose his power. He has no brothers or heirs, so once Kinshian dies, he will gain a huge territory and fortune. Could it be that to prevent Kinshian from having an heir, he killed the previous fiancée and is now taking steps to do it again? If that's true, aren't Kinshian and I walking right into the tiger's den? At this point, Selena voiced her suspicion. Could the Crown Prince also be a suspect? The Duke tacitly agreed. Even if he didn't do it directly, I think it's hard to escape involvement. She pursed her lips and thought, it seems Kinshian isn't clashing with the aristocracy, but with the political world. It would be nice if this were a misunderstanding, but it doesn't seem to be. The female lead sighed. As expected, we need to renegotiate my fee. He accepted. Fine, you can have as much as you want. After talking for a while, the two had passed through the forest and could see buildings. At a tall building. As soon as the carriage stopped, someone came out to greet them. Your Grace, we've arrived at Danfio. Kinshian's voice came from inside, all right, wait a moment. But then a series of loud noises came from inside the carriage. Thuds, a crash, a thud. Then silence. The person outside was confused. A thud? Your Grace. A terrified scream. The person outside immediately realized something was wrong. Dion hurriedly threw the door open. Is something wrong? The two inside were frozen. Selena was underneath Kinshian, their clothes in disarray, with beads of sweat on their faces. She stammered shyly, well, the thing is, hello. I'm sorry, but the door, could you please close the door? Rewind to 30 minutes earlier. Selena was surprised. Oh my, have we finished the journey already? Where are we? He answered, this is a rest stop. We'll eat and stay here for the night. The carriage rumbled along. She looked out excitedly. At first, I thought we would be eating and sleeping in the carriage. So that's not the case? What a relief. He reassured her, there are inns along the way, so we'll stop at them. Don't worry. She leaned her whole body out of the carriage. What am I worried about? I can sleep well anywhere, so I don't really care. Then she exclaimed, someone's looking. She sat back down and asked him, wait, there are people? Are they here to welcome the Duke? He said softly, yes. She frantically fixed her hair and appearance. You only tell me when we're almost there. What am I supposed to do? I don't even have any makeup on. Let's see, fix my dress and tie up my hair. Seeing her like this, Kinshian was a little speechless. Selena looked at the dress and complained, I can't put this on by myself. Your Grace, what are you standing there for? Come and help me a bit. Pull it up like this, right here. He followed her instructions. Like this, and then what? At that moment, a voice called from outside. Your Grace, we've arrived. He replied, wait a moment. Kinshian's clumsiness made her frantic. No, not tied on that side, you have to tie it on this side. Oh my God, you can't even do that? You're making it even more of a mess. The female lead said while rummaging through her things, let's see, where's the hair tie? Being scolded, he replied matter-of-factly, "It's not like I've ever had a reason to adjust a woman's dress." She said sarcastically, "Oh, what an honor." She reminded him, "Not like that, tighten it a bit more." Hearing this, he tightened the belt, causing Selena to stumble and cry out in pain. Then came a series of loud noises and a crash. She fell to the floor, with the Duke pinning her down with his hands. Selena blamed him. "Hey, why did you pull so hard?" "I fell." He stammered, I'm sorry. You told me to tighten it a bit." The knight outside was also worried. "Is something wrong?" Then he opened the door with a loud bang. That was the reason for the awkward situation earlier. Dion froze, his mouth still hanging open. Selena, covered in sweat, stammered, "Well, the thing is, hello. I'm sorry, but could you please close the door? If possible, please call a maid to help me with my clothes." The knight was so embarrassed he couldn't speak. He quickly slammed the door shut, making the female lead freeze. With great difficulty, the two finally made it into the inn and sat down to eat. She chewed her food intently, neither of them saying a word. As she ate, she was stared at by the maids, screaming internally, this is so embarrassing." Selena dejectedly thought, "We've only just begun, and I've already encountered such a shameful incident." Even though everyone tacitly understands that the Duke and I are in that kind of relationship, it's still mortifying. She reminded herself, "No, I can't. Don't be shy. I'm a professional. I have to turn this situation around. Since they've already seen that embarrassing side of me, I might as well go all in." "Thicken your skin, Selena." She glanced at the maids. "Good, it seems there are no spies from the aristocracy planted here." Selena winked at the Duke, signaling him to get ready. He didn't understand what was happening. Immediately after, she laid down on Kenshuyan's lap, creating a very intimate and affectionate pose for the two of them. He looked at her, confused, not knowing what she was planning to do. The beautiful female lead winked and whined coquettishly. Everyone was petrified by the action and sound she had just made. She started to get into character, her eyes sparkling, her lips pouting cutely as she whined, "Shuyan, Kangsuyan, Selena wants to eat that." The Duke was stunned by that name. "Shuyan." He darkened his face and gestured with his hand. "What kind of stun are you pulling?" She also gestured back in a way only they understood. "I warned you beforehand. No matter what crazy things I say or do, you have to cooperate." She whined, dragging out her voice. "Hurry up, I'm so hungry." Kenshuyan pursed his lips and looked at her helplessly, picking up a fork to get her some food. After being fed by him, she smiled with her eyes crinkled and praised, so delicious." Being fed by Shuyan really makes it taste so much better. Seeing him cooperate, she got more into character. "Darling, cut me a piece of that steak." "No, not like that. Not that one either." That's the one." "No, a little smaller." He did everything she asked. "I know." The servants were shocked, thinking in disbelief, "She dares to order the Duke around like that?" Noticing the servants' fear, she laughed to herself. "This is going according to plan. I need to surprise them even more, make them gasp in shock. The more I do this, the more it benefits me." She remembered when the Duke had firmly asserted to her, "I will not throw you away." She thought, although Kenshuyan said those flashy words, they don't hold any real weight. At least while I'm in this world, I have to equip myself so that Kenshuyan can't easily break the contract. Selena pictured herself holding a chain wrapped around the Duke's neck while she laughed arrogantly. I really need the shackles of the eyes around Kenshuyan." She remembered that while in this world, she had to equip herself so Kenshuyan couldn't easily break the contract. When the servants had all left, he asked, "Why did you suddenly do that just now?" "I told you that within Landberg territory, you don't need to go that far." She crossed her arms in dissatisfaction. "We have to practice our acting before we leave the territory. Once we get to the capital, I won't be able to signal you to prepare using aristocratic dialogue anymore, you understand." Kenshuyan pouted. "Even so, didn't I react quite well this time? You said you wanted to eat something, and I quickly fed it to you." She admitted, "That's true." Then Selena complained again, "But your expression was like you were chewing on crap." If you do that in front of the aristocracy, won't rumors immediately start that I'm about to be kicked out of Landberg? He felt guilty. I'll do better next time. She grumbled while poking him. Oh my God, I'm sure you'll do great. I've only acted with you once or twice. You're always messing up one way or another. With your current state, do you think your acting skills will improve when we get to the capital? Is acting that easy? You need to practice regularly. Just think that in reality, you haven't even met 50% of the requirements. Can Shuyin sighed helplessly. I don't have the ability to improvise like you do. How can I practice that? Selena crossed her arms and said, if talking is too difficult, you can practice actions. You have to greet people. Even if you die, never speak empty words. Who knows, a man of action might suit the Duke. He asked with difficulty, so what action should I take? She continued, it's simple. The Duke just has to stand next to me and show everyone a look that says I'm drop-dead gorgeous. He asked, confused, a look that shows you're drop-dead gorgeous? Selena smiled brightly like a flower. Think about it. What's a normal person's reaction when they see something beautiful? Luckily, you have someone as beautiful as me here to practice with. How do you feel when you look at me? Seeing that look of hers, the Duke tersely said, well, beautiful. Hearing this, she patiently asked further, anything else? He began to analyze. You have a full forehead, even eyebrows, big eyes. Selena excitedly asked for more, yes, what else? Can Shuyin seriously described every detail? A high nose, a slender and long neck, even your fingernails are beautiful. Your eyes are large and dark, which stands out even more against your fair skin. She smiled with her eyes crinkled. Yes, so how does that make you feel? In her head, she thought, being praised to my face like this is making me shy. The Duke replied succinctly, beautiful. The female lead went crazy, clutching her head and screaming, we've come this far, and you're still back at square one? She scolded, beautiful isn't a feeling, it's a perception of fact. So, what do you feel through that beauty? He calmly interrupted her, it's beautiful. He spoke words from his heart that left her stunned. You are beautiful. You are very beautiful. I can't think of anything else besides that. Selena opened her mouth to say something, but then she bowed her head and covered her face. Oh, really? Seeing her reaction, he asked cautiously, did I do something wrong? She replied, no, it's just. Her hands covered her face, but her reddened ears betrayed her. It would be great if you could do exactly this in real life. At that moment, a servant knocked on the door. Sir, the bath is ready. She thought to herself, thank goodness. Just when the atmosphere was getting awkward. Then she seized the opportunity to say, the bath is ready. Shall we stop practicing and take a bath? He replied, all right. The two, wearing bathrobes, went to another room and pushed open the door. The scene before her made her freeze. Oh no, what is this? Are you people crazy? I was just relieved to have escaped an embarrassing situation, and now there's another one? Selena, drenched in sweat, screamed internally. Two people using the same bathroom? And Yuna winked as if to say, I went to a lot of trouble for this, my lady. Two maids held her hands, leading her as if escorting a prisoner. Lady Selena, this way. Selena smiled helplessly and awkwardly. I'm going crazy. Why waste effort on such a useless thing? I can't show that I don't like it. I'm sure Kenshian will say something. Behind the screen, Kenshian had already started to undress. At that moment, Selena's face changed, 1,000 questions popping up in her head. What is that? Why is he taking off his clothes as if nothing's wrong? Am I the only one who's embarrassed? I'm standing right next to him, and the screen is so thin, yet he doesn't seem to care at all. She was stunned, her mouth agape. Aren't you aware that we're a man and a woman? This is so annoying. Selena was angry but couldn't say it out loud. A maid spoke up. I'll start massaging your shoulders now. Selena quickly grabbed her hand. Wait. The maid was confused. Yes? Did you call for me, my lady? Selena stood on the other side of the screen, feigning annoyance and reprimanding. My lover is standing right here. I don't like another woman touching the Duke's body in a place where I can hear everything so clearly. All of you get out. The other maid was flustered by this. Then, what about the service? Selena peeked half her face over the screen, her voice dark as she emphasized each word. No need to serve. Go, Your Grace, the Duke. Kan Shuyan raised an eyebrow, looking threatened. He immediately ordered, all of you, get out. The maids exited, and the door to the room closed. Well, now what am I supposed to do? Kan Shuyan sighed. Selena tightened her belt, calmly saying, I'll help you. He was incredulous. You? Selena asked him as she was already stepping over to his side. Yes, I'm coming over, okay? On Kan Shuyan's side, the continuous splashing of water could be heard. He flusteredly tried to stop her. Wait a minute. Selena saw something and was astonished, stunned. Kan Shuyan was sitting in the bathtub, the water on his body enhancing the appeal of his firm muscles. Selena secretly admired him. Wow, his body really is beautiful. Kan Shuyan shyly stammered, I told you to wait a minute. She didn't pay much attention, smiling. Your Grace. He replied, yes. Selena's hand gently stroked his shoulder as she complained, I'm standing right next to this thin partition, and you let another woman touch your body? You're too much. Kan Shuyan looked a bit concerned, giving her a strange look. He closed his eyes and asked doubtfully, You're not planning to do anything strange, are you? Selena took a towel and answered nonchalantly, I don't have any strange intentions. He was startled when she placed the towel on his shoulder. Selena's face was gentle as she softly washed Kan Shuyan's back. He was tense, unable to help but swallow. Why are you so stiff? A moment ago, you were stripping off your clothes as if I didn't exist. What would the maids think if you paid me no mind like that? Feeling his nervousness, Selena spoke up to tease him. It seems the Duke doesn't see me as a woman. She suddenly leaned down and whispered in his ear, startling Kan Shuyan, his face turning bright red. He panicked and quickly pushed her away. Okay, I was wrong just now. Selena, having successfully teased him, laughed to herself. So you've finally come to your senses. Maybe I should stop teasing him. If I overdo it, it will look like I'm threatening him, not seducing him. She cheerfully suggested, I know, I won't say any more. But we need to fake the scene to have an excuse for the maids who were just kicked out, so. Selena reached out her hand towards Kan Shuyan, her voice full of calculation. Just bear with it a little longer. Seeing her like this, he was terrified. What are you going to do now? Outside the bathroom, the maids stood on either side of the door, maintaining a respectful posture. Suddenly, strong and moaning sounds came from the room, surprising them. Selena's voice rang out, How do you like it? Do you like it here or here? Kan Shuyan panted, I like it all. The maid standing closest to the door's face darkened, feeling embarrassed for the two of them. They can hear everything out here, this lovey-dovey couple. Contrary to what they thought, the scene inside was completely innocent. Selena was massaging Kan Shuyan. Her eyes sparkled. Am I doing a good job? He, lying on the floor, also praised her. Yes, you're doing a great job. Let's continue in our room, shall we? Are you still okay? Selena whined, You have to carry me back to the room. Because of you, my whole body has turned to jelly. Kashin confidently replied, What's so difficult about that? The other maid's face darkened, her inner voice screaming those two. The door to the room opened, revealing a strong back in the misty steam. Kan Shuyan carried Selena princess style, both their faces flushed, creating a misunderstanding. He asked, Which way is my room? The maid bowed her head. Yes, the Duke's room is to the left, and Miss Selena's room is the last one on the right. Kan Shuyan deduced, the two rooms are in completely different directions. Was this also arranged by Mrs. Janet? She looked at him with pitiful, sparkling eyes and whined, Selena is so tired. Can we just go to the Duke's room? The other maid quickly tried to stop Kan Shuyan from listening to her. Because the room is a bit small, Mrs. Janet has, Your Grace. Before she could finish, he walked right past her, carrying Selena to his room. The maid's jaws dropped as they watched the couple walk away. They couldn't react in time, still frozen even after the two were out of sight. A moment later, they came to their senses and started buzzing with gossip. Amazing, he just ignored Mrs. Janet. It seems the Duke didn't even know he was ignoring her. Well, the Duke is on her side, so that's why he did it. What's happening? Didn't they have a bad relationship? In the past, all the women who got close to the Duke were treated horribly by her. But this time it's different, isn't it? She's amazing, really. Selena turned her head to look at them buzzing with excitement and smiled smugly. A while later, in Kenshuyun's bedroom, Selena's excited voice rang out. Wow, amazing! Well done, Kenshuyun. He looked at her doubtfully. I did well. Selena was excited, her face beaming. Yes! From now on, let's just do it that way. As long as you're the only one who knows it's a lie, it's fine. That's right, because we just need to make everyone misunderstand. From now on, I'll help you get into character this way. Let's see, I'll massage you a little harder. Then tomorrow morning when I wake up, I'll complain that because of the Duke, my whole body is sore. What will you say then? She put her hand on her forehead, pretending to be tired. Kenshuyun played along, his expression affectionate, as he supported her waist. I'm so sorry, I told you not to overdo it. I'll say that. Selena was satisfied with this answer and clapped her hands in delight. Exactly. The two practiced stretching exercises together. He struggled a bit, unable to touch his toes. Shall we stretch a bit before bed? In contrast to him, Selena performed it easily. I already taught you the exercise you didn't know. Let's practice together. She blew a kiss. Next question. If I say, we were so passionate last night, you'll say. Kenshuyun rested his chin on his hand, playing along perfectly. Thanks to you, I got to experience a new position. Can I say that? Selena cheered with joy. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. From now on, we'll do it like this, understand? She clasped her hands together, looking at him with expectant eyes. Kenshuyun was also made to laugh by her. Are you that happy? Selena rubbed her head and turned away, avoiding his intense gaze. Of course. The Duke's acting is terrible. No, because guiding you in acting is a bit difficult. Anyway, we now have a direction. Because we've found the perfect way to deceive everyone. Therefore, from now on, we are invincible. She clenched her fist, full of determination, as if a fire was burning brightly. The afternoon of the next day, at the second rest stop. Janet showed no emotion, her face exuding a stern aura. She bowed slightly and asked for Kenshuyun's permission. Sir, may I have a word with Lady Selena? Hearing this, she glanced over. Selena swallowed and forced a smile, feeling anxious. I thought I was invincible. Can I defeat this person? She had a slight loss of faith in her own abilities. Selena crossed her arms, frowning in annoyance. I'm right in front of you, yet you're asking the Duke? Janet ignored her and replied casually, it's not convenient. She looked at the woman but nodded to Kenshuyun. Receiving the signal, he closed his eyes, sighed, and said, Go. She turned and left. I'll be right back. What had to happen has happened. She must have heard something from the maids yesterday. I will definitely not lose today. With a determined heart, she walked on. The two stopped in the hallway, facing each other. Janet maintained her stern expression. I hope that from today onwards, you two will use separate rooms. She remained calm. I am only thinking of the honor of the ducal family of Landberg as a member of the family. Selena just gave a faint smile. You're not just thinking, you're also speaking. If necessary, you might even take action, right? Janet seemed to be threatening her. As I said before, if necessary, I can use my own methods. Selena's voice was full of challenge. So, what kind of methods are you planning to use on me? She replied, that depends on Lady Selena's actions. She thought, this is exactly how you treat a child. Even though I did it on purpose, you don't have the right to treat me like a child. Selena asked casually, by what right? Janet gradually fell into the trap she had set. Am I not Lady Selena's etiquette teacher? Selena reminded her of her limits. Then you just need to teach well. Don't interfere in everything like this. Janet reasserted her role. If my lady cannot follow what she has learned, I will teach her until she does. She raised a hand to cover her smiling mouth. Oh my, that's ridiculous. How long are you going to teach me? The woman closed her eyes and bowed her head slightly. I must provide support until Lady Selena's words and actions no longer harm the honor of the ducal family of Landberg. At this point, Selena propped a hand on her hip, a mocking expression flashing across her face. I'm not asking about the time, but the scope. How far are you going to teach me about my actions? My sleeping position, my posture in the bathroom, or even the positions I should take with the Duke in bed. Are you going to teach me each and every one? Janet clenched her trembling fist. I must remind you, at the very least, you should not spread such rumors. Selena exposed the thought behind her words. And so? Are you really just reminding me? You said that if I don't listen to you, you'll use other measures. That's not a reminder, that's a threat, isn't it? Janet sighed. I'm very sorry if you took it that way, but I think you shouldn't have acted like that in the first place. She smiled brightly, her voice firm. I don't like it. What you want is for me to not do sleazy things with the Duke, right? I have to keep my distance, sleep separately. But I don't like that. All her thoughts were exposed by Selena. Hearing this, Janet trembled with anger. Her always serious face now became ugly. You're by the Duke's side, yet you don't think of his honor? Unbelievable. Selena feigned disappointment. Now I don't believe you can do it either. I should thank you for overestimating me. Is it only when I say or do something that people will judge the Duke? Do you see the Duke as a child? If I cause trouble, the Duke will know and put an end to it with me. Why is the head maid making such a big deal out of it? Janet reiterated her duty. My duty is to manage the things he cannot handle. Selena found a loophole in her statement and immediately retorted, that doesn't mean anything. Your positions are completely different. Mrs. Janet is the one who has to manage the maids the Duke pays to work. I'm not like them. Hearing that, she became suspicious. What? Selena gently hugged herself with both hands, as if to prove her status as the Duke's lover. Isn't that right? I'm not a maid, I'm a guest. Have you forgotten? The Duke himself brought me here. He does everything to please his guest. If you want to argue with the Duke, not me. Scolding the Duke's guest because she displeases the head maid. Since when did that become a way to protect the ducal family's honor? Janet was flustered and hurriedly refuted, her speech no longer as fluent as before. Even if she is a guest, if anyone affects the Duke's honor, I will remind them. She feigned surprise, but her words were sarcastic. Wow, the position of head maid of the Landberg ducal family is that powerful? You can even lecture a guest on how to behave. But you don't do that with other noble guests, do you? That little Fiona isn't exactly a model of etiquette. Well, why are you so quiet? A mocking expression flashed across Selena's face, each sentence like a dagger striking her weak point. The honor of Landberg? It seems that's not special enough to make you discriminate before you care. If that's the case, then you can just give me a perfunctory care from now on. After saying that, she walked straight past her. The woman stood frozen for a long time. Janet frowned, thinking, I was too careless. Because of Selena's status and the Duke's unusual actions, I underestimated her. But for the honor of Landberg and future generations, managing potential candidates for the Duchess is my job. I will absolutely not let her do as she pleases, absolutely not. As night fell, the entire castle was brightly lit. Selena smiled smugly. I won. Yuna, beside her, asked worriedly, Are you okay? Even seeing it with my own eyes, I'm still very worried. Selena replied calmly, I'm fine, nothing happened. She repeats honor and etiquette every day. Does she think I'll back down with just one word? Yuna exclaimed sympathetically, Could it be because you two slept in the same room yesterday? Oh my, she's so strict. Selena remained indifferent. Well, I'm sure she'll figure it out on her own since we said we'd live well together. She smiled and replied, You've really worked hard. Now relax a bit. I've prepared warm water, so you can go in. Okay. As Selena spoke, she walked towards the window to close it. She sighed internally, It's so cold, I need to close the window. After she was done, she turned back and stepped into the bathtub. Yuna noticed her long hair and exclaimed, Oh my, you don't have a hair tie. I need to go out. Do you need anything else? I'll bring it along when I go get the hair tie. Selena replied comfortably, Then please bring something to drink. She readily agreed, Yes, I'll be right back. Yuna went out and closed the door, leaving Selena alone in the bathroom. She wearily slid down into the warm water. Selena sighed in relief. This is so nice. It's so comfortable being alone. I don't have to worry about other things here. Soaking in the tub like this every day is wonderful. I don't have to earn money, and I'm still taken care of. In the other world, I had money but no free time. Life as it is now is pretty good, isn't it? When this is all over, can I live a leisurely life like this forever? The culprit isn't a knife-wielding robber, but a noble waving a fan. Have I been worrying too much? As she thought, she slid down deeper. Selena lay flat and exclaimed, "Ah, this is great. Let's relax a bit." Suddenly, the lights around her were extinguished. In the dark space, Selena looked around in confusion for a source of light. She sat up and called out softly, "Yuna, are you back?" She thought, "What's going on? Why did the lights suddenly go out? Could it be?" Suddenly she felt a cold gust of wind from outside. The door's been opened? Selena told herself. The wind must have blown out the candle. She thought, when Yuna comes back, I'll have to ask her to close it. But then she paused. Wait a minute. Didn't I close the door just now? There's no way I opened it again. She suddenly remembered her conversation with Rosalind. Lady Rosalind, have a safe trip. See you in the capital. At that time, her demeanor was very unusual when she replied, if that happens. Thinking of this, Selena felt a little panicked. Could it be? A figure suddenly appeared beside her. Selena felt a cold sweat break out on her face. She turned in panic to look at the person. The dark figure lunged forward, his hand reaching for her face. A scream suddenly echoed through the castle, reaching even Kinshuyan in his room. Selena squeezed her eyes shut and dodged the assassin's hand. She fell into a state of panic, her heart pounding like a drum. If I'm caught in the bathtub, he'll drown me. With that thought, Selena quickly climbed out of the bathtub with the assassin right behind her. As her wet foot stepped out of the tub, the water made her slip. In her panic, Selena slipped and fell. Immediately, the assassin closed in from behind and quickly covered her mouth. Selena was choked from behind, unable to scream. However, Selena bit down so hard on his finger that he cried out in pain. At that moment, she elbowed him in the chest to break free, making him groan. As soon as she escaped the assassin's grasp, Selena quickly called for help. Is anyone there? Help me! Help me! The assassin heard the sound of many people approaching and clicked his tongue in frustration. Immediately after, he climbed out the window, leaving Selena still in shock, drenched in sweat and out of breath. Just as he left, Kinshuyan and the others rushed in. Selena was now trembling, but still managed to point outside. Your Grace, the window. He ran that way. Kinshuyan immediately gave an order. Dion, after him. He was quick to obey. The knights began to leave, leaving Kinshuyan and Selena. Her ragged breathing filled the room. Gradually, she began to calm down. Selena thought, Kinshuyan is alive. Kinshuyan asked seriously, when did he get in? Selena tried to answer, her voice still trembling. Just now, a little after the maid went out. He replied concisely, I see. Selena thought to herself, his expression isn't very good. He's definitely angry. Isn't this the second time something similar to Ariel's case has happened? And it's within his own territory. His pride must be seriously wounded. Despite her worry, she was a little sulky with him. But he only asked one question, are you okay? Selena sat on the floor and whispered, help me up, I don't have any strength left. No sooner had she said that than Kinshuyan gave Selena the experience of being carried princess style, making her scream involuntarily. Oh my God. Selena was half resigned, half pleased. I didn't ask him to carry me, but this isn't so bad. Suddenly, someone ran in, horrified, and asked, what happened? Kinshuyan calmly stated, there was an assassin. Janet was horrified. Are you all right? Are you injured anywhere? He replied, not me, it was Selena. Hearing that, her panic vanished, and she seemed a bit disappointed. Selena thought to herself, look at her reaction. Does she feel no remorse for arriving so late? Kinshuyan broke the silence. First, I'll take her back to her room. You bring dry clothes and a first aid kit. Janet replied, I understand. The scene changes to the bedroom. Kim Soo-yeon was examining Selena's leg. You're bruised here. Selena replied, it must have happened when I was fighting back. It really hurts. Knowing this, he still pressed on it, making her scream. He continued to ask, are you injured anywhere else? She replied, here too. After he finished, Kim Soo-yeon concluded, the toe is sprained, and the toenail needs to be filed. Selena rambled on, yes, that spot just needs to be disinfected, and for the toenail, we can call someone. Not letting her finish, Kim Soo-yeon interrupted, that's enough. Without needing anyone else, he was now personally wiping Selena's foot. She was surprised by this. He's doing it himself? How surprising. Not only did he not call someone else to do it, but it was also her foot. He cares for me in his own way. It wasn't someone else, but Kim Soo-yeon himself. What is this? Selena's face flushed red in the current awkward atmosphere. Selena immediately shook her head to dispel the illusion. No. What am I thinking about this nobleman in front of me? Selena collected herself. Get a grip, there's still work to be done. After thinking, she called out, Your Grace. Kim Soo-yeon replied with a single word, what? At this point Selena asked him, when you said I could die, were you talking about something like this? Kim Soo-yeon calmly replied, yes, because there will be frequent assassins, but I didn't expect them to target you. At this point Selena worried, if this is going to happen often, how am I supposed to live? Kim Soo-yeon replied, it probably won't. Today was just an oversight. We're in the Northern Territory, and I didn't expect them to target you directly, so I was lax with the guards. It won't happen again, so don't worry. However, Selena was still confused. Whether there are guards or not, there's still someone who really wants to kill me. Knowing that, how can I not worry? Kim Soo-yeon continued to reassure her. Let me put it this way. Just by looking at the situation, we can roughly deduce the perpetrator's intentions. Once you know that, you can prepare carefully, and then you'll feel at ease, right? Selena wondered, how do you deduce that? Kim Soo-yeon explained further, we can tell from the method of killing and the time of his intrusion. Can you tell me about the situation at that time? Selena recalled, well, the maid said she had to go get bath items, and while she was gone, the lights were suddenly blown out, and then someone jumped in. I thought if I got caught in the bathtub, I'd be done for, so I jumped out. While I was escaping, I was caught again. Hearing this, Kim Soo-yeon immediately came to a conclusion, as he seemed to have too much experience with this. Since no weapon was used, he must have intended to disguise it as an accident or suicide. In that situation, it could only be disguised as a drowning, so your decision to get out of the bathtub was excellent. Hearing his deduction, Selena saw a connection. A murder disguised as a suicide? The perpetrator is the same as in Ariel's case. She asked directly, could it be the same culprit? Somehow, Kim Soo-yeon understood immediately. It's highly likely. Selena asked half-jokingly, before I took a bath, I had a fight with Mrs. Janet. It couldn't be that she sent someone to assassinate me, could it? Kim Soo-yeon replied, if it were really Mrs. Janet, the arrangements wouldn't have been so sloppy. Selena shifted her suspicion. So it's either Fiona or Rosalind? He wasn't sure either. It could be them or it could be someone else. Immediately after, there was a knock on the door. Your Grace, it's Dion. Kim Soo-yeon replied, come in. He asked him if he had caught the assassin. Dion replied, we've lost his trail. Based on his escape speed and route, he's no amateur. As soon as he knew he couldn't escape, he committed suicide. Kim Soo-yeon continued, did he blend in with the servants? Dion was serious. No, the soldiers only managed to chase him to the middle of the field. I couldn't find any particular clues either. Selena sat and listened as Kim Soo-yeon handled the situation. All right, there are no suspects in the investigation, so dispose of the body first. Then contact Silenza and have them send an investigator here. Dion replied, understood. All right, there are no suspects in the investigation, so have an investigator come here. After a while, Selena sighed. In the end, we didn't find out anything. We're back to square one. Kim Soo-yeon thought differently. Not necessarily. There aren't many families who can send such a skilled assassin. At this point, Selena saw a slight opportunity. What's the range of suspicion? Kan Shuyan replied, about 30 families. Selena paused for a moment. That's not a lot. About how many families are there in the capital? He answered bluntly, about 300. Selena was speechless for a moment. With that scale, I don't think I can handle it. When it was over, Selena rolled onto the bed. Oh my, well, talking more won't solve anything. Shall I go to sleep? She had just survived an assassination attempt, so he couldn't help but wonder, can you sleep? Selena teased, I fought so hard, I'll probably sleep well. Kan Shuyan was speechless. All right. That night, Kan Shuyan held a candle and lay next to Selena, watching her sleep. Selena's face was very pale at this time, drenched in sweat. In her delirium, she recalled the scene of the assassin trying to kill her. Selena unconsciously pulled the blanket over her face as if to protect herself. Seeing this, Kan Shuyan was very worried. He called out to her, Selena. Kan Shuyan's call startled her awake. What? Kan Shuyan moved closer and asked kindly, are you okay? Selena shyly sat up and pushed Kan Shuyan away. I'm just having a little trouble sleeping. Her mind was still in turmoil. That startled me, you were too close. After hearing this, Kan Shuyan thought for a moment. He sat up straight. I'm awake too. Since we're both awake, would you like to try some training? Selena was puzzled. Training? Kan Shuyan said, you have a perfect physique and talent. So, would you like to learn swordsmanship? I wanted to teach you anyway, so it's a good opportunity. Before he could finish his sentence, a very excited Selena interrupted him. That's great. She was so excited she was wide awake. If you're teaching, that would be great. Should we start right now? It's a way for me to protect myself and also a way to exercise so I can sleep better. Seeing her demeanor now, Kan Shuyan was quite pleased. Good. Your attitude is to my liking. Stand up. He handed her a sword. Take this. Selena was thrilled. Oh, this is a real combat sword. Selena swung the sword around clumsily. It's heavier than I thought. Kan Shuyan was a little surprised. Very good. Selena couldn't help but wonder, huh? I was just playing around. I haven't done anything yet. Kan Shuyan explained, this sword was specially made to fight magical beasts. It's quite heavy compared to a normal sword. It's impressive for an ordinary person to just be able to swing it at will. Can you raise the sword over your head and stop it just before it touches the ground? Selena swung it in a light arc as he said. Like this. Kan Shuyan was surprised. Excellent. He couldn't hide his excitement. That's it. Your balance is stable and your hand isn't shaking. Not everyone has this kind of talent. If you're taught properly, you'll be very useful. Selena was a bit wary of Kan Shuyan's excitement. What's this? The look in his eyes has changed. I've never seen this look before. She imagined an old man with a very suspicious look in his eyes. How should I put it? It's like the look of a professor who has found a suitable replacement at school. Hey you, aren't you interested in research? Selena finally understood. This person, he really doesn't think of me as a girl at all. The scene changes to the morning as a line of carriages passes through the forest. Selena lay in the carriage, moaning, Your Grace, my shoulders hurt so much. Kan Shuyan replied, it's natural to be sore after practicing for several nights in a row. She didn't want to practice anymore. Can we take a break today? He replied coldly, you have to move to get rid of muscle soreness. Selena cursed silently, this crazy guy. Kan Shuyan calmly announced, from tomorrow, we will have high-intensity training. I'll increase the intensity, so do your best. Hearing this, Selena was horrified. What? Why? I've only just learned the basic movements. Kan Shuyan replied, about that. We've now arrived in the capital, Myong. Therefore, we must practice even more. Selena paused and looked at the upside-down scenery outside the window. She was a bit dazed. Are we almost at the capital? Kan Shuyan replied, yes. He took a coat for her to keep warm. Practice, the battle plan. Everything is about to begin. So you should sleep a little now. Kan Shuyan kindly moved closer from behind. Because tonight is the last night you can sleep well without having to worry too much. The scene is now evening at Kenshuyun's manor. He slowly carried a sleeping Selena out of the carriage. The butler spoke up, "Welcome, sir," and he was immediately cut off by Kenshuyun. "Shh, be quiet. She just fell asleep when we reached the capital's territory, and she hasn't been asleep for long, so she'll probably wake up in a little while." "Where is the room?" The butler replied, "The guest room is in that direction." Kenshuyun was decisive. "Not the guest room, my room. Lead the way." The butler was a little surprised. Yes, this way." Upon entering the room, he gently placed Selena on the bed. Kenshuyun walked out the door. "Send someone to help her change. I'll take a walk around the mansion." The butler was puzzled. "I've already arranged for guards. Are you going on patrol yourself?" It turned out he was still worried about Selena. The assassination made Selena very anxious. The butler replied, "I see. I understand." The door to Selena's room closed. Kenshuyun stood before the servants in the mansion. "Are all the servants here?" The butler replied, "Yes, they are." Kenshuyun asked, "Have you heard the news?" He reported carefully, "You mean the assassination attempt?" "As soon as I received the news, I had every nook and cranny of the mansion searched. All employees with unclear backgrounds have been dismissed, and the defense system has been ordered to be on high alert." Kenshuyun walked away. "Good. Report all changes in position and movement to Dion. Selena's room must be guarded more carefully." He obeyed. "Yes, sir." Kenshuyun continued to check the doors. "And here, fix the door lock immediately. Don't leave even a small hole. And even a single needle can easily open the door. No matter how safe the residence is, you must be extremely careful." The butler replied, "Yes, sir." Finally, he finished his instructions. "The patrol is done, so I'm going back inside." The butler said respectfully, "Yes, sir. Please rest well." Kenshuyun gently opened the door and stepped into the room. Lena was still sound asleep in the middle of his bed. Kenshuyun wondered which side to lie on. Left or right? Finally, he chose to lie facing her. Left. "It'll be safer for her to sleep in my arms." Kenshuyun held Selena in his arms. Anyone could see he was enjoying it, but in his mind, he was still justifying it. "This is all for safety. It's for safety." The scene changes to the next afternoon. Only then did Selena open her eyes and yawn. She looked outside and mistakenly thought, "Did I wake up too early? The sun hasn't fully risen yet." Kenshuyun walked in. "You're awake." Selena said innocently, "Good morning, Your Grace." Kenshuyun replied, "What morning?" "It's afternoon." Selena was confused. "What?" She looked outside and realized the sun was going down, not coming up. Selena was surprised. "I slept for over 24 hours? That feels good." Kenshuyun replied, "You catch on quick." Selena was embarrassed. "I was so tired, I'm a little out of it." Just then, her stomach growled like a blue whale, making Kenshuyun a little awkward. Selena continued, "I'm hungry too." Kenshuyun offered, "Shall I have someone bring up food?" Selena stopped him. "Don't, it will make the bedroom smell. I'll go to the dining hall, eat quickly, and come right back." Kenshuyun replied, "All right, go with the guard outside." The wooden door opened gently. Selena pushed it open and entered, followed by 2 castle guards. Selena greeted cheerfully, "Hello." A dark-haired maid saw her enter and glanced at her. Then, she irritably turned away. Seeing this attitude, Selena couldn't help but sigh internally. "What's with this? This situation is terrible. Not even a greeting, and she glares at me." But on the surface, she still forced a smile and asked, "Could you give me something to eat?" When she received a huge serving of the cold shoulder, she relented and pulled out a chair to sit down. Not even a reply. The maid still maintained her haughty demeanor, casually carrying a bowl over. Selena temporarily accepted it. "But she still brought me food." The other person set the bowl down. "Here you go." Selena looked at the black, murky soup and was stunned. She frowned and chuckled to herself. Even in Landberg, no matter how much they disliked me, they would never do this. This is even worse. This is Wyero. I was planning to get some more information on how to live well, but I guess that's not possible. I'll have to teach her a lesson. Thinking this, she called out, "Hey, you." The maid, ignoring her, glanced at Selena. "I was planning to eat with the Duke. Am I supposed to bring this?" Hearing this, the other person was horrified. "Yes, with the Duke?" Selena stood up with a pretense of difficulty, not forgetting to carry the bowl of soup with her. "Anything is fine. I'll take this food that's not fit for human consumption. You've worked hard. I'm leaving." She hastily moved forward. Wait a moment. It's because I didn't know you two were eating together. This is only a portion for one person. I'll prepare a portion for two." As she reached out to take the terrible bowl of soup, Selena quickly hid it behind her back. She feigned understanding. "It's all right. The food is a bit scarce, but we can still eat it. Just leave it and I'll take it." In her heart, she was gloating. "You think I'll just stand by and watch you take back the evidence?" The maid turned away awkwardly. "Yes, then please wait a moment." "Just a moment." "You must wait. Don't go." Seeing the other person rush off, Selena placed the soup bowl back on the table, deep in thought. After a while, a food cart with all sorts of delicious dishes was ready. The maid smiled fawningly. Here you go. I just made it, so it's still hot and delicious. You must eat it right away. You must eat it right away." Faced with this incredibly fake excuse, Selena could only give a wry smile. Compared to that one-person pig slop, she quickly prepared a portion much larger than for two people. She wants me to eat all this, so I won't have room for that dog food, right? It's so obvious. Thinking this, she feigned curiosity and asked, "The portion for one and the portion for two are so different." The maid was flustered. You should take it back and have your meal." Selena sat down and waved her hand. "The Duke is taking a bath, so I'll eat here." At this point, the maid was swallowing her tears and stammering, "Ah, yes." She lamented internally. A moment ago, she acted like she had to take it immediately. Why is she sitting here now? Selena reached for the dessert. But then she pulled her hand back inside. "But I'm so bored eating all by myself. Why don't you sit and eat with me while I eat? I'm not some noble lady anyway." The maid had never encountered this situation before and hesitantly refused. No, I'm fine." Although Selena was smiling, her voice was incredibly cold. "Sit down. I said I'm bored." The maid was startled by her demeanor, a cold sweat breaking out on her face. She reluctantly sat down, the maid stiffly staring at Selena across from her. She tremblingly reached for the delicious food before her. Then I'll eat well." Before she could finish her sentence, Selena raised her hand to stop her. She asked sternly, "What are you doing? Why are you eating that? Do the maids here eat the same food as the Duke?" The maid was surprised and asked back, "Huh?" She cursed internally, "You told me to eat." Selena replied matter-of-factly, "Anyway, you should eat what was prepared for the common folk. Give it to me. It's a shame to waste it after all that work." With that, she pushed the bowl of black, murky soup towards her. "So you should eat this." The maid was stunned and stammered in reply. Selena smiled, pretending not to understand, and asked innocently, "Why are you hesitating? It's not like the food is inedible, right? Hurry up and eat." The other maid's face paled. "It's not that." But halfway through her sentence, she fell silent, not daring to say another word. The soup on the table smelled terrible. One look and you knew it was inedible. The maid's face was pale as she looked down. She cautiously scooped up a spoonful of soup. She nervously swallowed. Then, the maid reluctantly brought the spoonful of soup to her mouth. As soon as she swallowed it, she couldn't help but vomit. Selena on the other side was still watching her seriously. She smirked contemptuously. "You vomit after eating the food you intended for me? What on earth did you put in there?" The maid was flustered. I'm sorry." But before she could finish, she was cut off by a wave of nausea. Selena crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. "You know how to apologize? But what can I do now? Talking about food is absolutely unforgivable. Who knows if the food was poisoned or not? Because I've been through it before, I'm very sensitive. Call the butler here immediately." A moment later, the butler arrived. He asked respectfully, "You called for me?" Selena tilted her head and asked, "Are you the butler?" The other person immediately bowed and replied, "Yes, that's right. I manage everything in this mansion, so please tell me. Is something wrong?" Selena raised an eyebrow. "You can't tell just by looking?" The butler's eyes fell on the black, murky soup spilled on the table. Then he looked at the maid who was miserably clutching her mouth. The butler could guess even with his eyes closed. It seems she's pulled some sort of trick. Selena didn't hide it either. She smiled and recounted, "I asked her to make me some food, and she brought out that kind of food. One look and you can tell it's not for people, so I told her to eat it, and she ended up like that." Hearing this, the butler tried to mediate. He replied frankly, "There must have been a problem with the ingredients. I'll have someone remake the food with fresh ingredients for you." Faced with this attitude, Selena couldn't help but raise her guard. He's deliberately changing the subject. She still maintained a pleasant expression and replied, "No, the food I asked to be made for the Duke right after was fine. It must be a problem with the cook rather than the ingredients." Despite this, the butler still tried to weasel his way out of it. Oh my, the maids who don't want to cook just don't feel it, so they're only good at cooking the dishes they know. She must have made a mistake trying to prepare a special meal for you. After a while of talking in circles, Selena couldn't take it anymore. She thought to herself, "This person I'm talking to." She frowned at the person opposite her. He's a good-looking middle-aged man. He must be the one who has been running amok in the mansion while its master, Kim Soo-yeon, is away. Having a general idea of what kind of person he was, she sighed wearily and said sternly, "Everyone in Landberg is assigned to their own specific jobs. Is it because this place is too small that it's like this?" "It's like a family." The butler nervously raised his head and asked, "What do you mean?" At this point, Selena gave him a cold glance. She pointed out the problem bluntly. "No matter how much of a country bumpkin I may seem, I am the guest of your master. Covering for a misbehaving maid in front of a guest like this is something only family members would do." Faced with her unyielding demeanor, the butler remained unshaken. He pretended to bow his head. "I apologize for making you think that, but I cannot believe that such proficient maids could make a mistake like that." Hearing this, Selena could only sigh heavily. "You saw it with your own eyes and still don't believe it, so what do I have to do to make you believe?" The butler was also secretly cursing her in his heart. So stubborn. But he still maintained a calm expression and replied, "I will rectify this in the future." Selena was just waiting for that. She asked enthusiastically, "How are you going to rectify it?" The butler became stubborn and stern. "This is an internal matter, so I am not obligated to report to you, my lady." Seeing this, Selena was officially speechless. She stood up, pushed her chair back, and walked out. In the end, he still refuses to admit he was wrong and is even trying to make me out to be the overly sensitive one. Perhaps he's deliberately trying to make a mountain out of a molehill. She walked to the door of the room, not forgetting to turn back and say to the butler, "I understand. It's getting late, so I'm returning to my room." The butler bowed properly, but he insisted on adding, "You must be overly sensitive from the long journey. I will not make you uncomfortable in the future, so please sleep well." Outwardly, he was saying this, but inwardly he was smugly thinking, "She's nothing special." Selena replied softly, "All right, see you tomorrow." She told herself, "Fine, tomorrow I'll show you." The door closed, and both the butler and the maid silently breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at the maid and carefully warned her, "There's a limit to joking around. She's sharper than she looks." The maid, having already tasted defeat, looked down with a regretful expression and replied, "I'm sorry. Will we be okay?" The butler seemed to think this was no big deal and maintained his calm demeanor. "It's fine. Tomorrow, we'll just be summoned for show, and it'll be over quickly. Have you ever seen the Duke care about things like this before? Don't worry, even if she's his lover, what can she do? Trust me." The next day, all the servants were gathered. Cashin and Selena sat in chairs. He sternly asked the butler, "I heard something unpleasant happened yesterday." As soon as the butler heard this, he bowed his head, feigning remorse. "I failed to handle it properly and let it reach your ears. It is my grave offense." Hearing this, Selena couldn't help but lean closer to Kim Soo-yeon and whisper to him, "He didn't handle anything at all." Kim Soo-yeon asked thoughtfully, "So, how did you handle it?" The butler replied respectfully. I reprimanded and instructed the maid who made the mistake yesterday to be retrained. Furthermore, for 1 month, she is not allowed near the food storage and must switch to cleaning the living room. Selena thought angrily, still talking tough. He must be anxious because he hasn't regained his composure and can't put me in my place. She pouted and mumbled, cleaning the living room sounds surprising. Kenshian rested his chin on his hand and asked coldly, giving my guest garbage to eat, to the point where she had to vomit, and all you do is give one reprimand and change her job? As soon as the butler heard that tone, he broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly explained, Sir, it's not like that. A punishment like that is not light at all. Before he could finish, he was cut off. I think it's still too light. And is your opinion that important? The butler fell silent at that. He bowed. No, sir. At that moment, the butler was terrified. I didn't expect him to care more than I thought. I thought I could avoid it, but I didn't expect things to get this serious. Kenshian tilted his chin to question him. So how are you going to handle this? The butler had to ruthlessly give in. I will dismiss her immediately. The maid from yesterday was terrified upon hearing this. What? He told himself, I'm sorry, but I have to survive. The one who caused the trouble was her, not me. Kenshian still seemed unsatisfied. He glanced over and grunted lightly. The butler broke out in a cold sweat when he saw that. Is he still not satisfied? He cautiously added, and I will deduct from her allowance and salary to compensate for the damages she has caused to the guest here. The other maid couldn't hold it in any longer. She cried out in alarm, No, what is this? The butler immediately gestured for the maid to be quiet. Cashin glanced at Selena and asked, Are you satisfied with that? She replied softly, Yes, but... The butler hurt me too. Both just now and yesterday. He kept saying I was mistaken and insisted on blaming me. Kenshian played along and asked her, So what will make you satisfied? Selena smiled brightly and said, Wounds caused by people can only be healed by avoiding that person, right? So that the butler who hurt me can be out of my sight forever, please fire the butler as well. The butler's face immediately darkened, horrified by her words. The butler was stunned, his entire body frozen as if he had fallen into an icy pit. The other maids, hearing this decision, turned to each other and began to gossip. The butler quickly knelt down and said in a panic, I'm sorry. I am very sorry for my lack of tact in hurting the young lady. I had no intention of blaming you. It's just that the maids are like family to me, so I unconsciously tried to defend her. Please understand my feelings. He was so worried his face turned pale. I can't lose my position as the general manager of the entire Landberg mansion just because of that girl. Only here can I freely handle financial and personnel matters according to my own wishes. If I just turn a blind eye this time and sacrifice my pride, I can definitely make a comeback. Please forgive me just this once, please, sir. Selena asked coldly, Really? Family? So you embezzle public funds from the people you consider your brothers and children? What kind of criminal den did you grow up in? This accusation was something the butler could not have predicted. He jumped up in alarm. What? What are you talking about? Selena aggressively presented the evidence. I saw everything last night. You ordered a maid to bring you money from the public fund and took that money to go out for a night of fun with a woman from outside. Everyone else in the mansion was shocked to hear this truth. My God, he did that last night? He did something so chaotic? A new guest arrived and he's not even sober. The butler was so scared he was sweating profusely and quickly made an excuse. That's not true. I've been framed. Just ask anyone. Last night, I didn't step out of the mansion for even half a step. Didn't anyone see me go back to my room last night? Selena replied nonchalantly, Who would see you sleeping in the middle of the night? The butler, at his wit's end, quickly retorted, No, my lady, you didn't see me either, so why are you falsely accusing me? Kenshian, watching this, could only sigh. He asked in disappointment, Didn't you say you would limit such baseless rumors in my house? The butler quickly replied, Of course. That's why I tried to handle everything as quietly as possible. The Duke asked, unsatisfied, but didn't it end up blowing up like this? I've learned about the private life I didn't want to know about from the butler here, and even about the embezzlement. He looked up, feigning innocence. I was truly framed. But he was immediately cut off. Are you making excuses again? If you had handled it properly from the beginning, Selena wouldn't have had to beg me to intervene, and we wouldn't have had to waste time from morning until now. The people involved in this are all fired. I'll have someone investigate this. If you dare to lie even a little, the punishment will be doubled, so you'd better be honest. The butler sat frozen in place, muttering in disbelief, impossible. After settling the matter, Kazian and Selena turned and walked away. She didn't forget to turn back and smirk. Selena was secretly pleased. How about it, old man? How does it feel to be unjustly fired and unable to do anything about it? The butler looked at her expression and finally realized in shock, so she deliberately wanted to get rid of me by getting revenge in the exact same way. I've really lost badly. A quiet voice of praise echoed in the castle. You did well. It's a good thing it turned out just as you predicted. Selena replied happily. A butler who is supposed to be ordinary is wearing high-end clothes he can't possibly afford. I just took a wild guess. I didn't expect him to actually be corrupt. Judging by the reactions of the other servants, I'm sure that rotten fellow has done more than just one bad thing. Kinshuyan crossed his arms in thought. I didn't know about that, but he was a lowly person from the start. Selena replied softly. People who act like obedient puppies in front of their superiors are all like that behind their backs. He suddenly asked, did they also do this to Arrow? Hearing this, Selena's expression fell. It's very possible. Arrow didn't even have the courage to tell you. She probably didn't believe you would help her. Kinshian put a hand to his forehead in frustration. Thinking about it only makes me angrier. This is the second time something has happened where I couldn't see it. Selena also forced a smile. Well, it's a good thing. Because of all this, I've managed to solidify my position. Because in everyone's eyes, if I'm in the slightest danger, it's as if they're seeing the Duke angry. And this has also helped reveal unknown parts of the previous investigation. At this point, Kinshuyan seriously reviewed what she had done. Your contribution is immense. You've checked everything from Mrs. Janet's tyrannical behavior to the fact that there's a force targeting you and not me, and the power struggle within the mansion. Hearing this, Selena smiled triumphantly. Although I've said it many times, you just need to show your gratitude with money. He nodded in satisfaction and replied generously, you can have as much as you want. After a moment, Selena leaned in and asked, so, Your Grace, what will you be doing today? He thought seriously for a moment. First, training in the morning. Selena immediately guessed swordsmanship. Yes. She was excited, her eyes sparkling. Can I come along? I usually practice indoors, so I'd like to practice outdoors today. Seeing this, Kinshuyan agreed. No problem, as long as you wear comfortable clothes that you can move in. Selena turned to leave excitedly. Yes, then I'll go change. See you at the training ground. All right. In a room filled with exquisite clothes, a soft voice called out, Please come in, my lady. As soon as Yuna saw her, she chided, Oh my, what was that this morning? If you were hungry yesterday, you should have called me. Selena laughed it off. I told you to rest, didn't I? How could I call you to the Duke's room? However, Yuna was still a little dissatisfied. Then from now on, please just call me anytime. No matter what, I will come to you. That will absolutely not happen again. Selena smiled brightly. Thank you. But in her heart, she felt a little unhappy. There she goes again, being overly protective while we're moving. Most of the maids who came with us have returned to Landberg, so my only close maid is Yuna. From Yuna's perspective, I'm the only one she can rely on. How can I get her to show her true colors? At that moment, Yuna was engrossed in choosing clothes. Let's see, you said you wanted to wear training clothes, right? What should I choose? A one-piece dress for riding? Or pants for playing ball? No, that's too simple. Selena wasn't so picky. She quickly decided, give me the pants. Yuna disagreed slightly. But pants aren't glamorous at all. They'll completely downplay your features. Selena patiently explained, just watching the training is boring, so I'll probably ask the Duke to teach me something. When she heard this, she whined, Oh my God, learning swordsmanship. No way. That's not suitable for a girl. Selena was not happy either. She cursed silently. It's only been a moment and you're already starting to do things your own way. This silent, hurtful insult. How desperate must Arrow have been to have someone like that by her side? Could she have been so naive as to not realize this? It's because I know that I'm not being deceived. If I didn't know and this continued, my self-esteem would be shattered in an instant. But on the surface, she still feigned innocence and grabbed the pants, saying suggestively, "Oh my, Miss Yuna, you're like my mother. Can I wear what I want?" Hearing this, Yuna immediately defended herself. "I'm just worried about you, Lady Selena. Because the capital is a very scary place." Selena, as if uninterested, flipped through the clothes in front of her. "Is that so?" In her heart, she told herself, "I'm sure it's scary, but I can't encourage you because you're just instilling fear in me." She's exaggerating things to this extent. She must be aiming for something. When I finally catch her, I'll let her have it. It's so annoying to always have to pay attention to her. She sighed and mumbled, "The people in the capital seem so strange. Even the maids in this mansion are like that. It really makes me uncomfortable." Yuna took this opportunity to brainwash her. Everyone in the capital is like that. If the maids are like that, the nobles are even worse. At least in this mansion, you must stay by my side. I'll handle everything I can for you. Selena pretended to reply, "Hee hee, you're so reliable." In her heart, she sighed, "Oh my, what an annoying girl. Just wait a little longer. Once I catch you, there's no need to spare you." Outside, the knights were enthusiastically practicing their swordsmanship. Selena sat on the porch and told herself, "Wow, that's scary." Beside her, Kinshuyan said coldly to everyone, "Good, that's the end of today's training." The others stood at attention and replied loudly, "We understand, sir. Thank you for your guidance." Then they left one by one. Seeing that he was free, Selena turned to him to chat. "Wow, they've already mastered their techniques so well. They're no joke. Is that also why you're so confident in protecting me?" Kinshuyan replied confidently, "Yes, we all train to a certain standard every morning." But she interrupted him. "But the assassination almost killed me." He was flustered. "I'm sorry about that." Seeing his embarrassed expression, Selena burst out laughing. "I was just kidding. Don't you think there are too many soldiers? There must be 20 of them." He pondered for a moment before replying, "With this many, we can't break through the palace gates." "No, it's enough to break through the gates." Hearing these words, Selena couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, you're so confident. Now that the training ground is empty, can I practice now?" The person next to Kinshuyan asked blankly, "Practice? What does a lady practice?" Kinshuyan immediately cut him off, "Swordsmanship." This person asked in bewilderment, "You're learning swordsmanship?" Selena confidently raised her hand. "That's right, it's me." He was even more surprised. "With those slender hands?" She chuckled. "I may look like this." With that, she stepped forward to demonstrate for him. Selena eagerly drew her sword. She quickly pointed the tip of the sword at the knight's neck. Selena winked playfully. She finished her sentence. "But my muscles are completely toned." The knight, seeing this, broke out in a cold sweat. He surprisingly drew another sword and charged out, to Kinshuyan's confusion. The knight worriedly told him, "Sir, please be careful. With a body like that, to be able to wield a sword at will, she's not human, but a magical beast in human form. Sooner or later, she'll show her true colors and attack you." Kinshuyan was completely helpless. He confusedly reassured him, "It's just that I occasionally teach her some basic skills." But the knight was still very wary. "No, you've only been teaching her for a few days. How could she be so strong?" Selena smiled smugly. "You're exaggerating. It must be because I'm a genius." At that moment, someone appeared and interrupted their conversation. "Sir, there's a letter." It seemed to be an urgent letter. Kinshuyan asked in surprise, "Urgent? Where is it from?" The other person replied cautiously, "This is a letter from the royal palace." Hearing this, Selena couldn't help but speculate, if it's the royal palace, could it be the sinister person the Duke mentioned in the carriage? The Crown Prince. When Kinshuyan heard the butler say it was a letter from the royal palace, He asked curiously, "You said a letter from the royal palace?" He quickly replied, "Is it a letter from Her Majesty the Queen Consort?" Hearing it was a letter from the Queen Consort, Selena thought in surprise, "The Queen Consort, not the Crown Prince?" Can Shuyan sighed and took the letter to read. "I heard you have arrived in the capital. During this time, both the princess and I have been very worried about you. I plan to visit you tomorrow to chat. Your friend, Queen Consort Marrow." Can Shuyan finished reading the letter with a look of weariness. He tossed the letter to the butler, turned his back, and said, "Tell her I'm sick and decline." The butler was terrified and stammered, "What? You can't do that. A person who has never been sick before." Selena, who had been listening from the side, silently cursed him, "You heartless bastard." Dion, seeing the butler's anxiety, asked, "Did she say you'll die if you dare to refuse?" He quickly explained, "Even if that's not the case, you can't say that." Normally, he'd say he's too busy to refuse, but to suddenly say he's sick, the Queen Consort might think I'm lying to cover up for something. Dion, hearing the butler's reasonable point, closed his eyes and thought, "It's possible she might think that, if it's the Duke. Let's do this, say that he was injured during training due to a mistake." The butler was stunned and timidly asked, "What?" Then Dion turned his head and signaled to Shuyan. He quickly nodded to show he understood. Cashin quickly grabbed his sword and rushed towards Selena. Selena managed to block his sword strike, her hand trembling as she laughed and said, "That scared me. What would you have done if I hadn't been able to block it?" He smiled and said, "Because it was you, I thought you could block it." Dion, seeing that the butler was still hesitating, said, "It's not a crime to just relay what you saw." He sighed and replied, "I still don't know what to do." "Do I really have to say that?" Dion reassured him, "Don't worry, just go." Hearing Dion's words, his face darkened and he dejectedly turned to leave, not knowing what to do. Dion, however, remained there, arms crossed, watching the two of them duel. While dueling, Selena asked with curiosity, "We're still continuing with this even though an order has arrived?" Can Shuyan calmly replied, "Yes, I was planning on having a training match today anyway." Hearing him say that, she said with dissatisfaction, "What kind of match can a person who has only just learned the basic skills have?" Can Shuyan smiled at her words and said, "You're doing so well and you're still making excuses? Do even better. I'll let you go when you can land a hit on me." Selena was furious. "How can a beginner defeat a monster like you?" The two swords continued to clash, creating sharp, metallic sounds that echoed in the space. Seeing that she still couldn't land a hit on him, she frowned and thought, "How many moves has it been? I haven't even landed a single hit." Suddenly, Can Shuyan rushed forward, attacking her relentlessly, and said, "You're doing well. Occasionally, while dodging, try to read my attack patterns." Hearing him say that, Selena could only cry silently and say, "How can I read them when you're attacking me continuously?" She swallowed and thought, "But I'm getting used to it, so I think I can see a bit of his movement. I've found an opening in his attack. Right here." She quickly used her sword to strike at the opening, surprising him and making him lean back. Can Shuyan quickly dodged to the side, avoiding her strike and causing Selena to lose her balance and almost fall to the ground. Whoa, my balance. I'm going to fall." But Can Shuyan managed to catch her in time. He chuckled and told her, "You can't be fooled by an opening, Selena." But she raised the corner of her mouth in a slight smile. Selena actually took this opportunity to tap his head with the tip of her sword. She smiled brightly. "Finally got a hit. You can't be fooled by an opening, right, Your Grace?" Can Shuyan suddenly froze. He replied thoughtfully, "Haha, that's right. If this were real, I would have been killed long ago. You are very skilled. You understood the attack pattern and found the opening. You even used it against me. You are a talent that many desire. Another match." Hearing him ask, she quickly dodged and backed away in alarm. "What? Didn't you say it would be over if I hit you?" Cashin replied reasonably, "You grasped the feeling so quickly at the beginning, so you have to practice even more." Hearing this, Selena cried, "That's different from what you promised." Dion watched another match between the two and sighed involuntarily. He thought to himself, it seems Lady Selena still hasn't realized that since she came here, The Duke's temperament has also been changing little by little. Is there really nothing between them? After a while of dueling, Selena lay exhausted on the ground, panting. Her face was pale as she softly cursed, "This crazy guy. You're more cruel than my personal trainer." Recalling the past, her trainer would always cheerfully encourage her when he saw her lifting weights. "Miss, one last one." Kenshin replied matter-of-factly, "You'll be grateful to me later." Selena cried, "How can you say that? At least don't expect me to thank you tomorrow. My whole body is clearly sore. By the way, did a letter from the Queen Consort arrive? Do you hate it that much? Lying about being sick for a few days won't work." Kenshin had been troubled for a while now. He let out a soft sigh. She asked curiously, "Is that person also a suspect?" He replied, "Yes, you'll meet her eventually. Although I refuse today, I'm sure they'll come here sooner or later with another excuse." Selena didn't know what else to say. She sighed sympathetically. Their ability to act is quite good. Are they as annoying as Rosalind? He thought for a moment before concluding, they are both equally scary. She asked curiously, "What about compared to Fiona?" Kenshin thought of the other person and replied flatly, "Fiona is better, easier." She also agreed, "That's right, because she has the appearance of a puppy." At this point, Kenshin sternly reminded her, "We must prepare thoroughly. Queen Consort Marrow seems very friendly on the outside, but once you start talking to her, you'll be drawn in without even realizing it." Upon hearing this, Selena immediately guessed, "Just from hearing you talk, it seems she's the biggest suspect, right?" He was hit right where it hurts and froze. "However, don't let the Queen Consort pressure you too much. Even though I've informed them I'm engaged, they still frequently suggest I marry the princess. It's not a normal kind of trouble." Hearing this, Selena couldn't help but roll her eyes. That point fits the suspect's profile even more. Wait a minute. Don't you have a bad relationship with the royal family? Why would they want you to marry the princess? Kenshin meticulously answered her question. "It's not the royal family. I just have a bad relationship with the crown prince. To be more precise, I don't want to be bothered anymore. But the crown prince is very anxious because he can't get a hold of me." At this point, Selena became even more anxious. "You're saying the queen consort would let her daughter marry someone the crown prince's family despises like that?" Kenshin crossed his arms and told her, "Just like the crown prince, the queen consort is also the type of person who worries about her position because she's a concubine. And she only has one daughter. On the day the crown prince ascends the throne, she will become the person with the lowest status. So, to ensure her life is still protected even after the crown prince succeeds the throne, she needs to have the princess marry a nobleman with enough power to oppose the crown prince. And that specific person is me." Hearing this, Selena's head started to throb. A marquis's daughter, a baroness, and now a princess too? Even though I'm dating a super famous man, it's so exhausting. She swallowed softly and asked, "The rumors about me must have reached the queen consort's ears by now. She must be grinding her teeth. Then I'll be on my way. Since I don't know when the queen consort will arrive, I need to prepare in advance." She bowed to leave, but he asked, "Prepare? What are you preparing for?" Selena smiled mysteriously. "What am I preparing for?" Instead of giving a clearer answer, she took the initiative to go to a women's clothing store recommended by Yuna, where 2 male employees were strictly guarding the door. The exquisitely designed door was currently closed, and the 2 servants, following prior instructions, stood on either side, tasked with ensuring no one would enter the store and cause a disturbance at this time. Wearing a rather daring and seductive dress, Selena confidently posed in front of the mirror and smiled to herself, of course, preparing to become society's newest favorite. Having chosen a suitable outfit, Selena, along with her maid Yuna, walked to the carriage. Sitting in the gently swaying carriage, Yuna couldn't hide her excitement as she exclaimed, "Wow, I'm so excited to go shopping. Because I've carefully selected the most famous shops, let's walk around and have some snacks. After you go to Gath, you'll have tea at Grange." Hearing her ramble on, Selena couldn't help but laugh and exclaim, "Oh my, you know so much. Did you go around a lot with Lady Ariel?" Yuna waved her hand dismissively and replied, "Don't joke about that." At first, She was very shy about doing these things, but after experiencing it a little, who knew she would get addicted to shopping? She knows what's good for her and only looks at famous shops. That's why I know about them. After hearing this seemingly explanatory statement, Selena let out a weary sigh and smiled to herself, thinking that Ariel must be crying in the afterlife. She took her to such good and expensive places, and now she's being slandered. Then she covered her mouth and laughed, so that's why I was shocked. You sound like you're from Myong. Your information skills are amazing. Thinking it was just a probe, she was surprised when Yuna freely admitted, that's right, I'm from Myong. Even so, I don't go to the shops that noble women frequent because I don't have much money. I only know about them from working as a maid. Selena asked curiously, oh my, so it's true you're from Myong? But why did you come to Landbird? This question indeed made Yuna feel a bit guilty. She hesitated before answering, while I was looking for a job, a friend told me there was a vacant position in Landberg. Selena nodded and said, is that so? You're amazing, to think you'd go so far just to find a job. Although her words were praise, her heart was filled with suspicion. Suspicious. Even her laugh is suspicious. She says she was looking for a job in Landberg, a place so far away it could be considered a foreign country, unless that's the story she was told to say. Unfortunately, Yuna couldn't read minds. With her simple nature, she just laughed heartily and continued, I know. At that time, I was in desperate need of money. Well, thanks to that, I got to meet Lady Selena, so it's all fine. What a smooth talker. Selena also pretended to laugh along. Oh my, look at your beautiful words. Seeing Yuna had turned to look out the window, her eyes suddenly changed, becoming cold. She knew that even in Landberg, she had gone too far, determined to take care of her. Her words and actions destroyed her self-esteem. Speaking harsh words about Ariel. A flustered expression and evasive eyes when faced with unexpected questions, an unbelievable alibi of looking for a job. No matter how I look at it, she didn't come to me by chance. If that's the case, then the most logical story right now is someone is watching me, and to keep a distance between me and Ken Shuyan, it's possible someone was planted next to me without my knowledge. And it would be good if I were killed along the way. Riding with a hidden assassin is really making me uncomfortable. While Selena was lost in her thoughts and feeling frustrated, Yuna's voice cut in, here we are, Lady Selena. Selena smiled and asked, so this is it. Shall we get out? Watching Yuna's back as she tried to appear graceful like a wealthy lady, Selena could only sneer silently. I have to be strong, because an assassin wouldn't recommend an ordinary shop to me. Just as Selena was about to step straight into the store, she was stopped by an employee who raised his hand. He said seriously, excuse me, we don't have enough space inside. You can't enter at this time. Not expecting to be stopped at the door, Selena was a bit displeased and asked back, what did you just say? And she didn't believe that ridiculous excuse. He says even at this hour, the store is so crowded that no one can get in? Just then, a lady with purple hair and a purple dress walked up and stood next to her. The two of them turned to look at each other at the same time. Then the lady spoke up, laughing in a very mocking tone, oh my, is this your first time here? She only spat out that sarcastic question before turning her back and arrogantly walking inside without being stopped by anyone. Selena suppressed her annoyance. I don't know what to say. They say this is a shop that doesn't let just anyone in. With that thought, she let out a sigh to regain her composure and asked frankly, you said there's not enough space, but those people just went in. The employee explained, they made an appointment to come here today, so there are private spaces for them. Selena raised an eyebrow and challenged, spaces in a clothing store? It's not even a restaurant. But the employee simply replied curtly, I'm very sorry, but yes. Crossing her arms, Selena frowned and asked further, to get a spot, does one need to pay more than a certain amount, or be recommended by another customer, or is there a bunch of internal standards? Perhaps because he was asked a question beyond the scope of the rules, the employee became so nervous that he broke out in a cold sweat. He stammered and couldn't form a sentence, which made Selena look at him with contempt. He can't even say no. She really felt a headache coming on. Oh my God, my head. There are always places like this, an arrogant place that says not everyone can buy their products. I want to solve this by calling Kenshuyan, but I can't because we're pretending he's sick. Well, it's not hard to solve this. I can just treat it the way they treat their customers. After telling herself that, she spoke in a cold voice. Why would a mere guard dare to judge a customer's standards? The employee didn't understand her meaning at first. What? She didn't repeat herself, but just asked him to call the owner. You should send someone of my status to see me. Perhaps due to Selena's formidable aura and her wealthy, noble appearance, the employee didn't hesitate at all. He immediately followed her order and ran to call the owner. Not even a few minutes later, the door was opened again. The owner, a girl with long blue hair, appeared with a polite and cautious demeanor, placing a hand on her chest and bowing. You wanted to see me? Selena maintained her posture with her arms crossed, her eyes scanning the other person from top to bottom before asking, I don't know, since you haven't introduced yourself. Who are you? The blue-haired girl replied, I am the representative of death. After speaking, she raised her head, opened her eyes, and began to assess Selena. With her experience in reading people, she quickly came to the following conclusions about Selena. She's not on the list of Mayong nobility. Her style is different from the Mayong trend. Beautiful, young, with a lot of pride. Conclusion: a noble from the countryside, a newcomer to the social circle who doesn't yet know the rules of the shops. Assuming this, she let out a weary sigh and thought, I understand. Nobles from the countryside who have just arrived always make a fuss. But they'll still like it if we welcome them once they meet the criteria. How will she react if she's rejected? Will she scream or tremble until her face turns red? Quite curious about Selena, she began her investigation. I hear you are not comfortable with our welcome. Selena's eyes crinkled in a smile as she frankly admitted, that's right. It seems this isn't a shop for everyone. It's not a matter of time, because every time I come, there won't be a spot for me. The positive reaction, so different from the blue-haired girl's prediction, surprised her. I never expected this. I thought she would get angry. However, she didn't let her emotions show and just explained respectfully, I'm sorry, but since our shop is also a beauty salon, we give priority to those we know. Please understand. After all that talk, in the end, they still wanted to turn her away. Selena had to feign acceptance and nodded. Is that so? What a shame. I was planning to attend the celebration as the Duchess of Landberg. To not tarnish the Duke's dignity, I came to the most famous shop in Mayong to learn about the latest trends. We will go elsewhere. With that, she decisively turned to leave, of course, only pretending. Because, just as her intuition told her, one mention of being the Duchess of Landberg was enough to make the other woman agitated and grab her hand. Wait a minute. She asked with a slight tremor in her voice, Are you the wife of the Duke of Landberg, that guest? Selena smiled brightly and answered with a single word, yes. She bit her lip, hesitating. Then her attitude did a complete 180. She explained awkwardly, as if afraid of being reprimanded, I didn't know about your circumstances. Normally, we don't let guests in if there's no space. But we would be very happy to help you with this matter. Selena smiled in satisfaction. Oh my, is that so? As expected, our Kenshuyan's name is useful everywhere. What a relief. As expected from a famous shop, you have a flexible policy. Seeing that Selena didn't seem angry, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief and carefully asked for her opinion. I will show you in, however, there are no empty seats for you. Is that all right? Selena agreed, fine, since I only came here to look at clothes. Knowing her cue, the other person stepped aside to make way for her. Selena strode in on her high heels. As soon as Selena stepped through the door, whispers with ill intentions began to rise. Oh my, what's with that person? Who is she? I've never seen her before. Don't tell me that's her. Oh my, so that's the woman. Come to think of it, she's just like the rumors described. To think she came here as soon as she arrived in the capital. Has she started using her assets already? I think so. That's why she came here. Selena was annoyed by what she heard. I'm really surprised. They just barge in without any surprise. So hostile. I suddenly have to practice my social skills. After asking her to sit down, she brought out a book. Here, this is the design book. Flipping through the pages, Selena commented, it's delicate and beautiful. It's different from the North. I like it. At the same time, she was thinking, in my heart, I want to beat them up while pulling their hair, but since today isn't the main stage, I'll just handle it gently. Then Selena flipped a few more pages for show, because that wasn't the main reason she was here. Then she held up the book with its luxurious and expensive dress designs, under the curious and confused gazes of the blue-haired girl and all the other ladies here. She gently announced that every dress in this book, I will buy them all. That firm tone was definitely not a lie. Even as the owner of the store, dead, this was the first time she had received a request from a customer to buy all the dresses in the design book. Therefore, she stood there stunned, unable to believe her ears. The other ladies around who overheard were also astonished. What did she just buy? Those expensive things? All of them. She quickly composed herself, rubbing her hands together with a fawning smile. But we haven't quoted the price yet. Selena waved her hand dismissively. No need, just send it to the Duke of Landberg. Not only that, she boldly added, and make 10 dresses for each design. All 7 colors of the rainbow, white, black, and gray would be nice too. You can also mix and match many detailed colors. I'll have to see the final product to choose the best one. Although deep down, she actually felt a bit guilty. I don't know if I'll be contributing to environmental pollution because I have to act impulsively now. Sorry, Earth. And as for the shop owner, needless to say, she was ecstatic. In front of her was a true big spender. A design that made a wealthy woman tremble when buying just one, and she was buying 10. I've hit the jackpot. And in response to Selena's lavish spending, she would naturally provide the most dedicated service. She quickly pushed a social dress in front of Selena and happily offered, of course, dear customer. We have a finished product for this design. Would you like to try it on now? Selena clapped her hands in praise. Oh my, it's so beautiful. Of course. Then she thought, good, at least there will be a quick payment soon. She enthusiastically led Selena to the large fitting room and asked, you can change here. Can our staff come in to help you? Selena agreed, yes, please do. Thank you. Thanks to the staff helping me change, I'll help you put it on. Selena just had to move her limbs gently and didn't have to touch a single thread. But this also made her realize a harsh reality. Oh my God, a world where everything can be solved with money. Even though it's dirty, it's easy. It's easier to work with people who are moved by money rather than those who do good deeds after being swayed. After finishing the final step of zipping up the back, the staff member took a few steps back and respectfully announced, it's done, my lady. Selena nodded in reply, thank you. The moment she stepped out of the fitting room and smilingly asked, I've tried it on once, how is it? The purple dress, made from the most expensive materials, further enhanced Selena's beauty. This caused almost all the ladies in the hall at that time, including those who didn't like her, especially the shop owner, to blush and exclaim in admiration, she's so beautiful. Selena smiled, closed her eyes slightly, and enjoyed the admiring gazes and whispers in her ear. Okay, the reaction is good. Letting them know of my presence with just this is enough. A wicked woman with a lot of money, beauty, and a bad attitude has appeared at Dead. Let's spread the word. She really liked this dress, so she quickly made a request to her. I like this one, I want to buy it. Can you alter it today? She enthusiastically agreed immediately. Of course, it will be done before lunch. Selena smiled in reply, thank you. However, neither of them noticed a brown-haired girl whispering something to a red-haired staff member not far away. With quite a bit of free time, Selena continued, then I'll go to other places first and come back to get it later. The shop owner heard this and bowed respectfully, yes, please take care. Selena had just turned and walked straight to the main door. Then the red-haired employee from before ran up to stop her with a panicked expression. Wait a minute. Excuse me. His sudden appearance startled Selena. The red-haired man began to introduce himself. I am Smith, the second son of the Nam Tuak Chada family. I happen to meet you today. Selena, on the surface, used her fan to cover her smiling mouth and replied with a single word, yes. But in her mind, she was trying to recall that family name. Chada, that's a name I've never heard from Kinshuyan. Smith pointed straight ahead to a table where a man and a woman were sitting and said, I took the liberty of speaking to you, as it seems you're having trouble because there are no empty tables. If you'd like, would you care to join us at that table? Selena didn't answer right away, but just closed her eyes to think. According to the information she had gathered beforehand, the people sitting at the corner table were much simpler than those at the center table. They couldn't be said to have any influence in society, not even bluffing. Sorry for judging, but if I sit here now, I'll be seen as being on the same level as them. With that thought, it was clear she would refuse. Thank you, but I was planning on going to other shops. Perhaps another time. Even so, Smith was still flustered, as if he wanted to hold on to something. Wait, just tell me your name. This made Selena feel quite tired. So they're holding me back without even knowing my name. They're really new to society. How will they survive in this dangerous society? If I get involved with people like them, I'll get caught up in another scandal. I have to get out of here. To be able to leave quickly. Selena had no choice but to use her partner as an excuse. She painted a picture for him of Kinshuyan looking displeased, then forced a smile and said, Oh my, I'm sorry. My Kinshuyan is a very jealous person. He doesn't like me telling my name to other men. Let's greet each other after we meet again with my lover. And this method was indeed very effective. Smith backed off immediately. Kinshuyan. Is that so? Please excuse me. Selena nodded as a farewell. Yes, then. Thank you. Then she and Yuna walked out of the shop. As soon as they got outside, Yuna jumped around excitedly. Everyone knows you're beautiful. If you become famous every time you appear in society like this, people will be lining up at your parties. But Selena wasn't that excited. Is this the time for me to be happy? If the other person wasn't beautiful, the maid would have had to draw the line first. She decided to chat with Yuna to relieve her boredom, so she asked, So, was it like that for Ariel? Yuna shrugged and replied, there were people who approached her first. But even so, how could it be the same? It's different from people approaching because you flirted with them first, versus people approaching because someone is too beautiful. Selena continued, but the Duke said Ariel was a shy person. Yuna let out a sigh and nodded in agreement. Yes, she's like a quiet, gentle cat who walks past men with an attractive body to get their attention. Another contradiction in Yuna's words. Selena pursed her lips and thought. She used to say Ariel was very gloomy. Now she says she often flirts with men. Doesn't she have too many contradictions for one person? She suddenly asked, Yuna, was it like this with Ariel too? Which made Yuna momentarily unable to process it. What? Then Selena suddenly changed her attitude and started laughing and talking as before. At first, they said they wouldn't let me in if we didn't meet the requirements. I don't know if they're treating me specially because Ariel was once a fiancée. She's different from me. Shouldn't she be treated differently? Yuna was a little surprised but explained, that Ariel was also rejected at first. After she asked for help and ordered 5 dresses at once, she was able to enter freely. After that, I didn't pay any more attention, I'm sorry. Hearing this, Selena smirked to herself. So she knew that Ariel was once rejected. Seeing that Selena wasn't angry and just said, No, I'm glad it went well, Yuna was relieved. Shall we go to the next shop? What about Simeon? Selena shook her head. No, I'm tired after trying on one dress. I want to rest. I'm going to the flower shop over there. Yuna, you should get in the carriage and see if there are any other empty places. Yuna's eyes widened in surprise. What? Me alone. Selena replied coldly, That's right, Yuna. You alone. It was very cumbersome and difficult for me to get in like this. Yuna seemed reluctant. Even so, you should go yourself. So Selena had to resort to a veiled threat. That's a shop that Yuna Dixon knows, right? Please. Thank you. Go while I'm still speaking nicely. The invisible dark aura she emitted made it impossible for Yuna not to obey. Yes. Then Yuna, with a sense of unwillingness, turned and got into the carriage. The wheels quickly began to move. An hour later, Yuna returned and breathlessly ran to inform Selena of the good news. Miss Selena, I found a shop with an empty seat. Selena stood up and asked, Really? Where is it? Yuna replied, It's a shop called Lumra. Because it's a place I've never been to, I didn't recommend it to you. But when I passed by and asked, they said there was one empty seat. Selena's eyes crinkled as she asked, so all the shops you told me to go to were fully booked? Sensing that she wanted to pull her hair out in her imagination, plus the fact that she had hit a nerve, Yuna avoided her gaze and replied tremblingly, Yes, yes. Hearing the admission from the other person, Selena still felt very uncomfortable. I knew it, but after confirming it, I feel even worse. How ridiculous. She must have done the same thing to Ariel. With me, I know she's doing it to discourage me, so it doesn't have much of an effect. But with Ariel, she would surely be scared. From what I've heard, she was a scapegoat, not a wicked girl. What could have made such a shy person be killed? For this mystery, Selena also had her own speculations as follows. If we arrange the clues found so far, first, it could have happened due to Fiona's jealousy. Second, it could have happened because of the way Rosalind eliminates obstacles at any cost. Third, it could have happened because the queen wanted an obstacle removed. Fourth, it's possible that the crown prince is wary of Landberg. Fifth, there's a possibility of a random crime due to a conflict among the Duke's staff. Sixth, there's a possibility of an unknown factor in society. Actually, she was a fragile person who could be dealt with at any time without having to kill her. Why? Why was it so convenient? Seeing her standing there dazed and lost in thought, the employee worriedly called out, Mississippi. Selena snapped out of her chaotic thoughts. She thought the other person wanted to remind her to leave, so she said with a slightly flustered expression, yes, I was thinking about something else. Let's go to Lumra. But the employee mentioned something else. No, there's an urgent message from him. Seeing the piece of paper tied to the Black Crow's leg, Selena immediately understood. Instead of letting the employee take it out, she untied the paper herself and opened it. The moment Selena read the words written on it, her beautiful face immediately showed a look of astonishment. And the words written on it were, Anyway, I think you should return quickly. The queen has arrived. After receiving the urgent message from the messenger eagle, Selena had to immediately run to find Kenshuyan, the duke. What are you doing? You said the queen would be here soon. How can a sick person exercise? In fact, he couldn't possibly look any healthier. At this moment, Kenshuyan was exercising by doing one-handed push-ups on the floor. Although Selena looked panicked, he himself was unusually calm. Well, it's just an excuse anyway. Seeing the man she slept with stand up and wipe his sweat, completely acting as if nothing had happened, Selena became even more furious and rushed over, hitting and shouting, Even if it doesn't mean much to you, you said it's the queen, the queen. Even if you can't fool her, at least pretend as a courtesy. I can't believe it. How will you act with that kind of thinking? I've worked and eaten with makeup artists for decades. I won't accept this. I'll make you look like a patient right now. After making such a grand declaration, she clapped her hands a few times, signaling the official start of Kenshuyan's transformation. Next, of course, was a series of extremely professional and orderly steps of transformation. A patient's gown will make anyone who wears it look sick. A wet towel, a must-have for someone with a fever. A bouquet of flowers from a hospital visitor. A bit of cold sweat from the fever. And finally, the tired, slightly slumped posture of a patient. Throughout the process, Kenshuyan was very cooperative. After Selena finished the final step, Kenshuyan even asked with great interest, How do I look? He even knew how to act with a hoarse, tired voice, his eyes vacant and his face covered in sweat that trickled down his strong chest. This image made it hard for Selena to look away, as well as to suppress inappropriate thoughts for young children. What should I say? You look very sexy. Kenshuyan was so shocked he sat up straight, dropping the towel on his head. What? Selena awkwardly changed the subject. Instead of it being a problem with my directing, the main problem is that you're too healthy. You've never been sick. Kim Soo-yeon laughed arrogantly for a few moments, then replied, in the end, it's my fault. Even though I've been sick before, I've never spent time lying in bed. Selena asked in surprise, really? Kim Soo-yeon honestly told her the reason. I have to work hard because I have many burdens on my shoulders in the future. I realized that a leader must be strong whether they have a fever or a broken arm. I used to endure pain without resting, even though I didn't know much before. Hearing him share this for the first time, Selena couldn't help but feel heartbroken. I thought all nobles were raised delicately. So you had a tough upbringing. Seemingly unable to hold back, she placed her hand on Kim Soo-yeon's fluffy silver hair. While gently stroking it, she continued softly, oh my, I think a child who grew up without time to be a child is very pitiful. A bit unaccustomed to this action, Kim Soo-yeon leaned back slightly. What are you doing? Selena smiled and replied, of course, I'm comforting you. It's like a sincere letter to the little Kim Soo-yeon who had a difficult life. Since the person in front of him was none other than Selena, Kim Soo-yeon obviously wasn't angry. He just looked at her for a long time and then nodded, okay. If you're someone who has traveled between worlds, you must also be able to travel through time. Selena's eyes crinkled in a smile of agreement, and at the same time, she felt quite surprised by Kim Soo-yeon's attitude. Oh my, what's this? He knows how to react to those words? His acting has improved. Then she continued to stroke his head and praised him endlessly. Hee, our Duke, he knows how to say sweet things now. I'm proud of you, so proud. Seeing Kim Soo-yeon's reluctance, can you stop treating me like a child? She just smiled and replied, why do you refuse when you like it? No need to be shy. Suddenly, a wave of drowsiness hit Selena, and she couldn't help but stretch and yawn. Seeing this, Kim Soo-yeon also asked worriedly, you're tired, aren't you? Selena answered honestly, yes, I've been out of bed since this morning. Kim Soo-yeon let out a sigh and said, if you're tired, you can sleep a little. The queen won't just open the door and walk in. I'll wake you up if there's any news of her arrival. It didn't sound unreasonable at all. So Selena agreed immediately. Hee, really? Then move over a little. Hey, you're not a real patient. You're so fussy. Cashin said, it's official. You want to steal a patient's bed just like that? But he voluntarily moved aside to make room for her. Selena comfortably lay down on the bed, closed her eyes, and said with a smile, we should rest properly when the time is right. Please wake me up in 5 minutes. I'll get up right away. Then she quickly fell into a deep sleep. It was clear she was very tired. Watching her relaxed sleeping face, Kim Soo-yeon thought to himself, it's interesting to see her fall asleep so quickly every time. It's truly amazing. Why don't I find it annoying when she asks me to do so many things? Have I gotten used to Selena? But to say that I've gotten used to her, when I think about it, Kim Soo-yeon's heart suddenly started beating unusually fast. He parted his lips to say something but was interrupted by a servant. Sir, the queen has arrived. So soon? Selena just fell asleep. Kim Soo-yeon let out a frustrated sigh. He was about to gently shake her awake, Selena, but stopped immediately. For some reason, when he saw her peaceful sleeping face, he couldn't bring himself to do it. His outstretched arm just hung in the air and then retracted. Then Kim Soo-yeon nonchalantly flopped down, to the servant's stunned expression. Vaguely understanding his intention, the servant asked hesitantly, sir? But Kim Soo-yeon just replied flatly, tell her I'm asleep. Because I'm very sick. As soon as he finished speaking, he wrapped his arm around Selena, pulled her close to his chest, and fell asleep with her. Time passed, and eventually, Selena was startled awake after a long and deep sleep. She sat up in a panic. I'm going crazy. What time is it? Kim Soo-yeon, who had woken up at some point, was now sitting right next to her, leaning against the headboard and reading a book. You've been asleep for about an hour and a half. Selena was shocked. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Why didn't you wake me up? It's unclear whether he wanted to tease her or what, but Kim Soo-yeon replied, I was just embodying a patient's virtue. Isn't it their duty to sleep? Selena cried miserably. You're good at talking when you're not a real patient. Oh my god, this is a big problem. My dress is wrinkled and my hair is a mess. Yet Kim Soo-yeon just comforted her with, it's fine, same as usual. This made Selena feel quite annoyed. You should say something more reassuring. The queen said she's coming with the princess, right? Kim Soo-yeon's weary expression as he replied, yes, I'm tired enough already, helped build an image of the queen in her imagination. A woman in her 60s with short, fiery red hair, bright red lips, and an extremely harsh demeanor. She was really curious. How strict of an old woman is she? To verify, it was best to meet in person. Therefore, Selena quickly got out of bed. She dusted off her skirt, then fixed her hair and clothes. She smiled and said, forget it, we're ready now. Seeing this, Kim Soo-yeon called the servant in and ordered, good, show the queen in. The servant bowed respectfully and replied, yes, sir, then went to do it immediately. Not even 10 minutes later, the door to the room was opened by someone. And the first person to enter was the queen. Hello, Duke. Long time no see. The small Princess Jeriel, who was walking behind her, was pushed forward by her. The first time Selena met the legendary queen, her image was far different from what she had imagined. This was more than enough to make her jaw drop. The queen and the princess, not Princess 1, Princess 2. No matter how you looked at it, the queen seemed younger than her. For someone like Kim Soo-yeon, who had seen it all, he was naturally very calm. Greetings, Your Majesty the Queen and Your Highness the Princess. The queen nodded in acknowledgement and then inquired, all right, Duke. I came to visit you because you said you were sick, but you don't look very sick. At this point, she turned to look at Selena and said in a rather sarcastic tone, she abandoned her. So you're avoiding me because you're with the woman you brought back? Kim Soo-yeon didn't answer and just said politely, because I wasn't well, I couldn't greet you properly. Please forgive me. The queen didn't make it difficult. All right, I forgive you. It's my fault for coming uninvited when you said you were sick. I came to see if you were really sick, because this reason has never come up before. I'm glad it's not true. After a short period of listening and observing, Selena couldn't help but feel a little incredulous as she silently assessed this queen. She's really a special person. What queen is so frank? No, is she really that frank? I can't see what she's thinking. I've suffered so much because of Rosalind that I'm not used to this speed. Although she was a bit wary of the queen, since she couldn't just be ignored like a potted plant, Selena took the initiative to greet her according to proper etiquette. My name is Selena. Greetings, Your Majesty the Queen. The queen arrogantly glanced over with a meaningful look. Then she smiled and complimented, you are truly beautiful. I have never seen such beauty as yours. Although she respectfully replied with 3 words, thank you, Selena was still very worried. I don't know how to deal with her. It's unclear if the queen saw through Selena's tense mood, but she suddenly burst out laughing. It's very clear you're on guard. Why are you so scared? Asked so bluntly, Selena was momentarily at a loss for words. As if that wasn't intimidating enough, the queen added another fatal question, are you afraid I might kill you? The queen's overly blunt question left Selena stunned for a moment, and she couldn't believe her ears. Yes. Yet the queen's fake, smiling expression didn't change at all. Not only that, she even kindly reassured Selena, oh my, look at that cute expression. It's great to be entertained by someone as beautiful as you before the marriage. Don't worry, there's no way I'd kill you just for that. Selena thought nervously, I'm being drawn into this incomprehensible conversation. She not only started quickly, but went straight to murder. Does she have anything to do with Ariel's death? Then she forced a smile and asked, marriage? What marriage? The queen turned Jeriel around and replied, won't the duke get married one day? It would be wonderful if he married my Jeriel. Looking at the tiny princess who only came up to her chest, Selena was suspicious. My God, how can she talk about marriage with a child like that? It's so shameful. Doesn't she feel sorry for her child? She also expressed her displeasure. But I will live with the duke forever. The queen covered her mouth and laughed a few times before nodding. That's right, since you two are in the honeymoon phase. Don't you agree, Duke? Kinshiyan disagreeably dismissed. Let's deal with that later. I won't kick her out and find someone to marry right away. The queen feigned sadness and said, you don't know people's hearts. But Kinshiyan still replied with a determined tone, even so, my heart is clear now. Seeing this, the queen became even more clingy and said, is that so? Even so, everything will go according to plan. You said your name is Selena, right? You too, don't put too much faith in others. Being called out by her, Selena frowned and argued, I'm not. Isn't that why I'm trying my best? The queen shook her head slightly, her expression helpless like an adult talking to a naughty child. So cute, but you need to know the difference between love and marriage. Marriage is for adults. Selena calmly crossed her arms and asked with a disdainful glance, if so, isn't the princess too young? After a sigh, the queen replied, one can mature even when young, and I was like that too. Selena tilted her head and asked further, don't you need to know the princess's opinion? Despite Jeriel trembling slightly in her arms, the queen still calmly said, oh my, the princess likes it too. Jeriel, you want to marry the duke, don't you? Jeriel's timid and shy demeanor made Selena feel sorry for her. My God, if she forces the child like that, how can a 10-year-old say no? It's a miracle she hasn't run away. But contrary to her worries, Jeriel suddenly spoke up, yes, I do. I want to marry the duke. Even more surprising was that her face was filled with shyness. She looked nothing like a girl in love, not an innocent princess. This image made Selena's face freeze. Huh? Convinced that Jeriel was being forced by the queen, she hastily knelt down in front of her and tried to persuade her to change her terrifying thoughts. You want to? You just said you want to? Princess, think carefully. The duke is twice your age. Do you like that? He's old and cold, knows nothing about love, and you don't know what he'll do when he's angry. He's also a scary old man with no dating experience. Even if you get married, he'll just lock you in a room until you grow old and die. Selena's enthusiastic criticism of Kinshiyan made the queen exclaim with amusement, oh my, so many things. Even the main character of Selena's terrible words couldn't accept it. Hey, whose side are you on? After Selena had advised her with all her heart until her voice was hoarse, Jeriel replied with a shy blush, but he's handsome. An answer that couldn't be argued with. It didn't stop there. She even got a bit too excited and shouted angrily, besides, the duke isn't old, I'm just young. The duke isn't even past the age of marriage yet. This sudden change also had a significant impact on Selena's subconscious. The child is sincere. This is true love. No one can stop her, especially since the child has started to become more troublesome. Have you seen him train? He's so cool when he's drenched in sweat. And when he attends official events, that shirt. Selena was speechless. What a unique teenage passion. An intense love for idols. I know it because I'm an artist. There's a scent of perfect obsession from Princess Jeriel. She couldn't help but imagine Jeriel attending an idol's concert and getting all excited. My duke is the best. Please marry me. Selena felt a headache coming on. My head. I'm more comfortable with a gloomy queen than a wicked princess. They all have surprising characteristics. With that thought, she gently rubbed her two shoulders. She placed them on Jeriel's shoulders and said, then, princess, there's one more important thing you should consider. Jeriel asked curiously, what is it? She only asked 2 questions. Love isn't just because of you. It starts from one side, right? Did the duke say he likes you? It seemed this was the first time Jeriel had been asked and had thought about this issue, so she froze for a moment. Then she bit her lip and answered, no, that's not it. He hasn't answered even though I've told him I love him many times. He'll like me soon. At this point, Selena understood a little better. She couldn't help but let out a small laugh. What should I do? The child must have been rejected a lot. So cute. But of course, she wouldn't bluntly state that fact and embarrass Jeriel. She just smiled with her eyes crinkled and said, it's a pity, but it won't happen because he already likes me. She not only refused to give up but also challenged, when I grow up, I'll definitely be more beautiful than you. I'll have more money than you. I'll also have more power. Selena patiently explained, but the Duke doesn't like me for those things. From the first sight, he said it felt like fate. Jeriel asked in surprise, fate. Selena nodded and continued, like the prince and princess in a novel. The two main characters in a musical. At this point, Jeriel had to turn and ask Kinshuyan directly, did you feel it was fate, Duke? Since the back and forth was very important, Kinshuyan had no choice but to admit it. Oh yes. Of course, he said that under Selena's threatening gaze. Say it's the truth. Jeriel fell to the floor in disappointment. How could it be? Then she cried out in agony, you're lying, and ran out of the room in tears. So, the naive princess's side was dealt with, but the queen still held her original opinion. Haha, my princess is so shy. But living with it will be fun because it's cute. Kinshuyan felt truly helpless with her. Then please find someone better than me. Then, the queen said with some sadness, do you think it's easy to find a family that can protect us after the crown prince ascends the throne? Besides, doesn't the princess already have feelings for you? Can't the Duke refuse? It's time to stop joking around and find a proper bride. Kinshuyan tiredly pleaded, please stop the princess. Seeing the two go back and forth like this, Selena told herself, at this rate, it won't stop. I have to stop them. But before she could say it out loud, even so, Kinshuyan interrupted with a firm assertion, I will not marry just because it's necessary. Then how do you stop it? Selena was fed up. Oh my god. The queen covered her mouth and laughed, asking, why the sudden change, Duke? Why do you suddenly want to live life to the fullest? Kinshuyan replied, I'm just being careful. As if he had just had one. An idea, the queen smirked sinisterly. Then she said sarcastically, to think that something only someone deeply in love could say would come out of your mouth. It's something you can see if you live long enough. For a moment, Selena was stunned with surprise. Then she tried to hold back a rising laugh and thought, you think he'll fall deeply in love after hearing those words? If you listen to him carefully, he'll talk about the marriage scandals. Didn't he say he doesn't want to get married? Love, that northern duke. Noticing Selena secretly covering her mouth to laugh, the queen glanced over at her. Then she quickly put on her bright smile again and continued, I don't like it very much. Isn't love something that only lasts for a while? Duke, is this girl your dance partner for the ceremony? Kinshuyan admitted without hesitation, yes. Knowing she couldn't sway Kinshuyan, the queen turned to Selena and reminded her, Miss, don't do that in society. If you keep doing that, you might really get killed. The murderous aura from her made Selena shiver. Are you going to kill me? The queen laughed loudly. I won't do that. Selena asked nervously, then who will? The queen shrugged and replied, Who knows? Don't you think there's more than one person who wants to do that? After her words, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became quiet and cold. I've wasted enough time here today. What's important is that what needed to be said has been said. So the queen took out her pocket watch and said, oh my, it's getting late. It seems I've been bothering the sick person for too long. I'll come again when I hear you're better. Kinshuyan nodded in farewell. Have a safe journey. The moment she heard the click of the closing door, signaling that the queen had truly left. Only then could Selena let out a sigh of relief. Then she sat down on the chair next to Kinshuyan's bed and asked, does that sentence mean she knows something? Kinshuyan didn't hide it and replied, yes. Selena speculated, it seems the queen is not the culprit. With that personality, I think she would just tell Ariel to leave. The reason she thought so was because, if you think about it that way, it makes sense. With Ariel being threatened by Kinshuyan, it's possible she would tell Ariel to leave and offer to keep her. Introduce her to someone better. I'm sure everyone would compare her to Kinshuyan. What would Ariel think when she received such an offer? Although we don't know the truth, one thing is for sure, the queen's presence was a significant burden for Ariel if Ariel's death was a suicide. Then the queen would also be the culprit. Seeing Selena hesitate over the issue of Ariel's death being a clear murder, Kashin replied with a slightly tired and hoarse voice, I've told you already. The wound was too deep, so it was definitely a murder. Selena shared worriedly, even if I'm not active in society, I don't feel good about it, because I think it's just a case of someone being killed because she made someone angry. Kim Soo-yeon asked doubtfully, are you saying it could be a suicide? Selena didn't dare to confirm it, so she just said, it just bothers me. Perhaps because Kim Soo-yeon didn't want her to worry so much, he suddenly stood up and suggested, then let's go see Ariel's room while we discuss this. There might be clues if we go to the scene. Seeing his rough hand extended towards her, Selena couldn't help but feel surprised. Now, Kim Soo-yeon replied seriously now. For some reason, when she thought of the victim's room, Selena hesitated. But then she changed her mind. That's right. Instead of being confused by this case, I should go and take a look. That way, I can quickly finish this boring job. Having made her final decision, she took Kim Soo-yeon's hand and accepted his offer. All right, let's go. To the scene. Looking at Kim Soo-yeon's tall back leading the way, Selena couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, is the atmosphere in the East Wing really that different from the West Wing? It seems warmer and more formal. Kim Soo-yeon replied, because the West Wing is normally used by the Duchess, so of course, my mother would be influenced a little. According to the ducal manners architecture, the Duchess's study in the West Wing is frequently used, and the Duke's work area in the East Wing is also frequently used. Selena nodded in understanding. I see. Were these stairs also designed according to your mother's taste? It looks like a bridge connecting the second floor to the garden. So romantic. But the truth was not so simple. Kim Soo-yeon hesitated a little and said, that. When you need to meet with people you shouldn't know, this is a secret path to use for such things. Hearing this, Selena quickly imagined images like a shameful rendezvous. Is what I'm thinking true? He allowed the Duchess to build a bridge for her lover, the previous Duke. Although this was quite a shameful matter, Kim Soo-yeon didn't deny it. Well, since my mother fulfilled her duty as a Duchess by giving birth to me, my father just let her live as comfortably as possible in the end. He seemed to accept this very easily. Selena asked in disbelief, is that okay for a child? Kim Soo-yeon replied calmly, it's not a big deal. It's not worth talking about. Most nobles live like that. This thought is really... Selena laughed. Now I understand why you're so dry. As they were talking, they had reached their destination. Looking at the closed door in front of them, Kim Soo-yeon said, let's not talk about this anymore. We're here. The two pushed the door open and entered the room. The scent of incense wafting from inside made Selena exclaim in admiration, so this is the atmosphere at the top of the West Wing. It's so bright and luxurious. It really reflects your mother's personality. Did Ariel also use this room? Kim Soo-yeon looked around the room and replied, yes, she still used it and didn't change anything. Hearing Selena ask, what about that door? Kim Soo-yeon turned to look in the direction of her attention and explained, that's a small room, mostly used by the maids, especially Mrs. Janet. Selena seemed to have caught a keyword. So she also used it on that day? Understanding her suspicion, Kim Soo-yeon nodded and replied, yes, she said she was sleeping very soundly and didn't hear anything. Selena frowned. Is that so? Recalling that time, Kim Soo-yeon's face contorted slightly. He continued, furthermore, that day, Ariel was found lying on the ground, wearing the dress for her engagement the next day. A deep cut stretched from her arm to her elbow. There was so much blood there that it was hard to tell, but the window was closed and the inside was locked. If someone wanted to get in without being let in from the inside, it could only be done by going through Mrs. Janet's room. But since Mrs. Janet had clearly been asleep with her door locked that day, the possibility of an intruder from the next room was very low. Selena asked doubtfully, then isn't Mrs. Janet the culprit? It wasn't that Kim Soo-yeon hadn't considered this. He asked her back, is there any reason for Mrs. Janet to kill her? Selena put her hand to her chin in thought and replied, perhaps because she thought she wasn't worthy of the Landbird status. A murder could tarnish Landbird's reputation. There's no reason to disgrace the Landbird family name. Cashin agreed, that's right. Besides, Mrs. Janet isn't stupid enough to admit to killing someone when she's clearly the prime suspect. Selena asked hesitantly, I agree, but I don't know either. Should we consider this a suicide? Kim Soo-yeon replied wearily, I've told you many times. That wound couldn't have been inflicted by someone who has never used a sword. But Selena continued to hold on to that hypothesis. Maybe because she was so desperate and suddenly had a strong motivation to do it? I think there's nothing a person can't do if they're determined. She was quite convinced. Determination, pressure so great it's enough to make someone commit suicide. A burden big enough to make her harm herself even if she's never held a knife in her hand. After a few seconds of hesitation, Selena spoke up, Duke. What if everything was really too difficult for her and she was very determined to hurt herself like that? If it's true that she committed suicide and someone forced her to die, would that person be a suspect? Understanding who she was referring to with the word suspect, Kim Soo-hyun confirmed, yes, they would be suspects. Then the two of them continued their back and forth, one question from her and one answer from him. Even though it wasn't just one person, but the people Ariel met in this world, yes, the people who just stood by and didn't help her, they're also considered suspects. The moment Selena looked up and asked, including you, for not noticing the unusual things at that time, Kim Soo-hyun suddenly saw Ariel's reflection through her. He seemed to be frozen by that lifelike image. His mouth also froze as if he were muted. Then Kim Soo-hyun buried his face in his hands and asked in a hoarse voice, Am I also guilty? I was only angry because Landberg attacked a day before the engagement ceremony, not because Ariel was killed. She wasn't a stranger, she was my bride. I was so careless. How could you think of that? Selena forced a smile and replied, well, I guess I got too into character and didn't notice. Kim Soo-hyun asked suspiciously, Have you been through something similar? Although a sad expression flashed across her face, Selena still shook her head and replied, No, well. It's just something everyone goes through once. Similar things. The feeling that the whole world hates you. Like you have no place in this world. Kim Soo-hyun frowned and asked, Who made you think that? Selena bowed her head and replied, It wasn't a stranger. There were also rumors and gossip about people I never met to fight and find a place in this world. Perhaps some chaotic situation caused things to turn out this way? At this point, she turned to smile at Kim Soo-hyun. Her smile made Kim Soo-hyun's heart feel as if it were being squeezed. Selena continued cheerfully, It's all in the past. I've endured and remained calm to this extent. It's me, the great actress Selena. After a long silence, Kim Soo-hyun suddenly leaned towards her and said meaningfully, In this place, in this world, don't just endure and be sober. Hearing this, Selena was a little surprised, but she quickly understood and her eyes crinkled in a smile of agreement with him. Selena asked curiously, So what should I do? At least I have to do something. But Kim Soo-hyun didn't answer right away and instead requested, Tell me, you don't have to endure the small things. Selena burst out laughing and teased, If I tell you, will you put them to eternal sleep? Kim Soo-hyun quickly replied, Sleep? Is that enough? This sentence, combined with that sinister and terrifying expression. Naturally, it sent a shiver down Selena's spine and made her break out in a cold sweat. She quickly grabbed his collar, shaking him and scolding, What else? Don't tell me you're going to kill them. Oh my God, look at this person. Are you really going to kill them? Are you going to kill them for making a mistake, just like that assassin the other day? Kim Soo-hyun replied matter-of-factly, considering. I've never killed anyone for personal reasons, but when there's a conflict involving territorial disputes, killing is the default. Selena wiped the sweat from her forehead, letting out a sigh of relief before asking, Should I feel relieved that it's not illegal? Kim Soo-hyun smiled and replied, Well, even so, with this power and with those trying to infiltrate me, threatening them a little is also a way. That's why you don't have to endure anything. Because in this world, you have me. Kim Soo-hyun's expression, from his eyes to his face, was extremely serious and sincere as he expressed this. Feeling the continuous vibration in her heart, Selena smiled a gentle and loving smile, her face filled with happiness. She said, Thank you. The next day, in the ducal mansion. Selena just received a letter with the content, I sincerely apologize. I made a mistake yesterday. That is why we cannot proceed with the alterations. Please, madam, visit us again. This letter must have been sent from the owner of the clothing store, dead. Selena frowned, displeased. Then she showed the letter to Kinshuyan. Duke, take a look at this. Skimming through the words, Kinshuyan also felt annoyed for her. How rude. They're the ones who made the mistake, yet they're telling you to go to them. They didn't even bother to come here. Selena pouted in disgust. Just as I thought. How pathetic. I already settled it with them with money at that time, and now they've suddenly changed their attitude? Kinshuyan asked, lack of money? Selena shook her head, I don't think so. There must be someone behind this. If the word out there is that I'm a tyrant, this isn't just a simple request, it's a challenge. As if she had just thought of a brilliant idea, she smirked. Then she stood up and said, I'll go prepare right now. Leaving Kinshuyan alone in the room, Selena called for Yuna. Then, she and Yuna took the initiative to go to the shop as per the forced invitation. I think today will be a fierce battle. She had only taken 2 to 3 steps before she froze. A displeased voice suddenly came from behind her. What the hell is this? Making her turn her head to look. The newcomer was Fiona. She had 2 servants behind her, while she herself had her arms crossed, glaring at her. Seeing her, Selena sighed wearily and replied, And what are you? She was not holding back at all, attacking her directly. Her annoyed voice rang out, I must say, you have a thick skin. How dare you show your face here again? She shrugged and replied matter-of-factly, Isn't this a place where anyone can come? I don't think this place is suitable for me anymore, because of your presence here. Fiona was furious, not expecting her to say that. You're truly crazy. You're not even scared, are you? Don't you value your own life? Faced with her baseless anger, Selena shrugged lazily and said, You keep using the same threat. Don't you get tired of it? Don't you have any new tricks? Her sharp gaze rested on her for a moment. But she must know something, to be so confident in mentioning these things over and over. Suddenly, she grabbed her pink bow and pulled her away. Fiona, come talk to me for a minute. She refused to struggle and just shouted, What are you doing? Let me go. Lee R.A. Haley, save me. Her servants on either side could only watch helplessly as she dragged her away, horrified. My lady. She felt a bit of a headache and turned back to order the servants, Don't follow us. Just wait here for a moment. Her face was smiling gently, but her voice was full of oppression as she threatened, If you carelessly follow and eavesdrop on our conversation, I don't know what I'll do to silence you. Got it? The servants were trembling from her sharp gaze. The 2 could only nod repeatedly and reply, Yes, ma'am. Then, Selena slammed Fiona against the wall with a loud thud. She screamed in fear, bound her hands, and cursed her, You crazy woman. With that, her cold face, as if wanting to eat her alive, moved closer to hers. Her voice rang out instantly, You know something about Yel's death, don't you? Hitting a nerve, Fiona hesitated and avoided her gaze. Then she pursed her lips and mumbled, I must be crazy. She asked impatiently, So is it true? I know a lot about Arrow. She retorted, So what? Think about it, you keep threatening me. It sounds like if I don't stay away from Sir Kinshuyan, I'll end up like Yel. She frowned and explained, From what I've been told, Yel committed suicide. But no one knows why. So, how could you know? She gave Fiona a sharp glance. She immediately trembled with fear, unable to speak. A moment later, she screamed, How am I supposed to know the thoughts of a dead person? I don't know anything. I'm completely innocent. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't know anything. Is that so? Selena was skeptical and thought, Should I add a little more? But even if I do, I don't think she'll talk. Right? Well, let her go. Today isn't the only day I can ask her. With that thought, she let out a sigh and said to her, All right, go. Go quickly. Fiona, scared, was let go and immediately ran into a corner while she silently watched her figure and thought of a way. Because she definitely knew something, from now on the key is how to force her to say it. Hey, a voice called out, making her turn her head. Fiona, though flustered, still firmly expressed her thoughts to her. My feelings for him are genuine. She was nonchalant. So what? She replied angrily, But yours are not. She put her hands on her hips and looked up. What else? Whether my feelings are genuine or not, it doesn't change the fact that the Duke is mine, right? Selena smiled coldly at her. She bit her lip, unable to contain her anger. Fiona could do nothing but scream and curse at her, "You she-devil." But she looked extremely calm and didn't even bother to respond to her words. Surprising. To me, you, the one who keeps flirting with someone who already has someone else, are the real she-devil. After that, she stomped her feet. So annoying. Every time I get involved with you, I feel so uncomfortable. She led him to clench his fist tightly. The woman turned and walked away. Before she left, she pointed straight at her face and shouted, "It's not that I'm not bad, but compared to you, I'm still much kinder." Just you wait. Selena said nothing, just watched her leave in a rage. Whatever, she mumbled, then nodded thoughtfully at Fiona's words. She's right. At Fiona's level, she's still considered cute. This society is full of people who are even more aggressive. She thought of her again with that fierce face and voice, "But compared to you, I'm still much kinder." Selena couldn't help but smirk. She says she's kind? All right, thanks for the warning. So now, here, there are only she-devils who are worse than you, right? She looked straight at the brightly lit mansion before her. She took a deep breath and let out a sigh. When she had mentally prepared herself, she said to Yuna behind her without turning her head, "Shall we go inside, Yuna?" Inside the splendid and luxurious shop. As soon as she entered, the shop owner immediately greeted her warmly. Oh my goodness, you're here? I'm sorry for notifying you so urgently." Her voice was apologetic as she explained, "We only just found out about this recently. Thank you for coming like this." She frowned and assessed her for a moment, then was confused. What's wrong? Why is she trembling like that? If this is the case, she shouldn't have told me. "Oh my, what's this?" a sarcastic voice called out. "You've just arrived and you're already bossing people around like that?" Selena remembered what. The shop owner immediately bowed to her. Selena glanced over and saw many nobles in the shop. "I'm truly sorry." The shop owner sighed self-reproachfully and bowed in apology. "Because we were short-staffed, we couldn't come to you directly. Thank you for your understanding." Selena's sharp eyes scanned the surroundings. Then she suddenly smiled politely. "For me, since I had so much fun shopping yesterday, I wanted to come again. But then the Duke happened to be there with me, so he heard about it. He was very angry because you didn't even come directly or ask about our schedule, but instead told us to come at your convenience." After that, everyone around immediately started whispering. She's making a big deal out of such a small thing and telling the Duke about it. Can't she handle it herself? No matter how much she studied, her appearance looks shallow. Didn't she even learn about that? Isn't that obvious for her? Selena's eyes darkened. She silently listened to the gossips discuss her. Such obvious tricks. Her smile looks forced. She must have only known men since she grew up. Then she silently cursed them. Even teenagers going through puberty don't act like that. It was all too clear who was behind this. She glanced over at the person leisurely sipping tea. That person was none other than the daughter of the Thulon family, Rosalind. Selena's high heels clicked on the floor. She stood nonchalantly in front of Rosalind and greeted her, "Long time no see." She raised her teacup and replied coldly, "Are we close enough to greet each other like this?" She gently sat down, her face still cheerful despite her unfriendly words. "I don't think my greeting sounds that friendly to you. You must be very happy to see me." She laughed and said, "I hate word games. I'm not that free." "You mean you're not free to talk to a commoner? You're so deceitful." Her voice was gentle but full of hurt. Rosalind didn't stay quiet and replied frankly, "Because I'm a noble, not like some people. So, since you're a commoner, you'd better be careful with your words." "Got it." Another noble lady deliberately walked past her, glanced at her, covered her mouth, and laughed, of course. People who don't even know basic etiquette can't possibly understand basic things, like that woman over there. Rosalind feigned surprise. "Oh my, is that so?" The other nobles around looked at her and continued to gossip. "Maybe it's because of her body that she looks a bit shallow. I'm sure she was born that way. But this is about the gestures and expressions they carry throughout their lives. What do you think she's doing? It's so obvious. Selena's face darkened as she thought silently. With this kind of attack, it would have been enough to make EL want to end her own life. Since I have a lot of experience in the entertainment industry, these words don't affect me much. Because EL, who lived quietly, was attacked and spoken ill of by people who always wanted to look good. It would be foolish to solve this problem by talking. It's pointless to fight them when the odds are already against us. Rosalind set up this game to achieve that. She clenched her fists in anger. If they're already intent on being sarcastic, then how I look or how much money I have doesn't matter. So what should I do? The whispers about her continued unabated. It seems the Duke doesn't know how to choose women. It must be easy to seduce him. If she's already stepped into the duchy, she should know her place. Anyway, the greed of those who have nothing. Then her eyes darkened. Selena's face was grim as she remained silent. In a situation like this, what should a wicked woman do? Do I really need to resort to that? Suddenly, an annoyed voice cut through the noisy scene of discussion. The person said, "What's going on here?" Cashin silently walked up beside her, his voice extremely cold. At that moment, his eyes were angry. "I think I heard things that I shouldn't have heard." The nobles immediately fell silent when they saw Kenshuyan approach with an angry face. Someone panicked. The Duke of Landberg, is he with that woman? The Duke. Selena looked at him stunned. Your Grace. Kenshuyan seemed unhappy and said coldly, "I came because I was worried about you being alone, and things like this would happen." Then he suddenly pulled her to her feet. He held her in his arms, frowned, and turned to say to everyone here, "Selena is a guest of Landberg, and I invited her here myself. If you know Selena, then you must also know that." Then he turned to Rosalind and said in a questioning tone, "You're the one who knows that best, right, Rosalind?" Rosalind looked extremely calm. After a moment of thought, she pointed at her and said, "The Duke has never introduced her as a guest, so I only remember her as your woman. A low-born woman trying to start a relationship out of her league, or just a woman to warm your bed. Isn't she one of those types?" After that, everyone in the shop agreed with her. "She's right." "Is that all you can think of?" His cold voice rang out. "It seems your father has devoted all his energy to the government." Selena anxiously wanted to stop him from continuing to argue with her. But he still bluntly exposed her ugly face. "If that's all you've learned from him, then I have nothing more to say to you. However, I'm not like your father." Rosalind was angry but couldn't retort. Then he glared at the nobles in the shop and said loudly, "I don't see Selena as a woman to warm my bed. My feelings for her are genuine. So you'd better treat Selena with respect," he threatened in a low voice. After that, Kenshuyan pulled her and turned to leave. Rosalind was so furious that her whole body trembled, but unfortunately, she couldn't say anything back to him. She bit her lip in frustration, her eyes filled with a vengeful fire. On the royal carriage, Kenshuyan's face was dark as he sat with his arms crossed, staring at her. Selena spoke softly, "Are you angry?" He glanced at her, his expression still annoyed, and replied, "Of course. Seeing my person treated like that, how could I not be angry? This morning, I already had a bad feeling about the message we received, and you looked very worried too." Hearing him, she scratched her face and thought, "So that's it. I thought I looked confident then." "You knew something like this would happen, and you still went there?" he asked, confused. Selena nodded and explained, "I was kind of expecting it." Kenshuyan frowned and admonished, "I remember telling you yesterday, from now on, don't endure and tolerate it anymore." Knowing he was worried about her, she patted his arm. "I wasn't trying to endure it. I was about to give them a piece of my mind before you came. Those ladies only know how to hold teacups. You know they're not even on my level, right?" He leaned forward slightly and continued to question her. "So you just sat there and listened to all that nonsense?" She immediately explained, "I had to do that to fight or something similar to join the upper class." He frowned and advised her, "You don't have to do that." Selena looked at his calm face and wondered, What do you mean? Then what's my purpose here?" "I have to find the culprit who harmed Aero. Even if I can't find the culprit, I have to know what happened before and after the murder." "Why?" She was explaining passionately when he interrupted, his voice calm as he reminded her, even so, it's not necessary for you to go through the same thing. After all, you and Arrow are two different people. Find another way to join the upper class. I don't want my person to be humiliated in a place where I'm not present. Despite that, Yeol's trail, she persisted in trying to make him understand, but he vehemently opposed, has been made clear through the final efforts of the assassination attempt. That doesn't affect what kind of person you are. As it is now, you are my woman. Those people will let it go. This is only the second time we've gone looking for the culprit. He told her gently, you don't have to force yourself so much. I don't want anyone from Landberg to be sacrificed anymore. Kim Soo-hyun looked directly into her eyes, his voice gentle and warm. You should do what your heart tells you. Selena thought silently, then mumbled, do what I want? She remembered a man who had once maliciously taught her, just smile, and this can be resolved peacefully. What's there to be proud of? Your only job is to smile. Smile and stop going around biting people. Her whole body froze instantly. Then she started trembling. He was really so unreasonable. Then she stared intently at his handsome, cold face. The words from this cold and stern man are what I've always wanted to hear. Now I realize it. Being cursed and criticized for no reason, I thought I was used to it because I have a lot of experience in acting. I thought I could endure it all, but in reality, I can't. She thought sadly, from the beginning until now, I've never felt at ease. I've also had a difficult time. Selena clenched her fists and suddenly burst into tears over the hardships she had been through. Then she quickly wiped away the tears. My God, I'm so foolish. I was moved by his words. The words that said I did nothing wrong. She calmed herself, calmed down, wiped away the tears. She fumbled around pitifully like a child, making Kim Soo-hyun unable to resist hugging her tightly. Selena was surprised by his hug and asked, why are you suddenly like this? His warm voice echoed in her ear. When someone hugs you, you'll calm down faster. She smiled and wondered, do I look that excited? He shook his head. You look very emotional. She laughed, I didn't think you could understand me so well. My acting career is over. Kim Soo-hyun held her even tighter. I know because I'm a swordsman. Others wouldn't know. Selena joked, it sounds like a line from a master in some martial arts novel, like knowing the opponent's weakness through their movements. Although I don't know what martial arts is, it seems like a novel written based on reality. It was worth being cursed at today because we got a good result. After she said that, he let her go and asked, God. She explained excitedly, that's right. You saved me in such a critical situation. Now everyone will think that the Duke of Landberg is sincere with Selena and will completely believe it. So there's no need to force you, someone who can't act, to act anymore. Congratulations. They'll believe it after just one time, he asked, stunned. She nodded confidently. Yes, you were completely immersed in it and did it perfectly. She mimicked his voice from before. My feelings for her are genuine. Then she laughed excitedly. You said you were sincere with me. Even if those were my true feelings? Kim Soo-hyun suddenly cut her off, making Selena freeze in her tracks. She was stunned and dazed. What? Kim Soo-hyun calmly said a sentence that made her head spin like a top. He's sincere with me? Really? Even though we're in a contract relationship, are we really going to get married? Really? He suddenly confessed like that. She feigned ignorance, her voice trembling slightly as she tried to avoid the topic. Duke, I don't know when you developed feelings for me. Even so, we're from different worlds. Besides, I'll be leaving one day. And I still have a lot of unfinished business in that world, so I thank you for your feelings. But marriage. Kim Soo-hyun immediately cut in, confused. Marriage? What marriage are you talking about? After the sentence, the two of them stared at each other with a million question marks. Selena rolled her eyes and said to him, didn't you say you really wanted to marry me? Otherwise, people wouldn't understand that you're sincere with someone. His face wrinkled as he wondered, is that usually the case? She nodded in reply, yes. He was silent for a moment before continuing, so according to you, I, with my own mouth, in front of everyone, said that I intend to marry you. Kenshuyin's face flushed red as he said this. Although she didn't want to admit it, she had to nod and reply, "That's right." Kenshuyin immediately covered his face. He had never felt so ashamed and embarrassed before. With my own mouth, admitting it to you. Selena smiled gently and comforted him. Don't be so ashamed. After all your efforts to develop your acting skills, this is a success. She cheerfully praised him. You just did it first, well done. He sighed and shook his head, lamenting, I'm really so embarrassed. I can't go on living. So if it's not marriage, then what are you sincere about? Suddenly, she had a question for him. Kenshin hesitated for a moment after hearing it. That. It means I don't think you're a throwaway. We've shared so many experiences. She was surprised by his words and let out a small sound. Cashin's gaze fell on her, his voice neither cold nor warm. If you want to stay here, I'll support you financially and emotionally, whether you succeed or fail. Of course, that also means I don't want you to get hurt doing your job. His sincere words moved her deeply. She smiled and nodded. So that's it. You really do care about me. Thank you. He continued in a low voice, and furthermore, I'm very serious about your swordsmanship. Sanshin immediately grabbed her hand, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Selena paused, confused. He sounded like her biggest fan, saying, That's your skill. It's not too late. I can train you to be better. She immediately shook her head, regretfully refusing. No, that's not necessary. If I learn from the Duke, I think it will be over, even as a hobby. I'm afraid I'll be tricked into walking down a difficult path. Unable to persuade her, he sighed to himself. You're clever. Still, let me know if you change your mind. I'm willing to teach you. Seeing his persistence, Selena spoke bluntly. It's shameless of you to keep bringing this up. No matter how many times you say it, I won't do it. Give up. All right. Do you have any plans after this? He asked, letting it go. She replied, Nothing important. Hearing this, he made a suggestion. Then would you like to take a walk through town with me? So the rumors can spread to the neighbors that the Duke of Landbird is dating Selena? She teased, glancing at him. He shook his head and chuckled. All right, let's go. She laughed and said, Then let's go to Cringe first. Her voice was filled with fiery enthusiasm. That's a pastry shop Juna recommended to embarrass me. Let's go there and turn the tables. Inside the pastry shop, the chef's surprised voice echoed upon hearing of their arrival. It's the Duke of Landbird. The chef ordered, Find a place where there are no people. He then turned to welcome her cheerfully. This way, the royal seats. Selena was a bit surprised by such a warm welcome. Although I expected this, they treat me completely differently when I'm with Cashin. They ignored Yuna when I sat with her. How surprising. Am I surprised? Cashin pulled out a chair for her to sit down, then asked gently, You've wanted to come here for a long time, haven't you? She quickly replied, Yes, although I don't really like sweets. But they say this place is famous. The chef thought she was doubting his skills, so he immediately shouted, Then please give us some time. I want to serve you the best dish that suits your palate. She smiled politely. Yes, of course. Next, he pointed to a tower full of cakes and eye-catching desserts, trying to win her over. Please taste it while you wait. These are the less sweet items on our menu. A table full of food successfully caught her attention. Selena immediately stepped forward, reaching out to grab one while exclaiming continuously. As expected, this place is famous for a reason. It's so beautiful. I have to try it. Cashin suddenly stopped her. Wait, I'll try it first. She nodded obediently. Yes. There could be poison. He said it so casually it froze her on the spot. She couldn't help but ask, What? Right here, in such a crowded place? He said menacingly, It's not impossible. She frowned, a little confused by his actions. No, if there's poison, shouldn't you stay away since you're the most important person here? He shook his head, disagreeing with her thoughts, and explained, I'll be fine because I've been trained to be immune to poison since I was a child. Hearing this, she could only give an awkward laugh. What kind of family raised you? After that thought, she forced a smile. Yes, of course. You eat first. Cashin followed her words, scooping a forkful of cake into his mouth. He closed his eyes to savor it, just like a five-star celebrity chef judging a dish. Suddenly, he jolted and his eyes flew open. Selena, sitting opposite and watching him intently, was confused by his strange expression. Why that expression? Don't tell me there's actually poison. She instantly shot up from her seat, yelling with concern. Duke, are you all right? Her voice made him jump. His voice trembled as he said, "It's too sweet." Hearing him, she breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she couldn't help but get angry, her voice low as she scolded him. If you create such a terrifying atmosphere with that kind of facial expression, don't you think people will misunderstand? Cashin made an innocent face, pointed at the cake on the table, and shook his head, advising her, "Anyway, it's sweet. Don't eat it." Next, she scooped a forkful of another cake for him to taste and asked, "All right, what about this one?" He chewed while frowning and answered honestly, "Well, this one's sweet too." Selena decided to get her revenge by continuously feeding him cake. "Try the rest too. You're doing great." He obediently ate everything but had the same feeling. They're all too sweet. Seeing the chef coming out with more cake, she feigned a disappointed face and said, "Really? Oh dear, there's nothing to eat. Should we leave?" Seeing this, the chef immediately called out, "Thank you for waiting." He hastily presented her with an attractive, golden yellow cake. "The low-sugar cake we've prepared. Would you two like to taste it?" Selena exclaimed happily, "Oh my, that's wonderful. Try a piece, Duke." In front of all the nobles present, she gently fed him a piece of the cake. He chewed the cake, savoring its flavor. Then he nodded and said to her, "This one's good." Selena's eyes widened in surprise. "Really?" Then she quickly tasted the cake herself and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my, it is good. It's delicious, not too sweet, and so soft." Her face was filled with happiness when she suddenly noticed his intense gaze on her. She asked, confused, "What? Why are you blushing?" She couldn't help but ask, looking at his flushed face. Diane deliberately avoided her gaze, looking away and speaking coldly. "It's nothing. Just eat." With that, he unconsciously picked up his glass of water and chugged it down. Selena, sitting opposite him, didn't understand at all. Why is he acting like that? Then she unconsciously looked down at the fork she was using. She stared at it as if thinking. Then she realized this silver fork was the one she had used to feed him cake earlier. Selena couldn't help but look at his blushing face and think, "Because I used his fork." How cute. She used the silver fork to spear a strawberry cake on the plate. Then she gently put the cake in her mouth. Selena exclaimed happily, "So good." In a luxurious and magnificent mansion, a woman's voice suddenly exclaimed, "This world is wonderful." The purple-haired maid with sparkling eyes couldn't help but praise, "I didn't know there were such beautiful dresses here." The orange-haired tailor beside her shed tears of joy. "I'm so happy to have been the one to design them. What do you think, Duke?" Selena's voice suddenly rang out. She appeared before him in an exquisitely tailored and splendid dress, her voice full of charm. "Do you think I'll be a success at tonight's party?" In the mansion. The tailor bowed respectfully to Selena. "It's an honor to be able to sell my products to a lady like you. Please call me anytime." She smiled politely. "Thank you. Take care." With that, she stretched wearily and sat down on the sofa next to him, her voice filled with joy. "It's been so long since I've had this much fun shopping. It's great when there's no personality clash." Cashin was busy with work, but still replied to her yes. She gestured towards the sparkling diamond jewelry and said with enjoyment, "Actually, I like things like this. Instead of enjoying luxury, I'm more interested in art." Moreover, the shop was beautifully decorated. "It's a pity such a beautiful place is only used for battle." Her voice suddenly became quiet, making Cashin glance over. He asked softly, "Or should I buy it for you?" She immediately pointed to the expensive clothes and jewelry. "Buy it? Again? Even though I've already bought enough." He stopped his work, crossed his arms, and spoke to her seriously. "That part was expected. I mean the shop." She tilted her head. "The shop? So you really have a lot of money, So much that you can say you'll buy a shop so easily. Sanshin nonchalantly shrugged, showing off his immense wealth. I have a lot of money because it piles up faster than I can spend it. Selena chuckled softly and shook her head, refusing his offer to buy the shop. That's why people panic when they hear the name Landbird. But I only accept what I deserve. I don't even have a name here. He turned and pointed to a piece of paper on the table. You do now. I've been handling your identity since I entered the castle, because someone will try to look up your history. Hearing this, she couldn't help but be surprised and replied softly, I see. Then he stood up, handed her the paper, and explained, this is your identification paper. When you were born or moved to another place, it would be printed and recorded by the relevant government office. She quickly took the paper from his hand. She stared at the words on the paper and mumbled, I see. My identity. A moment later, after she finished reading the paper, she asked him with some curiosity, with just this, I can buy a house? Or buildings with the patronage of Landbird? Sanshin nodded seriously. As long as you are here. Holding the paper, she couldn't help but marvel at herself. I've truly become someone who lives here. Selena of Landbird. Then she thought to herself, the world I thought I would simply pass through has proven my existence. I thought it was all a dream. Sanshin's handsome face slowly nodded, his voice calm with a hint of joy as he smirked. Yes, right now you are one of us. Really, this is not a dream. Then, Selena looked at the paper and wondered, so if I go back, what will happen to this? He replied softly, you might be recorded as missing. Hearing his words, she was still confused. Why? Why don't you make it disappear, since you were the one who created it? Kengshin's voice hesitated slightly. That is. The fact that you exist in this world and the fact that you are my person will never change. Selena was stunned. She never expected to see such a gentle and determined expression on his face when he spoke to her like that. That afternoon, many sparkling golden carriages appeared at the mansion gate. Selena's voice rang out as she asked, there are a lot of carriages. Does everyone have to go to the palace? He nodded in reply. Yes, because being on time is very important. So you can't be late? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Kenzion calmly explained, everyone must arrive before the royal family. They will be the last to be announced. Otherwise, you'll be considered late and accused of treason. What usually happens is they sneak in through the back gate. She let out a long, awkward and then said to him, then shouldn't we have arrived earlier? We're a bit late. He shook his head nonchalantly. Why should we? It would be a hassle if we arrived early. Selena climbed into the carriage and leaned out the window, her voice tinged with anxiety. I just noticed, there are many carriages arriving late. Is there a war between the families? Even here. She was cut off by him. A war between families? She pointed to the other carriages and asked him, isn't that carriage's crest from the house of Tulon? And that golden crest is from the house of Seong. He nodded slowly. That's right. She glanced at him and then frankly stated her guess. It's just a guess, but the order of arrival is also a battle between the houses. The later you arrive, the more you show off that you live in a wealthy house near the palace. Kat Xian didn't expect her to think that way and immediately dismissed her idea. I've never thought about that, but your reasoning is good. It's really annoying. Selena giggled happily. It's been a long time since we agreed on something. But since I'm not in good shape right now, we need to work hard together. The driver seems to have adjusted the speed so we'll arrive last. Before she could finish, the carriage suddenly braked, causing her to fall backward with a scream. Oh my goodness. Sanshin immediately rushed to support her, worried. Are you okay, Selena? She took a moment to calm down before replying. Yes, I was just surprised. After that, Cashin pushed open the carriage door and stepped down, his voice sharp and annoyed as he asked, what's wrong? A soldier immediately approached and answered respectfully, there's a problem with the carriage wheel, sir. The driver is looking for it now. The driver immediately shouted, found it. He held a tangled mess in his hand and said to him in a panicked voice, there's something like a metal wire caught in the gear connected to the wheel. I've never seen anything like this before. He frowned at him and asked, Didn't you check the carriage? The man immediately nodded. I did. But it was affected to the point that I had to remove the bottom part of the carriage. I don't usually do this unless it's a routine inspection. Selena couldn't help but step out of the carriage, her voice loud as she interjected. Was this also planned by someone else? It's very clever compared to being killed. He didn't look at her, his voice cold. This happened when we were close to our destination. We'll be late if we wait for a new carriage. She felt extremely worried. Then suddenly she saw the horse in front of her. Hey, Duke, she said to him unexpectedly. Selena pointed at the horse and whispered to Kanchan, do we have to take a carriage? Can't we ride the horses there? Kat Dian thought for a moment and then recounted, it's not unheard of. Noblemen often do it to show their masculinity. Hearing this, she immediately smirked. Then there's no problem with customs and traditions. In that case, let's go by horse. Seeing her determined, shining eyes, he thought for a moment, then turned to the soldier beside him and ordered, release the horses. The soldier immediately bowed respectfully. Yes, sir. As soon as the horses were freed from their reins, Selena leaped onto a horse like a flash of lightning. The soldiers below were immediately alarmed and worried. Is the young lady riding her own horse? Aren't you going with the Duke? She shrugged and calmly replied to him, is there a problem? You've seen me fight before. With that, Selena rode off, but not without waving to the soldiers. I'm going ahead. Follow me slowly. Let's go, Duke. Kanchan let her do as she pleased and just obediently replied, Let's go. She shouted, whipping the horse's reins at the same time. Just before mounting the horse, he had asked her worriedly if she could ride in a dress. She answered dismissively, it's no big deal. It's not a problem if you have to make a living as a female equestrian stunt actor. Kanchan and Selena, each on their own horse, immediately sped off like arrows. On the way, Sanchin suddenly said, you'll be the first noblewoman to enter like this, besides Baroness Orlin. She calmly replied, you said this was commonly done. Then she quickly realized the hidden meaning in his words and guessed, that Baroness is a woman, isn't she? Kanchan nodded. Yes, she's unusual because she's young. If we exclude the sons of Count Orlin, she would be the only one who could become the heir. She goes to the battlefield herself. Even though she's a bit older, there's no one more deserving of that position. After hearing his story, she was immediately impressed. She's such a wonderful person. I think she's the coolest person I've seen and heard of in this world. Is she coming today? He answered her while pulling the reins. Of course. Though she'll probably leave early because she doesn't like noisy places. With that, Selena excitedly exclaimed, I'm so curious. I want to meet her. In her mind, she thought, I thought I wouldn't be interested in anything in this world. Have I adapted to this world enough to have things I want to do? I'll have a lingering feeling. Can I still leave, even with these lingering attachments? Thinking this, she unknowingly smiled, making Kanchan turn his head to look at her before softly calling out Selena. Over there, do you see that crowd? That crowd, he said, looking towards the large group of nobles standing there, is the entrance. She excitedly shouted, we're going to arrive just in time. Let's go. Then Kanchan and Selena spurred their horses, galloping towards the entrance gate. Soldiers and a crowd of nobles were packed at the gate. A soldier suddenly announced loudly, everyone should be here by now, right? We're closing the gates. Just as he finished, another soldier immediately stopped him, shouting, no, wait. The soldier pointed into the distance. Over there. The sound of galloping hooves thundered across the ground. The people from the Duchy of Landbird are coming. The soldier shouted as the beautiful and cool Selena reined in her horse. She gave a magnificent smirk to the crowd. Kanchan calmly walked step by step toward Selena. He gave her a gentle look while softly offering his hand to help her dismount. The scene was so romantic and beautiful that it seemed to glow. Selena also dismounted elegantly. She took his arm and flashed a radiant, confident smile. Kanchan announced clearly, she is with me. The entire hall was abuzz with chatter, and amidst it, an announcement rang out. Please enter. The Duke of Landbird and his companion are entering. The two of them proceeded inside, ignoring the whispers. Is that man the Duke of Landbird? He's so tall. They say he can lift a monster with one hand. Looks like the rumors are true. And who is that woman? Is she the fiancée everyone's been talking about? No, that one died. This is someone else. She's really beautiful. No wonder he already has someone new. It's only been a month. Selena heard everything and celebrated silently. Excellent performance. If everything goes smoothly today. Her thoughts were cut off by a call. Duke. It pulled her back to reality. She quickly composed herself. It's not possible. Of course, this is the first time I've appeared in front of everyone. Oh my. Fiona approached, feigning a lovely expression with sparkling eyes and a whiny voice. It's been so long, Duke. Fiona really wanted to see you. The Duke really wanted to see Fiona too, right? But she was completely ignored by Cashin. He rudely turned away and replied coldly no. Yet Fiona didn't give up. She clung to him and asked, "What happened to your carriage?" "I thought you weren't coming because I didn't see your carriage ahead of me. I didn't know you would come on horseback like this, but it's very cool." Selena, standing beside them, sighed helplessly and said, "You should know something happened to the carriage." Hearing that, she became furious and spun around to glare at her, but was also ignored. To avoid drawing attention, Fiona continued to put on a fake face and stubbornly asked, "Duke, even so, I'm really happy to see you at a party like this. Later, would you like to dance with me?" Her words were cut off by Selena. "The Duke is with me today." She smugly patted Fiona's shoulder. As she pushed Cashin in another direction, she smiled brightly and added, "Lady Fiona, you should find a dance partner too. Selena and the Duke are going over there to eat some delicious food." "Excuse us." Fiona exclaimed in shock, "What?" She reached out to hold on, but it was no use. So she was left standing alone, tearfully watching their fading figures. Duke. After they had walked a fair distance, Kingshan spoke with a radiant, admiring face. "Honestly, it's best if things like this don't happen again. I never thought it could be resolved before I even opened my mouth." Selena smugly replied, "That's because I'm here to handle these things. So today provided the perfect backdrop. If possible, I'll win no matter who it is, right? Even if that Rosalind comes." Speaking of the devil, Rosalind appeared from nowhere behind her and asked, "Oh my, what are you all saying about me?" Cat Diane was startled and said, "Lady Rosaline." She bowed formally and replied, "It's been a long time, Your Grace. It seems you two were talking about me." At this point, Selena awkwardly blurted out, "That's right. I was just saying how much I wanted to see you again." Rosalind smiled with feigned concern. "Kingshan, I'm glad to see her well, Your Grace, and you too, our heroine." She was no pushover either. She covered her mouth and spoke sweetly, "Why do you say that? Have you forgotten my name? We haven't just spoken once or twice. I'm worried there might be something wrong with your head." Rosalind sarcastically retorted, "It's not like it's a great name worth remembering anyway." Selena was annoyed and thought to herself, "She's formidable." The two faced each other with great tension, perfectly matched, so neither would back down. Suddenly, a pair of red high heels appeared, slowly walking towards them. A blue-haired woman approached from behind Rosaline, smiled, and spoke. "Oh my, Duke, Lady Rosaline is here too." She placed a hand on her chest and introduced herself. "I am Lilio. I greeted you at last year's party. I wonder if you still remember." Selena observed and analyzed. She came while Rosalind was in the middle of a fight. She must be one of Rosalind's lackeys. Kingshan replied politely, Lady Lilio. It's a pleasure to meet you." She slowly moved closer to him, her face flushed with shyness as she said, "It's truly an honor for me to speak with you." Selena noticed the fan in her hand was trembling unusually. She frowned with concern and wondered, "What's this? Giving a signal in the middle of all this? Is she saying she's turned on?" Lilio's whole body trembled, her face showing clear excitement. Selena gently took his arm while deducing, "I heard she usually attacks from this direction. She thinks no one understands these signals, so she's testing the waters." "Does she think she's the only one who can do this?" Selena rested her head on his shoulder, tucked her hair back, and gave a victorious, meaningful smile. He's mine now. Seeing this, Lila was so shocked she froze solid, her excitement instantly extinguished. Kat Diane calmly introduced her. This is Selena. Although she suddenly became my dance partner today, I've been considering a long-term future with her. Please get to know her. She bowed politely and said, I am Selena. Hearing this, Lilio looked away, disappointed and flustered. Yes, Selena thought with satisfaction. She acts all high and mighty when she's nothing. 100 more like you can come at me. I won't budge an inch. Be careful what you wish for. 100 more people did indeed swarm them just as she wanted, forcing Sanshin to explain and repeat the same line like a robot. Although she suddenly became my dance partner today, I've been considering a long-term future with her. Please get to know her. Selena exclaimed in fear, I really can't move, because we're too popular. Time passed, and soon it was late at night. The bright moon shone down on the magnificent palace. The crowd had dispersed. Selena wearily rubbed her head and said, Oh my, that was exhausting. We should have given them numbers until everyone was gone. My face is frozen. Consine gently comforted her. Even so, I think it's over now, because it's time for the royal family to enter. Hearing this, she asked in surprise, the royal family? Immediately, an announcement rang out. The queen and the princess are entering. Selena said to herself in surprise, they're dressed so elegantly. I should also save money for things like this and prepare for financial independence. Suddenly, she turned and asked him, just the two of them? What about the other members of the royal family? Kenzion explained, the king is at war and dementia, so it's difficult for him to come to places like this. She understood with some confusion. So that's why the queen is always in a hurry and the crown prince is always absent. Selena analyzed silently. If the king isn't dead but is in an uncertain situation, one day he could suddenly pass away and the throne could be passed to the wrong person. She curiously asked for more, and he replied. The questions came one after another. Then who will review these documents? He continued to explain. Crown Prince Rasan and the Queen are still taking turns. The Crown Prince handles foreign affairs. The Queen manages domestic matters. In that case, isn't the power in the hands of the Crown Prince? No, because of his terrible personality, the Crown Prince has many enemies. Suddenly, he paused. The atmosphere became unusually quiet. Selena looked at Kenshian with a judgmental gaze, making him stammer. Why? She smirked and said sarcastically, It's just that I wonder how bad the Crown Prince's personality is for the Duke, a person without a good personality himself, to react like this. He awkwardly ran a hand through his hair and explained, Don't compare me to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince doesn't just have a bad personality. He's short-tempered and very cruel too. He'll do anything to get what he wants. Selena looked at the young princess and deduced, a tyrant's personality? Then Princess Jericho must be a thorn in the Crown Prince's side. Sanshin commented with annoyance, with that personality, he won't last long on the throne. She looked at the empty chair between the queen and the princess and wondered. By the way, the Crown Prince isn't here. He immediately replied, because his relationship with the queen isn't good, he'll take his time coming. Even so, since the queen has arrived, the party will probably start soon. After the royal family's first dance, the party will officially begin. Selena froze, exclaiming with concern, the final wave has arrived. The queen tapped her golden spoon twice against the golden-red wine glass in her hand. She raised her glass and announced clearly, from this moment, the royal dance will take place. Normally, I would be the one to dance, but under today's less than favorable conditions, the princess will take my place. She looked down at the people below and said with a hidden meaning. However, it's a pity that no male members of the royal family are present here. We need a substitute. Selena was startled, realizing her intention. This is it. The queen is going to choose Sanshin, isn't she? She immediately grabbed his hand tightly. Quick as a flash, she hurriedly pulled him away from the crowd, telling herself, we have to run before the queen calls his name. By now, they were outside, with royal soldiers running after them in search. They called out, "Duke of Landbird. Is the Duke of Landbird here?" The two were hiding behind a brick wall. She panted tiredly. "They won't find us now that we've run this far, right?" It seemed Consine wanted to say something. He hesitated, calling about this, SL. But she paid no attention. "We almost got into a mess. Just a wrong glance would have led to a ton of rumors about the princess and that dance. That would be difficult to handle." Consine tried to call again, "Hey, Selena." However, his voice was too soft, so she kept talking and ignored him. Even so, when the music starts, they'll probably stop searching and dance with someone else. "Oh my, I'm so relieved." He hesitantly continued, "Selena, really, you're standing too close." Only then did she realize she was pressed up against Consine, which made him flustered and blush. Selena's cheeks flushed red. She was about to pull away, her voice hesitant. "Sorry." Suddenly, the shoe incident happened again. This awkward situation made Selena fall into Canciel's arms once more. At that moment, her eyes widened in surprise. It was the same tone of voice. "Sorry. Because I lost my balance." "What?" Both of them fell into an awkward state. "The dance must be over now. I can hear people clapping." "I see." She cleared her throat gently. "I guess we can go back inside now." Exion immediately replied decisively, "Let's go." A red-carpeted hallway appeared before them. Selena closed her eyes slightly, her face beaded with sweat. Why am I so flustered? The atmosphere is truly a terrifying thing. And what's more, we were in such a small space, on a night when it was just the two of us. Fanning herself, she smirked slightly. I shouldn't have been so suggestive. I should just forget about it. Anyway, the Duke probably doesn't care about this. Meanwhile, the man in front of her remained silent, but the tips of his ears were as red as blood. Selena's face, which had been normal, suddenly turned red without her realizing it. The thought still echoed in her mind. It's true that I'm walking behind him. In another development, in an area crowded with elegantly dressed people, Baron and Sanshin were standing opposite each other, exchanging words. "Your Grace. It's been a long time. How have you been lately?" "Fine. And you?" Hearing this, a thought struck Selena. Who is that? Sanshin isn't ignoring that person. The other person still replied gently, lowering his eyes out of habit. "I'm doing very well, all thanks to your Grace's arrangements. Though it wasn't easy to give up my child." After hearing this, Selena finally realized it was Baron Xian, Ariel's father. Then, Baron and Selena spoke in turn. "I have something to discuss with you privately. Could you spare a moment? Then I'll go get something to eat at the table over there. You can talk with him." As she spoke, Cashin slowly instructed the girl by his side, "Don't wander from the ballroom. Although there are many guards, there are many hidden places in this palace." "Yes, I'll be careful." After speaking, Selena slowly walked to the table filled with wine and cakes. She placed her hand on her chest and watched the two men standing face to face in thought. Since this is a marriage of convenience, I'm sure there are many things to sort out, especially since it's only been 2 months since Ariel died. That man must feel uncomfortable with me, since I'm the woman who took the position that should have been his daughter's. Suddenly, a blonde man holding a glass of wine approached and started flirting. "I can't believe you chose that drink, miss. Just as I expected, you have good taste. They say the drinks at this party are made from special fruits from Phi Tan province. The fact that you can't really smell the alcohol, despite its high concentration, is its unique point. Although it doesn't suit the taste of men like me who prefer strong liquor, it's perfect for women like you because the fruity aroma almost completely masks the scent of alcohol." He just kept talking, giving too much information that no one asked for and no one was curious about. The man's worldly remarks continued, while Selena, who had to always be elegant, avoidant, and politely refuse, her face darkened. "Look, so sweet, just as expected. This fragrance suits your beauty perfectly." What is he talking about? Every sentence he utters is outdated. Because of Lady Janet, I can't scold him directly. The two continued, one pushy, the other trying to get away. Since I saw you, I don't know if I'm drunk on you or the wine. You're very different from the usual ladies out there. The light from your face and your scent. I think you're drunk. You should go inside and rest. I should tolerate him. I should. Meanwhile, the other person relentlessly persisted. Actually, I think it's time for me to rest. Would you give me the honor of resting with you? In the empty room right over there. Just the two of us. As he finished, Selena immediately threw a powerful punch. She replied with some anger, I've put up with your know-it-all attitude and you judging my appearance. But now, are you sexually harassing me? Get lost, before I hit you with the whip I use for my horse. How dare he act like that when he's a nobody? Then another guy rushed over, but Selena paid him no mind. It's natural for butterflies to be attracted to flowers. I guess flies are attracted too. Just like you. This is the third one. A flower with thorns is even more charming. Even without thorns, they are still charming. So how about removing those thorns for me? I'll put them on for guys like you. Understand? Later, Selena crossed her arms in frustration. There's not a single decent man here. I'd rather have scary ladies or noble women approach me than these mediocre guys trying to flirt with me, even when they see me with Kanchan. At least I could get an idea of what happened to Ariel. Suddenly, a girl from the other side unexpectedly approached and laughed. Why did you reject them so neatly? I'm Biarel of the Loy family. It was so funny I couldn't help but laugh. Please forgive my rudeness. Then, after a moment of contemplation, Selena also smiled gently. An outfit with just enough effort and a matching appearance. Maybe her family is like Fiona's. Should I see if this is a challenge or if she has good intentions towards me? I am Selena. I came with Duke Kanchan. You two seem to be having a lot of fun. Of course. You made such a charming entrance earlier. There was an accident, so I had no choice but to enter like that. Oh dear, but don't worry about it. It left a pretty great impression anyway. Forgetting bad memories by drinking is a good thing. Should we have a drink? Selena said to herself. I think she's showing me goodwill, at least for now. She replied cheerfully, oh my, that sounds wonderful. Then, let's raise a glass to Selena's wonderful debut. Suddenly, Biarel unexpectedly raised her glass higher and shouted loudly cheers. This action greatly surprised Selena, while the girls standing nearby seemed to have been used to it for a long time. What is this? Can everyone raise a glass for the second time for my family's white horse? Xena, the white horse, has finally given birth. At this point, Biarel once again took charge. Good heavens, congratulations. Let's raise a glass for Xena's child. Cheers. Hearing this, Selena glanced to the side sarcastically. This is a gathering for alcoholics. Every party has people like this. Since I don't know who might be secretly protecting them, it's better for me to go along with it. Then, she quickly joined in the festive atmosphere. Your glass is empty. At a party, your glass should always be full. Let's raise a glass to these high-class drinks. So all the wine glasses were brought together and raised high, accompanied by a resounding shout, cheers. Selena brought the wine glass to her lips and mused, I thought you all would be good at this. You guys aren't very good at it. As she slowly stood up, she thought, but this is still interesting in its own way. Because there aren't any childish brats like Rosalind's group. Since I need to go to the restroom, I should leave now. Their conversation is far from over. Oh God, he's crying. Then I should go without anyone, even if it's alone. Even though Cashin told me not to go out alone, can't I even go to the bathroom by myself? Where is it? The restroom. Selena walked down a pitch-black path. Her face was covered in a cold sweat. It's so creepy. Nothing will happen, right? Suddenly, a voice from the other side attracted Selena's attention. Are you walking alone? You don't even know how scary the palace is to be acting so bravely. The two girls stood silently facing each other. She smirked slightly. Then, Selena grabbed the other person's hair and dragged her away. I was hoping to see you. We need to talk. Come with me to the bathroom. If you follow me quietly, I won't hurt you. Now, the voices of the two filled the space. Get your hands off me. Do you think I'll let this go? Selena replied nonchalantly, I don't care. We'll talk when we get there. She still screamed, let me go. I can take care of myself. You don't need to drag me. A moment later, the wooden door slammed shut. They continued to exchange words. So, what did you want to talk about? I've been thinking about this for a while. But you. Selena remained indifferent. Wait a moment. On the other side, the clear sound of flowing water echoed. With the author's clever touch, we will replace the sound with the sound of a river to maintain a good image for the main character. After that, the red-haired girl became furious. Seeing Selena emerge with a satisfied, refreshed face made her even angrier. What? Did you just treat me like a servant who showed you to the bathroom? Selena still casually said, thanks for the advice earlier. I did it because I thought you weren't the worst kind of person. I think I was right. You even showed me to the bathroom like this. The other girl snapped, you're so annoying. Why did he bring back a lowly person like you? Selena answered vaguely. Jewels shine even when they're rolling in the streets. The other girl hadn't calmed down and shouted, that's not a compliment. Look, it's dangerous to stand like that without any protection. Suddenly, Selena's eyes showed deep thought. She looked at the silent girl before her and asked, why is it dangerous? A thought flashed through her mind. Once again, she's clammed up at this moment. At the same time, Selena crossed her arms arrogantly and continued, it's strange. I wonder how much you know to be able to say such things. Not just you, Rosalind said the same thing. Did you know that even the Queen said the same thing to me? That I could die if I keep acting like this. This is so strange. Everyone associated with the Duke tells me that I could die. The conclusion I can draw in this situation is, are you all telling me this because you all know the reason Ariel died? Hearing this, the other person's gaze flickered. Inside the large window, the two engaged in another war of words. I don't know. How would I know? They said it was a suicide. A suicide, that's it. Even if it was suicide, there must be a reason. How would I know the reason when she killed herself? As she spoke, Selena slowly cornered the person against the wall, her tone menacing. Exactly. Why did you say I could die when you don't even know the reason? Countless beads of sweat covered the red-haired girl's face, her eyes losing focus. While in Selena's mind, a few thoughts arose. She's definitely worried. No, more than that. She's scared. I'm the one being threatened. Why is she scared? Suddenly, the person opposite her spoke up. Hey, frankly, whether you die or not is not my business. But I don't want you to harm his reputation or leave a bad taste in his mouth. Then, Selena remained very calm. The Duke will handle it. At this, the other person's hand trembled uncontrollably. That's why I hate you even more. It would be better if you at least loved him sincerely. I'm worried that you, who doesn't even love him, might suddenly die just to satisfy your own greed. After listening, Selena's mind was also filled with thoughts. Dying while trying to satisfy her greed. So she's saying Ariel did the same thing. But all she bought were a few dresses and some small furniture items. It was a marriage of convenience, so wasn't that to be expected? Was there something else she wanted? She asked curiously, what was Ariel too greedy about? The other girl flared up, raising her hand and shouting, why should I tell you when I don't even like you? I wish you would die, but you can't, because of him. Well, I think I'm the one who's about to die. Her index finger slowly pointed at her. She put on a serious face and warned Selena, men. Be careful with men. After saying that, she quickly lowered her hand. She opened the door and ran off. Meanwhile, Selena glanced over, her heart full of thoughts. Men. Ariel was shy and quiet, and men. She recalled Juna's words. She cheated like crazy in the capital. Similarly, next was Janet's slow, deliberate statement. I will do my best to take care of it. Thinking of this, Selena walked slowly while pondering. Even though she was engaged to Consine, maybe she was involved with the men in the capital's high society, which she entered thanks to the engagement, just as Consine said. His voice quickly dominated her thoughts. There's nothing to say about it. Whether it's okay or not, it doesn't matter. Most noble couples live like that. Selena rested her chin on her hand. Although having a lover could be seen as a flaw, it wouldn't be a reason to cancel the engagement. Does that mean something worse than having a lover happened, and Lady Janet couldn't ignore it, so she killed Ariel? But that's too simple. She isn't foolish enough to commit such a blatant murder. At this moment, Selena's eyes became even more contemplative. But she might have cooperated with the killer, or she might have turned a blind eye to let Ariel commit suicide if she had done so. Because if Ariel really had caused a problem with men, Janet would have wanted to remove Ariel from the picture. As she walked towards the door, she continued, "Men. I need to find out the stories about the men first. It's a relief that at least now I know how to act. I should quickly return to the party hall and let the ladies of high society open up." So Selena took slow steps. She seemed to have lost her way. But where's this place? Damn it, Fiona. She went ahead alone because she knew I wouldn't be able to find my way, right? Forget her. Does she really think I'd be scared? I'm Selena, who even survived an assassin's attack. I have nerves of steel, so I'm not easily frightened. Suddenly, someone's question rang out unexpectedly, startling Selena. Who's there? When she saw it was a man with golden hair, she gradually calmed down. While Layson put on a sad face and spoke, "Are you all right, miss?" Selena suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my." After a moment of panic, she finally replied, "What's with this man? Why is he so handsome?" He suddenly changed the genre from horror to romance. She answered cautiously, "Yes, I just came here to use the restroom but got lost. I was trying to get back to the party hall, but my dance partner disappeared." As she finished, the other person quickly interjected, "I see. I guess this must be your first time in the palace. Newcomers often get lost here. Since there's a bathroom near the party hall, I think it would be better to have a servant show you the way." Instantly, a thought flashed in Selena's mind. As expected, that brat Fiona deliberately messed things up. The two walked and chatted back and forth. "Let me escort you near the party hall." "Thank you. I guess you're not going to the party? Do you work in the palace?" Layson replied, "Yes, I work in the palace. I couldn't leave work until now because I was running behind schedule." She asked curiously, "You just work and don't attend the party? I heard that almost all the nobles were invited to today's party." Layson told her honestly, "I'm about to go now. I just finished my work and was leaving my room when I saw you." Selena also replied, "I see. We're here. I can go alone from here. Thanks to you, I've arrived safely. Aren't you coming with me?" Laser told her, "I'll go in after preparing a little more. Anyway, there's still some time before the main event of the National Day. I hope you enjoy the rest of your time here. It was an honor to be able to help you." Selena replied cheerfully, "All right, thank you." Then Selena glanced at Layson, turned her head, and slowly walked away. While her mind was a bit preoccupied, he's really a polite person. His face and personality don't match at all. Suddenly, someone's panicked call rang out. "Selena." She and Kenshian finally found each other. "Your Grace." Kenshian frantically asked her, "Where have you been? I told you that even if you're in the palace, it can be dangerous." She replied guiltily, "I'm sorry, I just went to the bathroom." "Were you worried?" He didn't hesitate to confess. "Of course. I saw you pull Fiona away with you, but when she came back, you weren't with her." Selena gave a weak smile. "I'm sorry. I can't go to the bathroom with you, so." He cut her off. "Let's go together." Selena chuckled softly. "Don't be so silly. I saw a man in the hall earlier." Suddenly, a surprise announcement rang out. "His Highness the Crown Prince is entering." Hearing this, Selena was a bit puzzled. The Crown Prince? Come to think of it. At that moment, the announcer's voice drowned out her words. "The Crown Prince has not yet appeared." He asked curiously, "What happened in that hall?" Selena replied, "That man. I met that person." Kansan asked again, confused, "Who? Do you mean the Crown Prince?" A serious voice echoed through the air. "Today is the 300th anniversary of the birth of Icy Liv." Layson raised the red wine glass in his hand and continued, "As it has always happened, Icy Light will be reborn once again as the strongest and most wonderful country in history. And any obstructing elements will be punished." Hearing this, Selena, standing in front of him, was a bit confused. He talks as if he's already king. At this moment, The full wine glass was once again raised higher. Layson put on a slightly playful expression. Cheers, I see light. Next, everyone below joined in the atmosphere. Cheers, I see light. Cheers. Cheers. While Selena stood beside them, silently thinking, this is serious. Right now, too many people are supporting him. Kenshin suddenly asked, you said you met the Crown Prince? She answered honestly, yes, I met him in the hall a moment ago, and he helped me find my way. He was very kind. Hearing this, Kenshin was a bit shocked. The Crown Prince? Him? The man who accused a servant of assassination because he annoyed him? She replied blankly. Really? I can't believe it. He looks so handsome with a gentle face like a Prince Charming. He asked in a cold voice, he's handsome? Yes. Kenshuyan, still not convinced, asked again. That one? Yes. She told him frankly, no matter how bad his personality is, you can't deny that he's handsome. Kenshin showed his annoyance. I think you used the word handsome a little too easily. After saying that, Sanshin immediately looked away, sulking. She smiled and nudged him with her elbow. What's wrong? Are you sulking? Don't be like that. You're much more handsome. Kenshin asked doubtfully, really? Of course. A thought suddenly popped into Selena's head. He's so cute. Then, she quickly changed the subject. Come on, shall we dance? I think everyone is watching us to see if we'll dance or not. Because it's very strange not to dance even once when we're at a social event together. We have to show them. The hem of Selena's skirt brushed against the black pointed-toe shoes. They politely bowed their heads to each other. Then, a hand in a black glove wrapped around a waist, preparing for an embrace. The two danced while looking at each other with affectionate eyes. This action made everyone a little surprised. Oh my, oh my. Only then did Selena look up. The way you dance is so interesting. Maybe it's because you're strong. Their faces were almost pressed together. I think you learned to dance pretty quickly. Really? A few thoughts quickly flashed through Selena's mind. Although he seems awkward, he still doesn't miss any details, and I can feel his clumsy effort for me in every step. He's like a model student. Then she smiled and replied, is this the only part you can figure out in today's society? As she finished, Sanshin closed his eyes, enjoying the moment, and replied, then I am greatly honored. After saying that, his slender hand suddenly moved away from her body. The two once again stood in the middle of the red carpet and bowed politely to each other. At the same time, everyone applauded in unison. One person also did the same, his tone appreciative. What a wonderful dance. Well done. It was so beautiful I couldn't help but watch. Hearing this, a man and a woman immediately curtsied respectfully. Your Royal Highness. At this moment, Selena bowed forward with her eyes half closed and continued. He came here first. Then she introduced herself. I am Selena. I made a mistake earlier. I didn't recognize you because it's my first time at the palace. But the other person didn't hold it against her at all. So you are my little mountain bird. Yes. Taking her hand, Layson added, there's a rumor spreading. That one day a mountain bird flew in from nowhere, so beautiful that the Duke couldn't let it go. She replied shyly, I couldn't warn you about the rumor first, because this is the first time I've heard it. I'm very sorry. Layson replied casually, you have nothing to apologize for. On the contrary, I'm the one at fault because the sight of you wandering around the hall looking confused was very cute, and I didn't recognize you either. Let's just let this go. As he finished, Selena bowed her head slightly and said softly, thank you for your understanding. A thought arose in her mind. He's kinder than I thought. According to Kenshin, shouldn't I have been beheaded for not recognizing the Crown Prince? Over there, Layson turned to speak with Kenshin. And, Duke, I'm glad you made it in time. I guess no crazy monster attacked Landberg Castle or caused an avalanche this time, right? After hearing that, Selena slowly wiped the sweat from her forehead. All this time, he's been refusing to attend banquets with those fake excuses? I'm surprised the Crown Prince hasn't invaded his territory yet. The two men stood close to each other, their animosity almost explosive. Layton said meaningfully, the Duke remains silent. I thought you would at least say a few words to me since it's been a while since we last met. Sanshin replied coldly, I'm not very good with words, so. Before he could finish, the other person cut him off. Yes, I've heard that before. Instead, as a punishment for your silence, could you grant me the honor of dancing with the beautiful Lady Selena? At this, Sanshin's eyes lowered, showing extreme displeasure. But in the end, he endured it and bowed his head, saying, How could I dare refuse you, Your Highness? Layson also replied cheerfully, Thank you. Lady Selena, would you allow me? She bowed her head and replied, It would be an honor. Selena thought to herself, This is a good thing for me. I'll get to be known as the woman who danced with the crown prince at her debut, right? 2 hands touched lightly. They assumed the royal dance posture in front of many people. Their fingertips intertwined, fanning up and down. Then came Selena's graceful turn. Ladan also glanced approvingly at his partner. The two continued to playfully interact. I don't suppose the Duke would point his sword at me just for this, would he? She laughed and replied, Oh my, would you do something to me that would make the Duke act that way? Layson replied to her, Of course, there's no way I'd do such a thing. Even in a situation where I had to cross swords with him, I wouldn't use you as an excuse. She added gracefully, Thank you. Because my goal is to live peacefully and happily. He then said meaningfully, Oh dear, then you've chosen the wrong person. But Selena immediately retorted, It's very peaceful in Landberg. A moment later, Layson leaned in close to Selena and spoke. Everything around him is in ruins. You've received this much attention simply because you're his dance partner. As he finished, she quickly replied, her expression not at all happy. That's true. But wouldn't it be more peaceful with a duke in a poor countryside than with a Prince Charming? Hearing this, Layson quickly laughed out loud. Prince Charming. Even just a moment ago in the hall, you really looked at me like I was a prince. But when you found out I was the crown prince, everything changed. But even so, you still call me a prince. Even if it's just words, I wonder which part is telling the truth, your eyes or your lips. This statement surprised Selena a little. How can he read me so well? I'm so nervous. In my eyes, you have always been as handsome as ever, Your Highness. Then he bowed his head close to her ear and whispered, It's not so bad to hear that. The Duke's chirping mountain bird is more beautiful than I thought. It's a shame she landed on the Duke's hand. While Selena wore a horrified expression, Layson remained incredibly calm. This bastard, why is he suddenly flirting with me? No, this is not the time to feel sorry for myself. It's not like you two are married or anything. Is it okay to consider that I might have a chance? They continued to talk privately while dancing. I'm feeling dizzy. I am so honored that I don't know what else to say. You just need to agree. Is this guy crazy? Selena's thoughts and words intertwined. Conseen, you wicked man. Didn't you say he was very cruel? Cruelly flirting with people like this? As if this is the first time we've met, Your Highness. Hearing this, Layson spoke with a sentimental gaze. You're right, I was too hasty. But if I give you too much time, what if you marry that Duke? This made Selena's head feel like it was going to explode. This guy is driving me crazy. When we met in the hallway just now, he wasn't this cheesy. Why is he coming on to me after just finding out I'm Kinseon's lover? Could it be that he suspects me? A woman who made Kinseon, who had never been interested in women, cherish and keep by his side, even after his fiancée passed away. Honestly, it's all very strange. This crazy guy is curious about my appearance. Because of my appearance and lover-like behavior, I've been the subject of many rumors about what kind of woman I am to be able to melt Duke Lenbert's heart. And that has an effect on most people, but for the crown prince, who always has his eye on Kanchan. At this moment, Lee John still maintained an extremely gentle attitude. I don't know where a beautiful person like you came from. Where have you been all this time? A thought quickly flashed by. I guess I don't have a chance. Then, the two of them held hands and smiled brightly at each other. You said you've heard rumors about me, but you don't know my identity? I only know your name. Selena's small pink lips curled up slightly. Really? The main suspect knows nothing about me. His face looks so innocent, which makes me even more confused. They continued to exchange words. I'm a commoner, so this is my first time attending a ball. Really? And yet you have such good etiquette and refined dancing skills. You're truly talented. Katzin said he was a cruel crown prince. Didn't he say the crown prince kills people for fun? Compared to my initial judgment, he's very nice and a sweet crown prince. Could it be that he's only nice to me at this stage because he's suspicious? Even so, he doesn't need to go this far. In the middle of the frame, they casually showed off their skills. Oh dear, the song is over. What a pity. But I guess I should take you back to your partner. It was a great pleasure meeting you, Your Highness. So the two slowly approached someone standing there. Layson smiled cheerfully. You are very lucky, Duke, to have such a talented and beautiful lady by your side. The two exchanged barbed words. Oh my, you've monopolized Selena without even knowing her value. She must have shown you things I don't know about. Your Highness, you should keep an eye on her. Then, Layson turned to the girl standing there and added, Lady Selena, thanks to you, I had a great time today. I hope to have another opportunity like this in the future. Next came his incredibly gentle smile. Seeing this, Selena quickly put on a shy expression. Of course, Your Highness. A moment later, the two people behind silently watched Layson leave. At this point, Selena became extremely worried and glanced to the side. Her shoulders suddenly tensed up. Duke, I think my debut is sufficient for now, so shall we go? I have many things to tell you. Night fell over the entire massive castle. Someone's voice echoed amidst the crowd. I'm so tired. She and he sat opposite each other in the carriage. Just as I thought, high society is truly beyond my imagination. It's all about power struggles or mind games. I don't know how much longer I can keep this up. Really, it would be great if the culprit was caught soon. However, I still have some valuable information. Final said something I least expected. When did you two talk? When we were both in the restroom, while you were talking to Baron Xian. I remember now. After listening to everything the other person said, Duke, you know Final likes you, right? She doesn't hide it. You also know she's serious. Kingshan was a bit contemplative, his eyes darting left and right. They took turns speaking again. Don't tell me you didn't know. It's not that I didn't know, I just never took it seriously. I don't see her as a woman. So it's the same with Princess Gerald? Who would see a child as a woman? An image of the red-haired girl appeared in Selena's mind. Fiona, the embodiment of love. She loves Sanshin so madly that she's willing to storm into a man's house just a month after his fiancée's death, thinking it's her chance. Her effort. The more Selena thought about it, the more she burst into laughter like a lunatic. It's all in the past now. Oh my, I've lost my composure. Fiona should realize that a cute and childish woman is not the Duke's type when she's planning her pursuit. Seeing the girl in front of him laughing uncontrollably, Kinshian crossed his arms and asked, Why are you laughing? It's nothing, just something funny happened. Anyway, Fiona likes you, so she probably won't do anything to harm you. She just likes to cause trouble. I see. And she also warned me to be careful with men. Men? She definitely knows there were men involved with Ariel. Can you think of anything? How can I think of anything when I know nothing? I knew it. However, Mrs. Janet and Zuna have left many clues, so based on that, let's consider it a bit. Mrs. Janet threatened to do anything for the honor of Lambert and Juna. Speaking of Ariel's problems, that Ariel was a very good flirt and was promiscuous. Have you ever heard anything like that? I've never heard of it. Because those were words from people who were biased against Ariel, I only considered them as suspicions. We need words from someone who had goodwill towards Ariel. What did you discuss with Baron Xian just now? Money? His child died, and yet he still talks about money? Doesn't he feel any grief for his child's wrongful death? Or say anything like that? Actually, he did. He said there were some rumors from people around because the Xian family's power was too weak. But those were just words from people who were jealous of her, and Ariel was not the type to do such things. A father would indeed say such things. He also said that because Ariel didn't tarnish Lambert's honor, I should give him all the furniture she bought. My daughter died, and he has to go to such lengths to get some money? Is he a merchant? Does he act like someone who has just lost a close relative? He said he will come tomorrow. Tomorrow, I shouldn't go out. I should have known that everyone has two faces. That's right, so you should pay attention to the Crown Prince. What are you suddenly talking about? You're too well liked by the Crown Prince. Why would you say that? Because I said the Crown Prince is handsome? I already told you that you're more handsome. You don't believe my warnings at all. It's not that. If the Crown Prince is also involved in that case, then I need to get closer to him. I have a strategy. A strategy? Is that so? No way. Are you jealous? That's hilarious. Are you still acting like a couple even when we're alone? You're really overacting. Sorry if I made you feel worse, but when we were dancing, the Crown Prince flirted with me a lot. Is he always like that? The Crown Prince. Is he crazy? It seems very likely. Even so, if the Crown Prince isn't a frivolous person, we should also think about this carefully. Whether he behaves like that with all women, or if it's just because it's me. Or because I'm your woman. If the latter is true, then this will be closely related to the case. That's right. That's right. Because he's the most dangerous person we need to be wary of. What's wrong? I think that's Zuna. Zuna? Your maid? Yes. She said her family had a lot of work, so she wouldn't have time to enjoy the festival. So she didn't come with me to prepare for the ball. But now she appears here, walking around suspiciously. It means she lied to me to do something else. Shall we follow her? Do you think we'll be one step ahead of the culprit? After putting on the mask, Selena showed an excited expression. Great. Our disguise is so perfect we look just like the festival crowd. The two hid behind a wall, whispering. Will we be seen as bad guys if we go into a secluded alley? Instead of walking on the street while in disguise like this. That's true. Then let's just act like we're not bad guys in the secluded alley. How? Like. Suddenly, Selena rushed towards Sanshin. She closed her eyes, her lips pursed. Lovers like to cling to each other, to avoid prying eyes too. After saying that, she kept planting kisses on his face. A moment later, Sanshin's face was covered in red marks and she spoke. Duke. What's wrong? Do you hate me that much? Well, I don't care if you hate me or not, I won't let you go. And Juna, seeing this from the side, immediately sneered. They're so annoying to look at. Focus. I have to focus. I'm just working. I have to focus. A moment later, she finally met the person in the black hooded cloak. There's someone over there. We should go to a quieter place. Ignore those two. They're busy, so they don't have time to listen to us. That woman is coming back soon, so I have to leave quickly. Hearing this, the other person's eyes filled with worry. They continued to exchange words. The upcoming event is a tea party hosted by the Hayset family. The invitation should be arriving soon. All right. As she spoke, Selena on the other side remained silent, thinking and continuing to listen. Hayset, what about you? Can you handle it? Each of them had a different attitude. She's a crazy bitch. If she doesn't know anything, she should at least listen to me quietly like Ariel did. She might have a lot of information, but she always tries to do things her way. I'm really fed up with that bitch. I can feel how much you're struggling. So, do you know what her weakness is? Where did that bitch come from anyway? You probably think she acts carelessly, but funnily enough, she doesn't have a single weakness. Hearing this, Selena seemed to understand, a grin of excitement on her face. Since I'm not with her, she's just running her mouth off. Suddenly, a hand unexpectedly rested on her fur coat. Kingshan signaled Selena to be quiet. Looking at the resentful girl in front of him, he said, "Calm down." So Selena had no choice but to close her eyes and obey. Yes, I should just let it go. This is a job, after all. I can't let this opportunity slip away just because of anger. Meanwhile, Yuna turned to look back at them cuddling and continued talking. That's right. Duke Landbird has found his soulmate. Even Mrs. Janet can't stand up to her. Did you know that all the butlers and servants were replaced before? She did that. The Duke did that for her? That's right. The Duke is truly crazy. So she's even more of a slut than Ariel? You said she even looks decent. Countless men have been taken down by her. But I don't think she's interested in any other man. She's only by the Duke's side. It won't be long now. Look at Ariel. At first, she would tremble just by touching a man's hand, but now what? That's right. She'll definitely go crazy for men. As she finished, Selena glanced over, thinking, I'm definitely going to go crazy for men? She talks as if I'm going to get involved in some scandal with men, even when I'm with Can. Then, she continued to listen to the two girls' conversation. So, where do we meet next time? As soon as she arrives at the tea party. When the party starts, you go to the cosmetic shop. All right, then I'll be on my way. With that, they left, leaving the couple in the small alley. At this point, Kan Shuyan waved his hand, signaling, follow them. The image of the two embracing appeared before their eyes. They took off their masks and spoke one after another. Finally, we have a clue about the culprit. It's only a matter of time before we find out who the mastermind is. Because I've already sent people to follow them. So now I should go with Juna as she wishes. Then I'll dig deeper into this matter. I'll wait and see how long that culprit will continue to act like this. So can we go now? Are we going home? It's a shame to go home right away without enjoying the festival. When does the festival reach its peak? I even bought this beautiful flower crown. So Sanshin didn't know what else to say. The two walked side by side. All right. Let's go. Really? As long as I'm with you, nothing dangerous will happen. So this isn't too much. And the flower crown you're wearing suits you. Hearing this, Selena couldn't help but cough. Really? It suits me? Thank you. But you know what? Surprise. Flowers suit you too. Magazan was once again silent, his eyes full of admiration. Selena was still smiling. So beautiful. All right, now shall we go enjoy the festival? We should have covered ourselves in flowers. In a luxurious space, someone's voice rang out. This is so much fun. They appeared with completely opposite attitudes. Let's go again next time, Duke. All right. No matter who looked at them, a thought arose. He went to the festival? They ignored the manager's words and kissed. Let me help you too. Please give me your coats. A moment later, Selena turned to leave, leaving behind a sentence. To express my gratitude for that day, I'm going to take a bath. The forced kiss from earlier had left Sanshin petrified. Everyone rushed to help. Sir. In a fully equipped bathroom. The two girls with different statuses spoke one after another. How was the festival today? It was great. I didn't expect it to be so special. You must have had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun, and also... Yes. Did something happen? That is, I met His Highness the Crown Prince. Oh my, that must have been wonderful. He's very handsome, isn't he? Yes, he's super handsome. But how do you know what he looks like? I saw him from a distance once. And I've heard a lot about him from Ariel too. Ariel? She met the Crown Prince too? Yes. At first, she seemed scared to meet him, but over time she changed, behaving in a way that wasn't at all appropriate for someone waiting to be engaged. After that, she couldn't even sleep because she couldn't stop thinking about the Crown Prince's appearance. As she finished, Selena immediately interjected, I must be careful not to be like that. Hearing this, Yuna quickly advised, but you shouldn't outright reject His Highness's kindness just because of that. This gave Selena an even better opportunity to turn her head and sneer. She says things without thinking because she says whatever comes to her mind. Bad-mouthing Ariel or scaring me, you should just pick one. Then, the two continued to exchange words. Now I only have eyes for the Duke. You and the Duke are so cute. I can't even believe you act like newlyweds even though you sleep together every day. I'm so jealous. Tell me about it. I find it so adorable that in public, he freezes up the moment I touch his hand. Even when we go to sleep, he doesn't leave me alone for a second. Just imagining it is cute enough. I can't believe the only time he doesn't feel uncomfortable with physical contact is when we're sparring. It's not enough. I don't think this is the right time to think he's cute. If we keep acting like a newlywed couple, people will start to suspect. It's also a problem if he just freezes up when we carry out a plan that requires physical contact like last time. I have to find a way to get him used to physical contact. Cashin sat at the table holding the paper, looking a bit incredulous. So, What did you say I need to do every morning and evening? Immediately, Selena answered without hesitation, with a straight face. Kiss it. While Kansin was extremely worried, his whole body tense. What? You want us to kiss every day? Do we need to go that far? But Selena was very calm, one hand on her hip. I'm a little embarrassed that you call it a real kiss. It's just a kiss on the cheek. Our idea is to be a couple that sleeps together every night, but it's too suspicious when you get startled by just a light touch. We need to practice so you won't be surprised anymore, in case something like what happened during yesterday's plan occurs again. Hearing this, Sanshin could only hold his head in his hands. I know, but... Then, Selena took his hands in hers. They say when you have a chance, you should take it. Shall we start trying now? After a moment of stunned silence, Sanshin slowly agreed. All right. Opposite him, Selena gently touched his cheek. All right, maybe I should kiss all over his face like yesterday. That way, he'll get used to the contact. She placed her hands on both of his cheeks. This action made Kan-Xion's eyes widen in confusion. Selena. But she was still only thinking about romance. A warm bedroom. The flickering firelight. And my body is very warm because I just took a bath. Now that I'm aware of it, I can't do it. Suddenly, Selena looked shy, her cheeks blushing. Duke, I'm sorry, but let's try next time. As she finished, Kan-Xion slowly turned his head to the side, covering his mouth with his hand and asking, like this, right? Hearing that, Selena could only remain silent, her eyes filled with happiness. A moment later, her voice echoed through the space. Yes, you did very well. The next morning, Selena walked ahead talking to Una, who followed behind. Miss, are you ready to go out? I'm ready. Anyway, I didn't do anything wrong. At first, I was going to be a little considerate because his family member had passed away, but... On the other side, she saw the Baron yelling at someone. Be careful with that corner. Do you know how much that chest is worth? You're not allowed to scratch it. While countless thoughts were still running through Selena's head, if he only thinks about money and doesn't care about his daughter, then I don't need to do that. Maybe if I find out the truth about the deceased Ariel instead of being considerate to him, it would be more respectful to her. Then the Baron finally saw her. If they get even a little damaged, their value will be cut in half. They stood opposite each other and began to talk. I came to see what was going on. You can go ahead. Thank you. It will all be done soon. I've had a lot of furniture taken away, so please excuse me. It's nothing. On the contrary, I hope you don't feel uncomfortable with me. Why would I feel uncomfortable? Isn't it because I took your daughter's place? Would anything change if I felt sorry for my deceased daughter's position? It's not that issue, so what is the issue? It's about emotions, not positions. It's not something that can be calculated. In a place with only the two of them, the man's voice continued. What do you want from me? Should I cling to you, cry, and say you remind me of my daughter? Would you feel sorry then? If I did that, would you provide for my family like my daughter did? As he finished, Selena quickly realized the cruel truth. I thought you would be sad about what happened to your daughter. But the only response was a cold answer from the other person. Sad? Are you asking if I'm sad? Yes, I'm sad. Just thinking about the money I could have gotten if that brat had known her place. Do you think I wouldn't be sad when that money slipped through my fingers? This statement left Selena completely speechless. A moment later, she deliberately avoided the man, closing her eyes slightly and speaking. I shouldn't have said that. I'm leaving. Suddenly, someone's voice rang out unexpectedly. Miss. The Baron from behind asked in a low, somber tone, before you leave, should I give you a piece of advice? It's better if I hope you know how to live within your means. It's because she didn't know that she got into trouble. So Selena quickly turned away again. Thank you for the advice. Her feet carried her away, step by step. The gold-carved wooden door opened. She and Kan-Xion were sitting quietly on their chairs, exchanging words. What are you looking at? Tea party invitations sent after the party at the royal palace. Some of them are for you. All right, I'll look at them. There are more letters than I thought. I thought I wouldn't receive any. You handled the situations very well that day. At this moment, Kan-Xion seemed to have noticed something unusual. He asked the person sitting next to him, "Is something wrong? You don't look well." Immediately, Selena, still holding the invitation, replied, "It's just that I just met Baron Xian. I feel strange because even though his daughter died, he only cares about money." Then, they continued their conversation again. "Is that so? That's not too strange in the world of nobles. But she was still his daughter. He raised her for several decades. Is everyone like him? Of course, there are still people who truly love their children, but usually, children are seen more as tools for their family. This world is really strange." Hearing this, many thoughts gradually crossed her mind. Whether it was suicide or murder, it was still a tragic death. But no one was sad about it, not even her own father, let alone others. Maybe Sanshin also grew up in a world like this, a world where no one cares about the life or death of others. In that case, even if I die, Sanshin will too. After pondering for a moment, Selena lowered her head and said softly, "If I die, will you be sad?" As she finished, Sanshin immediately showed a contemplative expression. "You? Selena dies?" Just thinking about this voice, these eyes, and this warmth. His body trembled slightly. Before Kengshin's eyes was the scene of the girl he loved being stabbed with a knife, all disappearing. His eyes suddenly darkened. The two with their opposing attitudes, just like opposites. "Just as I thought, you wouldn't care at all. When I was almost assassinated, you didn't even bat an eye." "No, at that time." "What? Are you going to tell me that you were very surprised and just pretended to be calm on the outside? Be serious." "No, it's true. At that time." Countless memories quickly flooded back. "I was so angry I couldn't think of anything, and I also felt uncomfortable. The feeling was very similar to when I saw wounded soldiers, but somehow." Suddenly, someone's voice broke through Kenshao's train of thought. "Your Highness, it's Dion." Two men with platinum blonde hair discussed together. "What's wrong?" "I have something to report to you." "Go ahead." "We found the maid Yuna and her accomplices as you requested." Finally, that person added one more sentence. "We've also discovered which family she belongs to." Selena heard this. Her face became serious as she asked, "Which family?" Immediately, she received confirmation from the other person. "It's the family of Count Hazet." As they finished, Sanshin and Selena spoke in turn. "Hazet? That's Lilio's family. You know, the blue-haired woman who tried to pick a fight with me when I was with Rosalind. It was her." A hand rummaged through the letters. "Hazet, Hazet." Juna also mentioned this family. "Let's see, are there any invitations from the Hazet family?" "Of course there is." Selena held the front of the letter up to her eyes and whispered, "It was all planned." Shall we turn suspicion into certainty? In another scene, Yuna was combing Selena's hair. One master, one servant, speaking in turns. "What are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking about which tea party to go to. If possible, I'll have to go to all of them, because their status is higher than mine, but some parties are on the same day." "Oh dear, really? What about the time?" "The Biorel family's tea party is in the afternoon, so that's fine, but the Hayset and Olna family's tea parties are at the same time. What should I do?" "You know a lot about the noble families, right, Yuna? Where do you think I should go?" "Olna and Hayset are both famous families, but if it were me, I would choose Hayset." At the same time, it seems Selena had figured it out long ago. "Of course." The two exchanged a few more words. "Hazy. When I met Count Hazy's daughter at the ball, she didn't seem like a good person." "Oh my, is that so?" Ariel said the tea party at the Hazy family's was wonderful. She said it's easy to get to know people there because the tea party is held on a large scale. "Is that so? Then I should probably go there." "Thank you." "You're welcome. You should tell me things like that anytime. I have some experience too." "I'll do that." "Do you really think I'll do that?" A Hayset spy. Outside the magnificent palace, the voices of two people still echoed. "Then I'll go and ask Mrs. Jeanette how to reply to the invitations." "See you later, miss." The wooden door suddenly opened. Selena pulled out a chair and spoke with Janet. "Hello, Mrs. Janet. Why are you here?" "So that I don't ruin Lambert's reputation as an honored guest, I want to ask something." "Sit down." Just as I thought, you can't refuse me. As soon as she finished speaking, a flowered cloth was spread out. While Selena was still thinking, she's embroidering every piece of Kinseon's clothing. That's impressive. Janet, on the opposite side, suddenly asked, so, what brings you here? So she quickly smiled and replied, I've been invited to a tea party. What should I prepare? What should I be careful about? And how does everything go? I want you to teach me about that. The two sat opposite each other and continued. Is that an invitation specifically for you? Do you really think there are no invitations asking the Duke to accompany me? Just give up and tell me. Net bowed her head slightly and whispered, the tea parties differ in atmosphere and how they unfold depending on the host's preferences. But you don't need to pretend to go along with any of them if you go with the Duke. One person laughed happily, while the other looked annoyed. What if I go alone? Then you should read the mood of the people around you and go along with it moderately. How so? Just do whatever the situation requires moderately. Hearing this, Selena felt a bit sarcastic. She's being very petty. She tried to force a smile. So it's that difficult. Because at the ball at the palace, different people gathered in different places, instead of everyone sharing a common atmosphere. Then, the other person replied, that's right. Her words and thoughts were intertwined. When I was with you on this side, some people on the other side looked at me strangely, like at Biral's gathering for drinkers. At this point, Janet remained very calm and whispered, because you have understood the basic etiquette I taught you. And you have also experienced it once at the palace ball. For you, a tea party will be as easy as pie, as long as you act as you did before. Selena's purple eyes flickered to the side. For me, a tea party will be as easy as pie as long as I act as I did before. What Selena did at the palace ball? She had a few thoughts. If Janet knew that I had a dispute with Rosalind, I grabbed Fiona's hair and dragged her away. And drank alcohol. Janet would be furious. The most important thing in the etiquette Janet taught me was to never get into disputes. The fact that she simply told me to act as I did before without saying anything more proves that she doesn't know what I did at the ball, which also means she has no contact with the nobles there. That means at least Mrs. Janet isn't working for anyone. Then I have no reason to dig deeper. Even if she knows something important about the day Ariel died, she won't tell me for now. Even if I pester her. Thank you. My business is done, so I won't bother you anymore and will leave now. Suddenly, Janet's calling voice rang out. There's something I need to tell you. Because tea parties are mainly to foster close friendships, sometimes people hide codes or symbols on the invitation that only members of the group know. For example, a red envelope might mean you should wear a red outfit. Hearing this, Selena immediately wondered why she would give her such a useful tip. Net lowered her gaze, her hand touching the embroidered cloth. The Duke never used to attend parties, but you never know. Then, after Selena thought about it, she spoke softly. So it's because of Kanchan. Her concern is truly amazing. All right, I'll keep that in mind. The sun shone brightly outside. A thought flashed through her mind. It's done. Selena once again appeared in a completely new dress, earning admiration from everyone who saw her. You're so beautiful. I bet you'll steal the show at the tea party. There were some trials and errors since this is my first time dressing you for such an occasion, but it looks great on you. As she slowly opened the door, she pondered and announced, it's a bit hard to move around, maybe because the designer didn't put this outfit on me. It will work. Well, I'm off. Zuna also waved happily in reply. See you later, miss. Somewhere else. Kanshian asked with a concerned expression, are you ready? They walked side by side, speaking in turn. Yes, I'll be leaving soon. Didn't you say the dress code color was white? The dress code for the Loy family's party in the afternoon is starlight white, so I chose a color between white and starlight white. Suddenly, something caught Selena's attention, and she glanced sideways. They continued their conversation. Do you really need that cloak for today's schedule? No, not really. Then can you lend it to me? I want to show it off to everyone. Sure. A white dress billowed in the air. Kenzion pulled the fur coat up to wrap around Selena. This action made her unable to help but smirk slightly. Selena replied with a hint of shyness, thank you. I'll show it off a lot. It will be a good weapon. I'll dig up a lot of information. But the only response was the other person's calm words. Don't overdo it. Hearing this, she immediately added, thank you. The voices of both of them echoed through the space. Come to think of it, this is the first event I'm attending alone. Don't cry even if you want to see me. I will never cry. No one would blame you if you cried. Stop joking and go. You've grown up so much. It seems you even know how to distinguish jokes now. Don't provoke me. You know you secretly like it. Then, the other person's slightly coquettish tone surprised Kenshin. Duke. Then Selena unexpectedly kissed Kenshin on the cheek. Next, she flashed a bright smile and explained it was a goodbye kiss, just like when we go to sleep. I'm really going now. The carriage left, leaving him standing alone behind. Cactian gently touched his ever-reddening cheek. The carriage was still rolling, and the thoughts of the person inside flashed by. This is the first time I'm attending an official event without Kenshin. I don't have to worry with these guards around me. I'll do well. I can do it. After all, I need to return to my homeland. I have absolutely no idea what will happen at the tea party. Behind the carriage, Sanshin was secretly watching. He thought, this is the first time Selena is going without me. He looked calm, but his mind was racing with thoughts. There's nothing to worry about. Half of the best knights are escorting her, so unless a whole army attacks, she'll be fine. But what if she doesn't come back? The servant standing behind Kenshin bowed respectfully and said, Sir, it's time to return to the training room. Cactian was silent for a moment before answering. Under the brilliant, shining sun atop the citadel, his voice also rang out. All right, let's go. Selena stood with her hands on her hips, looking helpless. I didn't expect this. She looked at the other radiant ladies at the party and thought, all the good spots are taken. I thought arriving on time like at the palace party would be fine, but maybe tea parties are a bit different. She walked gracefully, the sound of her high heels echoing evenly on the ground. Selena approached a tea table and said amiably, Thank you for having me, and I apologize for being late. I didn't know I had to arrive before the invited time. She turned to Lilio and spoke with skillful yet profound words. So please forgive me. This was just a misunderstanding, and I'm sure you didn't do anything childish, for example, intentionally telling me the wrong time, did you? Lilio avoided her gaze and didn't answer, just clearing her throat. Ahem. Seeing this, Selena seemed to have guessed correctly and thought, so it was intentional. Rosalind, looking noble, slowly sipped her tea and spoke. At least you're dressed more decently this time. Lady Lilio was very worried that your underwear would be the only white thing you had. Hearing this, Selena was displeased and silently cursed. That was a long time ago. Why are you bringing it up again? Selena still looked calm and replied without any hesitation. The Duke just wanted to make sure I looked my best. However, even though I didn't want to buy any more new things, he still bought me so many dresses that I'd have to change at least 3 times a day to wear them all. But sadly, he doesn't want me to wear them for anyone else to see except him, even today. As soon as he saw my dress, he wanted me to wear his cloak so that others couldn't see how beautiful I am. So if I look a little too warm, I hope everyone understands. Lilio was displeased but couldn't retort. She could only say, all right, if that's what the Duke wants, then of course. She calmly replied, wonderful. We've been chatting long enough. I'm going to find a seat. Selena walked to a table, which made the 2 ladies already sitting there a bit awkward. As she sat down, sweat dripped down the other lady's face. After the conversation just now, she had some thoughts. These people do all sorts of things to mock me, but they immediately shut up when I mention Kenshin. Outwardly, Selena appeared playful and smiled brightly, saying, hello. But her heart was still filled with thoughts. It feels both annoying and satisfying. The 2 hurriedly nodded, one stammering slightly. Hello. She paid them no mind and glanced away. Looking at the surrounding scenery, she silently praised. This place is really beautiful. But instead of admiring this beauty, they're just gossiping, bragging, and bad-mouthing others. It's really sad. The 2 ladies were chatting animatedly. Hearing them tell each other things they were interested in, Selena yawned. Well, this is boring. Now I know Lilio is on the same side as Rosalind. I want to leave. Just as she thought that, Lilio appeared with the same provocative demeanor and said, "Oh my." The idyllic scenery was tainted by her sarcastic tone. I forgot that I brought something to give to Lady Rosalind. I had to bring it myself because this is very precious. So please excuse me for a moment. Rosalind behind her also replied, "Of course, take your time." The two of them followed each other out of the party. When they left, the party became a little quieter, feeling strangely tense. Selena was a bit puzzled. What's with this awkwardness? It's understandable. They only know how to flatter Rosalind. Now they have nothing left to say. While Selena was lost in thought, someone spoke up. Lady Selena." She only replied, "What?" But her mind was full of speculation. Huh? Why is she talking to me? She must be an outcast too. The person in front of her was also a bit timid when she spoke. "I hope you don't mind me asking this question, but is your dress from Lammer's boutique?" Hearing this, Selena was a bit flustered and replied, "Oh, this dress? Where is it from?" "Sorry, I don't remember clearly. I've been buying a lot of things lately." Her jade green eyes lit up with interest as she continued. The designer engraved the name on the inside of the bow. "Can I take a quick look?" Selena readily agreed. "Oh, sure." The other hand gently touched the bow on the dress. The young lady's eyes shone with admiration. "It's really from Lamb. It's so beautiful. Their clothes are very expensive, but of course, that's nothing compared to the Duke." Selena replied cheerfully, "Haha, thank you." Admiring the dress, the lady then said, "Oh, but it seems the bow isn't tied correctly." Selena asked again, "Is that so?" The other lady added, "Yes, you're lucky you haven't been poked by the pins on the bow yet." Hearing that, Selena seemed to understand and was a little annoyed. "Juna, you really are something. No wonder she took so long to dress me this morning. She's starting to show her true colors." She stood up and said, "Thank you for letting me know. I have to go inside to fix this." The other lady enthusiastically pointed the way for her. "Oh, all right. If you go towards the building with the pink door and ring the bell, a servant will come to greet you." Selena also replied politely, "I understand. Thank you." Selena walked away, but her thoughts were racing. Maybe because Rosalind isn't here, I feel like people are friendlier to me. Well, they probably don't like flattering her that much either. However, that doesn't mean I have to befriend these people. It's possible they're being nice to me just because they think I could be the next Duchess. How bitter. Seeing the golden bell on the table, Selena guessed to herself, "Oh, is that the bell? The bell to call a servant?" A loud voice came from somewhere. Am I her servant? Or does she think I'm her pet? Who does she think she is? Selena followed the direction of the voice out of curiosity. What's going on? The closer she got, the clearer the scolding became. If she's busy with something else, she should take care of it herself. Look at this grass clinging to me. Selena silently peeked through the large door. The voice of a servant inside hastily said, "I know, Lady Lilio. I'm very sorry you had to go through this. Here, let me wipe it off." Lilio sat on the chair, annoyed and scolding relentlessly. "No, you can't do it. It's no use. She's so annoying. She's not even prettier than me, yet she acts as if she's the queen. Her family might seem powerful now, but she'd better realize that things like that don't last long." Selena peeked through the crack in the door and thought, "Oh my, is she bad-mouthing Rosalind? The person closest to her." Lilio yelled nonstop as if torturing the servant's ears. She said she would become the crown princess, but now she's suddenly changed and says she'll become the Duchess. If that's the case, why did she go to see the crown prince? How disgusting. Suddenly, Selena walked in and spoke. "Oh, that sounds interesting." Her sudden appearance made Lilio jump and scream. Selena's dark voice slowly rang out, and I'm sure. Lilio's eyes widened in fear when she saw her. Lady Rosalind would be very pleased to know what you just said about her. Lilio was surprised, so scared she stammered. "How did you?" The other person retorted, "I was looking for the restroom and your voice was so loud I couldn't help but hear. I'm sure you don't mind. We all have time, so let's talk for a bit." Lilio, she was sweating lightly and asked awkwardly, talk about what? Selena still maintained that sparkling, smiling face. I find what you just said about Lady Rosalind very fascinating, especially since I thought you two were good friends. But then, here you are, talking behind her back. Lilio slowly turned her face away, embarrassed. Well, it's normal for someone to be disappointed in another person. Hearing what she said, Selena burst out laughing mechanically. Oh, I see. Then I'm sure Lady Rosalind will understand too. So I'm sure you won't mind if I tell her that you called her an ugly bitch who looks like a venomous snake. Lilio panicked. I didn't say it that harshly. Come on, we can talk first. Selena was as calm as before, joking. We are doing just that. We're not singing. Lilio laughed, but it was full of tension. Lady Selena, this isn't a normal friendship. It's for the benefit of our families. There are times when we need to cooperate instead of confronting each other. And now is the time for us to cooperate. That's all. Hearing her words, Selena's expression didn't waver. Yes, so, what is it you want to do? She heard this and replied, I mean to say, there are certain things you have to do, even if you don't want to. So if I happen to be cold to you, it's not my true intention. That's what I wanted to tell you. Selena silently assessed her. She knows how to make excuses. Then, filled with excitement, she leaned close to the table, feigning enthusiasm. So you mean, because of Lady Rosaline, you had no choice but to embarrass me in front of so many people at the coming-of-age party. And you flirted with the Duke in front of me, then invited me to a tea party that you and she set up to humiliate me, right? It was all because Lady Rosaline told you to do it. After she had said everything, she only replied with some hesitation. That's right. To be honest, I want to be friends with you. Think about it, I have no reason to provoke you. Selena just laughed. I see. Then why did Lady Rosaline tell you to do those things? This question made her stammer. Well, I don't know. I just did it because she told me to. Selena replied, all right, that's understandable. So why do you have to go to such lengths to please her? The question was somewhat difficult for Lilio. She glanced away, hesitating. That? Seeing her attitude, Selena maintained her previous demeanor and continued. Oh, come on. I thought you said you wanted to be my friend. Don't friends talk about these things? Unless you were lying just to get out of this. Lilio panicked and waved her hand in protest. No, of course not. Her eyelids drooped slightly with tension as she thought, what should I do now? If I just let her go like this, she'll definitely tell Rosalind everything. After a moment's thought, she placed her hand on her chest as if to show her sincerity. It's because of the distribution of goods, which could bring my family's jewelry to the Marquis of Thulon. My family's business is at stake, so I have no other choice. Now, Selena threw a question that agitated her. So that means you have to please her for the rest of your life? At that, Lilio slammed her hand on the table, stood up and shouted. No, of course not. As soon as the distribution quantity at Landbird's mine is determined, my family will return to its golden age. Selena's voice became serious. So the Landbird family holds the key. Oh my, you really need to be friends with me. I don't know much about business, but who knows? Maybe I can ask the Duke to help my friend a little. So why don't you write him a letter? If I deliver the letter, you don't have to worry about anyone else knowing, and you might get his consideration for help. Lilio replied awkwardly, oh my, that sounds great. While speaking, she thought to herself, does she know how much this deal costs? Of course, there's no way the Duke would listen to a concubine's request. Immediately, paper and pen were placed on the table. Selena gently pushed them towards her. Speaking of which, why don't you write it now? Here are the pen and paper. You can explain more clearly when you meet in person, but for now, you can write about how we became friends and how you've heard so much about him. Lilio froze. Well. Internally, she screamed, how is she so prepared? I can't refuse. To speak to him in my name? That's right. I'm just giving her another weakness she can use against me to fight Rosalind. Should I hit her? I can't let her have this. As she continued to fiddle with the paper with her malicious intentions, Lilio's wrist was suddenly grabbed by Selena. Surprised by the situation, Lilio's face showed clear shock. She's so strong. Selena took the paper. Thanks. I'll send it carefully for the sake of our friendship. Lilia was stunned. You that bitch. After that, Selena went outside, walking and celebrating quietly. Great, now I have Lilia's handwritten letter. And my dress has been fixed. I just need to find Rosalind and the Crown Prince now. With that, she saw them standing nearby. She ran and hid behind a tree. There they are. Over here, Layson placed his hand on Rosalind's shoulder and asked gently, Did I expect too much from you? I never thought you would be this weak. In response, her affectionate voice came. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Watching from a distance, Selena was a bit surprised. I'm surprised Rosalind can be this obedient. Back with the Crown Prince and her, Ladon looked at her with great tenderness. It doesn't matter where your family name or physical body is. What matters is the heart. She whispered, I know. Then he added, so try a little harder for me, okay? You've done very well so far. Her face flushed slightly. Yes, Your Highness. After they finished talking, they hugged. She opened her eyes wide as if she couldn't believe the scene. Then she was filled with doubt. It's not that she's obedient, but cute? After hugging, he let go but continued to speak. You should go back. Everyone must be waiting for you. She immediately obeyed. Yes, Your Highness. Rosalind turned and left, while he remained standing there, watching. Selena was very surprised. No way. So the Crown Prince and Rosalind are. Before she could finish her sentence, she was cut off by the Crown Prince. You can come out now, little bird of the Duke. She immediately screamed in panic. She also shyly stepped out, silently wondering, how did he notice me from so far away? Stepping forward hesitantly, she stammered, Your Highness. He just smiled lightly. It's a pleasure to see you again. She forced a smile. You must be very close to Lady Rosalind. He laughed. Haha, yes, I've known her since I was a child, and I know she's always on my side. She's like a sister to me. She forced a laugh. Haha, yes, I think so too. You two are really close. Layson replied, Haha, that's right. We're good friends. Selena silently thought, yeah, right? At least you could have come up with a better excuse. But wait, didn't Rosalind say she was about to become the Crown Princess? But I don't think he's interested at all. Suddenly, he looked at her and said something strange. I only came to see Rosalind for a moment, and I happened to meet you too. It's as if you and I are destined to be, isn't it? I heard that fate is when we keep meeting by chance over and over again. She raised her hand, looking awkward. Usually, that's someone's bad intention. Just in case. Ladon burst out laughing. Haha, no need. But we really are a coincidence. Can't you be happy just once? She was sweating slightly. But I have no reason to do so. I belong to the Duke of Landberg. And you don't like him. He smiled gently again. You realized that quickly. You're smart. But relationships between people can't always be calculated. There are many times you make mistakes or embarrass yourself, right? In my mind, I know that I shouldn't get too close to you, but every time I see you, I can't help but feel a stir in my heart. She froze, not knowing what to say, only able to scream internally. Is he serious? Selena took a few steps back. You can't do that, Your Highness. His expression was as casual as before. What can I do? You're so beautiful that I just want to get closer to you. It's not my fault, right? She felt scared of the situation. No, not at all. But you should stop. After all, I already belong to the Duke. He took another step forward without restraint. I'm not asking for much. Unless the Duke is so obsessed with you that you're not allowed to look at other men. But you're not married or engaged to the Duke. Her face was full of worry. Oh my, is he this desperate? What should I do? And just at that moment, a hand wrapped around her shoulder, pulling her into an embrace. Perhaps there is. It was Kinshuyan. He hugged her, his eyes looking at Ladan without any goodwill. About an hour ago, Sanshin saw Selena off to the carriage. At that time, he watched the carriage, observing and thinking, she has 3 knights escorting her, 15 guards moving at a distance, and 5 more special guards for security. They are all excellent knights of land bird. While he was standing there, the butler approached, bowed respectfully and said, "Sir, it's time to go to the training room." He replied, "Yes, let's go." Before leaving, he had to reassure himself. She is well protected. There is nothing to worry about. A moment later, two wooden swords clashed. Kenshin was sparring, but his face was pale. "I can't stop worrying." His opponent looked at him with concern. "Sir." He suddenly swung hard. Dion immediately spoke up. "It's just a practice match, but you're using a bit too much force." Kenshin didn't care. He was lost in his own thoughts. One person died in the land bird mansion and another was unsuccessfully assassinated. She was even attacked when I was nearby. And now she's going alone. Dion stepped back and got into position. "Let's try again, but with less force." Kenshin couldn't concentrate. That means she's in danger. Thinking about this, it was like a lightning bolt struck him. He looked like he had lost his soul. Dion, seeing him like this, thought it was his fault and quickly said, "I didn't mean to tell you not to use any force." He suddenly turned and walked away, leaving a panicked Dion behind. "Sir, where are you going?" Kanshio replied as he walked. Something might have happened to Selena. Dion hurried to catch up. Suddenly, he was still worried. Yes, everything happens unexpectedly. The knight was curious. But Lady Selena is at the tea party of the Lilila family. What could possibly happen? At this point, he stopped. What could happen? He started thinking again, Kanseun's worst-case scenario. Her carriage is attacked. The Lililu family and several other families join the attack. Selena is attacked while eating. Selena is attacked while breathing. Anyway, she is attacked. Imagining this, his whole body froze in fear. Then he quickly ran for his life. "I have to go." Dion stood behind, helpless. "Sir." Dion didn't realize that he himself had given Sanshin the motivation to do this. And now back to reality, surprisingly Sanshin's premonition was correct. Selena was in his arms, her face full of surprise. "Why are you?" His face was serious, looking straight at Layson. "I just need to be more careful in my relationship with Selena. But if that makes her worried, then I'm willing to take this relationship to a more committed level." He looked at Sanshin, smiling faintly but with a hint of falsehood. "I'm talking to Lady Selena, not you," he replied, the atmosphere becoming tense. "Then please excuse me for interrupting your conversation with Lady Selena. But I tend to be possessive of my people, so I hope you understand." After hearing that, Selena laughed with amusement. "My person? Possessive? Who did this person learn acting from and where? How did he suddenly become so good at acting?" Lei Dan still maintained that smile. "Don't you think that's a bit unfair? Selena is not your property." Sanshin was also calm. "I know that." He wouldn't stop, trying to add more. "So you know she's free to talk to me and has the right to follow her heart, right?" Sanshin was emotionless. "Yes, I know." He asked again, "So why don't you let go?" Sanshin replied, "I can't do that." Hearing that, he continued, "So what's the reason?" Sanshin was calm. "Because I don't want to." The conversation between the two made her wonder. Are these two being silly at the same time? He used a sarcastic tone. "You're not very kind, are you?" Although he replied, his expression was no different. "I'm flattered, Your Highness." Le Dan said again, "That wasn't a compliment." Sanshin always kept a cold face. "My apologies, Your Highness." He bowed his head slightly. "Duke of Landbird, you should be more careful. If you hold on too tight, the little bird will fly away. And as you know, I have a cage big enough to hold that poor little bird." It was that same emotionless expression. He seemed to be only half listening. "Thank you for your advice." Finally, there was a sign of it stopping when Layson spoke up. "That's enough for today. At least, will you allow me to say goodbye to her?" Kenshin, even though it was just a goodbye, flatly refused. "No." He was a bit taken aback. "Ha ha, I know." Regardless, he still looked at her. "Lady Selena, you heard what the Duke said. So I hope you'll understand my rudeness for not being able to say goodbye to you. And the next time we meet, we can continue our discussion on whether it's a coincidence or fate." Hearing this, he held Selena tightly in a possessive way. She struggled to answer. "Okay." Seeing this, Layson was exasperated. Oh my. Then he walked away. When he had completely left, she looked up at him. Duke, can you let me go now? He was surprised to realize he still hadn't let her go. Oh. After being released, she asked him, why did you suddenly come here? He immediately looked away, making up an excuse. I was just passing by. She realized what was happening and couldn't help but laugh. Ha, is that so? Ha. You're a good actor, but you should know when to intervene. Under the green canopy, he also replied gently. You can't ask me to choose a better time. She put her hands on her hips. If we want to know about the Crown Prince's motives and suspicious relationships, I'll have to dig deeper. Everything was going smoothly until you arrived. Kancine listened and only replied, is that so? So what's next? Are you on his side? She was stunned. Why are you suddenly so stupid? He heard her and was confused. What? She explained, think about it. Why would I suddenly side with the Crown Prince when you're the only one who can help me get back to my world? He still looked confused. Oh, I forgot. Hearing that, she leaned towards him, frustrated. What's wrong with you? You forgot? How could you forget something so important? Kanzian was flustered. I couldn't think of anything else as soon as I saw him so close to you. At this point, Selena became serious again. I know you hate him, but I didn't realize it. Anyway, I'm completely fine, and you didn't need to come all the way here. I don't think he intended to hurt me. When I was with Leo and even now, when it was just the two of us, he had plenty of opportunities to kill me, but he didn't. He listened intently to every word. But he approached you for a reason, and he even flirted with you. With that, she focused on remembering the moment Laser spoke. But every time I see you, I can't help but feel a stir in my heart. Then, she immediately said, or is he serious? He was startled. He is? She laughed and patted his shoulder. What should we do? If the Crown Prince really likes me, will you two duel over me? In contrast to her, Xian was nonchalant. That would be fine. Then I'll have a legal reason to kill him. Selena, she was dissatisfied. You're just as hot-tempered as he is. They started discussing. Anyway, I can confirm that Rosalind is controlling Lily Lu. And there's something between her and the Crown Prince. She spoke, and he replied, Rosalind wants to become the Crown Princess. Everyone knows this. The dialogue continued, with Selena showing regret. Oh, really? That's a pity. So do you know if she has feelings for the Crown Prince? He replied, no, I don't know. But so what? He doesn't care at all. Selena was curious. How are you so sure? Kancine looked at her. Because besides himself, it's impossible for him to care about anyone else. She looked at him slyly. Yes, you said so. At this moment, his face suddenly flushed slightly. So don't pay too much attention to his words, and don't think he really likes you. That will never happen. Do you understand? She looked at him and thought to herself, every time the Crown Prince is mentioned, he's always so sensitive. Compared to other suspicious people, he hasn't done me any harm. He must really hate him. Thinking this, she still replied, all right, I'll remember that. Anyway, let's go back so I can say goodbye to everyone. It's time for me to go to Raleigh's tea party. He replied softly. All right, I'll take you there. At Raleigh's tea party. She sat there, closing her eyes helplessly, thinking to herself, this is a tea party where only I was invited. So why are you still here? She was dissatisfied with the person sitting next to her. Kancine. The others looked at them. Those two are so cute. The members of Viral's group all covered their faces with joy. She smiled brightly. Since only Lady Selena was invited, I didn't expect to see you here, Your Grace. Selena also enthusiastically replied, he must be curious what kind of gathering this is, but now that he knows, he'll be leaving soon. She seemed angry and secretly pinched Sanchin's thigh. Right? I'm right, aren't I, Duke? But Beorel excitedly denied it. I don't think the Duke wants to leave early. She clapped her hands together. You must mean a lot to him, Lady Selena. Anyway, I'm glad you made it. You don't know how much I've been looking forward to seeing you again since the last party. I've never met anyone who can drink as much as you. Everyone surrounded Selena, agreeing. Exactly. It's a shame we couldn't talk more with you. Because I passed out too early. Me too. She was somewhat surprised, placing a hand on her chest. Me really? I've never been welcomed like this. She silently wondered. It's not because of Kingshin. A girl with a ponytail clasped her hands, her eyes sparkling. Of course. I don't know what others think, but to us, you're like a god. You're the female Dionysus. Selena also smiled and accepted it. Well, that's great. I'm glad you have that impression. Thank you. She raised her wine glass and invited them. So, let's start the party. Bottoms up. Everyone also shouted, bottoms up. Everyone clinked their glasses in celebration. Selena pointed around. Everyone drink up. I'm watching all of you. The wine glass in her hand was suddenly taken away by someone. Can Zion finish the rest of the wine for Selena? Selena was confused. What's going on? Everyone there saw it and had question marks above their heads. Cashin calmly explained, Lamport has enemies everywhere, so poisoning happens quite often, especially at the first meeting. I'll try it first because I'm immune to poison. The ladies started to gossip. Selena was a little worried. Seriously. She spoke up. You don't have to say that. But her words were cut off. Everyone covered their faces in admiration. So romantic. They all raised their glasses again. We understand, Duke. So we will raise a glass with you. Everyone, let's celebrate the Duke's boundless love. Cheers. Selena witnessed this scene and silently breathed a sigh of relief. Thank heavens, everyone here just wants to enjoy the good times. And they're also very friendly. Not just friendly, but also good people. Just like that, they see me as myself, not as Kingshin's woman. Someone who can drink and be a friend. She smiled happily. I like this place a lot. Biarel, after drinking heavily, couldn't take it anymore and threw up violently. Despite that, she still had the spirit to ramble on. If Lady Selena is the female Dionysus, then the Duke must be Dionysus himself. You probably find drinking very boring since you're so good at it. Cashin admitted, yeah, that's right. He looked at the person opposite him. At least you recover quickly. Biarel felt much more comfortable now. Then you must not enjoy coming to a party like this at all. So it must be our honor to have you attend. She winked playfully. Is it because you're worried about Lady Selena, Duke? Selena, sitting beside him, raised her wine glass. You should answer that well. Carlison paused then. I don't want to leave Selena alone at a party with both men and alcohol, so yes, I was worried. She was somewhat surprised. Oh my, look at this guy. He's improved. Biarel looked even more interested. So sweet. You must love the lady very much. She was curious. How did Lady Selena conquer your cold heart, Duke? What charm from the lady made you come to a place you don't even like? He was still very direct. Well, obviously. Her beauty. Selena heard that and immediately choked. Biarel was even happier than her and shouted. She turned to ask the main character of the party, Lady Selena, why are you so surprised? You must hear it every day. Selena carefully wiped her mouth and replied awkwardly, that's right, but I never thought he would say that in front of so many people. She quickly turned and left with her dress. I'm going to the ladies' restroom. The other ladies were still teasing her. The lady is shy. Selena shook her head after leaving the table. So embarrassing. When did he become such a good actor? Kinsine walked beside her and suggested, let me take you. She was startled. You scared me. Why? I said I wanted to go to the ladies' restroom. He reminded her, did you forget what happened at the debut party? You ran right into the crown prince back then. Selima tried to defend herself. He's not here. And even if he were, what could he do with so many people watching? Cashin still tried to persuade her. But that doesn't mean you're safe. They didn't notice someone approaching from behind. It was a girl with tan skin, purple hair braided neatly, and an impressive face. I understand why you're so worried that you can't let the lady use the bathroom alone. But you shouldn't invade a woman's privacy, Your Grace. Selena was secretly grateful. Who is this savior? She bowed politely. Good evening, Lady Selena. I am the Baroness of Orleans. She remembered hearing something somewhere. The former Baron of Orleans passed his title to her instead of his son's. And she also fights on the battlefield. Selena was somewhat excited. It's her. I finally get to meet her. CA-san was bored. But you don't have any weapons right now. Baroness Orleans smiled. A knight can hide a weapon anywhere. Or are you doubting my abilities and techniques, Duke? He denied it. Of course not. She stood up straight. Then let me escort the young lady, Your Grace. Sanshin hesitated. But Selena didn't let him finish and took her arm. This is a wonderful idea. Your Grace, you told me how strong and powerful she is. The two of them left without hesitation. So you just wait there and don't follow us. Cae-san held his head in confusion. Baroness Orleans looked at her curiously. I've never seen this side of him before. Or is it because you are very special to him, Lady Selena? While washing her hands, she didn't deny it. I think so too. But I'm not sure if it's because I'm really special, or if it's because of the situation that he has to act this way. She laughed comfortably. I understand. The Baroness continued to chat. I was surprised to see this side of you, Lady Selena. I thought the woman who captured the Duke's heart would be very cunning. But you're blushing like a young girl. Selena felt a pang of guilt for some reason. Excuse me. Of course, she didn't mean it that way. I didn't mean any harm. I just think you're very cute. Selena felt a sense of relief. It seems she doesn't have any ill intentions, but she's very straightforward. Baroness Orleans thoughtfully handed a towel to Selena. I guess you're very interesting since I saw you at the royal party. But now that I've had a chance to talk to you, I know I was right. She cautiously accepted it. Thank you. Thank you for your kind words. I'm used to seeing people hate me before they meet me, and once they do, they hate me even more. The Baroness agreed. This society is like that. She looked down at the back of her hand. If you're beautiful, they'll hate you for being beautiful. If you're ugly, they'll hate you for being ugly. If you're rich, they'll say you're arrogant. If you're poor, they'll call you a lowlife. It doesn't matter who you are. Selena was surprised to hear these words. That's right. I didn't expect you to know such things. She just waved her hand dismissively. It's something I wish I didn't know, and that's why I always avoid it. They had just met but had so much to talk about. Lady Selena, this world is still new to you, but you've already started to doubt it. How could I not? That's right. So that means you're considering meeting someone else. For the second time in one evening, Selena was made to choke by someone. Selena couldn't believe her ears. You just... Baroness Orleans saw her reaction and realized. Oh my. Please forgive me. It seems you've misunderstood me. I only said that because I'm a very soft-hearted person, Lady Selena, and I can't help but care about who you end up with. I want to talk with you for as long as possible. However, the men of the Landbreeze family are notoriously cold-blooded, both the previous and current dukes. So even though he may be good to you now, when it comes to the past, I'm not sure how long it will be before he changes his mind. And it would be a shame if I couldn't see you again. That's what I meant. Selena was happy to hear such affectionate words of concern. So you think he's not worthy of me? I'm glad to know I've made a good impression on you, but you're being a bit harsh on him. The Baroness emphasized again, please don't misunderstand me, miss. The Duke is still one of my favorite people, and it's not every day I get to host such an interesting couple. Selena didn't get angry. I agree. She began to ponder. She's really harsh on Consine. But anyway, that doesn't mean she thinks I'm the type of person who will be abandoned sooner or later. Maybe I have to prove to everyone while I'm still here. Selena suggested, shall we go back? Baroness Orleans had no objections. Yes, I think we've teased him enough. They both felt very refreshed and laughed out loud. Elsewhere, Sanshin's mood was not as good. His face was dark. Azihan was burning with anger. How far is the restroom? Biorel, standing beside him, was a little scared. It's quite close. He interrogated her again. So, what are they doing that's taking so long? She had to answer no matter what. Well, maybe they're just chatting a bit. Sanshin was still not at ease. Are you sure the Valley family's restroom is safe? Biorel hesitated even more. Yes. At this point, He shot up and pointed directly at her. Why can't you answer me? If you yourself are not sure about the safety of your own home, you should at least have warned me beforehand. Biorel could only endure the scolding, feeling speechless inside. Oh, what is this? I've never seen him so annoyed, and I've never met anyone so impatient in my entire life. Just then, Selena finally appeared. Sir, what are you doing here? Perhaps you're bored. Kenshin's attitude changed dramatically in an instant. It's nothing. Biorel could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Selena called out cheerfully, well then, my love? The young ladies turned to look. My love? She raised her wine glass and suggested, can you get me a new drink? This one has gone flat. Kat Diane remembered her previous instructions, you must do as I say. He reluctantly complied. Of course. Biorel rolled her eyes at Sanshin, who was pouring wine. After acting so annoyed, he's pouring another drink for Lady Selena? The glass was now full. Here you go. Selena seemed to be pushing her luck, resting her chin on her hand. Actually, I don't want to drink this anymore. I want water. Would you mind getting it for me? Biorel was even more surprised. The young lady is treating him like a servant. Sanshin still obediently did as he was told, even carefully asking, do you want ice in it? Selena replied without hesitation, I only want 3 cubes. Sanshin looked at her. Anything else? Selena refused and then invited him. No, you can sit down now. She leaned on his shoulder and recounted, I realized something today, my love. Sanshin continued the conversation. What is it? Selena must have been remembering her recent meeting with Baroness Orleans. Some people think our relationship is just temporary. He was confused. So what? She explained again. Well, I suddenly got a little curious. My love, how long will you be with me? Kansan, without a hint of surprise, seriously considered it. Let's see. I'll follow you completely. Selena pointed up at the sky. Then, can you pick a star from the sky for me? Kenshin still didn't think it was an absurd request. I have to find a way to get closer to it first. She seemed satisfied. That's a pretty good answer. Outwardly, she also agreed. Yes, sir. Then Selena turned her attention to something else. Then, can you pick that flower for me? Then pick the clouds above, and then the constellations. Kenshin didn't answer this time but stood up directly. Selena watched him leap into the air. The people around who witnessed this couldn't help but gossip. Kat Diane reached out towards the canopy of trees. He chose and picked the most beautiful, vibrant red flower among them. Kenshin landed gently on the ground. He slowly approached Selena. Then Kashin gently placed the flower in her hair. He looked at the person in front of him with a gentle gaze. Getting the clouds will take some time. Hearing that, Selena smiled with happiness. She rushed to hug Kenshin. I can wait. Early, the next morning. Selena looked at the table full of letters. Look at all these invitations. Juna, beside her, was also delighted. Lady Selena, you're so famous. Just changing outfits for all these parties will take a lot of time. She wasn't in a hurry to care and suggested. I'll rest for a bit. I've been so tired lately that you can even see it on my skin. Yuna covered her mouth in disappointment. Really? That's terrible. She stood up, turned to leave. I'm going to exercise with the Duke now, so while I'm gone, please sort the new invitations. Yuna immediately obeyed. Of course. See you later, miss. She watched as the door slammed shut. After making sure Selena had left, Yuna quickly rummaged through the pile of letters. Yuna looked frustrated. How can I filter out personal letters from this pile of invitations? I can't even read. And Lilio, that idiot, has been caught before. She searched frantically. Where is it? The Hayset family crest. Finally, Juna cried out in joy. Found it. She held it in her hand. Great. If I give this to Lilio, I can ask her to pay more. Just as she said this, Yuna screamed. Selena, who had returned without her knowing, held out her hand and commanded, Yuna, you're caught. Give me that letter. Yuna quickly knelt down and begged, spare me, Lady Selena. The invitations are all so beautiful. I just wanted to take a look. I'm sorry. But she wasn't so easily convinced by such words. Don't make excuses. I know you recognize the flower and it. She quickly waved her hands. No, I don't. This is the first time I've seen it. Selena snatched the letter and sneered. Right. You'd be a fool not to recognize the crest of the family you used to work for. She was still stubborn. What are you talking about? That's not true. In her heart, she was certain. Seeing her flustered only proves that I was right. Selena held the letter out in front of her and asked, Zuna, do you know what this is? She looked at it and denied it. No, I don't. She took back the letter and explained, this is a private letter from Lilio, sent directly to him, which means it's different from all the invitations that can be thrown away anywhere. Lila must have realized that writing a letter to brag about her friendship with me would be a mistake, but what could she do when the letter was already with me? The best she could do was to get it back by pretending it was lost. In that case, what's the first thing she would ask her spy to do? Selena knew very well. Of course, it was to steal the letter. You see, Zuna, do you realize that you just intercepted a private letter addressed to him? Her face turned pale. I didn't mean to. Selena wasn't angry at all. Right. I'm sure you didn't intend to intercept his letter. You were just asked to get it because it could be used against Lilio. Am I right? She admitted. Exactly. I was only asked to find the letter and... Selena sneered. So you're admitting that you're actually her spy. Before Duna could understand what was happening, she told her again. Don't be so surprised. I've known this for a long time. Selena moved closer to Yuna. Do you know how long I've waited for this perfect moment to catch you red-handed? Not to mention, you deliberately suggested Hayset's tea party and ruined my dress to embarrass me, right? She could only stammer. That is. She continued calmly. Yes, I know what you're going to say. You only did it because you were asked to. Otherwise, why would you accuse Ariel and corner her? Unless you're a monster who finds pleasure in hurting others. Juno went along with this reasoning. That's right. I only did what I was told. Selena interrogated her. So, what did Lilio ask you to do? She frowned and looked away, seeming reluctant to speak. She saw the intention in this expression. You're not going to confess? Selena sighed and thought to herself, I don't want to use this method because it will make me look petty, but in the end, I have to use it. I heard you stole and sold your jewelry when you were a maid for her and even got into debt. Then you became her spy because you were caught. But the money you were paid barely covered the monthly interest. Duna was stunned to hear this. How did you? She didn't answer the question. You'll be her slave for life, and there's no way those creditors will leave you alone. She fearfully tried to defend herself one more time. I'm telling you for the last time, I don't know anything. I was only asked to advise on which tea parties you should attend and what kind of dresses you should wear. Selena let out a helpless sigh. Juna. She placed a hand on her shoulder. You see, I want to resolve this as peacefully as possible. And I'm sure you'd rather settle this with me than with him. She was referring to Kangshin in a fit of fiery rage. Though she was scared to death, everything you said is true, but I really don't know why they asked me to do it. Please believe me. She got up now. I don't think she's lying. She questioned, so what do you plan to do next? Even after repeating the plan, I intended to take you to the hunting competition where you could meet all sorts of men at the event. She crossed her arms in surprise. Unbelievable. I haven't even received an official invitation, but the maid already knows about it. Selena suddenly remembered something. Did you do these things to Ariel? Juna's voice trembled. Yes. She confirmed the answer and recounted everything. So, you were the one who made Ariel act promiscuously, and you also spoke ill of her behind her back. She still showed no remorse or shame. Duna criticized, Ariel wasn't completely innocent. If she was the future Duchess, she should have been more careful. She fell in love with anyone who was nice to her. How pathetic. Selena didn't think so. Pathetic? Anyone who has ever been lonely knows how sweet it is to hear those beautiful words when no one is around. You don't even question what kind of person they might be because you're too attached to that love. And they took advantage of that desperation to bully and isolate her. Selena clenched her fists. You really are a monster. The poor girl had nowhere to turn but to you. How could you be so cruel? Was it fun watching her suffer? Juna avoided her gaze. I'm sorry. Her face was full of sorrow as she thought of the deceased. You are one of the reasons for her death. And now you're doing the same thing to me again? Zuna spoke up. But if I refuse, they'll kill me. Selena was silent for a moment. She knew this was not wrong. Selena threw the letter in front of her. Here, take it. Zuna was even more confused. Why are you giving this back to me? She must have planned something so you can take it to Lilio and act as a double agent. She looked up as if she had misheard. What? Selena explained again. I don't know what Lilio promised you, but I'm sure you know she's not the type to take care of a useless maid. Her eyes sharpened. It's up to you to decide which side to take, but remember that at least I'm not involved in anyone's death. That afternoon, Sanshin informed Selena the crown prince is holding a hunting competition. He's obsessed with hunting, so he likes to organize such events. She sat on the steps with her hand on her chin and asked him, have you ever been to such an event? Kanzian denied it. Never. Because sadly, every time a hunting competition is held, we are attacked by monsters or avalanches. Selena was speechless and helpless. Oh, come on. At least you should come up with different reasons. She understood Kanchan's thoughts. I know you don't want to, but shouldn't you go at least once? After all, you're a duke. He asked back, can you imagine me holding a weapon and standing next to him? Selena wasn't surprised and admitted, you're right. That's the perfect place to be accused of treason. But you still need to go this time. Maybe he's pursuing me. You really don't want to go, do you? Kansin's face was full of annoyance at being forced. He stated his opinion frankly. No, I don't want to. Besides the political issues, the risk of an accident is even higher. Selena stopped looking at Kanxian and looked straight ahead. That's true, but I know you'll protect me. Her smile was full of trust. Kashin blushed slightly when he saw this. He seemed to have given in. Of course I will, but while I'm out hunting, you'll be left alone. At this point, Selena reassured him. It's just a bunch of marchionesses and noble ladies. With everything you've trained me for, you know I can take them down. Kangshin still couldn't feel at ease and reminded her, attacks can happen anywhere. She naturally thought to herself, I know, and I know you're very worried. At this point, Selena felt a little regretful. I should have practiced archery while practicing swordsmanship. That way, I could go hunting with you. Chao Sui immediately suggested, speaking of which, do you want to learn it right now? She was somewhat interested. Oh, I know the basics. Learning different things is part of my job as an actress. He didn't seem to believe it. Really? Then let me see. An arrow hit the bullseye precisely. The people behind them all praised her in unison. You're amazing! Selena felt this was very normal. But it's not that far. Anyone can do it. They were still stubborn. No, you're better than we imagined. Kansin pointed to the target. They're right. Look at the so-called elite special forces and their archery skills. She didn't know how to respond and just gave an awkward laugh. He guessed, I guess no matter where you come from, archery has improved more here. Selena was surprised. Oh, really? So, do you want me to teach you? The people behind them started chattering and approached. Really? Lady Selena. We want you to be our teacher. Kashin held out his hand to stop them and reminded them. That's enough. Everyone, back to your original positions. She waved her hand without a care. Everyone is so enthusiastic. Zuna, Lilio, and Rosalind, I've caught all three of them red-handed. It seems the case is being solved. Selena suggested everyone go get a bundle of arrows. They immediately did as they were told. Yes, miss. I feel good about tomorrow's hunting competition. The next morning at the hunting area, Selena was wearing a hunting outfit. It's just another party with a different dress code, not like what you told me yesterday. Kashin walked beside her and explained, usually, it's a bit more intense and more like a battle on the field, almost like a smaller-scale hunt. She was curious. Lonbot, huh? I see. That's what you grew up with, so what more can I expect? A man with golden hair appeared and exclaimed, oh my, I can't believe it. Selena was also surprised and called out, oh, Your Highness, you're alone. She politely bowed her head. Good day. Lodan also replied cheerfully, it's a pleasure to see you again. He winked. Selena tilted her head, not understanding what it meant. He recalled, based on the fact that you finally participated in this hunting competition. I guess the monsters won't suddenly cross the mountain range. Kenshin countered with a question. No. Laser mentioned last year's story. And there were no avalanches. He still insisted. No, Your Highness. Selena could only exclaim silently in her heart. It's as if he wanted it that way. Ladan turned to ask her, Lady Selena, are you also participating in the hunt? Selena refused. No, I just wanted to change my clothes. He was disappointed to hear that. Well, that's a shame. I was hoping to ride and hunt with you. But I can't risk your safety for my own greed. There are many things to enjoy besides hunting, so I hope you two have a good time today. She replied politely, Thank you, Your Highness. Layson glanced at the two of them. Then he turned and walked away. At this point, Selena stood there watching his retreating back. I know the Crown Prince is after something. I can see it in his eyes. But he doesn't act that way. Is it unintentional or not part of his plan? Kenshin spoke up. Do you still think the Crown Prince is an upright person? Selena crossed her arms, a little displeased. I said he seems like it, not that he is. He denied it again. I can't believe he would seem like that. She suggested, usually, that's how people act with those they care about. If it bothers you, why don't you try it once? Kenshin agreed without hesitation. All right. He wrapped his arms around Selena from behind. It's not difficult for me anymore. She was thinking of something else, but still blushed slightly. The Crown Prince's effect is stronger than I thought. Look how natural Kenshin's acting is. Kenshin said gently, You're the one who said actions speak louder than words. Selena looked up at him. Why is he so close? And why is he so handsome? Is he going to kiss me? Her face turned bright red, but Kenshin turned his head away. Only then did Selena compose herself. Get a grip, Selena. No matter how many times I've acted in romantic scenes in my world, I've never been like this. He looked at her with confusion now. Selena comforted herself. Aren't I good at being professional? It's just that those actors weren't that handsome. She spoke up to break the tension. Don't you think you're being a bit much? The two of them chatted with each other. Am I not allowed? Well, today is a hunting competition. This kind of action is only for parties. You have to act according to the time and place. Kenzion probed, Do I have to consider the time and place to express my affection for you? Selena hesitated slightly. No, but if you overdo it, it will look like you're trying to impress others, not because you truly love me. He didn't think so. But you were just as bad as me at the beginning. Do you think the people we met then noticed we were just pretending? She explained, Maybe they didn't think that far because they were shocked by the fact that you obeyed me. Xie Xian hugged Selena again. And now they'll be too shocked to see me acting like this, so they probably won't think that far. She was startled and recoiled slightly. You're very persuasive. He thought this was very normal. The point is, if I'm with someone I'm willing to do it for, there's no problem. Selena could only reply perfunctorily. Really? Sanshin took her hand. Yes. I want to. With that, he kissed the back of Selena's hand. She was momentarily stunned and blushed. Selena gently clenched her other hand. You're scaring me a little. Cashin probably didn't expect her to say that. Me? Selena affirmed. Suddenly seeing you like this makes me think you're not in your right mind. Cactian heard that and laughed comfortably. Is that so? You're right. Maybe not. His face lit up. Selena looked up at Kenshin. Their moods were probably the same. Siesin joked, If you can, please be gentle with me. She felt a sense of relief. I'm a little surprised, but it's good that his acting range has expanded. I should just let him be. Selena exclaimed when she saw a blue-haired girl walk by. Let's go say hello while we're here. Look, it's Lilio. She approached and greeted her. Hello, Lady Lilio. But Lilio turned her head away unenthusiastically. Oh, it's you. Selena saw this and silently sneered. What's with that attitude? Now that you've received the letter, you think you have nothing to worry about? But do you know that I'm the one who returned it? She calmly started a conversation about it. Did you receive what I sent? Hearing that, she whipped her head around. What? Selena acted as if nothing had happened. I thought about it. And it seems like it could put you in a difficult position if someone else saw the letter, so I just gave it to him and returned it immediately. Lila's heart was in turmoil. What did she do? Didn't Juna steal it? Could Juna have been caught? She had to force herself to continue the conversation. You're so thoughtful. Thank you. By the way, aren't you bringing a servant with you? Selena acted naturally. Oh, she couldn't come because she had something important to do at the mansion. Lilio couldn't say anything else. I see. Are you sure you're okay without it? It might be very inconvenient for you. If you want, you can use mine. She happily accepted. If I need to, I'll let you know. Thank you for the offer. Lilio still tried to be friendly. Sure. Her face was pale with fear. What's wrong? Am I caught? Or is it just a coincidence? I've been trying to find a new spy. But that's impossible. If she was caught, how much would Juna reveal? She wouldn't tell everything, right? So why is Selena being so nice to me? It's a threat. I can't be sure of anything. Selena turned and left. It seems you're going somewhere, and I've taken up too much of your time. See you later. Lilio reached out to stop her but then thought better of it. Her attitude was full of worry. Lilio kept biting her lip and pacing back and forth. What should I do? If Yuna is captured by Lonbert, then we're all doomed. She suddenly stopped walking. Lilio called out, Liana. The servant quickly appeared. Yes, miss. She ordered, tell them to call Juna. If they can't, then kill her. Elsewhere, Cashin wondered if they should just let Lilio be. Selena felt there was no need to rush. Right now, we still don't have any solid evidence, so we need to be more careful because she knows the most. He was worried. But what if you start to develop a genuine friendship with her? She thought this was ridiculous. Are you serious? She would be the last person I'd want to be friends with. The group in front of them all exclaimed in surprise. Selena also noticed the direction. Oh my, what's wrong? A lady holding a piece of jewelry called out, the prize for this women's archery competition is a sword decoration that I brought back from the East. Who wants to try? She was confused. Archery competition? Consine explained, this is a game for those who don't go hunting. Selena looked at the ladies who had stepped forward. I see. It seems Rosalind, Fiona, and Princess Jeriel are also participating. Should I give it a try? C.A. Diane placed a hand on her shoulder expectantly. You. Yes. Win. Selena couldn't help but feel helpless. You care about it more than me. She winked. Anyway, don't worry. I always do. All right. The game begins. At the competition area, Fiona had a very annoyed expression. You still don't know your place, do you? You're so annoying. Selena immediately said, the Duke is watching you. Aren't you going to take this seriously? Hearing that, she quickly turned and waved happily. Duke, wish me luck. The Duke was nowhere to be seen, only the people who came to cheer. We're cheering for you, Lady Fiona, but don't push yourself too hard. Selena teased, good heavens, you're so popular, except with the Duke. Fiona fumed with anger. If it weren't for you, the Duke would have noticed my charm. She still joked, but now he doesn't know a thing. Selena looked around, searching. I'm pretty sure I saw Rosalind. Where is she? Oh, she's practicing over there. Rosalind was drawing her bowstring. Her stance was perfect, and her face was also very beautiful and sharp. Selena felt a sense of regret. She's really a beautiful person, and I can be sure she has some experience. Her form is good. She's almost perfect. It's a shame her personality ruins her beauty. She glanced over as if considering something. Selena spoke up. That sword decoration seems to be for men. Should I give it to the Crown Prince to repay his kindness? Hearing this, Rosalind showed clear annoyance. She turned and left in frustration. Selena became even more certain. So I was right. What I saw that day was not a misunderstanding. I don't know about the Crown Prince, but Rosalind is definitely in love. At the same time, a loud shout was heard. Ladies, please gather if you are ready. She looked in that direction. Oh, so it's starting. The organizer announced the rules. Each player will shoot one arrow and rotate for 3 rounds. The one with the highest score will be the winner. In front of each participant was a target. Selena called out to the other side. Hey Fiona, I'll bet my 10-carat blue diamond necklace that your arrow won't even be close to the target. She got angry. What? Fiona pointed at her. You're looking down on me again. I'll make you regret it. Get ready to move out. But her arrow really did miss the target. Fiona turned to criticize Selena. What did you do to my bow? You're despicable. But she just drew her own bow to prove a point. I did nothing. Everyone has the same bow. Yours is just like mine. The organizer shouted, next is Lady Rosalind. She stepped into position. Rosalind raised her bow. She released her hand, and the arrow shot forward. It hit right in the center circle. Excellent, she got 10 points. Selena, with her hands on her hips, thought to herself, I'd better do my best. I wonder if the others are as good as her? Never mind, Fiona is the standard. Moreover, Princess Jeriel doesn't even know how to draw a bow. Her hands were trembling as she tried to pull the string. Selena wondered, Princess Jeriel, why are you participating? She seemed about to cry. My mother said that I can only grow up as a powerful, confident woman and not worry wherever I go. Hearing this, she had to praise her in her heart. Oh, she's so cute, although it seems she still has a long way to go. Selena called out gently, Princess Jeriel. Selena's whole body seemed to glow as she raised her bow. The powerful woman you want to become is right in front of you. Watch and learn. She closed one eye and aimed at the target. The arrow shot forward quickly. It flew straight towards the target, hitting right in the center of the circle. The organizer excitedly shouted, That's a bullseye. Perfect. Selena, full of confidence, tossed her hair. She turned back and asked Jeriel. So, what do you think? Pretty good, right? You can be honest with me. But she quickly tried to explain. No, it's not. Selena pointed out the truth. But you were staring at me. She was still stubborn. No, I wasn't. You are. She suggested, if you want, I can teach you. She immediately refused. I can call an archery coach in a minute. Selena asserted, but no one can teach you to shoot as gracefully as I can. Hearing this, she was immediately startled. Jeriel then timidly asked, So, can you teach me? Selena immediately agreed. Of course. But promise me you'll give up on the Duke. Jeriel called out in confusion. Huh? She immediately gave up when she heard that condition. Forget it. I don't need you anymore anyway. Selena tried to persuade her. Are you sure? You'll be amazing and admired by everyone. She felt very comfortable in her heart. She's so cute. The match continued. The organizer announced, Lady Rosalind and Lady Selena are tied, each with 20 points. Who will be the winner of this competition? It's Lady Rosalind's turn. She took her bow and shot another arrow. The arrow hit the outer white circle. 9 points. She got 9 points. Lady Rosalind performed very well until the very end. Now, finally, it's Lady Selena's turn. What will her score be? Lady Selena is unstoppable. Selena, without a hint of fear, smiled confidently and raised her bow. This final arrow still hit the black circle in the center. The organizer shouted, and another bullseye. The winner is Lady Selena. The lady brought over the decorative item. Congratulations, Lady Selena. This is your prize. She looked at it and replied, Thank you. She said, It's a memento of my late husband, whom I really wanted to kill, but I couldn't throw it away because it's too valuable. So I'm very happy to be able to give it as a prize. Selena was somewhat surprised to hear this. I see. I don't know how I feel anymore. She looked at the decorative item in front of her. I can be sure it's valuable, but I can't use it for anything. And I don't want to give it to Cancian, because it's a memento of a late husband whom his wife really wanted to kill. Cashin came up from behind and praised her. You did well, Selena. She accepted the compliment. Oh, thank you. He continued. So, what are you going to do with that prize? Although he said that, his face clearly showed that he wanted her to give it to him. Selena didn't know how to answer for a moment. She admired the item. I don't want to give him this as my first gift. At the same time, Selena saw Layson walking by and quickly called out, "Your Highness, I want to give this to you." Seeing was shocked to witness this scene. Selena expressed her intention. "I've never had a chance to thank you and repay the kindness you've shown me." Ladon must have been very happy. "It's my honor. You don't have to do that." She was still insistent. "But I still want to. I heard that in hunting, giving something you've hunted as a gift is a sign of gratitude. Although this isn't something I hunted, since I won it with my own abilities." Sanshin could only watch from the side. Selena looked sincere. "So will you accept it?" Ladon couldn't refuse anymore. "Of course. How could I refuse something so precious? I'm very happy to receive this gift." She suggested, "Can I put it on your sword?" He agreed. "Of course. Here. I didn't expect you to be talented in archery as well." Selena, while hanging the decorative string, replied perfunctorily, "I didn't even know myself. I just learned at the last minute to participate in that small competition." Leduong praised, "It's impressive that you've developed so many skills in such a short time." She didn't hesitate to joke, "Then I must be a genius." He was curious to know what other talents she had. "Why don't you try checking at the palace next time? The nobles have assessments they need to take to find out what their abilities are. Not only can you discover academic abilities related to politics, but also things like handball, aesthetic sense, and physical abilities. It's actually quite interesting." Selena clasped her hands and exclaimed, "Oh my, are you sure?" Layson affirmed, "Of course. I'll send you an invitation, so you can come whenever you're free." "That's a surprise." Oleg Maxi thought, "It's almost like the royal version of the line, 'Do you want to come see my cat?' So, is it because he really likes me?" "Is it because he really likes me?" Or, as Sir Kengshin said, "Maybe it's because he's lost his mind. Or is he plotting something?" "Whatever it is, I have to face it to find out." Selena bowed politely. "Thank you, Your Highness. I would be very grateful for your invitation." Rosalind stood on one side observing them. She saw them being intimate but said nothing and turned to leave. Selena had always been paying attention to Rosalind. As expected, Rosalind is not happy. I can understand why she's trying to become the Duchess of Lambert. It's because the Crown Prince, whom she likes, asked her to do so. The Crown Prince must have planned to take over Lambert by using Rosalind, and to satisfy his greed, she was forced to marry someone she doesn't love. She watched Ladon's retreating back. How could he do that to the woman who has feelings for him? He's truly cruel. Kenshian then stepped forward and called, "Selena." She remembered and turned to look. Yes. He seemed to be burning with anger. "Did you really give him that prize right in front of me?" Selena was confused. "What?" "He's angry." She suddenly understood. "Don't tell me he's angry because I didn't give the prize to him but to the Crown Prince instead." Selena nudged him with her elbow to comfort him. "Oh, come on, it wasn't really that precious." She felt a little uneasy. "I think he's really angry. There are so many people around, so I can't take any risks." Kengshin's expression remained unchanged. She put her arms around his neck. A faint blush crept onto Kengshin's face. Selena whispered in his ear, "You know, I did that on purpose just to see Rosalind's reaction." Kat Dian understood that but still looked away, perhaps still not accepting it. Selena observed his reaction. "Oh my, he's still not letting it go. What should I do?" At that moment, there was a loud shout. "This time we'll compete in athletics. I'll place a bet on the prize." She suddenly remembered. "That's right." Selena quickly raised her hand. I want to participate." She said to Kenshin, "I'll get something for you." Selena still maintained a confident smile. "You just wait." At the end of the match, she held a ring in her hand. "So I got this prize for you. But it's too small for you." Kengshin, on the other hand, didn't see a problem. "But you promised to give it to me, so it's mine." Selena obviously didn't want to argue. "Of course. Try it on without the glove." She thought to herself, "I don't want to make him angry again." The ring happened to fit on Sanshin's little finger. "Ah, all right." Selena was grateful. "It wouldn't have fit on any other finger, and it just fits your little finger. I'm glad it fits anyway. And it actually suits you. You don't usually wear jewelry, so I thought it would look a little strange." Xian suggested, you can't treat the anti-epidemic measures. Maybe I shouldn't go hunting anymore. She felt puzzled. Why? He explained, I've shown him enough loyalty by appearing here. And from now on, everyone does their own thing. Selena seemed to disagree. But why? If you were going to stay with me all day, I shouldn't have come here. Xian must have been worried about her. No matter how much I think about it, leaving you here alone is really dangerous. Selena tried to reassure him. What's there to worry about? Everyone with a weapon will go hunting, and I have soldiers too, so don't worry and just go. And, anyway, you're the Duke of the North, so you shouldn't shirk your responsibility like that. Sanqin paid attention to Selena's words. You mean I'm running away? She pushed him inside the tent. I don't think so, but other people might, so please go get ready. You need to change into your armor. After Sanqin had gone inside, Selena sighed softly. Sometimes he's like a child. She seemed to remember something. Wait a minute, shouldn't I go in and help him since I'm his lover? If people see me just standing out here, they might start talking. I should go inside. She lifted the tent flap. Your Grace, I want to help you. But her words were immediately cut short. Xian, who was in the middle of changing, looked at Selena. Oh. She didn't know what to say for a moment. Selena quickly turned and walked away. I want to help you get ready. I think it would be better if I did. Is this what he's going to wear? A servant beside her carefully instructed, yes. You can put it on from the back and tie the strings in the front. She took it. I understand. Here, Your Grace. Selena put the coat on Sanqin from behind. She reached around to the front to help him close the clasp. Selena glanced down and silently marveled. Even his navel looks good. And his abs. 6. Collarbones. Oh. Xian couldn't stay still and kept turning his head from side to side. Selena also noticed. Huh? When she looked up, she saw his entire face was red. Selena's eyes widened in surprise. And of course, his face too. After changing, Sanqin wore armor inside and a black fur cloak outside. Selena couldn't help but praise, you look very handsome dressed like this. He asked doubtfully, really? I'm very happy to hear you say that. Sanqin flashed a bright smile. She covered her face with her hands and silently exclaimed, oh my, he did it again. Why is he sparkling so unnecessarily? And now he's also very good at acting. Selena urged, let's go. Everyone must be waiting. The lady kissed her husband's forehead. Good luck. The man promised, I will dedicate my performance to you. She pondered for a moment when she saw the scene. Oh, I have to do that too. So I'll do it with. But just then, Layson appeared and called, Lady Selena. He smiled and offered, I want to dedicate my performance to you, so will you wish me luck? Selena silently cursed. I wanted to wish Sanqin luck first, but he cut in. And he's the crown prince, so I can't refuse. But she still understood and agreed. Oh, it would be an honor, Your Highness. Selena gently kissed Layson's forehead while he was still bowing his head. Good luck and be safe. Lei Dan flashed a triumphant smile. He took and kissed the back of Selena's hand. I promise to bring back the most beautiful creature for you. See you soon. She quickly withdrew her hand. Yes, Your Highness. Xian watched Le Dan leave with annoyance. The young ladies around who witnessed this began to gossip. Since when did she have time to flirt with His Highness the Crown Prince? And how could she do that right in front of the Duke of Landbird? She's so terrible. Selena heard everything but said nothing. Oh, Rosalind, she's bad-mouthing me again. Every time she sees me with the Crown Prince, the level of her bad-mouthing gets even worse. Xian stepped forward and called Selena. His face was stern and sharp. Weren't you going to wish me luck? She looked helplessly at Xian's condition. This is just like when I gave the decoration to Le Dan. He's at it again. All right, as you wish. Selena hugged his neck. So, what will you bring me? Xian bowed his head slightly. Anything you want. She smiled with amusement. Anything I want? I feel like I'm keeping you busy all the time. Selena then gently kissed his forehead. Good luck, Your Grace. Despite that, Sanqin's expression didn't improve. She wondered, what's with that face? Do you want more? Then take this. Selena walked around and gave him a few more kisses. Cashin asked, "Is that all?" She was speechless. Wasn't that enough? If that's the case then. Selena reached out and cupped his face. Their lips gently touched. Cashin's eyes widened in surprise. Selena chuckled softly, having successfully surprised him. She was confused. He knew he'd be surprised, so why? Her train of thought was suddenly cut off as Cashin wrapped his hand around the back of her neck. This time, it was Selena's turn to be stunned by the kiss. The people present all started whispering awkwardly. A loud voice announced, "We're departing now." Blushing, Selena pushed Cashin away and urged, "You should go now. Go, or you'll be late." But he wasn't in a hurry. "Selena." Cashin was very persistent. "What do you want me to bring back for you?" Selena waved her hand dismissively. "Anything is fine. Just don't get hurt." He gently kissed the back of her hand. "You went through so much trouble to bring me that ring, so I can't do that to you. I'll give you a performance worthy of you." Selena's face flushed slightly as she replied, "Thank you." Baroness Orleans greeted her cheerfully. "Hello, Lady Selena." Selena was also enthusiastic. "Oh, Baroness Orleans, are you not participating in the hunt? I didn't expect to see you here." She explained, "I'm still feeling a bit queasy, so I decided not to participate. It's nice to relax sometimes. I'm getting older, so I should probably restrain myself a bit." Selena also recalled that day. "That's right, we drank too much that night." Baroness Orleans praised Selena's talent. "Oh, by the way, I was truly impressed with your archery skills. To be honest, I didn't expect much, but thanks to you, it was on a completely different level." She accepted the compliment without hesitation. "Thank you. If you're not planning to hunt, you should join in, even just for fun." The Baroness seemed quite confident. "I think I'm pretty good at it." Selena suggested, "Then, would you like to practice archery with me?" She was more than willing. "Absolutely." The arrow hit the center of the target perfectly. Baroness Orleans couldn't help but exclaim, "You're really good." Selena didn't think it was anything special. "I've had many intense training sessions with the Duke for this hunting competition." The Baroness found it even more unbelievable. The Duke teaching his lover how to use a bow. "I never knew that side of him." Selena asked with interest, "Every time I talk about the Duke, I hear that. What was he like before?" The Baroness began to reflect. She raised her bow to eye level. "He was indifferent to everything and everyone around him. I won't criticize him for it, but he definitely hurt many people's feelings. Not everyone near him is as strong as you, Lady Selena." Her arrow landed almost exactly where Selena's did. Selena continued the topic. "Including Lady Ariel, who almost married the Duke?" The Baroness shared her impression. "In my eyes, she was too fragile and delicate." Selena agreed. With the nature of this society, it's almost impossible not to hear people gossiping. Some considered her a fool who couldn't speak up for herself, while others called her promiscuous. What was the truth? The Baroness said with a hint of sarcasm, "In high society, nothing is ever the truth. But I do recall a few rumors I've heard." She recounted everything she knew. "I remember she was someone who tried very hard to fit in. But things were never easy for her. I often thought people were even more cruel because anyone could see she lacked confidence. She still needed someone to rely on, so as soon as she met someone kind to her, she would immediately open up and cling to them." Selena probed, "Do you think those people deliberately approached her just to betray her later?" The Baroness didn't deny it. "Perhaps. It seemed she couldn't fit into social circles because she was constantly used and discarded." Selena drew her bow again. "So in the end, Lady Ariel had no one." The Baroness felt pity for her. People took advantage of her kindness, knowing she had no one else to turn to. Selena gently released the bowstring. "So this is what Yuna was talking about." She was weak, timid, and quick to open her heart, making her a target for not only women, but men as well. And in the end, she speculated, the situation must have worsened. The Baroness admitted, yes, it was worrying just looking at her, and her reputation plummeted. Selena thought, how tragic. She mumbled softly, if only she had one person to rely on. things wouldn't have ended like this. Just that one person. The Baroness spoke up. You're different, Lady Selena. Selena was a bit confused. Huh? Me? She clasped her hands behind her back. Most women don't talk about their lover's ex like this. But it's clear you genuinely sympathize and grieve for Lady Ariel. Selena just hummed softly. Baroness Orleans continued, that's why I like you even more. But you should be careful, especially when you are with His Highness, the Crown Prince. Hearing this, Selena became flustered. Why? What's going to happen? Or should I say, what has already happened? At that moment, something whizzed past her face. The arrow was aimed at the Baroness. A splash of blood hit Selena's face. Her eyes widened in shock. Selena couldn't believe her eyes. The woman she was just talking to was now lying unconscious on the ground. Baroness Orleans. Overcome with panic, Selena ran to her and screamed. No, Baroness Orleans. Baroness Orleans. Terrified, she could think of nothing but to call her name. Her screams drew the attention of many people. Seeing the situation, soldiers immediately ran to her. Lady Selena, over here. Baroness, can you hear me? Baroness. Someone call a doctor quickly. The white-haired knight, seeing his lady's distress, led her away. You should leave this place. As she walked, Selena kept looking back at Baroness Orleans and told herself to calm down. Calm down, Selena. The best thing you can do right now is calm down. Calm down, calm down, calm down. The air was filled with a gloomy atmosphere, and the harsh cawing of crows made her feel uneasy and fearful, as if it were an omen of something to come. After calming down a bit, she asked her knight, how could something like this happen? Who did it? He replied with his speculation, we're not sure yet. It could have been an accident from the hunting competition in the forest. He paused, then continued, or it could be an assassination attempt. Hearing the knight's speculation, Selena asked anxiously, who's the culprit? The knight replied, he is still being pursued. Recalling the incident, she couldn't stay calm and hurriedly asked about the situation. What about the Baroness? Is she okay? I want to see her. Seeing Selena about to stand up, he immediately stopped her. Even if you go now, you won't be able to see her. All visitors are currently restricted. Hearing that, Selena calmed down and sat. Oh, she's still being treated. Forgive me, I'm not thinking clearly. Seeing her sit down calmly, he breathed a sigh of relief. I understand. You must have been very shocked by this. Suddenly, a voice called out Selena. Cashin rushed over to his beloved, cupping her cheeks. Are you all right? Selena, are you okay? Are you hurt? Seeing him so worried, she comforted him. I'm fine. Relieved that Selena was unharmed, he let go. I heard there was an assassination attempt. Selena could sense his lingering anxiety. Baroness Orleans was injured. It wasn't me. The arrow hit her. Seeing her pale face, Cashin spoke firmly. Selena, calm down. You don't have to answer me. Just take a deep breath. That's right, he said, holding her to comfort her. Hearing Cashin's words, she breathed steadily to regain her composure. Seeing her gradually calm down, Cashin became less worried. That's right. Seeing she was stable, he said, let's go. Can you walk? Selena replied, yes. Although she said so, when she stood up, Selena felt a bit dizzy and leaned on Cashin. I'm sorry, I guess I haven't calmed down yet. Seeing her so exhausted, Cashin made a suggestion that surprised and flustered Selena. It would be better if I carried you. What? With that, Cashin swept her up in a princess carry, leaving her no time to adjust as she tensed up. Sensing her tension, he reassured her, just relax in my arms. That's the best thing you can do right now. Hearing him say that, she had no choice but to obey. Yes. As Cashin carried her out, he heard the nobles gossiping about the assassination of Baroness Orleans. What the hell is going on? An accident? These kinds of incidents always happen no matter how careful they are. I heard something happened during the hunt. Seeing Cashin approaching, they wisely fell silent. Cashin walked past them, not forgetting to shoot a warning glance at the two ladies. In Cashin's arms, she suddenly saw something that caught her attention. It was Baroness Orleans's tent. "Wait, my lord." "Excuse me." Her words caught the attention of a butler nearby. Selina ran over to the butler and asked, "How is Baroness Orleans?" The butler replied, "Luckily, the arrow didn't hit any vital organs. The rest depends on time and her own strength." Seeing her face, the butler thought for a moment. "You were there at the scene, weren't you?" Hearing the butler's reply reassured her somewhat. "That's a relief." Cashin, standing behind her, held her back and asked the butler, "Is she conscious?" He replied, "Not yet. We've lit some incense, so she won't wake up for a while." After he finished speaking, Cashin looked tenderly at the girl who was sighing in relief, as if a weight had been lifted from her heart. "I see. Waiting any longer won't do any good. It's better if we go back and wait for good news, Selina." "Yes, my lord." Suddenly, a voice called her, making her turn around. It was Crown Prince Layson. "Lady Selina, I've heard about the incident. The accident happened right in front of you, correct?" Accidents are always a risk in hunting competitions, no matter how careful we are. "I am very sorry that the Baroness had to go through this, especially after she declined to participate due to her health. It's truly regrettable that such an accident occurred in a tournament organized by the royal family. If you need anything to help her recover, please let me know." Hearing the Crown Prince's words, the butler bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Your Highness." Layson's words caught her attention. It was a completely normal response from the Crown Prince of a nation, but why did he seem so unnatural when he acted that way? Suddenly, Layson bent down, took her hand, and said, "You must still be in shock. I hunted the most beautiful beast for you, but perhaps you're not in the mood to receive it. I'll send it to you next time." She replied, "Thank you, Your Highness." After that conversation, he left immediately. Selina stood there watching him, her thoughts in a jumble. Something felt very wrong. She said softly to Cashin, "Shall we go, my lord?" "Yes." Inside the carriage, Cashin was asking his knight, Dion, about the task he'd given them. "Where's the culprit?" Dion replied, "He took his own life." "So it was an assassination?" Cashin asked. "Yes." Hearing this, Cashin frowned. "On whose orders?" Dion answered honestly, "The arrow was greatly affected by the wind, so we're not sure. We didn't get the desired result." He clicked his tongue. How did he kill himself? "The same way as the assassin who once pursued Lady Selina." Hearing this, Cashin's expression darkened. The Crown Prince said it was just an accident. A similar report must have been delivered to him. So why did he say that? Could it be that he arranged everything and is pretending not to know? Selina thought nervously. If this assassin was from the same organization as the one who tried to kill her, she voiced her serious suspicion. Perhaps he was aiming for me instead of silencing the Baroness. Hearing that, he replied, "I can't conclude that yet." "Were you and Baroness Orleans discussing something important at that time?" She was confused by his question. "Something important?" "The Crown Prince. We were talking about him, but the conversation didn't get far. The attack began as soon as she mentioned him." Selina tensed up, recalling that moment. The timing perfectly prevented her from continuing. Or maybe they were tailing her. But there was only one arrow. Seeing her distress, Cashin called her name to pull her out of her thoughts. "Selina." He draped his coat over her to keep her warm. "Don't think about it anymore. You won't find the answer right away, so just rest." Selina looked at Cashin with surprise in her eyes. And she replied, "Yes." Returning to the mansion, a maid was waiting to welcome them back. "My lord, you've returned earlier than I thought. I'll prepare a bath." Hearing this, Selina stopped the maid. "Wait. Why are you the only one here to greet us? Where is Yuna?" The maid answered, "Perhaps she's working." "Perhaps?" Selina was bewildered by the answer. The maid sighed. "She's probably finishing the mountain of work she was assigned this morning," the maid replied irritably. Hearing this, Selina thought, "I deliberately did that because I was afraid she'd run away." "You mean she didn't come to greet us because she was too busy with work?" Selina said, annoyed. "It seems so. I haven't seen her since this afternoon. If you need confirmation, I'll go check." Hearing that, she refused outright. No, there's no need. I'll check myself. Arriving at the servants' quarters, she burst through the door, shouting in anger and frustration, Yuna. The other servants were surprised to see Selena there. Lady Selena. Where's Yuna? She asked a maid standing next to her. The maid stammered in response. I haven't seen her for a few hours. Hearing this answer, Selena was both angry and surprised. She ran away. Selena asked a nearby maid, Where's Yuna? The maid turned and replied, She had a stomachache and kept going to the bathroom. So I thought she might still be there. Although Selena got an answer, she was still suspicious. You said might? What do you mean? The maid quickly explained, You told us we had to finish our tasks quickly today, so I didn't have much time to pay attention to her. Another maid spoke up, The bathroom? She's not in there. The dark-haired maid replied, Oh, is that so? Listening to their conversation, Selena put a worried hand to her forehead. She thought to herself, after what happened at the hunting competition, and now Yuna has suddenly disappeared. With that thought, she turned to the maid, her expression serious. When was the last time you saw her? The maid thought for a moment. I think it was about an hour after you left the mansion. Selena's face was still very worried. She put a hand to her head, racking her brain. If it's been that long, she must be far away by now. Damn it. Lost in thought, a voice suddenly rang out. Since when was the management of the maids transferred to a guest? Janet stared at her, her gaze unfriendly. Selena looked back and said quietly, Mrs. Janet. After a moment, she faced her. Yuna is my personal maid. Despite this, the woman retorted with an attitude. Yes, so please only give orders within your authority. You can't meddle so deeply in the management of this mansion. Selena was furious. If that's the case, then you shouldn't have let things get to the point where a guest like me had to intervene. Janet's face immediately contorted. What did you just say? Selena's anger boiled over. She shouted, If you had known who she was spying on and what she was doing in this mansion, I wouldn't have had to interfere. Janet was stunned. She could only stammer, What are you talking about? Still not calming down, Selena shouted again at Janet's horrified face. You always say that upholding the honor of the Lambert family is the most important thing. But you do nothing to properly uphold it. And stop clinging to and obsessing over him. The argument between them continued. Janet quickly responded to what she said. Lady Selena, you're going too far. He is a member of the Lambert family. Selena's hands trembled, all her anger pouring into her words. Who are you to decide that? What you think is good for the Lamberts is all in your imagination. As the head maid, you should just do your job, which is managing the other servants, instead of acting like you're his mother. With that, Selena turned and left without a second glance. The woman could only stand there, stunned, watching her retreating back. In the room, while Cashin was sitting on a chair focused on a piece of paper, she paced back and forth anxiously. Seeing this, he paused his reading and said to her, I've posted guards, and the outer gates are locked. Besides, I'm here with you. Don't worry so much. Selena stopped pacing, looked at him, and then sat down beside him. She called out softly, My lord. Cashin's eyes immediately turned to her. What do you think of Mrs. Janet? Cashin answered calmly, She is a loyal person. Selena maintained her serious tone. About that, I agree. But as I see it, her obsession with you seems to be even greater than her loyalty to your family. His gaze shifted forward. He said pensively, I know. I never thought Mrs. Janet's actions were unusual because I was used to it. Selena was a bit surprised. How did she come to work at Lambert? He began to explain, She was working here even before I was born. I heard that my father found her on his way back from his wedding in the capital. I don't know the specific details, but it seems she was in some trouble. He couldn't abandon her, so he brought her to Silenza Castle. But she refused to return to Merlin, which was her husband's territory at the time, and begged to stay and work as a maid. At this point, he stopped, making her curious. What happened after that? Cashin rested his hand on his chin, thinking. I never asked, so I don't know. Selena looked at him. So she's been a maid for Lambert ever since. Cashin gave a faint smile. But because she was once a noblewoman, she was once made my nanny, as she wasn't used to being treated as a common maid. Selena paid close attention. Once? I thought a nanny would usually stay on until you were grown, unless something unusual happened. He added more, and this time, as she listened, she seemed to realize something. I heard my mother was extremely against it, and in the end, she made Mrs. Janet her personal maid. Selena's expression changed 180 degrees. She put her hand on her chin, pondering. Doesn't this seem a bit strange? He asked, what is it? She explained, you once told me that the relationship between the former Duchess and Mrs. Janet was terrible. Moreover, she was a cold mother who didn't care about her children. So why would she object to Mrs. Janet being your nanny and make her her own personal maid? Cashin began to ponder. I have no idea. Selena added, it's clear that Mrs. Janet knows something. But right now, I don't have the mental energy to look into it. We have to focus on finding Una first. He replied, she hasn't been gone long. We should be able to find her soon. She agreed with him. That's right. And you did say you have a professional tracker. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise. Huh? What's that? You've always taken such good care of your armor. Cashin placed a hand on his armor and hummed softly. There was an attack at the hunting competition. It was disguised as an accident, but I know it was definitely aimed at me. Selena was shocked. What? So you were also hit by an arrow? Her voice was urgent. He was calm. I noticed it and intentionally deflected it. She imagined a body lying motionless in a pool of blood. Cashin was attacked too. So Cashin could have been injured just like Orlan's. Suddenly, she slumped backward. Then she fainted in her chair. Cashin's eyes widened. Selena! Selena! He shouted. A moment later, she suddenly opened her eyes. As her body slowly sat up, he asked Selena, are you all right? You suddenly fainted. She spoke softly, yes, thank you for taking care of me. She raised a hand to smooth her hair. Cashin spoke up. I see a wound on your ear. What is it? She glanced at it. Oh, this. An arrow almost grazed me earlier. Hearing this, he quickly took her hand and looked at the wound. What? How can you say that so calmly? You were bleeding. Selena was flustered. I forgot. I was quite shocked at the time. Cashin replied, his voice a little hurt. So you were so shocked that you didn't care about yourself, but only about work and other people? She thought to herself, I feel so bad. Selena touched the wound and smiled lightly. I'm sorry. I promise this will never happen again. But now it's starting to hurt. Can you take a look for me and don't be angry anymore? He replied, fine. With that, he placed his hand on the spot where the arrow had grazed her ear. He asked gently, does it hurt a lot? She still smiled softly. I can still bear it. Cashin stared intently. I hope nothing like this happens again. Selena reassured him, I promise. But what if someone is following me? And what if it's the Crown Prince? His eyes, his concern, his tone. He replied gently, don't worry. I'll stop it, even if it means I have to kill him. Selena had a touched expression, her eyes sparkling. But she quickly burst out laughing. Isn't what you just said considered treason? Cashin closed his eyes. Then the Crown Prince should behave himself if he doesn't want that to happen. She laughed again. You're so funny. But there's no evidence that it was him. He became serious along with her. But it's also very likely. He spoke, and she replied, but without any evidence, we can't act. Suddenly, her face turned pale as she considered something. In the end, I'll have to approach the Crown Prince to find a clue. If we stop now, both the Agar incident and my assassination attempts will become unsolvable mysteries. But approaching the Crown Prince will be like walking into a tiger's den. As she was worrying, Cashin suddenly hugged her. He rested his chin on the top of her head and whispered, I've noticed that you calm down immediately whenever I hold you like this. The corners of her eyes turned a little red. She turned and buried her face in his chest, her voice a soft murmur. This is the first time I've seen a dead person like that. Right in front of my eyes, someone was almost killed. He simply replied with 2 words, I know. Selena didn't stop trembling. She added, I think I took this too lightly. It was an incident where someone died. Yet I thought everything would be solved easily, like a joke. He rubbed his chin against the top of her head, gently reassuring her. It's not your fault. You've done very well, more than I could have ever expected. Her tears fell as she leaned against him. Cashin, she thought, I received a compliment. This is the first time I've been acknowledged for what I've done. I've done so much up until now. I discovered that the Crown Prince is behind all of this, and Rosalind is also under his command, and Ariel had no one to rely on. And the entire nobility, including Yuna and Mrs. Janet, were also involved. If it weren't for me, these things might never have been exposed. What I went through to find the truth was terrifying and painful. But I did it. I did more than that. If I told Cashin I couldn't continue, he would probably agree. He would even be willing to help me return to my world. Any upcoming investigation will be very dangerous and could threaten my life, just like the hunting competition today. Cashin's voice rang out. But you won't give up until the end, until you know what happened. You don't have to force yourself. At least now we know who to be wary of. The tears still hadn't stopped falling from her eyes. She whispered, No, I can't bear it if I can't find out the truth. If I go back to my old world now, I'll have to live in doubt until my last breath. Cashin opened his mouth. All right, I respect your decision. But he paused for a moment. Promise me you'll never get hurt like that again, and don't put yourself in danger for this, ever. It's too late to consider it a part of our contract. In the room at dusk, the man and woman stared at each other. Selena replied softly, I promise you. She thought to herself, this is a personal request from Cashin. The night grew late. Cashin and Selena lay quietly in the room, resting. But Selena tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She thought it was just like that day. The day the assassination took place. And even after that, just like now, I can't stop thinking about that scene and stop trembling. Calm down. This is scary, but I was able to quickly return to my normal daily life before. How did I calm down back then? Frustrated, she pulled the blanket over her face. Unbeknownst to her, Cashin had been awake for some time. He hugged her and called softly, Selena, you've been trembling this whole time. She laughed it off. Oh, have I? He told her worriedly, you don't have to hide your fear. Selena snuggled into his arms and replied weakly, but it makes me look so weak. Cashin was always there to reassure her. He said, you don't have to pretend to be strong when you're with me. She replied softly, I know, but deep down, she was lost in a stream of memories. That's right, the last time was just like this. He came to my side when I was scared, keeping my mind from being consumed by bad thoughts. His eyes had been filled with unceasing worry this whole time. Selena trembled slightly, nestled in his arms. She told herself, he's always been so strong and reliable, and I'm letting him see me in this panic state. At this moment, Cashin's heart ached just as much as hers. This is driving me crazy. It feels like my insides are exploding and my heart is being torn apart every time I see Selena so scared. After a while, she suddenly looked up, a gentle smile on her face. I can't sleep today. Cashin gently watched her. He leaned over and laid her down, replying softly, I'll keep watch for you, so don't worry and sleep well. But at this, Selena was a little hesitant. She thought to herself, I don't think I'll be able to sleep at all tonight. How did I get through it last time? I had swordsmanship training. I forgot my worries because I had a distraction. This time, maybe I'll just talk with him for a bit. She turned to start a conversation with him. My lord, have you ever been in a relationship before? Cashin asked her curiously, why do you want to know? Selena replied reasonably, because for someone who's never dated, you're too good at taking care of and cuddling others. He told her honestly, I learned that from you. Hearing this, Selena couldn't help but chuckle. So I'm a good teacher, right? Have you ever had feelings for anyone? Cashin replied succinctly, no. Selena became even more curious. She moved closer to him and continued to ask, what about when you were young? When you were a vibrant, passionate young man, did you ever have those wicked thoughts, like everyone else? Cashin didn't answer, but it seemed he was deep in thought, reflecting on his youth to find an answer for her. Selena felt a bit sheepish. Why is he suddenly thinking so seriously now? After a while, Cashin slowly answered her, I don't think I've ever felt that way about any particular woman, because if I had, I would have remembered. Memories that deep are hard to forget. He didn't dare say the last part out loud, only thinking it to himself, just like the moment I first saw Selena on the mountain. She almost made me think she was some mythical fairy. Over here, Selena said softly to him, oh so, that means. You've thought about it with a man before? This questionable question of hers made Cashin's tone change instantly. What nonsense are you talking about? She trembled, but her words became even bolder. Not even? So, could it be an animal? Hearing these strange thoughts from Selena, he was officially dumbfounded. Selena became even more panicked. She shouted, or an object? At this point, Cashin couldn't take it anymore. He replied angrily, of course not. When I was young, my life was much busier than it is now. I didn't even have time to think about those things. I had no time from the moment I woke up until I went to sleep. Selena was a true corporate slave. Of course, she understood his feelings. Selena spoke softly, showing her empathy. I told you. You were mistreated even as a child. Cashin replied helplessly, to me, that was normal. My puberty was spent like that. I never had a strong desire for that. Selena's curiosity was satisfied, but she still had questions. I see. So, but you can still, do it, right? The moment this question was uttered, it was like a lightning bolt striking our Duke's head. He raised his hand awkwardly. I never thought you'd ask me that. Of course I can. Realizing his awkwardness, Selena became even more hesitant. She said intermittently, but you've never, tried to do anything with me. So how could I not be suspicious? I mean, I'm also very beautiful. I've never seen a grown man have no thoughts about me like that, unless they have different tastes. Hearing this, Cashin was officially completely confused. He lamented internally, what answer does she want from me? If I say I'm always consumed by desire whenever I see her, it'll sound perverted. And if I say no, it will hurt her pride. Is there an answer that can protect both my dignity and Selena's pride at the same time? Frustrated, he held his head in his hands. Selena saw this and didn't want to press further, but she had to tease him first. She sighed and said, all right. Forget it. I never thought I was such an unattractive woman. Hearing this, Cashin felt like he was struck by lightning again. He cried out internally, I'm screwed. I said we could joke about this, but I missed the chance and made the situation even worse. He held his head and groaned. In the end, he gave up and decided to hug Selena tightly from behind, nuzzling his head into her shoulder. Whatever. Seeing this action, she asked suspiciously, what are you doing? Cashin replied weakly, I'm cold. As soon as she heard this, Selena became frantic. What? Are you serious? How can you be cold in my arm? But he said, but because I'm holding you, I feel warm now. Selena was still very worried about him. She turned and touched Cashin's forehead. Are you hurt somewhere? Do you have a fever? But the man himself remained calm. He replied indifferently, it's nothing, so don't worry. I just feel cold inside. Seeing this, Selena turned back and hugged him. She mumbled softly, that's strange, but okay, whatever, if this makes you feel better. Cashin secretly tightened his grip on her waist. He thought, it doesn't sound very convincing. But she's not going to make a big deal out of it. Am I special? The girl that everyone desires and wants, but no one dares to approach. But I can. She allows me to brush her hair, touch her eyes, and gently stroke her cheeks. She doesn't refuse me. At this point, he parted his lips and called her name. Selena. At the hunting ground earlier, why did you kiss me? Selena wrapped her arms around him and asked back, why are you asking this? Cashin replied slowly, I want to know the reason. But Selena was still curious. Why do you suddenly want to know the reason? He leaned over, positioning himself over her, and replied honestly, because I want to do it again right now. Cashin moved closer and closer to her. I liked it a lot, and I realized that I could do it again if I knew the reason. Selena could only say hurriedly, but compared to the blessing I gave the crown prince, I thought I should do more than that. However, he continued to press his advantage. Is that so? You're used to kissing people for such a small reason. Being cornered made her even more flustered. No, of course not. An ambiguous atmosphere enveloped the two of them. Then why don't you try to get used to it now? She shyly tried to avoid it. Why would I do that? Cashin stated directly, because we're lovers. Selena remained determined to dodge his advances. But there's no one else here with us. He persisted. So you don't want to? She was starting to lose her resolve. Well, it's not that I don't want to. Her face grew redder, her voice stuttering. I don't want you to. He gently lifted her chin. Then, can I kiss you? The shyness made Selena's face turn completely red. Her defenses gradually crumbled. She gently touched his neck. The space gradually became hazy as they shared a slow kiss. The next day, sunlight shone in the sky. A greeting echoed in the Duke's mansion. Good morning, my lord. Cashin was dazed, showing no reaction to the greeting. His silent expression made all his subordinates tremble with fear. What is he looking at? Why isn't he saying anything? Are we not standing in the right position? No, that can't be it. Is it because we're not dressed properly? But we're all neat. Or has the training schedule changed? That's probably not it either. So what is it then? Could it be that my very existence is the problem? The clear gloom of the subordinates gave Dion a headache. He sighed deeply. What in the world is going on? He looked so lost in thought. These poor soldiers will die of fright. He had to speak up to remind him. Your Grace, it's time for training. Only then did Cashin fall from Cloud 9. Huh? Oh, right. Let's start running. Seeing their master respond, the subordinates were moved to tears. Yes, sir. Thank God, there's nothing wrong with our existence. The whole group ran off, while Cashin remained dazed on the spot. Seeing his strangely dreamy expression, Dion was a bit bewildered. He quickly asked, Duke, aren't you running with them? He was still dazed, slowly processing the information. Oh, that's right. Dion gently patted his shoulder and probed. Did something happen last night? Cashin was a bit surprised. Last night. He recalled the passionate, loving scene from the night before. This made him unable to help but smile. Under the brilliant morning sun, he left a short sentence. Yes, it did. Meanwhile, Selena was still shyly hugging her blanket. I need to get up. The hazy, ambiguous scene from yesterday was still vivid in her mind. The memory made her indescribably embarrassed. She unconsciously screamed wildly. Selena messed up her hair, frustrated. What have you done, Selena? Yesterday was just an accident. It was just something that happened because of the atmosphere. No, it's okay. I just did it to get over my fear. It definitely worked, but now there's the side effect of embarrassment. How do I get rid of this feeling now? While she was drowning in embarrassment, the maid's voice spoke up. Good morning, Lady Selena. Would you like to wash up and change? She answered hastily. Wash up and change? Yes, let's do it. I have to do something to forget. Her attitude confused the maid as well. Yes, ma'am. I'll prepare it right away. Sunlight shone on the luxurious roof of the ducal mansion. Selena asked, Any news from Yuna? The maid smiled and replied, Not yet, ma'am. Selena tried her best to break the atmosphere. So she's not close, I guess? No, ma'am. 1,000 scenarios based on Yuna's personality appeared in her head. I'm sure she's bragging to anyone she sees that she's the closest to me. Everyone must hate her. She thought, let's forget about Yuna for now. Cashin is investigating her. Now we have a bigger problem to worry about. This is more important than finding a witness for Lyra and Rosalind's backstabbing. The maid suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Do you have any plans for today, ma'am? No, because of the accident with Baroness Orleans, all schedules have been cancelled. Where would you like to have breakfast then? I'll have it in the dining room. The maid seemed very interested in this topic. Yes, I'll let them know. Would you like to choose a dress? Selena sighed softly and lamented. I feel so lazy. Now that Yuna is gone, otherwise I would have had her do this. Selena could only nod in agreement. I'm staying in anyway, so anything is fine. Why don't you pick one? The other maid's face lit up with joy. Of course. I'll be right back, girls. Lady Selena is letting us choose a dress for her. Then the other maids also got excited. Really? Then let's go to the dressing room. Seeing this, Selena couldn't help but sigh. I just asked her to pick a dress, but she's so excited. Besides, she didn't need to drag all the other maids into it. A moment later, Selena's expression was hard to describe. I did say any dress would be fine. But don't you think this is a bit much? Looking at the maid's sparkling eyes, she felt a pang of pain in her heart. Is this their way of teasing me to make me feel uncomfortable wearing this all day? Do they hate me that much? The maid began to express herself. Actually, I had to think about it for a long time. Not to mention, you look so beautiful in these dresses, but you've never worn them before. Your skin is fair and pink, so you'll definitely look lovely in these colors. That's why I really want you to try them. Hearing such an emotional compliment, she softened a bit. That's right, now that you mention it, not every maid is going to be like Yuna or Mrs. Janet. There are surely people who genuinely want to help me. I've been treated so badly that I've forgotten who I am. I'm Selena, the most talented actress admired by everyone. She wants to see, so why not? With that thought, she immediately agreed. All right, let's try it. All the maids were extremely excited. This one first. No, wait a minute, this one. Then this one. Selena smiled brightly. We have all day anyway, so let's take our time. This feels great, like I'm meeting my fans. As Cashin sat in the dining room, the servant's voice announced, Duke, Lady Selena has arrived. His attention quickly turned to her. Selena appeared in a very elegant blue and white dress. She bowed slightly, smiling to herself at his dazed expression. It's been a long time since I've seen him like this. She spoke softly, please continue your meal, Duke. He only then returned to reality. Huh? Oh, right. Seeing her splendid appearance, he quickly asked, are you planning to go out today? No, but you're dressed so beautifully. My most important job is to look beautiful in front of you, Duke. Hearing this, he didn't hold back his praise. You look beautiful. She was a bit embarrassed by the compliment. You seem to be able to say that so easily now. He asked curiously, you don't like it? She could only smile wryly. It's not a matter of liking it or not. It seems you've gotten used to it. You can say things you couldn't say before, because you said they were unnecessary, didn't you? Cashin was a little unwilling. Is that a problem? Her resentful tone made her yield a little. No. She sighed to herself, if anything, he deserves a round of applause. We had to practice for an hour in the forest, because he couldn't say that I was his lover. Now it's as if he's been reborn, or he's gone mad. He continued to feign anger. If telling the truth is a problem, I can take it back. Seeing trouble brewing, Selena immediately lowered her voice and coaxed, no, please, you don't have to do that. She was in utter distress. You can't stop acting. Seeing that he had the upper hand, he diligently fed her a piece. All right, here, try this. Thank you, it's delicious. The more she thought about it, the more something felt wrong. Wait, I thought he felt uncomfortable when I used the same fork as him, but now he's even actively giving it to me first. Cashin suddenly moved closer, wiping a bit of food from the corner of her mouth with his hand. Wait, you have something on your face. This moment made her heart skip a few beats. What is this? Is he teasing me? Is he doing this to show off his acting skills? This is a challenge, isn't it? Seriously? Well then, let me show you. Selena prepared her counterattack. Seeing her frozen, he asked gently, what's wrong? Do you want more? She fell silent, as if she was realizing something. He doesn't have it. He's not teasing or challenging me at all. That look. It's pure affection. His eyes, full of affection, were directed at her. Selena. Yesterday's kiss wasn't an accident. It was Cashin's true feelings, hidden and disguised as acting. It was an emotion so intense that I couldn't help but notice. She immediately came to a conclusion. Cashin, loves me. A clinking sound rang out, breaking the silence. Cashin spoke gently. What's wrong? Want more? Selena also parted her lips to reply, "No, it's nothing." Yet she was still lost in thought. Since when? Does Cashin understand my feelings? He probably doesn't know. What should I say now? I'm just confused. I'm someone who will return to the real world one day. Feelings only leave scars. Even if I like him, I still can't dream of a happy ending. Here, Cashin is a duke, and I'm just his mistress. My family, friends, job, everything is in the other world. No matter how luxurious a life Cashin gives me, I absolutely cannot choose to stay here. She clutched the hem of her dress. I have to stay sober. Cashin is such an irresistibly attractive person. Someone like that treats me with loving eyes every second. I'm sure I'll be swayed. However, I shouldn't be swayed because of my reality. I should change the subject. With that thought, she began to speak. Has Baroness Orleans contacted you? It seemed he was also planning to discuss this with her. Let's talk about it while we take a walk later. Selena obediently agreed. Yes, all right. She silently judged. It seems it's a conversation for just the two of us, without servants. The two strolled through the garden, talking. There's still no contact from the Baroness, but other information has arrived. What is it? His answer held a hint of caution. The target doesn't seem to be solely Baroness Orleans. This statement also made her gasp. Huh. From what happened that day, it seems there are still many mysterious details. If that's the case, was the target originally me? That's right, the target was originally you, but there's a high possibility that he changed his target to Baroness Orleans. Selena was still confused. If he was aiming for me, it's easy to understand. But if the target was Baroness Orleans, he must have some secret. Cashin was also very skeptical. What could it be? She recalled the Baroness's words. She said to be careful of the Crown Prince. I wonder what happened. These words caused a significant change in Cashin's expression. The Crown Prince. She continued to recount, I came to find out more about Irene. It seemed he still didn't know about their conversation that day. Irene's story? Selena's voice was filled with sympathy. She had no one to rely on, so she got involved with another man. Did you know? He replied softly, No, I didn't know. She pondered for a moment, then concluded softly, perhaps because she wasn't aware of her situation. It seems she was heavily scrutinized after getting married and giving birth to an heir. But that was before the engagement. She went everywhere and met a kind man. Something must have happened. I suspect the Crown Prince might be involved in this as well. He was very curious about her speculation. Why the Crown Prince? She replied with some hesitation, because the Crown Prince is a womanizer. Cashin had a different view. No, on the contrary, the Crown Prince doesn't pay attention to women and is wary of power divisions. His thought surprised her. What? To me, he often teases the young ladies. I also had a relationship with Irene in the past. He smirked, his tone slightly jealous. Could it be that he even intended to steal the Duke's daughter? She began to state her argument. Assuming this theory is correct, then the person behind everything is the Crown Prince. Irene's death could also be the decisive reason, so the fact that the Crown Prince is involved is true. So the chain of events is connected like this. Rosalind acts for the Crown Prince, Lyra becomes Rosalind's weak point, and Yuna was sent by Lyra. If that's the case, then Bionel will be removed from the list of suspects. The more she thought, the more related factors she found. Bionel, now that I think about it, it wasn't a threat but a warning. So it's true that she hates me. Cashin was a bit confused. Bionel, what about her? She explained softly, she likes the Duke. If I had spread that rumor everywhere without knowing anything about Ariel, in the end, the Duke's honor would have been damaged. He looked at her and asked doubtfully, if that's the case, wouldn't it be better to say you knew from the beginning? Although I didn't know about her death, nor her involvement with the Crown Prince. She had also thought about this and offered an explanation. Perhaps she didn't act because she was worried for her own safety. Baroness Orleans was also silenced, just like Fiona. At this, he had to admit, yes, so that's how it is. Then the Queen and the Princess, both of them are people who don't need to be silenced. It was hard to suspect them from the beginning. Selena became even more certain of her thoughts. Killing Ariel and clinging to the Duke is a double-edged sword. If discovered, they would become enemies, but even so, no one would believe it. The Queen's previous hint strengthened her belief. So that's why the Queen said that to me then. Don't worry, I won't kill you for that. She continued with some regret. In the end, Mrs. Janet was caught. He was a bit surprised by this information. Mrs. Janet's innocence still hasn't been proven? Thinking of Mrs. Janet, Selena became a little agitated. She's definitely not the culprit. I just feel a bit frustrated. A loyalty that's almost obsessive towards the Duke is certainly not normal. This made Cashin pause to think. I'll have to reconsider. He came to a conclusion. In short, it's one of two things. Either Rosalind acted on her own due to her excessive feelings for the Crown Prince, or she did as the Crown Prince instructed. Either way, the source is the Crown Prince. Hearing those words, Selena grew even more pensive. After a moment of silence, she spoke. Duke, let's assume. If the Crown Prince is really the culprit, what will you do? The sudden question made him take a sharp breath. The opponent isn't an ordinary noble, but the Crown Prince. If we accuse him rashly without clear evidence, it will just become a pretext for an attack. Looking at the whole incident as it was revealed, it seems that Cashin's indifference to Ariel led to an incident caused by Ariel's helpless actions. The result led to Ariel's tragic death. She had no reason to take her own life, which is different from the analysis of the incident at that time. Selena's considerations grew deeper. If Ariel was murdered because she became Lambert's fiancée, that's something he should have avenged. Is this a matter of honor? Cashin couldn't speak as definitively as before. If she wasn't Lambert's fiancée, but just the case of a poor girl named Ariel, then the reason to seek revenge for Lambert's honor would also disappear. The silence was broken by his gentle words. I need to think about it slowly. Looking at his thoughtful back, she admired him. So he's not giving up. I knew it. If the investigation ends like this, it won't be any different from the beginning. Selena pretended to look around and exclaimed, the weather is really bad. Dark clouds covered the entire ducal estate. It would surely rain soon. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps and an urgent call rang out, Your Grace. Cashin calmly asked about the situation. What is it? The messenger, panting, tried to report. A messenger just arrived. Baroness Orleans has woken up. The Lambert carriage was crossing the forest to reach the Baroness Orleans's estate amidst the gloomy weather. Selena, sitting in the carriage, sighed wearily. Even so, it's a good thing Baroness Orleans has woken up. Cashin, with his arms crossed, added, the Baroness is a healthy person, so she'll recover quickly. The estate gate appeared before them. She exclaimed in surprise, Ah, we're here. The two guards immediately recognized the Duke's carriage. His Grace, Duke Lambert. Please enter. Suddenly, he stopped as if realizing something was wrong. He stuck his head out the window and ordered the driver, Hey, stop for a moment. The man replied, Yes, sir. Selena asked curiously, What are you going to do? Cashin looked at the two splendid carriages outside and explained, Besides us, there are two other visitors. She understood the situation immediately. Ah, I see. Both are members of the royal family. Princess Jeriel is there. She was lifting her skirt and hurriedly getting out of the carriage. Selena looked at the other one. Crown Prince Layson also got out with a heavy, dark expression. The carriage over there is indeed. She watched the two face each other with concern and thought to herself, that was a close call. Anyway, they don't seem to be very close. Did they come together? As soon as he got close to Jeriel, he angrily slapped her so hard that she coughed in pain. And just like that, Layson hurled thousands of insults and criticisms at the little princess. Selena was both surprised and helplessly acknowledged, the Crown Prince is a person with multiple personalities. So that's what it means. Cashin said calmly, This is still nothing. She started to feel a chill down her spine and asked nervously, What's he normally like? To the point of killing on the spot. This was beyond her imagination. That's psycho. Cashin glanced at Layson again and added with a frown, It's only this light because she's a princess. If I were the king, I would have had his head chopped off. Let's go back today. This isn't the right time to be out. But Selena immediately refused. No, Duke, this is an opportunity. The princess is definitely involved with the crown prince somehow. Let's go to the princess. She quickly got out of the carriage and walked towards the sobbing Jeriel. Princess, are you all right? She cried even louder, stammering Selena's name with a deeply hurt expression. Selena. No. Jeriel tried to say she was fine, but her body kept trembling, and tears streamed down her face, looking incredibly pitiful. Seeing this, Selena rushed over in alarm. Oh my princess. As she wiped the princess's tears, she asked what had happened. How did this happen? The princess said tearfully between sobs, the crown prince was annoyed, so he hit me. He's just in a bad mood. Selena wondered, didn't you two arrive at the same time? Your carriages were close. Jeriel sniffled and replied, no, His Highness doesn't like me wandering around. Today, His Highness was away, so I snuck out to visit the Baroness. His Highness saw my carriage, so... Selena asked as if she hadn't seen anything. So he hit you? However, the princess refused to tell the truth. No. He must have been following me. He asked me what I was doing here and told me not to dream. So unlucky. He's always like that with me. He says I've been unlucky since I was little, so everyone around me dies because of me. She cursed angrily. I can't believe His Highness the Crown Prince would say such things. What a psycho. Jeriel was startled. Is it okay to say that? Selena confidently put her hands on her hips and replied, is there any reason not to? He did something that deserves to be called that. This cheered the princess up. So can I say that? She replied cheerfully, of course not. Your life is important. Hearing this, the princess burst out laughing. What? Selena silently cursed Layson. Really? Why would he do that to such a cute kid? Thinking this, she gently comforted her, Princess, you don't have to listen to that guy's malicious words. Jeriel suddenly drooped and replied hesitantly, he calls them malicious words, but there are many times when he's telling the truth. Selena finally understood the problem. So she's been brainwashed. Selena bent down to explain. Everyone has strengths and weaknesses, but does he really have to point out the weaknesses? This is just a bit of anger. You don't have to always listen to it. That kind of person is much worse than you, princess. He will absolutely not stop. You shouldn't hurt yourself, okay? Jeriel asked shyly, so what should I do if I don't want to be hit? She answered enthusiastically, this is a secret. Let me tell you my skill. Do you want to know? The princess was a little worried, but still agreed. Okay. Selena whispered in Jeriel's ear, if it were me, I would get revenge on His Highness. Hearing this, the princess was startled and asked in a panic, revenge? How can I get revenge on His Highness? She continued, what? You don't have to do it right away, but don't forget this grudge. One day, when the opportunity comes, all you have to do is spit on him. The princess couldn't help but burst out laughing. Spit. Seeing her like this, Selena felt her heart soften and thought to herself, as expected, this simple joke suits this girl well. Why would he slap a child like this? That damn prince. She smiled and boosted Jeriel's spirits. Just imagining it is refreshing, isn't it? That's your motivation. I don't know if this is the right way, but first, you have to try. And so, the princess asked, and she answered. The conversation went on and on. Have you ever tried it? Almost everything. Except for recent events, new things that have happened. For example, Princess Jeriel, who fearlessly threatens to steal my man. The princess was surprised and speechless. Seeing Jeriel so flustered, Selena laughed and added, don't worry too much. I also forgive those who know how to reflect and apologize. The princess lowered her face as if pondering something. But the Duke is really amazing. He's very popular, isn't he? At this, she suddenly raised her hand and said, well then, princess, you owe me a favor. The princess asked curiously, a favor. Selena explained, I'll show you how to get revenge. The princess wants to visit the Baroness, right? But the crown prince stopped you. Jeriel agreed. Yes. She winked and advised, if you ignore his words and still visit the Baroness, that's your revenge. She was very surprised by this bold plan. The princess froze, her mouth agape, not having thought of it at all. Genius, Selena added. The princess tells her carriage to return while you hide in our carriage. You can visit the Baroness after His Highness leaves. After hesitating for a moment, is that okay? Can I borrow your carriage? She put her hands on her hips and laughed. Of course, that's how it has to be for someone who owes me. With that, she turned around and looked at the two guards at the gate and the servants there. You guys understand, right? Selena put a finger to her lips, signaling them to keep quiet. Her whole demeanor exuded the air of the lady of the Lambert house, scaring them into nodding vigorously. She pointed towards the carriage and said, "Now, if that's the case, let's get in the carriage and wait for the crown prince to appear." The princess replied excitedly yes. 30 minutes later, Selena saw Layson coming out of the mansion. The crown prince is here. It seems he's spotted our carriage. Well, go ahead, princess. You can come out when the crown prince has left. She watched their backs leave with confidence and replied. The two walked up to Layson and bowed. Your Highness, you've arrived. He stood with his hands behind his back and replied majestically, so you two came here as well. He flashed a dazzling smile that could melt any girl's heart. His relaxed face, radiant aura, and sweet voice were truly fated to meet her again. Cashin's face was like ice as he answered for Selena, if our times overlap, we will wait. Layson explained cheerfully, no, I've finished my visit and am on my way back, so you can go in. But before that, Duke, may I have a word with Lady Selena? Hearing this, she was startled, her face clearly showing suspicion. She asked cautiously, what do you want to talk about? He replied, it's nothing special, just wanted to apologize to you. This made Selena even more confused. Apologize? Layson's face was full of pretense. He spoke apologetically, you were at the hunting ground that day, right? I was there too. I wanted to apologize and talk to you about the situation that day. Is that okay? It seemed she temporarily trusted him, so she turned to look at Cashin and nodded. He sighed and reluctantly accepted. As long as it's within my sight. Layson replied, of course. Selena waved her hand reassuringly. I'll be right back. The two had moved to a tea-drinking area just a few dozen steps away from him. Layson took the initiative to ask, are you feeling better now? She hesitated. Yes, I'm fine. He put on an innocent face, looking at her with eyes full of emotion, and said sadly, that day was an unforeseen accident, so I couldn't react quickly. If I didn't come to check on you, would you understand? Selena bowed her head respectfully and replied, how could I dare be angry with your highness? He breathed a sigh of relief. I knew you'd say that. Her face suddenly darkened, her eyes downcast as she asked with concern, however, that was an unforeseen accident. Do you mean there are also accidents that are planned? Layson was silent for a long time as if pondering something, his expression unchanging. He then confessed, yes, during times of noble conflict, accidents always happen at hunting competitions. Selena felt somewhat reassured. She thought to herself, the question touched on his hidden side, yet he answered so friendly. Why is he being so patient? What is he hiding? But she remained vigilant and asked, I see. But I heard the target might have been me, so wasn't that a predictable accident? Hearing this, he covered his face with his hand, sighed wearily, and replied, I knew that news would reach you. Yes, the Baroness being shot was indeed an accident. From the very beginning, that arrow was aimed at you. At this moment, he revealed his true face. His eyes became as sharp as knives, cutting into flesh. A dense, gloomy aura radiated from him, along with a sinister smile that sent shivers down one's spine. Hearing this, Selena was frightened and thought to herself, he's admitting it himself? Selena froze, sweat beading on her face, panicked because everything was happening beyond her expectations. She wondered to herself, what is this? The Crown Prince, the most suspicious culprit, is telling me the assassin's target. What does this mean? What is the purpose? Why say it so directly? Layson's gloomy aura sent a chill down her spine. He said calmly, I'm also very sorry to have to say this to you. I know who shot the arrow. Hearing this, Selena frowned with concern. He spoke as if he were innocent. Actually, it was Rosalind's doing. She was very surprised. What? Selena analyzed to herself. Rosalind is the culprit? No, that's natural. Rosalind has the closest relationship with the crown prince and also hates me, so she sees me as a rival. But he values her so much. Why would he say it was Rosalind's doing? Does he have the nerve to blame Rosalind? Layson put his hands on his hips, sighed, and added, "It's all my fault for not stopping Rosalind. Rosalind seems to have grown up thinking she would become queen since she was a child. Marrying me was a matter of course, but for me, it wasn't that easy, so I advised Duke Lambert as a last resort." Selena pretended to believe his words. But deep down, she was still troubled. This is completely different from the reason Rosalind approached that I heard from Cashin. He continued to explain, in the royal family, there are no men of marriageable age. Only Duke Lambert is suitable. I felt guilty, so I told you. It seems to have caused Rosalind to misunderstand. She really wants to become the Duchess, doesn't she? She started approaching the Duke blindly. And at that moment, you appeared. Hearing this, Selena couldn't help but be surprised by his shameless words. She thought to herself, that's a good story, so perfectly fabricated that I almost believed it. A story about Ariel. Layson again showed sympathy. You must have been so upset when you thought my suggestion was in order. I heard you suffered a great loss from our very first meeting. She wondered you heard? From Rosalind, right? He recounted worriedly, how else would I know all this? Maybe this time the pressure was too much, so she cried while telling me. That's how I found out everything. She thought to herself, Rosalind cried? I'd rather see Cashin cry. She pressed further. What did Rosalind say? Layson replied, she said she hates you. Selena forced a helpless smile. I agree with you. I guess it would be like that. He again used sweet words to impress her. It's because you are too beautiful and intelligent. The Duke used to be distant with women, especially commoners, but he changed in a short time. She felt a pang of sadness. Most people think so. Layson added, but it seems the Duke has received news to come to the capital. If you come to the capital with the Duke, it's like an official introduction, so Rosalind thought she had to deal with you. I heard you encountered an assassin on your way here, right? Selena was startled, thinking anxiously, he even knows about that? He once again accused his own pawn. That time was also sent by Rosalind. She froze, her face full of questions, and thought to herself, what is this reaction? He was the one who ordered Rosalind. I can't say that. If not, then maybe. Was it really Rosalind who did it? Everything is so confusing. Selena observed his expression, her mind in turmoil, not knowing what was real or fake. Is that face an act or is he sincere? Layson continued, since coming to the capital, I haven't had any time. It seems that's why you were harassed in high society. I really didn't think about that. She played along. So I was targeted in the hunting competition? He confirmed. That's right. It's a suitable place for an assassination. Selena pushed herself to ask for more information. I heard that the Duke also had an accident that day. He smiled and replied, that's right. I mean, I don't want to care about the enemy. As he spoke, he winked flirtatiously, making her uncomfortable, but she had to play along and laugh. Why do you joke like that? It's very interesting. In her heart, she was laughing at him. It's really hard to compare. Layson sighed wearily again and said, actually, that was also Rosalind's crime. They said the marriage order would be cancelled if the Duke died. Selena replied dejectedly, I see. She was impressed by his way of speaking. It's a really great solution. When the Crown Prince started talking, I thought it would be all nonsense, but the more I listen, the more it makes sense. I don't know if I'm involved, but I can't find any loopholes. The events and reasons are very smooth. Knowing the whole story, after admitting his involvement with Rosalind, of course the Crown Prince is an accomplice. After that story, the Crown Prince becomes innocent. Extremely good rhetoric, it's scary. Layson continued his kind act. Because you're the victim of the case, I must let you know, but I hope you won't be too heartbroken by this. She replied politely, the Duke is also a victim. Why would you say that? He laughed and said, "Anyway, you'll pass the message to him. I hope you understand my feelings when I deliberately arranged for us to talk." Selena laughed mockingly to herself. You would have interfered one way or another. Suddenly, Layson brought up Rosalind's matter again. And can Rosalind's punishment be postponed a little? She wondered. Punishment. He explained, she tried to kill someone twice, and one person was injured. Knowing that, we can't just let it go. She pretended to agree. That's right. But in reality, she was marveling at how he handled things. The way he responds in this life is truly amazing. Layson calmly continued, but besides Rosalind's confession, there's no other evidence. It might be related to Marquis Tyrol. Please understand that the punishment may be less severe than expected. She had to admit, yes. His eyes shifted elsewhere, his expression flustered as he recounted. Rosalind told me because there is trust between people. Just telling you this is a betrayal. It's because of you that I'm telling you this. Layson put a hand to his mouth and smiled shyly, his expression gentle. Selena's cheeks turned slightly pink, perhaps due to the stunning beauty of the man before her. She was silent for a moment, then thought to herself, let me tell you. The Crown Prince is a man of charming beauty who has made many girls swoon. She asked curiously, is this also a secret from the Baroness? He replied with a wise expression, I didn't say. To the Baroness, it was a real accident, but if you want to tell her, I won't stop you. Selena thought to herself, are you secretly shifting the responsibility to me? Then she covered her mouth with her hand, laughed softly, and said, then I won't say anything either. If I do, it will be difficult for your highness, won't it? Layson once again used sweet words to flatter her. Thank you. You are indeed very delicate and intelligent. Suddenly, he moved closer, leaning into her ear and whispering, to her astonishment. Then for now, this is a secret between us. On the outside, Selena smiled and replied, that's right, but inside, she remembered the pitiful Ariel. A secret between two people. What a romantic and thrilling thing to say. Was Ariel also drawn in by sweet chains like these? Suddenly, Layson took the initiative to end the conversation. Well, I should return you to the Duke now. His eyes looked like they're about to explode. Only then did she realize Cashin was furious. Flames erupted around him as if to burn everything. Oh, I'm going to get burned. But before leaving, Layson gently scheduled another meeting. Before I go, the Baroness has woken up, so I'm planning to throw a celebratory party. I want to invite you to that small party. Will you come? Selena reasoned silently. He must be annoyed because I rejected him last time. A small party? I guarantee there's some secret plot. But she could only agree. It would be an honor for me. Cashin couldn't stand it anymore. He said irritably, his voice full of menace, the conversation should end here. The Crown Prince provoked him further. We were talking very comfortably without you, Duke. He replied angrily, lucky you, while mentally restraining himself. Don't punch him. Not stopping there, Layson also kissed her hand lightly, then smiled and said, well, I'm leaving now. See you next time, Lady Selena. She replied politely, travel safely, Your Highness. Only then did he let the two of them go and left with his attendant. Cashin frowned, annoyed, and pulled a handkerchief from his coat. Then he wiped Layson's kiss from her hand again and again. Selena wondered, what are you doing? He replied irritably, wiping your hand. She expressed her exhaustion. That conversation was really unpleasant. He's very insidious. Suddenly, she raised her hand and called out, Duke. Her hand lightly touched his lower lip, as if implying something. Selena smiled brightly, with a hint of shyness, and said, wipe it off. His eyes were fixed on her. Cashin took her hand and lightly kissed her knuckles. Not stopping, he held her soft hand tightly and kissed it even more. He moved closer to her, so close that Selena could feel his warm breath. Cashin supported her back with one hand and kissed her shoulder and neck lightly. Jeriel, sitting in the carriage, had witnessed the whole thing. She stammered out, Duke, causing both of them to freeze. They immediately separated. Selena explained awkwardly. Ahem, Princess, that is, well, His Highness the Crown Prince has left. You can come out now. Cashin also cleared his throat in embarrassment. Jeriel remained silent, her expression vacant. And just like that, tears streamed down her face, making the two of them even more awkward and uncomfortable. Her voice trembled pitifully. I'm going now. And so that night, Princess Jeriel's pillow was soaked with tears. At the palace, someone said, "Come in." The Baroness of Orleans lay in her sickbed, smiling at those around her. You only know your place when you're hospitalized, huh? To have two esteemed guests visit at the same time, it seems I've lived quite a good life. Selena continued to comfort her. It's a relief that you have time to joke around. Princess Jeriel opened one eye and asked, Baroness, I hope you get well soon. This is a gift from my mother and me. The Baroness of Orleans reached out her hand and replied, Well, can I open it now? Jeriel said, Of course. The box was opened, revealing a beautiful piece of jewelry. The Baroness's expression was a little reluctant. Selena observed her face and thought, for the Baroness, that gift is probably not suitable. I feel like I've seen this brand many times before. Princess Jeriel smiled and said, This is a product that my mother personally made and designed. When I was choosing things, I saw this one was the most familiar, so I took it. The Baroness of Orleans replied unnaturally, It's a truly beautiful gemstone. This is something I can't even see in my own territory. Selena observed the conversation between the two. Jeriel said, This can be worn. The Baroness politely refused. This is an extremely rare item. I wonder if I should keep it. The princess replied, It's okay, it's a gift from me. The Baroness of Orleans said, How should I repay you? The princess replied politely, Just getting well is enough. Selena suddenly realized something, her hand on her chin in thought. I remember where I saw that. Before the court banquet, the dress and accessory shop. No wonder it wasn't a manager, but a designer. So that's the shop the queen opened to prepare for the future. Let Baroness Orleans see this. After the crown prince ascends the throne, he will take it over, so please protect the safety of the queen and the princess, just as I asked Cashin. The princess has indeed found another way to survive on her own. Baroness Orleans closed the box, forcing a smile as she refused. I've thought it over. The warehouse is full now, so I can't add any more provisions. The princess smiled and replied, We're about to build another warehouse. Selena looked at the princess and thought with admiration, She's quite something. I thought she was just a kid, but she knows how to protect her own life. Even when the crown prince ascends the throne, she will still protect her life by any means necessary. Jeriel bowed and said, I hope the Baroness will accept this gift with good intentions. I'll be going now. You two can continue your conversation. In her heart, she thought cautiously, I must show respect to the person who will protect my life. Later, only Selena and the Baroness were left in the room. She crossed her arms and smiled. The princess is smarter than I thought. The Baroness also sighed and smiled with a look of reluctance. If it weren't for the crown prince, she might have matured more. It's a pity. Why are you saying such treasonous things so casually? You're still injured. The Baroness replied. Haha, forget it. I wasn't the main target anyway. Selena asked again, Are you sure? The Baroness analyzed, I can tell by the direction of the arrow. I have experience. I'm still very confused now. Maybe the target was both of them. Perhaps the assassin changed targets at the last minute. Hearing this, Selena just pondered. Did he really change the target to silence her after trying to kill me? She said, I've been thinking about what you were going to say that day. It was a story so important that you were silenced. The Baroness replied, Well, I'm not sure. It could be. I don't think it was anything too important. It was simply a story related to someone's honor. Selena asked, What were you going to say that day? She recounted, If I met His Highness the Crown Prince, I was going to tell you not to be too intimate, because a major incident occurred right after meeting him. I'm not sure if there's a connection, but I think it's related to Selena. It seems the Crown Prince and you are very close. Hearing this, Cashin had to turn back and look. Selena retorted. What? The Baroness continued. Because I happened to see you two secretly hugging and kissing, but it wasn't my place to interfere, so I kept quiet. Selena rested her chin in her hand, thinking seriously. So the crown prince is involved in this after all. I heard he's very cautious, but such a bold move. Of course, he's a very good talker. The crown prince must have approached Cashin's woman, not me. The Baroness of Orleans recalled, saying, so the arrow really was from the crown prince? I checked as soon as I woke up, but didn't see any arrows. This incident at the camp is just the beginning. Selena thought worriedly, that's right. It's not easy to have someone take away the arrow. The most important evidence is gone. If that's the case, there's no other way now but to keep watch. Selena told the Baroness, earlier, when I met the crown prince at the entrance, he said it was all Rosalind's doing. Because she was so in love, she caused trouble. The Baroness replied, well, that makes sense. She's also a suspect. She asked, what did His Highness the Crown Prince say about this incident? The Baroness replied, just superficial condolences. Someone missed their shot during the hunt. Perhaps it was a warning. The Baroness said, thinking back, I'm much better now. I've also contacted the Queen. I got to know Lambert through you, Selena. I plan to tell the story about Ariel while I rest. From now on, I have to be more careful. Selena asked, are you planning to return to your territory? The Baroness replied, I have to. Anyway, until my body recovers, I can't go out freely. Selena thought, even Baroness Orleans has to avoid pressure from the Crown Prince. This is probably what the Crown Prince wants from Cashin, the image of a puppet moving according to his will. If he wants Cashin to do that. Selena looked up at him. Then the only outcome is ruin. Selena and Cashin saw the princess off. She said, Princess, you go ahead. The girl replied, okay. Jeriel sat in the carriage, stuck her head out and said, today, thank you. Selena laughed teasingly, then remember to repay me next time. The princess said, what do you want? Selena pointed and said, then can you give up on the Duke? Jeriel was unhappy and cried out in her heart. She cried sadly, I just want, if I become as strong as Selena. Selena covered her mouth and laughed cheerfully, thinking, how cute. It seems she still doesn't get it. She said, by then, the Duke will be an old uncle. Jeriel shouted, no. Even if the Duke gets old, he can't become an old uncle. I don't care. Let's go. The driver replied, yes, Princess. Selena waved goodbye. Bye. She watched the carriage, crossed her arms, and said, she's so adorable. Is it true that the Duke of Lambert won't become an old uncle even when he's old? Cashin replied, compared to the average age, I look younger. Selena said, I can't believe it's true. I admit you're right. He replied, I inherited that from my father, but my mother was not in good health. Selena continued, as for personality, I inherited it from my mother. Shall we go back then? Cashin replied, yes. The two's carriage started moving. Selena and Cashin sat facing each other. He asked her, if you were the former lady, would personality be important? Hearing this, Selena didn't answer and just asked blankly, what? Why do you ask? Well, if it were me, I wouldn't get married. Cashin said, because of the beneficial relationship between families, you can't do as you please. Selena retorted, even so, I'd rather take the money and run away. My view on marriage is very clear. Cashin asked, what view on marriage? Selena answered frankly, one shouldn't get married. Her answer froze Cashin, as if his world was shattering. Selena waved her hand and complained, no matter what, having to wake up early in the morning always annoys me. But will two people be happy living together for the rest of their lives? I think that's just an illusion. As a duke, the survival of the family is very important and a must, but I don't have an obligation to do that, right? Cashin thought, she's not wrong at all. I'm so pathetic. He asked again, so you dislike the institution of marriage? Selena replied, I think it's better if other people do it. But if I wanted to get married, I'd have to meet a magical person when I came to this world. If I can't meet one, then so be it. Cashin suggested to her, how about this? Suddenly, the carriage shook. Selena said in alarm, that startled me. What was that sound? She observed the commotion outside and thought, Cashin's knights. Cut. Cashin quickly gave an order. Hey, turn the carriage around immediately. Selena stopped him. Wait a minute, Duke. That person. Selena recalled Yuna's startled words. Oh, that. Well, while I was looking for a job, my friend introduced me to Lambert. Selena said, is that so? While the two were eavesdropping, the man in black told her. There's someone over there. We should go somewhere more secluded. Yuna replied dismissively. They're busy with their own thing, so they won't care. Just say it. It's about time she returned, so she'll probably leave here soon. Selena once asked a servant, where did Yuna go? The servant replied, it seems she has a stomachache today, so she keeps going to the bathroom. Maybe she's in the bathroom. Selena asked again, maybe? Back to the present, Selena realized, isn't that Yuna? It seems they found her at the same time and are fighting over her, even bringing their escorts. Dion quickly received the order. Yes, and went to carry it out. A few minutes later, Yuna was saved by Dion from the brink of death. She desperately begged Selena and Cashin, my lady, please save me. I'm sorry. Because the distance was so close, the stench from Yuna's dirty clothes rose up, making Selena so uncomfortable she had to cover her nose and exclaim, this smell is really. You ran away like that, didn't you? What is this situation? Wanting to regain Selena's trust, Yuna stated firmly, I ran away because I want to live. Really? Selena asked, who's trying to kill you? Of course, you wouldn't kill your mistress. But it's possible someone else will come to kill you. I think it's better than wandering the streets like that. I find the Lambert mansion very safe. You saw him run away like that, don't you think so? Yuna shook her head vigorously. Oh no. You're right, my lady. Please let me go to the Lambert mansion. Even if you lock me up, I'll keep quiet. Hearing this, Selena felt the urge to tease her. So, is this current measure protection or imprisonment? Go ask Lilio to save you. But now Yuna was completely sober. She was no longer as naive as before. No, Lady Lilio only wants to kill me. Well, maybe it's because I know too much. I approached the mansion, so the soldiers hunted me down to kill me. He said he ran away. Her explanation, coupled with Selena's empathy, I was also completely abandoned by Lilio, swayed Selena to some extent. Should I save you because you're beautiful when you're of no value to me anymore? I just saved you from assassins. Yuna pleaded and begged, please save me one more time, please. It might bring a benefit. I hold something very important. Selena replied flatly. I have a month. Well, it's okay to talk about it here. I'll take my time and find another opportunity. Yuna raised her voice in protest. That's not it. But at that time, it's a story that anyone would be willing to sacrifice their life to hear. When this is announced to the whole world, there might even be a commotion. At least a few branches will be blown away. Selena demanded, then handed over quickly. If you can't say it, just show me. Yuna bit her lip. Not now. I'll tell you everything when we get to the mansion. Everything. Seeing her opponent's still panicked and terrified state, Selena narrowed her eyes to assess her and thought to herself. Because she works closely with Lilio, it's possible that she has decisive evidence. Thinking this, Selena agreed to the deal Yuna proposed. All right, go sit next to the driver. Why is this guy so curious? Hearing this, Yuna joyfully climbed onto the carriage immediately. Thank you, thank you. Despite the stench from her body making the driver pinch his nose. Soon enough, the carriage returned to the mansion. With Yuna kneeling before her, Selena spoke first. All right, since we've arrived at the mansion, shouldn't we start talking quietly? Unexpectedly, Yuna began to show signs of betrayal. Well, I can't show you that item right now. I hid it on the way to the Lambert mansion. Because if I kept it with me, it could be stolen. Although quite angry, Selena remained calm and asked, where is it? Yuna answered hastily, it's near the first village we stopped at on our way to Myong. Without me, you'll never find it. It's true. You must bring Lord Lambert with you. Never leave him behind. Selena gave a cold, threatening smile. All right. However, if I can't find it there, or if I'm just digging through everything, I'm sure I'll bury you right here. The Duke would execute at least one of you without batting an eye, you know. Cashin knew how to support his wife by glaring at Yuna, scaring her to death. Trying to suppress her trembling, Yuna said, "But I really did hide it, even though it wasn't intentional and it was really lost." Selena burst out laughing with self-satisfaction. "So, what does that have to do with me?" This reaction made Yuna curse under her breath. What a devil. When Selena asked directly, "So, what are you hiding?" Yuna slightly avoided her sharp, razor-like gaze and answered hesitantly, "Aeger's will." Hearing this answer, both Cashin and Selena were utterly shocked. Selena found it hard to believe. "Weren't you acting rashly because your life was in danger? How do you know it's a will if you can't even read?" Yuna explained, "I heard Lady Aeger had passed away, and I was ordered to find her. It must have been blown by the wind and fallen under the bed, so I only found it later." Selena frowned and asked, "But why didn't you give it to Lilio and keep it for yourself?" She sighed softly and replied, "Thinking back, I could have kept quiet. I kept it thinking I might use it later. I told Lady Lilio that I didn't have it." Later, when Lady Lilio found out, they got worked up, saying something big was about to happen. It must be a will. So the will is just Yuna's speculation, Selena thought. They said it's not confirmed whether it's a will or just a piece of toilet paper. But based on the situation, it's highly likely to be a will. In any case, she had gathered some important information, so Selena said, "All right, I'll believe you for now." Hearing this, Yuna was overjoyed. Thank you. But Selena continued instead. "Because I've saved all the unwashed silver dishes for you. They all have to be polished until they shine." Looking at the pile of clanking dishes forming a small mountain in front of her, Yuna was so stunned she was speechless. "Do I have to do this alone?" Satisfied with her expression, Selena said with a smile, "Of course. If you don't like it, you can leave." But, of course, Yuna didn't want to. How could she dare leave here to be killed? No. I'll do my best." After leaving Yuna alone to struggle with the pile of silver dishes, Selena and Cashin went for a walk to discuss further. "Duke, is it really a will?" Since she can't read, she probably mixed up the documents, but what if it is a real will? Although she was asking Cashin directly, Selena couldn't help but worry that if the letter Yuna was hiding was indeed a will, Cashin's suspicion that it was a murder would be completely shattered. The very existence of the will would prove Aeger's death. They could immediately find out the cause of her death and who disposed of her body, without having to socialize in high society like now. At this point, she heard Cashin's reply. "The first thing to do is to verify it. We can't draw any conclusions without doing so." Knowing she had been a bit hasty, Selena bowed her head sadly and said, "Yes, until then, it should remain hidden." Then she asked curiously, "So how do you plan to find the will?" Cashin replied, "Well, there's no need to disperse our forces. I think it would be more effective to look for it on the way back to Lambert." His words made Selena slow her steps. "Go back. Leaving this place in Myong with Lambert and to the reality I once lived in." Selena bit her lip and spoke, "It's slowly coming back. Because it's faster than I thought, I'm a bit dizzy." Understanding her weariness with this matter, Cashin's tone softened. "When the whole case is revealed, because my job is to take revenge." Selena nodded in response. Yes. She knew from the beginning that her job was beyond Cashin's control, because she was just gathering information. When the will is published and the whole story of the incident is revealed, my contract with Cashin will also end. There will be no need to act like lovers anymore. I will leave this place, where I have nothing but the title of Cashin's fake lover. With everything I've built, I will return to my original world. That's what I've been waiting for and longing for all this time, however. Why am I so frustrated like this? Seeing her suddenly clutch her chest and stop, Cashin immediately asked with concern, "Selena, are you feeling unwell somewhere?" Her voice trembled as she replied, "I know. There's no reason to feel unwell. I just feel a little restless." Cashin looked at the person beside him with eyes full of affection. The two of them now faced the fountain under the setting sun. He asked gently, "So, shall we take a little walk?" Later, Cashin walked side by side with his girl and wondered, "What is the world you live in like?" This question flustered Selena a bit. "You ask like this, where should I even begin?" But Cashin was very relaxed. Just say whatever comes to your mind. Hearing this, Selena glanced at him suspiciously. Why are you suddenly so curious about this? You've never asked before. At this, Cashin lowered his gaze and slowly replied, It's because it seems you miss that place very much and always long to return. I'm curious to know what kind of place it is and how different it is from here. As soon as he finished, Selena immediately looked at the person beside her with wide eyes, her mouth unconsciously open. She continued walking beside Cashin, thinking to herself, do I really seem that eager to go back? I've acted as if there's nothing here to hold me back. I guess Cashin must have felt that way. He must have thought I could leave at any time. Well, maybe this is for the best. It'll be less painful than treating me as if I'll stay here forever. After a while, she finally answered, surprisingly, the climate is quite similar. There are a few small differences, like the color of the flowers, for example. Where I live, there are no purple lilies. After speaking, Selena gently touched a nearby flower with her hand. Cashin quickly picked one and gave it to her. Then take this with you. Hearing this, Selena smiled shyly and replied, Thank you. Are you preparing things for me to take with me? As soon as she finished, he slowly looked at her and explained, The time you spend here will become a part of your memory. You might miss it. Hearing this, Selena just remained silent, her eyes fixed on him. Then she looked down at the purple flower in her hand and said softly, You really know how to leave a deep impression. But in her mind, a thought arose. Is that really so touching? To be so sentimental about something beyond one's control is quite emotional. So then, if I can't return to that world, will I miss it a lot? Later, Selena smiled so brightly her eyes crinkled. Perhaps so. All my efforts and achievements are there. I had a house, a car. Thinking back, a car is something like a carriage. I was also quite rich. The two walked side by side, talking. You must be very talented. Of course, I'm beautiful and a good actress. And I chose good scripts for myself. Many people must be heartbroken that you disappeared. I guess so. In that world, I was a celebrity that everyone knew. I always stood out wherever I went. All the attention and interest were directed at me, and everyone wanted to compete with me. At this point, Selena's expression suddenly became pensive. I was happy, but at the same time, everything was so suffocating. Hearing this, Cashin also put on a neutral expression and spoke up. When you first started teaching acting, you said you could easily tell when someone wasn't used to being loved. The whole world loved you, so that's natural. However, Selena's mind couldn't escape the negative thoughts. I received a lot of love and attention, but the more I was loved, the more I had to live with shackles. And that life was so heavy. Thinking back, this place isn't that different from my original world. But I shouldn't say that. I'm the one who needs to go back. Later, they continued their back and forth. You must have tried very hard when you weren't receiving that kind of affection here. You say that as if you're already on your deathbed. Do you regret not doing enough for me? Is there anything you regret? While a doubtful thought crossed Selena's mind, Cashin suddenly admitted his mistake. Acting? I'm sorry. Selena's face suddenly broke into a smile. It's funny. Even though I'm with a stiff person like you, I realize I've been laughing unconsciously. Thinking back, I've had a lot of fun here too. Drowning in luxury goods. Attending high society parties, dancing with the real Northern Duke and the Grand family. For the first time, sharing a bed with a man. Waking up against a firm chest. Just recalling a few details was enough to satisfy Selena. It's been great this whole time. Meanwhile, Cashin remained silent, watching the girl beside him. Then, they started a new topic. You can go back. There are some records about this. Records? Yes. The mage who created the translation bracelet we used when we first met left some documents. He recorded several instances of travel between his world and this place. If we study that, we might find a way. At this, Selena immediately thought, it's not a wild guess, but a certainty based on documents. I can really go back. That's right. Anyway, this life isn't mine. I'll treat this as a memory and go back to my world. There are people there who love me. What would it be like to see their expressions and feel their joy? I don't even remember. Will this person suffer when I leave? Even though I don't know why. But I can't stay here. The place that's really meant for me is only in that other world. After thinking, she and the man said one after another, "Thank you." "It's nothing." The two slowly continued walking, passing by a group of people standing there. So they once again asked and answered, "Are you packing?" "I'm leaving Landworth today." After the celebration of Baroness Orleans's recovery at the Crown Prince's palace, we will leave immediately. The Crown Prince's palace. If you don't like going there, we can leave today. No, I should at least see everyone's faces one last time. Then we can postpone our departure for as long as you like. How long? As long as you want. So, what if I end up staying here forever? That would be even better. Doing so would cause a big problem. You know, if I stay here forever, it will cause a big problem, right? What if I become the most wasteful duchess in history? Then I'll become the richest duke ever. What if I want an army, not luxury goods? Increasing military strength is always welcome. What if I demand to clear out the entire mountain range of magical beasts? That's a good idea. We could even expand our territory beyond the mountains. What if I demand Lambert Castle? Sure, take it. You're just saying that, right? Can you really give all of that? Of course. You're not usually this generous. Right? Yes. I also wonder why. I only become especially generous with you. It's not a no. I think even if I did that, I wouldn't regret it. Hearing this, Selena immediately scolded him lovingly in her heart, "You fool. You don't even understand your own feelings. If those weren't just teasing words, but your true feelings, then we could renegotiate the contract terms anytime. Why is everything you say so affectionate and warm? What will you do if I leave?" Suddenly, Selena turned around to face Cashin. She slowly raised her hand to touch his cheek. And then came their kiss. Cashin's surprised eyes widened as he looked at her. They melted into each other under the setting sun. Then, Cashin gradually pulled away. The two were a bit shy and awkward. Can I ask why? It's just, you know. People in love tend to kiss when they hear sweet words. At this, Cashin's eyes slowly closed. They continued their loving flirtations. Lover? Yes, lovers are like this. At the party venue, a surprised voice exclaimed, "Wow, the party venue is decorated so lavishly it's unbelievable. What is this? A bridal path?" "It's just a party hosted by the Crown Prince, but it looks like a wedding." Selena observed everything and sighed. Cashin stood beside her, looking at the rose arch. Well, thinking that way isn't entirely wrong. If the Crown Prince leads a dance partner through this archway, it's almost like announcing they're getting married. Selena recounted some rumors she'd heard. But they say he doesn't bring any women with him. Cashin replied with some disdain, "That scene is just a tyrant indulging in luxury." Hearing this, she laughed with delight. "Is it okay to say things like that so casually?" He replied calmly, "Why not? Besides, this isn't just extravagance. The tall trees obstruct the view. A garden as complex as a maze. All ready to eliminate anyone who causes trouble. This is the tyrant's party." He analyzed the true purpose of this place. Selena sighed. It's a bit strange to say those things with such a cheerful atmosphere, but it makes sense anyway. So, let's work hard today too. Cautiously, Cashin agreed with her. All right. Suddenly, Selena noticed someone nearby. That's Fiona. Thinking back, I have some things to discuss with Fiona. He reminded her, Fiona is still not off the suspect list. Her eyes lit up as she looked at Fiona, her face full of mischief. That's right, but it's more like a personal rivalry. If we can dig up more information. Well, that's good too. Excuse me, but I need to, use the restroom. Cashin looked at Selena's expression and worried about Fiona. As she was about to step forward, he quickly grabbed her hand. Wait. Let's go together. Selena felt a bit helpless at his concern. She tried to explain. To the restroom? I understand your worry since we're in the Crown Prince's palace, but if the Duke comes along, we won't be able to talk clearly. Cashin immediately suggested another option. Then I'll follow you secretly. Selena reluctantly agreed. Fine. Make sure no one sees you. He assured her, absolutely. Selena walked ahead, and he followed her closely. She suddenly turned around, pointed at Cashin, her expression serious. Really, unless someone comes out and tries to kill me, you are not to appear, okay? He obediently followed her wish. Understood. Selena walked over to Fiona, surprisingly linking arms with her. Selena held Fiona tightly, smiling. Ah, Fiona, long time no see. Her suddenness startled Fiona, who screamed, "What is this? You? Why?" She said, "Where did you come from? What's going on?" Selena continued to tease, "Just wanted to chat with you a bit." "Why are you jumping around like that, like a little flower? Let's improve our friendship and go to the restroom together." Hearing this, Fiona was terrified, remembering the last time in the restroom. She stammered, "The restroom? I don't want to." Selena ignored her refusal and dragged her away. No refusals. Fiona could only cry and scream for help in desperation. A moment later, outside in the magnificent white corridor of the royal palace, Fiona grumpily pointed the way. "You don't even know the way, yet you walk so confidently. The restroom is this way." Selena smiled lightly and replied, "Thank you, you know the way well." Fiona recounted, "I used to be a maid for the queen, so I was in the royal palace for a while." This piqued Selena's curiosity. "Oh, a maid? That's a great job. Why don't you do it anymore?" Her question made Fiona silent for a moment. Her expression darkened. "I saw too many dirty things." Selena was shocked, as if she realized something. Selena's face suddenly became serious. "You saw them too, right? Ariel and the Crown Prince." Hearing her blunt, unrestrained words, Fiona quickly pushed Selena into the living room. "What? Hey, don't talk about that stuff in public like this. Let's go into the living room and talk." Selena put her hands on her hips, pointing out Fiona's behavior from last time. A private restroom connected to a living room, very close to the party. "So last time you deliberately led me far away to pick a fight with me, huh?" Fiona was dissatisfied, pouting. "You're bringing that up now?" Selena raised an eyebrow slightly. "I'm talking about it. Because of that, I ended up with the Crown Prince." Fiona was startled. "Really?" she said with a confident tone. "Otherwise, why would I have freaked out and started flirting with the Crown Prince?" Fiona replied innocently, "Well, you're already crazy. So I thought you really did it." This remark annoyed Selena, but she couldn't refute it. Fiona spoke up. "Anyway, what did you want to talk about? We can talk here. No one's eavesdropping." Selena got straight to the point. "You asked me if I saw Ariel and the Crown Prince together?" Fiona was stunned. "You saw them too?" Selena replied calmly, "Well, a few other people saw them too." Fiona's voice carried a hint of melancholy. "Right, it seems I wasn't the only one who saw that scene." Selena continued to question her. "So I guess it's true that there was something between Ariel and the Crown Prince. So why didn't she switch to the Crown Prince?" Fiona said meaningfully, "It's not that easy." "You think Ariel was the only woman the Crown Prince met that day?" Selena was shocked. "What?" Fiona affirmed, "Rosalind, Ariel, and a few others. I can name them all." Selena asked in disbelief, "I thought Rosalind was like his sister." Fiona was angry. What kind of brother sleeps with his sister? This truth shocked Selena greatly. He even did that? Fiona began to recount the Crown Prince's filthiness. In the morning with Rosalind, at night with Ariel. Selena was stunned. "Crazy. I knew he was bad, but I didn't think he was that kind of scum." "But the Duke once said that the Crown Prince has no interest in women," she told Fiona. She also agreed. That's right. Instead of seeing them as women, he sees them as prey. Not for marriage or romantic feelings, but to enjoy the game of betting on whether the prey will fall into the trap or not. Selena was skeptical. Why does no one know about this? Or are they too scared to talk? Fiona speculated. That could be it, but the targets are usually women who are indifferent to him, so there aren't many. Selena reconsidered. But then again, with his face and status, anyone would be captivated by him. So it's normal for him to be interested in those who don't reciprocate his feelings. And he treats it like a game and enjoys the hunt. That's right, this is very common. It seems very easy to encounter. Disgusting. She asked Fiona suspiciously, but you seem to know a lot about this. Is it from personal experience? She was startled. No. You used to act like the Duke was the love of your life. Have you changed your mind? Selena continued to tease. Fiona shouted angrily. That was when I was a kid. It was when I was a kid. At least I wasn't completely swept away like someone else. Selena pointed at her, smiling triumphantly. Isn't it because there was nothing to be swept away by? Fiona was so angry her cheeks flushed. No, it's because I didn't show anything. That's why I wasn't swept away. Only gold diggers and fame seekers like you get swept away and cry about it. I would never fall in love for those reasons. People only fall in love when they both like each other. Selena asked, how pure? Do you like the Duke that much? Fiona answered without hesitation, of course. Selena hypothesized. Even if the Duke lost everything, his territory, his money, and his status? She was very confident. I have enough of those things. At that point, I'll help him and he'll only have eyes for me. I'll feed him, bathe him, dress him. I wish that would really happen. Fiona daydreamed, drool dripping from her mouth. Selena looked at her with the eyes one would reserve for a pervert. Take back those pure words you just said. That won't happen. Give up on that life. She spoke up, shattering Fiona's illusion. She got angry and retorted, who knows what will happen in life? Don't be so carefree. At most, you're just his lover. Selena mocked, you don't even get to be his lover. Fiona was completely provoked, shouting, you're so annoying. Let's see how long you last. She ran out, slamming the door. In the room, only Selena was left, laughing happily. Cute kid, it's fun to tease her. Well then, I think I should go too, she said as she opened the door, preparing to leave. The door to the room was pushed open by her. Selena froze. Facing her was Layson, wearing a fake smile. He treated it as a coincidence, a pleasant surprise. Selena was awkward and asked suspiciously, is this also a coincidence? His face was cunning. No, the royal palace has many eyes and ears. Especially here, this is my place. I came here because I heard that you and Fiona were in an unusual mood. I don't want to get into trouble. She suddenly remembered, her eyes downcast. Eyes and ears, that's right. Eyes and ears hidden by the crown prince. That must be it. That's why Fiona was so wary. The repeated coincidences must have been their doing. So, from the moment I set foot in high society, the crown prince's target had already been chosen. Was sending an assassin after me Rosalind's own decision, or was it the crown prince's will? Selena tried to maintain her composure and replied, as you predicted, we just had a big fight. Layson laughed and said, the shouting was quite intense. She raised her hand, covering part of her face. How embarrassing. He continued, but I didn't hear your voice. Unless it was a voice as beautiful as a songbird. Selena used her acting skills to play along. Oh my, are you taking my side now? He said gently, of course. I'll support the person I have feelings for. Selena was helpless against Layson's flowery words. And you still haven't stopped flirting. He offered his hand. So, just like the first day we met, may I accompany you to the party? She smiled gently. It would be a great honor. Selena slowly approached and took Layson's arm. He spoke up, well, let's go. She also agreed, yes. But behind them, a gloomy atmosphere suddenly appeared, catching her attention. Thank you for following and supporting the Law School channel. Don't miss out on exciting videos. Not long after, Selena was led out of the castle. She asked a little nervously, wait, where are we going? This isn't the way we came. Layson stated, I said I would escort you to the party. She looked around, reassuring herself. That's right, I can see the party from here. But isn't the gate a little different? Selena suddenly screamed. Crown Prince, Your Highness. At that moment, the two of them stepped through the rose gate. What is this palace? Selena's expression changed, and she stopped screaming. Selena remembered when she first arrived at the royal palace, Cashin had told her about the meaning of this gate. The path where you walk with a woman, like a declaration of marriage? This path. She looked fearfully at the nobles standing around. Are you publicly declaring war on Cashin? Selena looked bewildered at Layson, who wore the expression of a victor. Right now, Cashin was standing behind them, witnessing everything. Everyone shouted, "Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Cashin narrowed his eyes as he watched Layson and Selena walk through the gate. What's the meaning of that action? Selena looked at him and smiled. Your Highness, you startled me. Layson also joked cheerfully. You were startled just by this, even after accepting my escort? But she naturally denied it. I'm very honored. I don't know what to do with myself. He looked at Selena with great gentleness. Actually, having to return you to the Duke makes me feel very regretful, and I'm not sure what I want to do. I really enjoyed walking with you on this path. The people standing behind couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Selena didn't have a good impression of these words. He's just spouting nonsense. But she was still very polite, lifting her skirt and bowing. Thank you for escorting me, Your Highness. Well, I'll go get a drink now. Layson waved goodbye. See you later. The people standing around whispered again. What was that? That's almost a proposal, isn't it? It seems so, because His Highness entered with that lady. Does that mean Lady Rosalind has really lost her chance? If so, then it's true. Perhaps we should reconsider our political stance. Those words all reached Rosalind's ears. She gritted her teeth with hatred. In the garden outside, a loud call rang out Selena. She was in a very good mood, looking at the person who had just appeared. Oh, Rosalind, what's the matter? Selena guessed from her expression. You seem quite down after the opening of the party. Rosalind was obviously in no mood for small talk. I can't just sit by and watch a brainless person cause a scene anymore. How dare someone like you loiter around the Crown Prince like that? Selena turned completely around, confused. Someone like me? What do you mean? Rosalind didn't hold back and pointed a finger in her face, scolding. Do I need to spell it out for you? You act as if you're already the Duchess, but you're not even his fiancée. You're just a mistress, and nothing more. Selena didn't get angry, but replied calmly, aren't you the same? What makes you so sure you'll get the title of Duchess? Besides, even if I aim for a different position, it doesn't seem like there's one for you either. This statement was true, and it silenced her for a moment. She shrugged and continued with a sigh, I know my place, so even if His Highness shows me kindness a few times, I will refuse. But refusing forever isn't polite either. As you said, I'm not married to the Duke. Selena smiled confidently. So, in the end, we'll see who ends up with whom after the party. Rosalind became even more annoyed and glared. You! She casually picked up a glass of wine from a nearby table. Rosalind held it and threw it straight at Selena. She didn't expect things to go this way. Doesn't this kind of thing usually just fly towards me? Selena also didn't hesitate to push the wine glass back. It was flung back towards Rosalind, spilling on her clothes as the glass shattered. Rosalind's face changed as she kept repeating, How dare you? How dare you? She screamed and lunged at Selena. You bastard! She tilted her body slightly to dodge. Rosalind lost her footing and fell to the ground, looking utterly disgraceful. Selena looked at her, slightly surprised. Oh my! The crowd watching the scene couldn't help but criticize. What a complete disgrace, embarrassing herself in front of everyone. Getting drunk and falling on her own. There's nothing more pathetic than having everything ruined by one's own greed. Why did she do that? After all the shameless things she's done. And now, Rosalind's face immediately flushed with shame. She quickly stood up, pulled her skirt, turned, and ran away. The people behind were still gossiping. Oh my, she ran away. Has she no shame after everything? Selena understood the situation now. Rosalind is truly ruined. She decided to turn and leave. It's hard to listen to this. Rosalind's voice rang out. Your Highness. Layson patted her shoulder and probed, Rosalind, what happened? She covered her face with her hands, lowered her head, and sobbed. Selena insulted me, then she took a glass of wine and threw it at me, and then she even pushed me down. He wasn't very surprised to hear about these actions. She did that? As expected, her actions reflect her status. Rosalind wiped her tears with both hands and glanced at Layson. Of course, the crown prince will protect me. Unlike those low-status sluts. The words mistress or lover couldn't even begin to describe the closeness between them. We are destined for each other. That woman is nothing but a tool to torment Duke Lambert. She looked up, deeply aggrieved. Your Highness, how long are you going to let Selena be like this? I can't bear this humiliation. Layson seemed not to hear, looking away thoughtfully. Rosalind was stunned by his attitude. Your Highness. She persisted. Why won't you give me a clear answer? Layson only replied mysteriously, I'm still thinking. Rosalind was confused. Thinking? She frantically explained, dragging this out won't change anything. That girl thinks that with just ambition, she can get everything she wants. There's no need to snatch her from the Duke's hands. Layson crossed his arms, not yet expressing his opinion. Rosalind quickly continued, Your Highness, you don't need to get your hands dirty like this. Won't things get more complicated if she really desires to become the crown princess? At this, he laughed with interest. That sounds interesting. She thought she had misheard. What? Layson explained to Rosalind, think about it. Loving a commoner girl with nowhere to go, just because of her pretty face. How would the Duke feel if that girl left him and wanted to be the crown princess instead of the Duchess? She was not pleased. You're just kidding, right? How could a commoner dare to dream of the position of crown princess? But Layson felt this was very normal. What's wrong with that? If it doesn't matter who fills the position, why not choose someone cheerful and without power behind them? Rosalind still refused to give up. Playing with her might be fun, but if you don't get rid of her, it's not enough, right? She's also quite clingy, and I'm afraid she'll bother you later. I think it's better to get rid of her sooner. Layson spoke up with a frightening face, warning Rosalind, I'll decide what I should do. Rosalind could only remain silent. She gradually sank into her thoughts. That woman is nothing but a tool to torment Duke Lambert. So why does he keep trying to put her in the position of crown princess? After eliminating the rival, he should have thrown away that tool. It doesn't matter who he uses for amusement. That position, the status of crown princess, must be mine. I must be the only special person in your heart. Rosalind opened her mouth again to remind him. Of course, everything is decided by you, but I am the closest to you. Don't I have the right to advise you? Layson settled down and crossed his arms. Right? That's right. As you said, you initially helped me out of goodwill and admiration. Have we ever negotiated anything with each other? She still insisted, but I'm still a special person to you, aren't I? Rosalind chattered on. Until now, with my help, Your Highness has been able to achieve what you want. I have helped you with everything, from dealing with troublesome rivals to arranging social relationships. I have paved the way for Your Highness to the throne. Yet you can't even give me the right to advise. Layson let out a breath. Rosalind. He had a very serious expression. The fact that I allowed you to do something for me was already a favor and your privilege. And you respond like this. She repeated aloud. Layson didn't hesitate. Dedicating yourself to me is your honor. You said you loved me, and I have reciprocated your love. Rosalind mocked, Is using me how you reciprocate love? She shouted angrily, Then you should have given love in the true sense. If you can't even give love, shouldn't you at least guarantee me a position? Calmly, why should I do that? After doing as you pleased all this time, now you demand that I reciprocate? Did I ever beg for your help? She trembled, her face changing color. Rosalind clenched her fists. To me, you can't do this to me. She calmed herself down. You surely don't want to make your relationships and even Tyrol turn against you, do you? Layson let out a breath. Are you threatening me? She was resolute. If you consider that a threat, then it also means I still have an important role for Your Highness. So the absolute monarchy you desire cannot be achieved without me. Before she could finish her sentence, a hand clamped around her throat. Layson glared and pushed Rosalind against the wall. You're talking too much, Rosalind. Layson looked at Rosalind with pity. Why struggle when you're just a dog at the foot of the throne? You should know your place. She could only struggle to make muffled sounds. His grip tightened. You think I'm doing this because I'm not satisfied with my position? You think I'm sitting quietly as a prince just because I can't defeat an old man? Rosalind trembled, trying to struggle. He shouted angrily, "You have to live to suffer more. You think I'd let you die peacefully like this? Just because of that senile old man, I've had so much trouble." Rosalind's feet were off the ground, dangling in midair. You think you're special? Nonsense. Laysen's face contorted. Only royalty are special. Her eyes had already turned white. Her trembling hands wanted to resist. But in the end, she ran out of strength and went limp. As Rosalind collapsed to the ground, he cursed. Damn it. Laysen glanced sharply in one direction. You were eavesdropping too much and unconsciously got closer. You've annoyed me. Lilio, hiding behind a bush, was now focused only on Rosalind lying on the ground. Overcome with fear, she had only one thought in her mind: I have to run. But Laysen stepped in front of Lilio and called out, "You there?" She quickly bowed her head and trembled, repeating over and over, "I didn't see anything, Your Highness." Really, I didn't see anything. I saw absolutely nothing. But he calmly denied it. No, you saw. Laysen actually smiled and asked, "What's your name?" She replied, but still tried to clear her name, "Lilio, Your Highness." I didn't see anything. He cut her off. All right, Lilio. Laysen's face became frightening as he questioned her. So, what did you see? Lilio's face turned pale. But she knew she couldn't lie anymore, so she bowed her head and confessed. Your Highness, when you were strangling Lady Rosalind, I saw Lady Rosalind die. He wasn't angry at all and asked in a strange way, all right, so you realized Rosalind is dead. So, what should we do? Lilio seemed not to understand. Yes, Laysen confirmed, she's even dumber than Rosalind. He rephrased the question. You witnessed Rosalind's death in the castle. Are you going to ignore it, or what? Why are you screaming like a normal person? What a coincidence. Someone witnessed the argument with Selena earlier, so who could be more suspicious? She seemed to realize and looked up. That's right. Laysen cheerfully patted Lilio's shoulder as a reminder. That's right. If you do well, I'll spare you. I can trust you, right? She also agreed. Yes, sir. After assigning the task, he turned and walked away. Lilio bit her lip, clearly feeling that this was weighing on her conscience. But perhaps for her own sake, she still decided to scream. When everyone gathered, they found Lilio sitting on the ground quite close to Rosalind's body. Selena was also there, surprised. What happened? Rosalind is dead. Her thoughts focused on the first person to discover the body, but she immediately denied it. Could it be Lilio? No, Lilio's physical strength isn't even a fraction of Rosalind's. She couldn't have killed Rosalind. A guard came to Lilio's side. When was the last time you saw her, my lady? She began to act, pretending to be horrified. The last time I saw her was when Selena was arguing with Rosalind. Hearing this, she was also surprised, not expecting everything to point to her. The people around began to gossip. Selena seemed not to understand. So, Cashin appeared from nowhere and stood in front of her, facing everyone. All right. Laysen and some guards walked over. What's going on? The guard from earlier quickly reported. Your Highness, a tragic accident has occurred in the castle. He looked regretful and knelt beside Rosalind's body. Rosalind, I can't believe it. What is happening here? The other guard whispered something in his ear. He immediately turned toward Selena. She cursed under her breath. Damn it. Laysen stood up and gave an order. Arrest all the suspicious individuals. The guards immediately obeyed. Yes. Those present who were arrested were all indignant. What? Me too? Let me go. I'm not the culprit. On this side, a guard requested, Duke, please hand over Lady Selena. Cashin threatened, you dare try to take my woman away in front of me? The other side remained firm. This is an order from the Crown Prince. Resisting an order will be considered treason. He retorted, the Crown Prince ordered Selena's arrest? The guard just hesitated, that is. Selena, standing behind, immediately understood that this was a trap. Whether it's to trap me or to trap Cashin, it's all a trap set by the Crown Prince to make us fall for it. Cashin ignored the guard. I will not hand her over unless you bring concrete evidence. The guard had no choice but to use his last resort. If you don't hand her over, then we will use force. His eyes sharpened as he grasped the hilt of his sword. You people have guts to make me draw my sword and threaten you like this. Seeing this, the others stepped back in fear. Selena reached out to stop him. Duke, please don't. She explained, I'll go. You know, Duke, this whole trap was set up to make you lose your temper. Cashin had a different thought. But it could also be that he's forcing me to willingly hand you over. Selena still tried to persuade him peacefully. It's okay. He won't kill me right away. At worst, he has to save face for the Duke. If this goes too far, it will really be considered treason, and that will be the excuse to kill both of us. Cashin's face darkened. You think he can kill me if he dares to attack? She didn't want that at all. Doing that could lead to war. We need to stop that. Selena suggested another way. If you think something might happen to me, then come and save me. Not now. For now, let's just go along with his plan. Cashin wanted to take her hand, but in the end, he decided against it. Cashin emphasized, letting you go now doesn't mean I'm afraid of losing, or that I'm afraid of the Crown Prince. It's because you told me to let you go. Selena smiled teasingly. Our Duke listened to me right away. He suddenly hugged her tightly. Selena's face suddenly blushed. Cashin secretly gave her a dagger. Selena took the dagger. He carefully instructed, you must come back safely. Don't try to endure or prolong this just because you think you'll find a clue. She agreed, I know. Then Selena was led away by 2 guards. She smiled without surprise. Not only is it not a prison, but they're taking me here. In front of her was a very luxurious-looking door, the Crown Prince's palace. The 2 guards opened the door and disrespectfully ordered, go in. Selena remembered what Cashin had given her earlier. I'll be fine. Cashin agreed to let me go. I can return safely. She calmly stepped into the dark corridor. Layson looked up. Oh, Selena. He gestured to the opposite side. Please sit. Selena understood her situation. In the end, I've walked into the tiger's den. Layson spoke as Selena entered. There you are. Selena was still out of breath. How? How could this happen? You. He replied, the evidence is clear. Although I know you're not that kind of person, if you deny the crime right away, it will cause a problem with fairness. Even so, how could I lock you in a dungeon? I secretly brought you to my palace for this very reason. You can rest assured that no one will set foot in here without my permission. She said worriedly, Your Highness, I didn't kill her. Layson closed the book and asked, Really? Selena tried hard to convince him. Yes, you just need to verify my alibi. I was with a few people at the time. He replied with an indifferent tone, Sure, that could be the case. But in times like these, without witnesses, the most suspected person is often the culprit. Moreover, everyone knows that you and Rosalind had a bad relationship, and you were even involved in a fight today. Based on your physical abilities, which are far superior to those of other young ladies, Selena retorted, clearly. You are deliberately trying to make me a murderer. Layson turned to look at her. Then, he calmly lifted his teacup to drink, at the same time saying, You can think whatever you want. His sleeve slipped down, revealing his arm covered in scratches that had not yet healed. Seeing those scars, Selena whispered in fear, What are those? Fingernail marks? Who has such thick fingernails? Thinking back, Rosalind died from being strangled. She must have struggled to loosen the hand that was tightening around her neck. That means the Crown Prince was the one who killed Rosalind. With that thought, she spoke up again as if to probe, You're talking as if I'm the culprit. Layson replied, Well, we'll see. Selena continued to calculate. If the assumption that he didn't kill anyone is wrong, then this madman killed his closest associate just because that person made a mistake. She asked, So how long will I have to be like this? He replied with a mocking tone, Well, until I want to let you go. Selena said with a meaningful tone, Not until the culprit is caught. He laughed falsely and replied, What if we never catch him? If you want to stay with me forever, I'm more than willing. She also burst out laughing. I'm the Duke's lover. How could I do that? With that, Layson rested his chin on his hand and sighed. Then he smiled faintly at her. The Duke seems to be doing quite well, doesn't he? Selena felt confused. She said with a puzzled expression, "Why are you suddenly mentioning him?" He smirked and replied, "I just find it interesting that you're not swayed even when you receive the crown prince's favor." She answered frankly, "That's because I don't care about it." Then Layson continued, "Oh, it seems the Duke promised to guarantee you something, right?" But Selena replied honestly, "He promised me a house, money, and a maid to take care of me until I die." Layson tilted his head slightly, his voice low. "Are you satisfied with those things? What if I give you more than that?" She asked, confused, "Why would you do that for me?" Then his powerful voice rang out, "Do I need a reason?" Selena smiled lightly. "There are many people out there who admire you, Your Highness. I am nothing compared to them. I don't understand why you keep treating me this way." Layson answered frankly, "Isn't it enough that I like you?" She said in surprise, "I'm already the Duke's lover. I can't do things that betray my love." He laughed mockingly. "Your love," Layson said with a mocking tone, "isn't your love quite luxurious?" Selena replied calmly, "I guess I'm not worth much to you." He feigned, "I can do much more for you, but now I'm starting to wonder if I really need to. After all, you're in the palm of my hand now." Her eyes were defiant as she said, "Now that you have me in your hands, what do you plan to do?" Layson suddenly stood up and spoke. "What should I do? I want to see you desire me like the Duke's former lover. Is it because you lack ambition that you don't know how to wag your tail properly?" Hearing those mocking words, she immediately spoke up, annoyed. "What?" He continued to provoke Selena. "Don't you know? The Duke once announced his engagement to a woman, the one he brought before you. She came from a noble family but was inexperienced. It's ridiculous that she clung to me when she had the chance. She was also clumsy, even in bed." Hearing this, she asked curiously, "Even knowing she was the Duke's future fiancée, you still let her do that?" "Why?" Layson replied cheerfully, "Why? What's more interesting than a man losing his woman? It's the best way to provoke someone." She blurted out, "Why are you so obsessed with winning against the Duke?" His voice was calm. "I wasn't the one who started this chain of torment. It was the Duke. He acts like a superior, even though he doesn't even have royal blood. He deliberately attracts the Emperor's attention. To be more precise, the Duke is the one who's really struggling because he can't bring me down, right?" Suddenly, she exclaimed, "The Duke." Layson sighed and said, "Why don't you believe me? I thought my acting was good. Every time someone asked me to show my swordsmanship, I was defeated by him. People also often ignored me whenever he said he had learned some new tactics. If he's a subject of the king, he should know how to be subservient. On the other hand, that doesn't mean he won't harbor rebellious thoughts." Then Selena asked, "When did that happen?" He replied, "When I was 10 or maybe 9. Around that age." After hearing that, she pondered, "So, I think Cashin was around that age too. He's still holding a grudge from his childhood." Layson continued to explain, "But, with the mercy of a ruler, I turned a blind eye and ignored that crime of lèse-majesté. But since I started managing the court instead of the emperor, they started threatening me, saying that if it wasn't a Lambert, they wouldn't pay taxes, and robbery would run rampant in the capital. As a ruler, my instinct told me to crush those who disobeyed." She was confused, smiled slightly, and spoke up, "No, I don't know anything about complex political relationships, but from what I understand, you deliberately seduced her to sleep with you." He burst out laughing. "Seduce her?" She said she was the Duke's woman, so I was curious and talked to her for a bit. As a man, how could I refuse when she approached me so enthusiastically first? She retorted, "You're saying it's Ariel's fault for getting excited just because you talked to her for a bit, just like you did with me?" She said. Layson continued smoothly, "Just as I thought. I like you because you're smart." Selena cursed under her breath, "He's really crazy." Then she said, "But in the end, Ariel's life was ruined." He explained, "The problem is that she was once the Duke's woman. If she didn't like him, she should have left the Duke." Then Selena added, "I heard she did leave him and clung to Your Highness." Layson replied, if that's true, then she was very loyal. All women are like that. Every time they think they've captured my heart, they always try to demand something. She said curiously, did Ariel demand money? He smirked, then spoke. She dared to demand a marriage from me. She was usually very quiet, but she suddenly changed her personality after getting pregnant. It would be interesting to see her become the Duchess when she's not pregnant with my child. I regret not being able to witness that scene. A series of names swirled through her mind. Ariel, Crown Prince, pregnant. Indeed, this guy. She frowned, puzzled. Ariel died before the day of the engagement. At this point, he confessed, I didn't intend to kill her, but she kept saying, if you don't marry me, I'll die. If you don't see me, I'll die, as if she were humming a song. Her voice was as cold as ice. So you let her die, then turned to me? He replied coldly, that's funny. Why are you acting so upset with me when you're not Ariel? Did I kill you? It's really strange. Maybe it's because you've given your heart to the Duke. It seems you really don't want anything from me. Selena's eyes drooped slightly, her lips trembling with suppressed emotion. If I wanted something, would I dare tell you? Layson held her chin, his eyes expectant. I'm listening. She gathered all her courage to say, please let me go immediately right now. He chuckled softly. It's a bit strange to say this at this moment. But would you still be able to say that if you were carrying my seed in your womb? She froze and said, huh. Layson looked at her with a mocking gaze and spoke softly, although that woman failed, you don't seem like you'll die easily. I wonder how the Duke will react to his woman when she's pregnant with another man's child. I wonder if that's enough for me to say that everything is under my control. Selena hugged her body, her voice trembling. You're not really going to do that, are you? I've never even hugged your highness. Layson leaned in close to her, mocking. That will happen soon enough. At first, everyone says no, but once they do it once, they become obsessed and can't leave it alone. She widened her eyes and said softly, you mean, by force? He spoke coldly, you keep whining that you're not good enough to want so many things. Trust me. Her voice was resolute. No, whether you believe it or not, I don't want to. However, Layson refused to let go. He suddenly grabbed her hand tightly, his voice powerful. I said I'll do it. How dare you? She screamed in fear, let me go. I don't want to. Seeing her non-cooperation, he said angrily, you. Layson pushed Selena hard onto the bed, causing her sharp pain. Unable to bear it, she cried out. Then he moved closer and held her down, mocking, taming a stubborn person like you is really interesting. It would be a pity to kill you. She screamed in fear even louder, let go. At the same time, a series of thoughts raced through her mind. Help me, I can't fight him. Even if I trained with Cashin. If only I had a sword now. Suddenly, a thought flashed in her eyes. Yes, there is one, right? With that, she secretly pulled something out from behind her back. It was a sword. She raised it and swung it straight at Layson, sending his blood flying. At the same time, she cursed, let me go, you filthy bastard. Immediately, she ran away. Layson looked at her with a ferocious gaze and said, you bitch, stop. As Selena ran as fast as she could, she calculated, the palace is too small to hide. I have to get out by any means. That door must be locked. I don't know. If I crash into the door at this speed, it might break. That's better than staying here and getting caught. She stomped her foot hard on the ground, then gathered all her courage and charged towards the door. As she reached the door, she shouted, break. But the door suddenly opened. She flew straight into a strong pair of arms. Selena was overjoyed when she realized who the owner of those warm arms was. She called out, Duke. Cashin was bewildered when he saw Selena rushing out. She blushed and smiled. Whatever it is, just try to bear with it until I'm done with it. Cashin said flatly, you're the one who has to bear with most of it. Selena put her hands on her hips and replied very naturally, at least not until the Duke starts his revenge. Selena looked at the soldiers lying on the ground and was speechless. Why did you come here? And you took down all the guards too? Cashin's face was annoyed. Because I saw that there's nothing he wouldn't dare to do. Selena nodded. That's right. Cashin dusted himself off. It seems he took the bait. So, what did he do in the end? Please like and share this video to support my channel. After that, Selena pulled out the dagger. That's why I slashed him once with this dagger. Cashin didn't hesitate to give her a thumbs up. Good. Right at that moment, Layson rushed out with an injured shoulder. You bitch. How dare you threaten me with a knife here? Duke, that woman has injured me. Put down your sword and take that slut's knife for me. Otherwise, you'll be charged with treason too. He threatened loudly. Selena sneered, Oh my, treason? I've been trying to avoid getting involved in this mess to avoid being accused of treason. Cashin also agreed completely. Yes, it's high treason. But Selena was confused when her husband's face changed. What? Seeing his obedience, the crown prince was also confused. What? Cashin nodded. It's so disgusting that I can't stand it anymore. It seems you're eager to see my betrayal. So I'll betray you. Next time, what we'll be aiming for is your neck. So watch closely. Cashin didn't hesitate to point at Layson and say a line as cool as a cucumber. Then he grabbed Selena's hand. The two of them ran away amidst the crown prince's screams. Catch those scoundrels. Selena was shocked by the more than a volte-face scene. What's happening? I'm going crazy. Cashin laughed happily. It's been a while since I've been this crazy. Aren't you used to this? Her tears flowed as she thought, Are you serious? Even if you go crazy, can't you go crazy in a more polite way? Is there anyone in this world crazy enough to defeat a madman? Cashin found her adorable. That person is right next to you. Selena saw that her husband was at his wit's end. If this continues, what are we going to do if a war breaks out? Cashin suddenly swept her up to avoid a fallen man on the road. Careful. Selena's empire suddenly clicked. She lamented to herself, this is inconvenient. Selena didn't hesitate to throw off her shoes and even tore her dress. After completing a series of actions, Selena breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that's more comfortable. Cashin looked at her and praised, It seems we're ready for war now. All right, this is where we agreed. With that, he stopped in front of a section of the city wall. Dion. As soon as Cashin called, he appeared with several warhorses behind him. Your Highness. Cashin said, You go first. Selena also quickly mounted a horse. Yes. The group rushed out, followed by the loud shouts of the royal soldiers. It's the Lambert Guard. Catch them. A man rushed forward to block Selena's horse. Stop, she screamed. But in a flash, Cashin had blocked her horse, cutting down the man. He said, No matter where the enemy appears, don't slow down. Just keep running. We'll take care of them. Selena asked worriedly, How far are we going? Cashin replied, From here to Lambert's military zone. Selena hummed, her expression a little awkward. So it'll take at least half a day. Under the clear blue sky, the horses' hooves never stopped. Hurry up. The group ran continuously without rest. Selena's stamina had reached its limit. How long have we been running? My mouth tastes like blood. A knight shouted, Report. We've just crossed the border. Hearing this, Selena kept telling herself, Stay awake. We're probably out of danger now. But her body could no longer maintain its balance. When she regained consciousness, she realized she had fallen off her horse. Selena was stunned. Maybe I'm exhausted from worrying too much. I've escaped all those traps, and now I'm going to die in a silly way like falling off a horse. But what awaited her was not a premature death but a firm embrace. Cashin caught her with one hand, a true white knight in shining armor. Selena smiled with relief. I'm alive. How many times have you saved me today? Cashin replied, I don't know. Selena placed a hand on his chest. Thank you. You can put me down now. I'm fine. Seeing no reaction from Cashin, Selena looked up at him. Your Highness. His jade-green pupils silently looked at her. The hand holding her in his arms tightened. I saved you, so as long as you're in my arms, you're mine, right? Selena replied reflexively, yes. Cashin then surprised her with a deep kiss on her lips. He held her in his arms as if wanting them to become one. I've always endured, even in the face of countless provocations from the Crown Prince. I thought I could still bear it, but then Selena was taken away right in front of me. Although she was strong and smart enough to escape at that moment, I couldn't do anything. Cashin thought as he remembered her escaping from Lason's room. That was when he could only watch helplessly as his girl was taken away. Cashin thought to himself, helpless. I almost couldn't protect Selena. My anger, I who am praised as stronger than anyone in the world, made Selena follow them without any resistance. I will return to Lambert to bring Selena back to her homeland. And at that time, I will have to let go, even though these hands don't want to let go even if they're broken. Amidst the sound of horse hooves, Selena lay snugly in Cashin's warm embrace. But not now. In my territory, in my arms. Every word he said was like an assertion of sovereignty. As long as we're in Lambert, everything is mine. The group rode on through the night. Selena suddenly said, "It's a village." The horses' hooves also stopped. Cashin got down and gave an order. "We'll rest here tonight. Tell the vanguard to continue back without resting." Dion received the order and pointed in a direction. "Yes, I understand. The resting place is this way." Selena and Cashin followed him. Cashin said, "Prepare a bath and dinner." The maid stammered, "That is, Your Grace, the meal is ready, but the bath is a bit difficult." She explained, "There's no firewood to heat the bathwater. Since it's not winter now, I didn't prepare enough firewood." Selena didn't make things difficult for them. "Then just tell me where the stream is. I'll just wash my hair." The girl nodded and replied, "You'll find a stream if you go straight this way. The stream water is very clear, so you can wash your hair there." Selena greeted the maid, "All right, thank you. Let's go, Your Grace." The two followed the girl's directions to a small stream. Selena exclaimed with delight, "Wow, there it is. No one comes here at this hour. We might as well take a bath." Cashin pondered for a moment and agreed. "The water is quite shallow and not flowing too fast right now, so I think it's fine." Selena said cheerfully, "Yes, then I'll take a bath. You can turn around and look." "You don't even dare to look at me." Cashin turned away with an emotionless face. "All right." As brave as she was, Selena was also a little shy. "Actually, I'm a bit embarrassed to ask you to turn around. But if I don't, you won't know when an enemy will attack or if any wild animals appear. A little awkwardness is better than being unsafe." The robe was taken off and her fair shoulders were bathed in the moonlight. Her slender legs slowly stepped out to the bank of the stream. Selena continued to take off the dress she was wearing. Cashin maintained his politeness and didn't peek. Selena picked up the shirt from the ground. "No underwear, how embarrassing. But I should at least put on Cashin's shirt before bathing. I can't be naked out here. And he has many shirts anyway, so a little wetness won't matter." She put on the shirt and told Cashin, "I'm going in the water now." Cashin calmly replied with a hum, but his reddened ears betrayed him. Selena finished bathing and came ashore, her toes lightly flicking the water. This is nice. I'm done, but now I don't want to go. It's been a long time since I've been to a village like this. It's time to go back." Selena was lost in thought and suddenly turned around, startled. "You scared me." She pulled at the hem of her shirt. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Cashin looked at her and stammered, because. Sorry." He sighed and turned away. "I just wanted to see your body." Cashin expressed honestly, then bowed his head in apology. "I'm sorry." Selena didn't know what to say to that. After a moment, she asked innocently, "Why did you want to see my body?" Cashin answered without hesitation, "Because I thought it would be very beautiful." Selena was very curious. "You're not usually the type to be mesmerized by beauty." Cashin was very shy. "That's right, but you're so beautiful that I can't help but look at you." Hearing such sweet words from this straight-laced guy surprised Selena greatly. She looked at his straight back. "Where did you learn to talk like that? Even though I taught you, you were still a terrible actor." A person who couldn't even deliver a line like this correctly, so he must just be honestly speaking his mind. Selena's heart pounded with the atmosphere. If it were fake or flattery, the purpose of seduction would be too obvious. So much so that I'd want to burst out laughing upon hearing it. But what should I do when he's so honest and sincere like this? Her cheeks flushed. Suddenly, Cashin spoke, breaking the silence. Selena, can I turn around? I want to see your body. The two continued, one asking, one answering. Why? Because you'll soon no longer be mine. Then you'll just miss me more. Just one look, and I'll never forget. And the more I remember, the better. Selena's eyelashes fluttered. She clenched the hem of her shirt. This is so frustrating. I know you're not trying to offend or judge me, but you keep staring at me so intensely. Selena made up her mind. Look. You can look at me, Duke. Cashin was surprised to get her permission, and his mouth fell open. He immediately turned his head. His eyes stopped on Selena. Her body was still slightly damp, and the temporary jacket she wore, half covering, half revealing, only added to her allure. From beginning to end, Cashin never took his eyes off her. So beautiful. I once said I would bring you a star, but that star is already on your body. Looking at you, I feel like I'm looking at another world. As he spoke, he twirled a lock of her hair. Selena smiled with a hint of pride. That's right, because I'm from another world. Cashin replied very naturally, you told me at the beginning, right? The more you look, the more beautiful it gets. So I just keep looking at you with these greedy eyes. My husband must be a little crazy, to the point that everyone believes I love you. Selena remained silent. But there were also times when I acted as if I had really fallen in love with you. Really, that was really crazy. I'm really crazy for you. Selena's heart felt like it was being squeezed. What should I do? Cashin continued to pour out his heart. A thought suddenly ran through my head. Is this what you call love? Do I love you? This is love, right? His innocent questions made Selena's hand clench tighter. You just admitted it yourself. Cashin's face was a little embarrassed. I love you. From the bottom of my heart. I really love you. So much that I'm no longer myself, so much that I want to go crazy. His hand took hers. But most of all, I love you very much. He looked at the person in front of him with reverence and spoke the most tender words. Selena couldn't help but cry. She was embarrassed. So what should I do? I have to go back. Why don't you stop loving someone who is sure to disappear like me? Cashin looked at his beloved and replied softly, this is something I can't help. The two stood there. He comforted her. She refused. I can't reciprocate your confession. It's okay. It's not okay at all. It will be okay. Because being able to hold you like this makes me feel content with this life. Cashin gently soothed Selena. You just have to go back. The grieving is my job, not yours. That will be my punishment for loving you on my own. But the warmer Cashin was, the more Selena couldn't help but want to cry. She covered her face and knelt down. Cashin looked at her with concern. Why are you crying? Selena was made to feel even more reluctant by that warmth. How can you desire me without asking for anything in return? If you said you loved me because you wanted something, I could have refused. Selena lay silently in Cashin's arms. This fluttering heart of mine will quickly cool down, but why are you so unnecessarily gentle with me? I can't express my feelings, but this situation with only a glimmer of hope is so sad. And it's so hard to leave his arms. Selena clenched her knuckles. Finally, she found the courage to answer, I don't know what to do. Cashin gently patted Selena's hair. Then I'll wait until you're sure about what you want to do. Selena buried her face in his sturdy chest, feeling frustrated. Even his normal answer is gentle. How hateful. If they had taken me away forcefully, I could have pretended to be anything and been dragged away. Cashin couldn't bear to see her sad. I'm sorry. The two went back and forth, she asking, he answering. Why are you sorry? Because I made you cry. It's just because I'm too shy. Then why are you crying? Not to mention it, but mentioning it made Selena's tears fall again. Because of you. If I were to say that my heart was swayed, that it has chosen you, it will only make you suffer more when I leave. Her thoughts were in turmoil, but Selena decided to keep them deep inside. Because I'm cold. Cashin seemed to understand but chose to remain silent. He looked at the sky, which had become windy, and said, well, let's go back. Cashin stepped onto the shore using the stones. Selena lay snugly in his arms. The crown prince is still chasing you, right? Cashin nodded. Now that things have come to this, pressuring them is more likely to force them to make excuses than to start an all-out war. She also replied, there is clear evidence of treason. In the royal family. He nodded. Plus, adding Rosalind's murder makes it perfect. Selena thought he misunderstood and added, I mean, the crown prince is the culprit in everything. There are many scratches on the back of his hand and Ariel's, but Cashin cut her off. Wait. You don't have to say it right now. Selena was bewildered, then seemed to understand. Huh? Oh, so that's why you suspect he's the culprit? Cashin replied flatly. That's right. Evidence can be gathered later. Selena was worried. But if you, Cashin replied again, actually. I don't care at all what happened to other people. People say that when someone loses their mind, their vision narrows. And my situation right now is exactly like that. I just want to hear about you. His face was red, but his pickup lines were on point. Serena was hit by the love attack and blushed. She quickly covered her blushing face. Again. He's making me blush again. He probably doesn't even know what he's doing. She said out loud. All right, let's go back quickly. Cashin hummed in agreement. Cashin walked slowly. Suddenly, a rustling sound in the forest startled Selena. Selena asked nervously, what's that sound? Cashin replied, it's the guards. Only then did Selena breathe a sigh of relief. It's the guards? You scared me. But then Selena's brain immediately started working. Wait. She remembered a series of events at the stream earlier. Cashin was trembling while confessing his love and saying all sorts of embarrassing things. Then I stood there crying naked. Selena froze. So that means they saw everything? She let out a scream that even scared the birds in the forest. So embarrassing. But Cashin innocently asked, what's wrong? Is something the matter, Selena? The two returned to the room. Dion entered with his eyes closed. There's a towel, but I don't see any clothes. None of them fit her. Cashin nodded. All right. He looked at the person who wasn't afraid to be publicly affectionate. Are we still proceeding with the transaction? Cashin hadn't let go of Selena since they got home. No, we don't need the transaction anymore. It's over. Dion asked with an indescribable expression, is that so? From the stream until now, you've been acting. Cashin replied naturally, I wasn't acting. Dion was stunned. Then why are you still carrying her? Cashin's every word was affectionate. I just want to hold her a little longer. But Selena was already blushing from their conversation. So embarrassing. The other two continued their back and forth. Why do you want to hold her? When you see something beautiful, don't you feel a desire to touch and possess it? Yes, I do. That's how it is. When you start to like it, you usually don't want to lose it. After listening for a while, Dion was also brainwashed. That's right. He lamented in his heart, I never thought His Highness would say such things. After answering 1,000 why questions, Cashin shooed him away. If you understand, then get out. But Dion wasn't afraid to be a third wheel. But, Your Highness. Cashin was running out of patience. What is it this time? He looked at the lovebirds in confusion. You two, are you really lovers? Not just acting. Cashin looked at Dion silently. Selena's face also darkened after hearing that question. The space suddenly fell silent. As soon as Cashin said, I have a one-sided love, Dion disappeared like a whirlwind, closing the door. Excuse me. But Selena, seeing him cause trouble and then run away, cried out in her heart, he left me alone in this atmosphere, making it even more awkward. No, it's better now. If he had continued, I would have died of embarrassment. Selena comforted herself and then opened her mouth. Let me go now. I'm going to sleep. Cashin's hands loosened a bit. All right, Selena. Selena quickly climbed into bed. She suddenly couldn't help but exclaim, the blanket is so cold. Cashin immediately replied, the owner said earlier there's no firewood. Hearing this, Selena was worried. So, what should we do now? It's easy to catch a cold sleeping like this. Cashin thought. Well then. I guess we have no choice but to warm each other up with our body heat. As he spoke, he casually took off his nightshirt, while Selena was struck by lightning at his action and words. Selena covered her face, leaving only her two eyes showing. Oh my god, you're really crazy. Cashin wasn't shy about showing off his 8-pack abs, combined with a seductive voice. Is there a problem? If you want to look, just look. If it's you, I'm willing to show you everything. Selena quickly took a pillow to cover his body. My god, what are you saying? Let's just go to sleep. Cashin saw her angry yet adorable expression and chuckled. Alright. Cashin slowly climbed into bed. The two hugged each other and fell asleep. But how could Cashin sleep next to his crush? He hugged Selena and planted kisses on her forehead. Are you warm now? Selena found his clinginess very amusing. Why do you keep kissing me? His voice was full of warmth. Because you're too cute. Selena feigned a reply, but only lovers do that. Cashin whispered lightly in her ear. Well, what if it's not the lips? Let me kiss your forehead. Just as an act to show my affection. Selena was speechless. His dark intentions are so obvious, but if I refuse, what if he gets sad? With that thought, she sighed and agreed. Okay. Having gotten her approval, Cashin kissed her non-stop. He pushed his luck and asked, a kiss on the cheek too? Selena hesitated, then nodded. Okay. Cashin lightly pecked her on the cheek. His hand gently caressed her lips. Cashin asked softly, what about here? His whole body leaned forward as if to trap Selena. Here. Cashin lightly placed a kiss on her beautiful neck. Here too. Selena blushed at the beast-like attack and let out a small sound. Here. Cashin said, his disobedient lips kissing all over her body. Selena wanted to push him away, but had no strength. Cashin propped himself up on his hands, trapping her beneath him. The heat of his breath was by Selena's ear. Can I? He used his decades of reason to patiently wait for her answer. The thumping of her heart made Selena unsure if it was his or hers. But there was no explosive scene, only Cashin slowly getting up. He said, I'm sorry, which also surprised Selena. Huh? She was silently angry. Why did he suddenly stop? Cashin looked like a student admitting a mistake. I just acted on instinct without realizing. Selena asked, what's wrong? He replied, I've already lost you. Selena was even more confused. Huh? I don't really hate this. Cashin was also surprised to hear that. You don't hate it? That's surprising. In a typical marriage, both sides must agree on the time and manners. Selena smiled and replied, that's just politeness between husband and wife. Cashin continued to criticize himself. Now you are the person I cherish and love the most. I should have been more considerate with you. Selena was expectant. As long as we both feel okay, there's no problem, right? Cashin replied. On this advanced bed, without any preparation? I can't do that to you. Selena was completely dumbfounded. Cashin continued his sincere lecture. According to what I've heard, women suffer more fatigue in this matter. We have a long journey tomorrow. I don't want to make things harder for you. In the space where the romance had vanished, Selena stammered, Duke. Not to mention our deal, I'm just curious. Could it be that you don't find me attractive as a woman? Selena asked, her heart silently doubting her own beauty. Today, it was Cashin's turn to be speechless. He stood up and pulled back the blanket. After that, Cashin didn't hesitate to let his little brother prove his feelings. Selena was scared out of her wits. In the middle of the night, her scream startled the whole street. And of course, Cashin got a handprint on his cheek as a souvenir. The next morning, Selena looked at the handprint still on his face and felt a pang of regret. The slap from last night has been on his face for half a day now. I'm sorry, I was just too shocked. Why did I do that? But Selena recalled the most beautiful faded memory from last night and sighed. It was huge. My God, what am I thinking? We're still on the march. With that thought, Selena patted her blushing face. Get a grip, Selena. The knight in front of her turned back to report. We've reached the next base. Selena looked at the 49 maids who were present and thought, it's a village. The vanguard is also here to meet us. Cashin dismounted. I still have some things to do, so you can go inside and rest first. Selena obediently replied, yes. Her maid also came out to greet her happily. Welcome back, my lady. You've worked hard. Selena replied, yes, it's been a while. Janet also noticed Selena. She didn't hesitate to turn away without a word. Selena was already too used to it. Janet is still as rude as ever. Well, it's better to ignore each other like this. If she came to talk to me while I'm this tired, I might explode. With that thought, Selena dragged her tired body to her room. A maid came to greet her. I've prepared warm water for you, so you can bathe now and have a good rest, my lady. I'll help you undress. Selena replied, all right. The maid undressed her piece by piece. She said, I think your period is coming soon, my lady. Selena was also surprised. Really? Maybe that's why I feel so tired. The maid left with the dirty clothes. It's a little early this month. Wait for me a moment, I'll go get a new set of clothes. Selena replied, all right. But then she froze. Wait, if the maids know their lady's menstrual cycle so well, wouldn't everyone know if Ariel was pregnant? If so, then Yuna must have known too. Selena casually asked a maid in the room, where's Yuna? The other person reported politely, I heard she's locked in her room. Is something wrong? Selena smiled friendly. No, I just have something to talk to her about. After bathing, Selena went to Yuna's place with Cashin. Cashin was curious. What are you going to ask Yuna about? Selena replied briefly about Ariel's pregnancy. Cashin asked, pregnant? Is that what you talked about yesterday? Selena nodded. That's right, the Crown Prince said it himself. To embarrass Lambert, he seduced her to isolate her, then raped her. He even got her pregnant. Cashin was silent. That's a perfect way to humiliate Lambert. Selena was also surprised by his quick acceptance. He's surprisingly calm, but maybe that's better than suffering over it. Selena was at a loss for words with that Layson guy. How old is he to still be taking revenge for things from his childhood? He even accepted sacrificing Ariel. Does he not plan to stop? Using the same trick over and over again, just Cashin suddenly caught the main point. Again? What do you mean over and over? Was there someone else besides Ariel? Selena stammered, yes. A layer of coldness covered his whole body. Was it you? Selena quickly reassured him. I told you as soon as we met at the mansion. He tried to pull me back, but I got away on my own. Cashin touched the sword at his side. I'm such a fool. I should have just killed him instead of running away with you like this. Selena quickly stopped him from taking his weapon to go visit the Crown Prince. Wait, Duke. We're here now, so calm down. You can decide that later. First, we have to question Yuna. Cashin's face was clearly annoyed. If I see him again, I'll definitely kill him. The door opened. Yuna, covered in dirt, rushed forward. Selena. I shouldn't address you like this, right? With that, she felt it was disrespectful and knelt down humbly. Cashin warned, don't come any closer. Yuna rambled on, you've punished me enough, right? Did you come to let me go? At this point, Selena maintained a gentle demeanor. Let's see, that depends on your answer. Knowing this was her chance to survive, she nodded repeatedly. So, is there anything else I need to do? Just ask me. I'll answer all your questions. His jade-green pupils looked at her coldly. So do you know about Ariel's pregnancy? Selena asked directly without beating around the bush. Yuna was also shocked to hear that. What? Pregnant? What is this? Are you serious? She was pregnant? Whose child was it? Selena looked at her surprise and was also confused. You don't know. Yuna lamented, if I had known, I would have used it as an excuse to get some money. Why would I have to live so miserably all this time? Selena waved her hand at her and cut her off. With that thought, Selena questioned her again. I'm sure you also attended to Ariel's baths, but you didn't notice that she didn't have her period for a few months? Yuna thought for a moment and then nodded. My God, that's right. Now that I think about it, she didn't have her period before she died. Selena feigned, you call yourself a maid? You were stuck to her 365 days a year and didn't know about that. Yuna explained. Lady Ariel had a very serious menstrual disorder. After worrying about it once, I stopped paying attention to it. So I didn't think Ariel was pregnant. Selena asked again, Did she have any stomachaches or morning sickness? Yuna scratched her face. Did she? I don't know. Selena analyzed to herself. It seems even Ariel didn't know she was pregnant. So at some point, she must have intuitively discovered a sign that only she knew. It seems she had no one to sort this out with, and revealing it would only lead to disaster. So she had no choice but to make such an extreme decision. Did you notice anything unusual before she died? Selena continued her interrogation. Yuna stammered. She was always unusual, so I didn't see anything different. Selena observed her expression. I guess she really didn't notice. Yuna was of no use, besides carrying the will. Selena thought and sighed. But even so, if I can get one more piece of evidence to convict the Crown Prince, I have to find it. Selena continued to ask, Did you get the will? Yuna nodded. Yes, I'm sure I did. But then you have to let me go for a while. Selena quickly asked Cashin. Duke, can you order 2 guards to follow her? He replied, all right, since it doesn't seem like there will be a fight right now. Serena quickly came up with a plan. Let's do this. Let's reduce the number of guards tonight, so that in the meantime, she won't be able to escape. Cashin wondered, why go through all that trouble? She looked at the kneeling person. Because I don't want to let her wander around, cross the border, and betray us. And if she can't find the will, it will be a reasonable reason for us to eliminate her for escaping. Yuna's face turned pale with fear. She said in a panic, I'll find it. I promise I will. Selena crossed her arms and warned, even if you find it, don't think you've done something great. You'll be brought back here as if you were caught escaping. Don't think about messing with me. She nodded vigorously. Of course. I'll do anything if you promise not to kill me. After that conversation, the two returned to the room. Cashin exclaimed, amazing. Selena was curious. What is? Cashin wouldn't hesitate to write 800 lines of praise for you. How could you think of something so unexpected? You've never even taken a professional interrogation course. Selena smiled and asked, did I do something strange? I just happened to remember it when I got my period. And just as I predicted, I couldn't find any more evidence, even though the full truth of the accident is almost clear. What exactly happened, and how on the night Ariel died? I can't figure out why she died. Selena's expression grew thoughtful. Cashin suddenly cut in, are you on your period? Selena smiled shyly. Yes, I'm sorry, Your Grace. Was I being too casual? Cashin shook his head. No, I was being thoughtless. If I were the man sleeping in the same bed with you, there are certainly things I should notice and care about. At this, Selena was stunned. Who told you that? Cashin replied, my mother. Hearing this surprised her. It was a strange mother-son relationship. He had said he wasn't very close to his mother, but she still taught him these things. A maid suddenly entered. The meal is ready. Cashin nodded. All right, bring it in. And one more thing. Then he whispered something to her. Selena looked at the two of them with a question mark. What was that? He whispered something in her ear. A moment later, Selena was surprised by the slice of cake on the table. A surprise dessert in the middle of a meal. Cashin calmly replied, they say women crave sweets when they're on their period. Selena was astonished. Is this what you told the maid earlier? He added, they also say it's better if it's a surprise. Selena teased, who told you that? Your mother again. Cashin answered honestly, yes. Selena exclaimed, I never would have guessed. I thought you were only taught how to be an heir. Is this also part of an heir's education? Cashin replied, not really. I just heard my mother complain a lot. Selena was curious. Did she have a lot of difficulties in her married life? Cashin sighed. More complaints than difficulties. From the weather in Lambert, to the clothes, to the furniture, everything annoyed her. But among them, the biggest problem was my father. Selena ate a piece of cake. Why would they act like that after choosing to get married? She thought that moreover, it was an arranged marriage. If they both enjoyed a lavish lifestyle and had open affairs without consequences, wasn't the other person also doing their best? She asked, what was she dissatisfied with? Cashin listed them off one by one. Many things. For instance, it was mostly about his attitude. It wasn't just about hosting parties or giving jewelry on her birthday, but also about sending flowers to her bedroom every morning. When they first met each day, whether it was her appearance or her jewelry, he had to give her a compliment. Selena thought that because the issue was sincerity, that's why she was disappointed. Cashin continued every day until their first wedding anniversary, and then every month and every 100 days after that, he had to give her gifts. Selena was surprised to hear this. What's that? Is there a law for that? Cashin said no, but it seems to be common among the upper class. Selena nodded. She must have been very envious. How old was she when she got married and became jealous of this? He calculated mentally. 20 years old. Selena replied, that's old enough. She thought to herself that it was natural to be childish at this age, always wanting to receive everything others got, from love and gifts to everything else. Maybe your mother had feelings for your father, Selena guessed to herself. And she had hoped your father did too. Although it was an arranged marriage at first, at some point, feelings suddenly developed and she unexpectedly hoped for a romance. That's why she was so disappointed and angry. Taking another bite of cake, Selena looked troubled. Well, in short, you don't need to do the things your mother wanted with me. I don't want you to take care of me like that either. Cashin was worried. Am I making you feel pressured? She waved her hand. No, it's not pressure, it's just a matter of preference. Maybe other ladies would like to receive such attention. One day, the Duke will also marry a lady like that. Yes, that young lady with you. Her words gradually trailed off. Cashin looked at Selena's dazed expression, confused. Selena. Selena didn't know how to describe this feeling either. She couldn't say it. After all, she would be leaving, and Cashin couldn't be alone for the rest of his life. Of course, he would marry another woman. The things you did for me, like your strong arms when someone bullied me, your hand catching me when I was thrown from a horse, or that ambiguous hug the other day. The dance under the ballroom lights. Your sudden kiss. The care reserved only for me, from a pat on the head to that kiss on the head. The simple, comforting hug. The affection directed only at me. From the time the two of them escaped the castle to when he held her hand and confessed. And the ambiguous atmosphere in the forest that day, it all replayed in Selena's mind like a film. Her whole body felt numb. You'll give all that to another woman? I've lost my appetite. The cake on the table, once sweet, now tastes bitter. The hand resting on her skirt trembled. My body won't listen to me. Cashin with another woman. Just imagining him smiling at another woman. Selena clutched her aching heart. I've been avoiding it until now. Only now do I finally admit it. Cashin, seeing she wasn't well, stood up. Selena. He approached her. Are you all right? Selena. Selena was still lost in her thoughts. It's not just Cashin, but me too. I've fallen in love with Cashin. Tears streamed down Selena's face uncontrollably. Cashin panicked when he saw her crying. Selena, are you all right? Where does it hurt? Selena was still lost in her own thoughts. Just the thought of not having Cashin by her side made her heart ache. Thinking about another woman taking her place. Even just imagining him giving that loving gaze and those sweet words to another woman was enough to drive her crazy. I can't leave my real world, but I can't let go of him either. Facing the truth that I can only choose one is painful. Selena suppressed her unwillingness and answered shyly. I'm not okay. It hurts a lot. It hurts so much I feel like I could die. Cashin looked at her in silence. Without thinking, he lifted her up in his arms. Cashin placed Selena on his lap. He let her lean against his chest and asked gently, This is quite worrisome. Have you been like this all this time? Were you hiding it from me? Selena's voice was a bit sad. No, I didn't hide anything from you. She silently laughed at herself. After all, she didn't even know she had these feelings for him. It pained Cashin to see Selena frown. My heart breaks into a million pieces thinking you had to endure this pain alone. Selena sighed. Having feelings for each other, but not being able to express them is truly a cruel twist of fate. She comforted him. Don't be like that. When you're in pain, I feel it too. Cashin asked, why? Even in her sorrow, Selena's face froze. She gave an indescribable smile. Surely you're not thinking I'm talking about period pain, are you? But Cashin was unaware of her overthinking. Isn't that it? Selena was speechless at this miscommunication. How can he be so dense? Good heavens, this clueless man. She was at a loss for words and asked, "Have you been listening to me?" But Cashin spoke first. "You said it yourself, Selena. You said you were in pain because of your period. What else in this world would dare to hurt you so much?" He said it with a domineering tone, his face unchanging. Selena's eyes went wide and her mouth dropped open. Then she froze. That's right. If I can see Cashin's heart, then I was foolish to think he couldn't do the same with me. How did two fools like us end up together? Fools who can't even recognize their own feelings and don't dare to move forward because of their own decisions. Selena laughed mockingly to herself. She gathered all her determination and said 3 words, "I love you." This time, it was Cashin's turn to be stunned. You really? Selena lowered her head and whispered, "I just realized it myself. I think I've loved you all this time." She looked at him with a foolish grin, her eyes still red from crying so much. Cashin's brain felt like it was short-circuiting. He lifted her face. They shared a deep kiss, 1,000 emotions pouring into it. A moment later, Cashin reluctantly pulled away. His voice was a bit hoarse. "I never thought you had feelings for me too. I never dreamed I was worthy of your love. Thank you for loving me." He then buried his head in the crook of Selena's neck. Selena bit her lip, wondering how he could be so loving. She said shyly, "I never wanted this to happen. I only saw this as a serious transaction. Things like this have never happened before when I was working." Cashin chuckled. "This is just an accident, right?" She nodded in his embrace. "That's right, just an accident. I never wished for your love, and I never expected to fall in love with you like this in the end." Cashin gently patted her back in rhythm, as if consoling a child. "Yes, I thought so too. I understand that loving me doesn't mean you have to be with me." Selena said honestly, "I can't choose just one. My own feelings are important to me, but the things I left behind in that world are just as important." Her tears started to fall again. "Without them, I'm nothing. I think that's what it is." Cashin was confused by her constant self-deprecation. "But you're fine here with me. Why do you keep saying you're nothing?" Selena remembered the countless awards on her shelf. "This might be me, but it's only a physical existence. All my hard work, my life that was recognized by the world, it's all there." Cashin asked again, "So what exactly is your world?" Selena covered her swollen eyes. "As I explained the other day, I'm a world-famous actress. I didn't get that fame by chance. To get it, you need good looks, talent, connections, and luck. And all the hidden struggles and relentless competition you have to endure are just the tip of the iceberg. Compared to here, the social groups in this world are quite simple in nature. In this world, it's a battle of honor, but in my world, it's a matter of survival." Selena couldn't forget the eyes that were always staring at her, looking for her weaknesses. "I've endured this for 20 years, and of course, no one can threaten my life there. But I still had to fight alone for decades without anyone like you to protect me. That's why I persevered and survived, gained recognition from others, and earned money. I built my own reputation and a solid standing for myself. But here, I'm just the Duke's woman. It doesn't matter how many gifts you give me. In a world where I haven't achieved anything, I have no value at all." Cashin silently listened to everything. It annoyed him to see her belittle herself. "That's not true. Even without me, you were already a famous flower in society. And as time goes on, you're more and more capable of achieving great things on your own. If you want, you can continue to be an actress. I'll support you with all my heart, and soon you'll become a star. But whatever your choice is, it can't make up for the 20 lost years of your life." Cashin thought this, but how could he accept his beloved disappearing? "So, what if I try to convince you? The reason your mind is so conflicted is probably because you're having trouble making a decision." Selena stared at him blankly. Cashin smiled like an angel. "If that's the case, I don't think persuading you to stay by my side is too great a sin, right?" Suddenly, Selena lost her ability to understand. "What?" Her heart was in turmoil. What is this? What is he thinking? I have a bad feeling about this, a small voice inside her screamed. A carriage bearing the Duke's crest crossed through the forest. Cashin presented a bouquet of flowers. When Selena curiously asked what it was, Cashin replied, "This is a type of flower that only blooms in this season. It has a lot of nectar inside, so you can feel its fragrance and sweetness. I heard it's also used." Selena plucked a petal and tasted it. Thank you. Oh, it tastes wonderful. I've never tried anything like it before. Why have I never had tea made from it? Cashin smiled and replied, "You can't find it in the capital. Because this flower only blooms in Lambert. In other words, a domestic product not exported to other countries." Selena was stunned by this casual flex. She secretly chuckled at his overwhelming cuteness. I wonder what he meant when he said he would persuade me. But is his plan to show off the specialties of this world? How cute. Cashin asked softly, "Do you like it?" Selena cheerfully offered him the flower. "I do. Do you want to try some?" He leaned over. "I'd be glad to." Then a sudden kiss landed on Selena's lips. Her cheeks flushed red. Cashin grinned slyly. "I'm sure this tastes sweeter." Selena was extremely embarrassed by his flirtation. "Goodness, you're really something." "Stop it. The window is still open. What if others see?" Cashin couldn't have wished for more. "It's better if they see." Selena quickly elbowed him lightly. "You're asking for it. So, is this your plan to persuade me?" Selena asked with a smile. Cashin didn't deny it. "This is just a part of it. Even so, I haven't played my trump card yet, so you just wait." Cashin looked out the window. "Anyway, it seems we're about to arrive. I can see a lot of ancient trees around that place." Selena asked, "Is that your favorite place?" He replied, "Yes, it's a magnificent place. Later, it will be yours." Selena was taken aback by his statement. "Huh." Like a king pointing out his domain, Cashin said, "The gates of Lambert, or the fields in the northwest, are also famous for their beautiful scenery." So, Selena smiled awkwardly. "Goodness, that's enough. At this rate, you'll be giving me all of Lambert." Cashin replied naturally, "That's a good idea. It might be even better if you took the owner of this land while you're at it." He didn't hesitate to give her a meaningful look. Selena was flustered by his handsome charm. "So sly," Selena screamed in her heart. As the red sunset painted the sky, the two finally returned to the castle. Selena stretched her waist. "Finally, we're here. Today was a long day, Your Highness." Cashin rubbed her back. "No, you're the one who had it tough. I have a few things to do, so you should go inside and rest first." Selena obediently replied, "Yes." Selena slowly walked into the house. Her eyes fell upon the figure of the head maid, Janet, who was busy. Janet also made eye contact with her. As usual, she turned away without a care. Selena smiled helplessly. Look at her ignoring me again. How thick-skinned. Oh well, it's not worth getting angry over. Since the Crown Prince has confessed to all his crimes, I don't need to dig any deeper, she thought with a sigh. The alibi that Ariel didn't try to cling to the Crown Prince after being assaulted and that she chose to end her own life has been confirmed without a doubt. The truth is that she left a suicide note and the room was locked from the inside. The evidence that Janet was sound asleep and didn't know what was happening is also convincing, because if it was a suicide, there was no need to make a fuss. Selena pieced together the events in her mind, but it felt like there was still a missing piece. Something still seemed off. Her eyebrows were furrowed in thought. Selena analyzed as she walked. If Lady Janet retains her authority in the mansion even after I'm gone, it could lead to big problems. It's best to deal with her before I leave. It's not about voicing my grievances with her, but for Cashin's sake. With that thought, Selena activated her villainous mode and looked at Janet with annoyance. "Aren't you even going to escort me to my room?" She maintained her arrogant attitude. "Do I need to do that? You can just do as you please." Selena showed her dissatisfaction. "Of course I can. But your negligence of your duties is another matter." Janet replied arrogantly. "Only the Duke has the right to criticize me." Selena sneered. "Did you treat Ariel this way too?" By saying that legally, she and the Duke weren't engaged yet, meaning you weren't her subordinate. Janet replied flatly again. This is not your concern. Why are you so interested in Baron Xion's daughter? Selena said haughtily, because I might very well own half of Lambert, so I need to clear up things from the past. This time, Janet couldn't remain calm. What did you say? Own half of Lambert. Selena knew the bait had been taken. What, you think I can't? Let me tell you, it's more likely to happen than you think. So, what are you going to do about it? Janet tried to act calm. Do about what? I don't understand what you're talking about. Selena replied bluntly, I'm talking about how you treated Ariel. Janet looked confused. Me? I don't know what rumors you've heard, but all I did was help Baron Xion's daughter settle into life at the mansion. Selena's voice deepened. Even after you found out she was pregnant? At this, Janet couldn't maintain her composure. Selena said coldly, I've always wondered who could have pushed Ariel, who was in extreme distress, to kill herself. Janet stood motionless. Selena continued nonchalantly, His Highness told me he would find out, one by one, everyone who tormented Ariel. It would be a stain on Lambert's reputation if something like this happened again. But now that I think about it, who knows if you were the one who tarnished Lambert's reputation while praising its glory all day long. Janet seemed to have been provoked. How dare you say that to me? The previous Duke personally asked me to dedicate myself to the benefit of Lambert. Selena acted unimpressed. So what? Who do you think you are? You're clearly mistaken. Janet was angry at being looked down upon. How dare you trample on the trust and expectations His Highness has for me? All of you are nothing but useless bedwarmers for the Duke. Selena retorted, and you're just a servant. He just happened to give you a job because the pitiful woman he met was begging to survive. Janet's voice trembled. He said I was trusted to hold the position of head maid. Selena laughed. That just means you get promoted if you work hard. You're not special. Janet stammered, No, I am special. Selena looked at her and didn't hesitate to expose her. So why would a married man with a child treat you specially? You're just deluding yourself. And it doesn't stop at delusion, does it? Because someone died because of you. Janet seemed stunned. That's not right, Selena muttered to herself, who knows, maybe you were the one who forced Ariel to commit suicide. Janet rushed to deny the rumor. No, it wasn't me. Her breathing became ragged. Her jade-green eyes were like a predator pinning its prey. You witnessed it happen, didn't you? Her whole body trembled. No, I just... Before she could finish her sentence, she disappeared. Janet thought frantically, I have to run now. Just then, someone appeared from around the corner. Cashin stood sternly in front of her. His sharp eyes looked at the head maid. It seems we need to talk, Lady Janet. Janet looked at him in alarm. Then, she bowed her head in defeat. She stammered, It was as if she was opening up dusty memories. Janet did not want to go back to that horrible hell. So a quarrel broke out in the middle of the street. She struggled to break free from the man's grasp. Let go of me. Then from a distance, someone shouted, Lady over there. Be careful. Just as the person spoke, a horse reared up in panic. Janet squeezed her eyes shut, thinking she was done for. But nothing happened. A man's voice approached and asked, Are you hurt? It was the Duke of Lambert. He asked kindly, Are you hurt anywhere? The moment she saw him, Janet thought to herself, this must be fate. She was completely captivated by his beauty. That's what Janet thought at that moment. After telling him she had nowhere to go, the Duke allowed her to stay at the mansion. It was normal for a noble not to know how many of his soldiers' relatives lived in his domain, but Janet was moved by this. She had never received such an invitation before. For the first time, she felt like she had a home. The Duke of Lambert was a bit straightforward, but to Janet, he was the most wonderful person she had ever met in her life. She was treated very well, with maids bringing her meals. Madam, I've brought your food. He didn't beat her or try to sell her. He even freed her and gave her food, without asking for anything in return. A few days later, Janet couldn't leave Lambert and asked to stay on as a maid. This time, he also agreed without much consideration. He seemed hesitant. Is that all right? You're a noblewoman. But Janet was smitten. Because I'm a noblewoman, I can do more for you. The former duke nodded. I understand. In that case, fine. Dedicate yourself to the glory of Lambert. The young Janet was excited by the encouragement. Glory for the glory of Lambert. It was just a task given to Janet. Janet brought the discipline that had been broken in Lambert back into order, tightening the rules for the maids and re-establishing the account books. The entire system of Lambert was run by Janet, and she succeeded in establishing a place for herself here. However, there was one problem she couldn't solve, and that was the Duchess. The Duchess was a woman who neglected her family. Janet's greed was first sparked by the Duchess. One woman became the Duchess, while the other became a maid. She thought it was ridiculous. Her hand tightened on the railing. But for the honor of Lambert, she endured it and helped her become a Duchess worthy of the duchy. Over time, the two began to dislike each other, and then Cassian was born. She took great care of Cassian, the blood of the Duke of Lambert. The future of Lambert was not meaningless when everything was at stake. A light of affection flickered when Cassian had grown up to become the Duke of Lambert, looking as handsome as a painting. All that was left was to find a suitable partner, but things started to go awry. Cassian had discussed marrying someone of high lineage like the Theolon family, but just like the previous duke, why did he bring home Ariel, a woman from a lower-class family? Janet was extremely displeased with this girl. From beginning to end, there was nothing to like about her. Since they didn't even hold an engagement ceremony, I hoped she would get tired of her greed and give up. But surprisingly, it still happened in the end. Her eyes started to turn towards the high society in the capital. She had embarked on a path of self-destruction. Janet just watched from afar. However, this had to be kept quiet so as not to damage the reputation of the duchy. At the bridge the former Duchess used for her affairs, the moment Janet witnessed Ariel doing the same, she wanted to kill her. But bringing Ariel back was Cassian's idea. She thought about it and was furious, and she didn't want to go against his wishes. However, an opportunity arose in an unexpected place. On the night before the engagement ceremony, Ariel brought her lover into her room, even though she knew Janet was in the room next door. When she heard someone say, "I'm pregnant, you have to take responsibility," even though she didn't know who it was, it seemed to be someone of high status. Janet paused outside Ariel's room when she heard the sound of arguing. But the person who did it would never take responsibility. The man said inhumanely, "It's your body, so you deal with it." Ariel trembled at those cold words. "How could you do this? If you don't take responsibility, I'll die for you to see." The other person laughed and replied, "That's fine too." In the room, a piercing scream rang out, startling Janet. The man laughed mockingly. "What's wrong? You said you wanted to die. Now that things have come to this, you might as well die." Janet couldn't hold back and opened the door. Inside, Layson, holding a silver dagger, looked surprised. "What's this?" "The maid is here too." Janet, a maid, didn't know he was the crown prince, but her intuition told her he was no ordinary person based on his words, demeanor, and appearance. Layson stood up, patted her on the shoulder, and walked out of the room. "When you go to bed, remember to lock the door properly, understand?" She had a feeling that if she didn't do as the man said, her head would be separated from her neck. She didn't have the courage to stop him and let him escape the room at his leisure. Now only 2 people remained. Janet looked in panic at the person in front of her, clutching an arm stained red. Ariel sobbed, What should I do?" Janet bit her lip. She replied coldly, "I'll tell the Duke about this." Ariel's golden eyes widened. "Please don't." She rolled her eyes, thinking. Then her attention fell on the dagger on the bed. Ariel's face turned pale as she watched Janet's silence. She turned around. "If it were me, instead of living in shame, I would choose death." After saying that, she calmly walked out of the room. The door slammed shut, leaving Ariel alone with the 4 walls. The dagger, still stained red, lay on the floor. Ariel reached for the dagger with a trembling hand. The entire castle was filled with her sobs. Janet didn't open the door until Ariel stopped crying. Ariel had ended her own life. The maids who heard the whole story couldn't stop gossiping. Cashin looked at her coldly. No matter how loyal you are, what you did was beyond your authority. Arbitrarily covering up and manipulating events is an insult to me. I have no intention of forgiving you for this. Did you dare to look down on Lambert by slitting her throat? I will ask Len Vadu about the crime of harming others, even if it was indirect. Janet's face darkened. You can't do that. I did everything for Lambert. He replied, of course, I don't doubt your loyalty to Lambert, but shouldn't you be proving your loyalty to me now? Do you dare? Janet froze. Cashin continued, if you don't know, you don't know. If you want compensation, you should renegotiate your salary instead of acting so arbitrarily. Janet clenched her fists. Salary, that's not what I want. Although it's not that I don't want it, I was hoping for something bigger. Cashin knew this person all too well. She wanted Lambert to be stagnant without her. She wanted even the Duke to need her. However, Janet was just one cog in the machine. Losing one wouldn't do any harm. You just need to quickly find a new one to replace it. The matter was finally resolved. Cashin approached and put a coat on Selena. It's getting cold. She asked, is the meeting over? Cashin rubbed the bridge of his nose. There were some urgent issues. As I said before, I've decided to imprison Lady Janet from now on. The discussion about the Crown Prince is also over. Selena nodded. As expected. The Crown Prince won't sit still, will he? Cashin sighed wearily. Conflict could break out at any moment, so preparations are underway. The only problem is choosing a side. Selena looked at his weary appearance and thought, what a tiring day. The words that came out of her mouth were still words of encouragement. I hope everything will be all right. Selena suddenly mumbled, so, Duke, is there anything else I can help you with? Cashin looked at her. He remained silent, but fully understood what she was referring to. After a moment, Cashin spoke to her. Cashin replied, all right, I think it's time to tell you. Selena looked at him seriously. Cashin slowly replied, the way to return to your world. Selena quickly turned away. Yes. Please tell me. Selena followed Cashin down to the basement and spoke up. This basement is quite deep. Going down further was a basement hiding countless items. Hearing her words, he replied, after all, we are in a place frequently attacked by monsters. It's used to protect these artifacts that cannot be destroyed. And this one too. With that, Cashin placed his hand on a wooden box with incredibly intricate decorations. The box opened, revealing a book with an elaborate and sophisticated design inside. Selena picked up the book and stared at it, asking, is this it? He replied, so they say. Kaylin's answer revealed a clear uncertainty, which disappointed her a little. So you're not entirely sure either. An image of Selena when she first arrived appeared in Cashin's mind. He said, it's a recording device made by the same person who made the bracelet you wore on your first day here, but I can't read it. Only those who need it can read it, the rumor goes. At this, she opened the book and read it curiously. Looking at the strange symbols in the book, Selena thought, is this just doodling or is it the original manuscript? Can I even read it? Oh, I can read this. If you can read this book, you must be from another world and are currently looking for a way to return to your original world. Seeing her unusual reaction, Cashin asked curiously, you can read it? Selena replied with a vague expression, yes. The book's voice echoed again, I am the great Archmage Song Tuesday. In this world, they call me the number one. You don't need to try to read it. She continued to flip through the pages, thinking, this Archmage must be quite a joker. The book's voice continued, according to research, a spatial rift is simply like a natural phenomenon. For a world without magic, this might be a bit hard to understand. But for someone from a world where magic exists, they tend to be proficient in controlling it. Magic is usually deployed using simple arithmetic. Hearing the book's words, Selena realized, magic is the science of their world. I think I understand now. So in the end, can I go back or not? Her thought emerged as the book in her hand continued to turn. The book's voice echoed and stopped on a page with a strange magical symbol and winding annotations. And so, it is entirely possible for a person to return to their original world. A joyful smile appeared on Selena's face as she thought to herself, I can go back. All the time and effort I've put into everything has finally paid off. Shouldn't I be crying with joy? She spoke up, it says I can go back. At this point, a question appeared in Selena's mind. But why can't I smile? Cashin's voice asked, how? Hearing his question, she replied, I just finished reading the first part. Cashin responded, all right, you can take it with you and read it slowly. Hearing him say that, Selena was a bit surprised and asked, I can take this precious treasure out of the vault? Cashin said nonchalantly, anyway, who else needs it besides you? She looked at him with grateful eyes and replied, yes. At this moment, Cashin's gaze shifted and he noticed something. He took the book from Selena's hand. Seeing his action, Selena was a bit surprised and said, you don't need to hold it for me. Hearing Selena, he immediately denied it, I'm not holding it for you. Staring at the book in his hand, Cashin's eyes showed a hint of reluctance. He said coldly, what if I refuse to give this back to you? Hearing the words of regret from his mouth, she opened her eyes wide in surprise. Lowering her head, she let out a soft sigh and said, if you don't want to, then just do it. Her answer surprised Cashin. What? Selena explained, if it's a decision made by an outsider, at least I can be angry with them. He sighed, composing himself again. Placing the book in Selena's hand, Cashin said, if my actions only make you resentful, then I'd rather just burn it. She asked, then why don't you do it? His eyes and words were full of affection as he said, because I want to have all of you. Hearing Cashin's words made Selena ask with great curiosity, don't you already have me? He explained, if I force you to stay here, you will always long to return. I don't want to lose your heart like that. I would be weighed down by guilt every time I saw you lost. Her face was blank as she heard the sincere words from the bottom of Cashin's heart. Selena's face fell, her eyebrows knitted together, showing a look of helplessness and sadness as she pondered. I can't choose this world and completely forget my own. I might regret it when I think about how hard I had to work to get back there. He poured out all the true feelings hidden deep inside. You can do whatever you want until you reach the gate that leads back to your world. It's not too late to make your decision before you return to that place. Holding the book to her chest, she replied, yes. Time passed quietly. The sky now had a dark, peaceful, and silent color of the night. At this moment, inside Selena's room, she was sitting at her desk, stretching wearily in the flickering candlelight, complaining. How many days has it been? Dragging her tired and lifeless body up, Selena sluggishly carried a piece of paper and walked away. So this is what they mean by being swamped with work. I had no idea that using magic wasn't just about memorizing spells. It involves a ton of calculations, so I can't even rest properly. She let herself sink into the soft mattress and said, it seems Cashin is also swamped with work. I haven't even been able to see him these past few days. I think preparing for war must not be simple. Slightly lifting her head, Selena opened the book she took from the basement to look at it. She opened a page with a map and a red circled area with clear annotations. Continuing to flip through the following pages, Selena organized everything. I'm almost done with the calculations. In about 3 to 4 days, I should be able to find the coordinates of the gate's location. With everything clearly laid out, she sank deep into her own thoughts. Once I find it, what will happen next? Will he see me off alone with my luggage, or will he send some servants with me? Or maybe he'll even go with me? A flood of thoughts rushed into Selena's mind. The image of Cashin's back suddenly appeared in her mind. I wonder what Cashin's expression will be when he sees me off. Since he's usually very aloof, maybe he'll remain calm. If he really does that, I'll feel a little heartbroken. Will he be sad? Will he cry? Selena, full of curiosity, kept asking herself vague questions. The image of Cashin with a weak, tearful look appeared in her mind. That imaginary image made Selena flush with excitement and desire, thinking, it might be even better than I imagined. Oh my, what am I thinking? This head of mine is imagining all sorts of things again. Calm down, Selena. She slapped her flushed face to calm herself down. Placing a hand on her chest, Selena felt, actually, maybe I'm the one making my heart flutter. She turned over, hugged, and buried her face in the pillow to soothe the regret inside, and said, well, it's time for us to part. If we part on good terms like this, the beautiful memories will last forever. Selena fell silent, deep in thought. Great, wonderful, perfect. She buried her face deeper into the pillow. In the quiet night, Selena's girlish feelings emerged. I don't want to be away from him. At a castle in the evening, a clicking sound was heard. Cashin walked to the side of the bed where Selena was. He thought to himself, she seems tired. He sat down beside her. Cashin's hands gently touched Selena's head. But not for long, his hand left her. Cashin chuckled. He leaned down and gave her face a light kiss. Cashin thought, I should have let you sleep soundly, but I couldn't resist touching you. Then he stroked her hair and smiled. Cashin slowly stood up. Suddenly, Selena woke up and said, Are you leaving just like that? Cashin looked at her and said, Did I wake you? I'm sorry. Go back to sleep. Selena wondered, Are you very busy? Cashin hesitated. I'm sorry. Selena sat up and said, Even so, you could rest here for a little while before you go. He started to feel awkward. Well, Selena patted the spot beside her. She thought, it seems he's really busy. Selena said, Anyway, since you've already woken me up, at least put me back to sleep before you go. Cashin sat down on the bed and let Selena lie on his lap. All right, I'll stay here with you until you fall asleep. Selena comfortably lay on his lap. Hee, wise choice. It's so cold. He asked her with concern, What's wrong? Cashin took the blanket. He held Selena in his arms and said, How about now? If it's still cold, should I call a servant for more firewood? Selena replied happily, No need. Just holding me like this is enough. This is just right. Cashin replied, All right. Is your research progressing well? Selena also replied cheerfully, Yes, it's almost successful. I feel like I just need to try a little harder to figure it out. But didn't you say you would do your best to persuade me to stay? Is this all you've got? Cashin said, I can't think that just a few small things can keep you here. That's like giving up. I'm preparing a special move that you can't refuse. Selena smiled wryly. You mean what you said in the carriage last time? What now? I'm not easily moved. Cashin gently closed his eyes. From what I can see, that's already far beyond the normal level. But I'm not sure what you'll think. Selena teased, Then you should try to meet my expectations. Hee. Cashin spoke up. I'm doing my best to prepare, so can you give me some hints? What surprises have you received that were the most unforgettable? Selena replied, It's rare to hear you speak so gently. You must be in real trouble. All right, I'll specially reveal it to you. Well, what was there? Oh right, I once received a large glass jar full of paper cranes. Cashin asked, Paper cranes? As in cranes made of paper? Do you like those things? She glanced aside. It's not that I liked it, but I was moved. I was just surprised to think that someone had patiently folded each one. Also, I once received a 100 number-sized painting, and after hanging it at home, I became super narcissistic. Cashin pondered, A portrait? I haven't painted in a long time. It might be a bit late to start learning again now. She said calmly, Actually, I don't really like that painting that much. I just found it impressive, so I was surprised. Selena thought to herself, Actually, thinking about it, I don't remember much. Is it because there weren't many things that truly moved me? How surprising. Maybe subconsciously, I've already considered those gifts as a form of performance indicator at work. Maybe that's why I find the gifts Cashin gives me so special. Because I can feel his affection, no matter what the gift is, I feel very moved, even if it's just a flower. As for the special move Cashin is preparing, after receiving it, I wonder what I will think. Will I forget my original world? Or will I thank him and then turn my back and leave? Cashin spoke up, asking, Hearing you say that, it seems small surprises don't easily move you, do they? Selena replied to him, Yes, that's right. I'm the type of person who wouldn't cry over a flower ring. Cashin said, So, what about giving you a whole garden of flowers? Selena laughed and said, Oh, that would be quite moving. Ha ha. But no one really needs to give it to me. The moment of receiving the gift is indeed very touching, but what would I do with it? Cashin pondered. Well, practicality needs to be considered too. Selena snuggled into his chest. You can take your time thinking about it. I'm going to sleep first. Cashin replied indulgently, all right, go to sleep. You must be tired today too. Her eyes gradually drooped, then closed completely as she fell asleep. Selena thought to herself, so warm. The next morning in that room, Selena groggily woke up. She lay still, looking up at the ceiling. Selena thought, he's not here anymore. He must have gone to a meeting. After all, I was the one who pulled him down to lie with me yesterday. She pulled the blanket up over her face. Selena lay alone in bed. Yesterday was so warm, but today it's cold again. That evening at the castle. In the quiet room, there was a clattering sound. It was Selena writing something. She sat at the desk, writing intently. Suddenly, Selena slammed her hand on the desk. She spoke up, found it. The gate to return to the old world. A voice echoed in the castle. Do you really have to do this? You're saying you're leaving tomorrow? Cashin said, haven't we prepared everything perfectly? Dion hesitated. But even so, this is just too much. Cashin wondered, what's wrong? Are you not satisfied? Dion replied, no, that's not it. But I still can't understand. He said, even I find it hard to understand. Suddenly, Selena spoke up. A contract, but in such an urgent situation, you don't need to leave. Your Grace, the Crown Prince of the Kingdom could attack at any moment. I can wait a little longer. Cashin closed his eyes and said, no, we must go now. The longer we delay, the deeper we get. After this is over, other things will happen. One thing after another. It took a lot of determination for me to decide to see you off. I'm not a saint, so I'm not sure if I'll change my mind later. So please don't let my selfishness confuse you. Selena looked up at him happily. But then her gaze fell. Yes, I understand. She thought to herself, I'm also very conflicted. Can I really leave smoothly tomorrow? The steps to leave will probably be very heavy. The second day, while Cashin and Selena were hiking together, Selena was drenched in sweat. She thought, my steps are indeed very heavy. Not only were there steep slopes and cliffs, but there were also thorny bushes blocking the path. Is this really a path that humans can walk on? Cashin said, the sun is about to set. Let's rest here for tonight and continue tomorrow morning. Hearing that, Selena was incredibly grateful to him. She whispered, finally, I can rest. She whispered, finally, I can rest. I don't know how long it's been since I've been able to sit down and rest like this. Meanwhile, Cashin was using flint and steel to start a fire. Selena offered, need any help? Cashin replied, no need. Just sit and rest. You don't normally climb mountains, so your muscles will surely be sore tomorrow. Selena smiled wryly. Hee, then I won't refuse your kindness. Thank you. It's so warm. This is the first time in my life I've had to sleep outdoors. Cashin asked her, are you scared? Selena replied, for now, it's still interesting, since no demonic beasts have appeared yet. Cashin looked at her teasingly. Then let's just wander around for another month. Selena also chuckled and replied, if it's just a little detour, I can forgive you. Ha ha, Cashin said, good, then 3 weeks. Selena said, you're really something. It seems you've endured quite a bit. He told her, then let's wash up a bit. It's best to wipe off the sweat before the temperature drops further. Give me your foot. Selena obediently pulled up her pant leg. Okay. Cashin started to kneel down and wash Selena's feet. While relaxing, she thought, it's so warm. I can't believe just washing my feet can make me sleepy. The acupressure is also perfect. She said, I always thought that no one probably taught you how to take care of others. Cashin replied, that's right. She began to wonder, then how do you know how to take care of others so well? He explained that, I just do what I think is right, and I learn naturally. It's a good thing you're used to receiving kindness from others. Selena's heart began to ponder. Is that really true? Yes, it is. When I receive kindness and goodwill from someone, I'm very grateful, but I'm not easily moved. But with Cashin, he has filled my heart. When I return to my old world, Back to my previous life, the part of my heart that belongs to Cashin will become empty. Will I be okay? Cashin suddenly spoke. All right. I want to take a bath too. Wait for me a moment. With that, he took off his shirt, revealing his toned body. Selena was surprised. Huh? Where are you going to bathe? Is there water nearby? Cashin pointed towards a nearby stream. Yes, right over there. Selena was confused. Really? I don't see anything. There's a stream right in front of us. So why did you help me wash my feet? He turned to look at her. The water here is very cold. Selena thought to herself, so it's as simple as that. He's also very considerate. She ran after him. Duke, let me help you bathe this time. If I help, it will definitely be faster. Cashin replied, huh? All right. She touched the flowing water with her hand. Selena told him, then I'll pour the water. It's going to be a little cold. She started pouring water on his toned, muscular body. After pouring the water, she saw that he was still normal and wondered, aren't you cold? Cashin replied, at this level, it's more refreshing than cold. Selena looked at his handsome appearance and said, is that so? How wonderful. Just stay still, I'll wash your back. Selena started rubbing his back with a towel. As she washed him, she thought, his body is really beautiful. Even when he's not doing anything, his muscles are full, and their shape is as beautiful as a statue. Suddenly, Cashin called out Selena. She flinched. Huh? He asked her, do you like it? Selena blushed and sweated nervously. She thought to herself, I've been found out. Am I being too much of a pervert? She answered honestly. Yes, I like it very much. Cashin said indulgently, as long as you like it, I can satisfy you. Feel free to touch. She wondered, you think if you say that, I won't dare to touch? Cashin glanced down at her. No, I know you're not that kind of person. Selena joked, oh my, how boring. Fine, I won't do it anymore. Suddenly, he held her hand. Don't stop. I'm happy to be the object of your desire. He brought her hand to his mouth. This made Selena blush. She smiled gently and said, very handsome. Cashin asked, are you talking about me? Selena said bluntly, yes, you're very handsome, very wonderful. If the first time we met wasn't in such an urgent situation, I would have found you very handsome from the very beginning. Cashin's lips gradually curved up. He said, is that so? What part of me do you find handsome? Selena pondered. Well, first is this shiny hair. In my world, you can't get such a beautiful hair color without dyeing it, so every time I see you, I feel it's very magical. Her hand couldn't help but playfully touch his hair. Cashin asked, is that so? What else? Selena continued, and this wide, full forehead, it's very beautiful. Your eyes are as clear as a lake, your nose is high and straight, very standard. Your lips are also beautiful and even. Cashin took her hand. In your eyes, how handsome am I? Selena replied, very handsome. You are the most handsome man in this world. Even if we combine both worlds, you are still the most handsome. Cashin spoke up, then Selena. You won't abandon a handsome man like me, will you? Suddenly, he brought his face close to hers. Selena became extremely awkward. Huh, she thought. So that's it. This is the super move that Cashin had prepared. Cashin walked slowly. Selena looked at him and thought, a little surprising. She looked at his muscular back carrying a bag of luggage. She felt a bit confused. After he recklessly seduced me like that, he didn't say anything more. That's fine too. Just crossing the mountains is tiring enough. If he continued to seduce me, it would only confuse me more. This way, I can focus on climbing the mountain. That's good. Selena and Cashin hid in a bush, quietly observing a group of salamanders. But no matter what, this was a dangerous path through the northern mountains. I can't focus all my attention on climbing. She said disappointedly at first, I just wanted to go home. Did I end up in hell instead? She whined to Cashin, what should I do? Can I go back? He said with a pout, Let's prioritize safe places and quietly go around. I'll go ahead and clear the way. You should follow closely behind me. Selena agreed, okay. In a flash, Cashin jumped onto a small cliff. She was startled to see that. She resentfully shouted, "How can a normal person like me jump up to such a high place? Are you kidding me?" He looked down at her and encouraged, "With your physique, you can definitely do it. You've trained with me for a long time." She stood up and shouted. Selena looked at him with a reluctant expression. She thought, it seems we can't go around it. Besides, the sun is about to set. Is the only way to take a risk? She had to try to climb the cliff. As she pushed off with her foot to gain momentum, some small rocks suddenly broke off and fell. Just as the whole cliff fell, Cashin managed to pull her up. She was surprised. Huh? The rock that just broke fell on the head of a salamander. Selena was terrified when she saw it. The salamander turned to stare at her. But then it turned away, seeming uninterested. She let out a sigh of relief and said to Cashin, "It's actually quite gentle." He agreed, "That's right." She asked him in confusion, "What's going on? Where are all the fierce predators that used to be here?" Cashin calmly guessed, "The individuals that come near human areas must be in a state of frantic hunger. But if they've eaten their fill, they'll be more gentle." Selena, having just overcome her anxiety, heard this and immediately questioned him. "What? You clearly knew this and didn't tell me." Cashin explained to her, "Even so, it was just my speculation. Being a little careful doesn't hurt." Selena cried and scolded him, "Even so, you should have told me." When the rocks fell, my heart almost fell with them. She quickly regained her composure and quietly looked down at the salamander, telling herself, "Well, I guess I'm lucky. Even though it was tough crossing the mountains, at least I didn't run into any major trouble." The demonic beasts were also gentle. As the sun set, the two of them managed to reach the gate. No wonder everything went so smoothly before. Selena asked suspiciously, "Are you sure that's the place?" Cashin confirmed, "Yes, I'm sure." She didn't take her eyes off the gate. She calculated in her head, to get to the entrance, the only way is to jump off the cliff. I risked my life to get here, and in the end, I still have to jump off a cliff. Suddenly, Cashin called her Selena. He looked at her intently and asked, "Do you want to go back?" She was a little surprised to hear him ask that. "Don't overthink it. Just say what you're really thinking." She hesitated for a few minutes. Then she finally spoke her heart, "I'm very scared." Cashin asked her curiously, "Scared of what?" Selena gently sat down, hugged her knees, and leaned against him, voicing her thoughts. "I'm scared of jumping from here. I'm scared that after jumping, I still won't be able to return to my original world. I'm scared that after I return, there will be no place for me there anymore." He just replied gently, "I know." Selena's eyes filled with tears as she asked vaguely, "That world doesn't have you. If I miss you to death after I go back, what should I do? I won't have any way to come back then. But then again, I'm nothing here. In my current state, I can't continue to live here. I'm afraid to choose." Cashin didn't say a word, just looked at her lovingly and smiled. She asked again, "What should I do?" He slowly comforted her, "First of all, you are beautiful, radiant, and always trying your best. How could you not find a place for yourself? You don't need to worry about that. As long as you want, any place in the world can become your place." His sincere words made Selena unable to hold back her happiness, and she burst out laughing. Seeing that she was less gloomy, Cashin stood up and asked her, "So the only things you're worried about are leaving me and jumping off the cliff, right?" Selena smiled and wondered, "Why? Do you have a solution for both of those things?" He replied confidently, "Yes, it's very simple." Then he reached out his hand toward Selena. He bent down, held out his hand, and told her, "Just jump with me. If you jump with me, you won't be scared anymore. If you take me with you, we won't have to be apart." Selena couldn't believe her ears. She looked at him in shock, completely stunned. "What?" Her mind became chaotic, filled with doubts. "I can't believe he's so calm. We're about to part, but he doesn't show any anxiety at all. He even asked me before if I would abandon a handsome man like him. It turns out that wasn't the final blow, but just laying the groundwork." She hesitated and said to him, "No, that Duke of Lambert. What about the war? What about your domain?" Cashin calmly crossed his arms and explained to her, for all possible situations, I've already prepared countermeasures before coming here. That's why I've been working so hard, to the point where I didn't even have time to sleep properly beside you. Selena suddenly joked with him, your subordinates will probably want to kill you. He replied, I think they'd rather be dead. But she said sadly, that's right. They definitely can't really do it. She thought, after all, he's always been very rational. His actions are also very neat and decisive, so this time he must have prepared thoroughly. She reminded him, at least I have the Song Tong Lo translation bracelet here. But once you get there, you'll just be a deaf mute who can't speak. Cashin wasn't worried at all. He said softly, as for the language, I can learn it. But she had another concern. Your Grace, after you get there, you'll become a nobody. Although I can support you. Hearing that, Cashin closed his eyes and said, how reliable. That's enough. Selena pursed her lips, not saying anything. Don't get up and shout, how can that be enough? You've always been a duke. You have no idea what life is like outside of being a duke. She thought about life in the real world. My acting career is barely enough to support myself. Even so, I'm still very attached to it. But isn't Cashin a duke? Doesn't he have to support the people in his domain? Isn't that a very important position? Cashin began, but... He looked at her and expressed, I hate a life without you even more. I don't want you to become unhappy. I hope you can be happy with me. The two stood looking at each other for a moment. Selena realized, so this is love. This is the purest form of love. If I don't hold on to this person, I will definitely regret it for the rest of my life, but... She bowed her head and said to him, Your Grace, I also hope you can be happy. He asserted, no matter where I am, I can find happiness. She offered another thought, it's hard to be happy with nothing in your hands. But he gently soothed her heart, it's okay, I can slowly find it there. You don't have to worry about me. Just like I said, I've already arranged everything. You just need to follow your true desires. What do you want to do? Jump down with me? Or go back to Lambert together? Cashin extended his warm hand toward Selena. She hesitated and said, I. Finally, Selena decided to place her hand in his. She made up her mind and said, all right, let's go. Cashin also smiled gently and replied, all right. He took the girl's hand normally. The two of them walked forward hand in hand. A thought suddenly crossed Selena's mind. Now I'm not afraid of anything anymore. Because I have Cashin by my side. Even if I might die, it's okay. My thoughts and his are the same. He loves me so deeply that even if you gathered everything from both worlds, it wouldn't compare to the love he has for me. As long as I have him by my side, I can go anywhere. But Selena suddenly paused. Wait, I can go anywhere. She leaned over, trying to break with her feet, while shouting, Wait, Your Grace. A series of thuds echoed in her blurry vision. It turned out that Selena had slipped and fallen, but Cashin had managed to protect her head from hitting the ground. He asked her worriedly, What's wrong? Did you forget something? Selena gasped for breath, her face covered in sweat. She now realized what had happened. She had rolled over. Unable to resist the inertia, she had rolled on the ground. So he really intended to jump down with me. It wasn't just empty words. Even if it meant risking his life, he was willing to jump down with me. At this moment, she said softly to Cashin, There are some things I only understand now. He listened silently as she continued, Your Grace, Cashin, you are very important to me. So important that I'm no longer afraid of death. My thoughts and yours are the same. What's important isn't where I am, but that you are by my side. At least for now, I feel that being with you is more important. She grabbed his wrist. Selena's eyes welled up with tears as she earnestly asked, Your Grace, let's continue to live, and live happily. Cashin asked softly, Is that all right? She asked him seriously, If I want to go back in the future, you'll take me back, right? Cashin immediately replied, Of course. Suddenly, he bowed his head. A warm voice gently echoed, making Selena smile unconsciously. Selena, thank you. Thank you for being willing to choose me. The old tower still has other records left behind. You can continue your research. Maybe you'll find a safer method. Maybe you'll be like Song Tong Lo, able to freely travel between the two worlds. She put her hands on her hips and replied boldly, "All right, if we find some useful information, we can consider it as paying for our meals." Cashin was a little confused by her words. He asked, "Paying for meals? Who asked you to pay for meals?" Selena replied awkwardly, "Well, no one asked, but I can't help with anything right now. Won't I be considered a freeloader in your house later?" Hearing that, Cashin immediately dismissed it. How can it be counted like that? On the contrary, from now on, I need to compensate you for your losses as an actress. Every moment you stay here causes a loss to your career, right? Selena repeated his words blankly, compensation. Well, thinking about it, what you said is right. My heart aches when I think about my career. But if he, a commoner, gave me something, Selena imagined Cashin presenting her with a suitcase full of money. Then he would declare, the compensation is 1.2 billion. She told herself, taking a break for a while wouldn't be so bad. After all, Cashin would never treat me poorly. At this moment, Selena coughed shyly. So, how are you going to compensate me? Cashin replied generously, I will fully calculate all the opportunity costs you have lost. Selena asked happily, so how much are you going to give me this time? But Cashin's reply was completely unrelated, pulling her back to a harsh reality. Then let's get ready to go back. Hearing that, Selena's face turned pale and she lamented, that's right. We still have to go back. We have to walk that dangerous path again. My legs are already starting to feel weak. At this moment, he suddenly remembered to tell her, the way back might be a bit different from the way we came, but this will require your cooperation. Selena asked doubtfully, cooperation? Kanzion slowly replied, because that path will be a bit arduous, but it's also to maximize your compensation. Before Kanzion could finish, Selena was already sweating bullets. She thought, how arduous can it be? If it were anyone else, it would be fine, but for the Great Duke to have to say it like that. But she still pretended to be calm and said to him, whatever, we have to go back anyway. The sooner we start, the sooner the suffering ends, and the sooner we can relax. Hearing that, Cashin seemed to ponder for a moment. Right. Yes, that would be better. Night had fallen, and darkness stretched over the ancient castles. Dion was still standing on the high wall, his robes fluttering in the wind. Looking into the distance, he couldn't help but cry. Even though the battle plans were prepared for the Duke's absence, but you can't just up and leave like that. What will happen to Lambert? What about the war? What about the people in the domain? But in the end, won't I be the one to handle it? What about your career? Suddenly, a sound came from afar, startling Dion from his anguish. Huh? The other knights in the squad shouted anxiously. Demonic beasts! There are demonic beasts! Everyone, get into formation. Dion was still dazed. What? Demonic beasts are here. He was startled when he looked into the distance. A knight behind him shouted in panic, everyone, get into formation. Fire arrows at the demonic beasts. Dion quickly raised his hand to stop them. Wait, don't shoot. That person is. Duke. Dion shouted with joy when he saw the figures of Selena and Cashin appear from a distance, completely unfazed by the demonic beasts beside them. The other knights also stared at the two of them in bewilderment. Cashin raised his hand. He said gently, please dismount. Welcome back to Lambert, my goddess. He knelt down, wanting to help Selena. All the surrounding soldiers were completely shocked, as if struck by lightning. Goddess? The thing is, a few hours ago, Cashin suddenly led a ferocious demonic beast out of the forest. Seeing this, Selena raised an eyebrow and asked with a look of disbelief, are you crazy? Are you really going to ride a demonic beast down the mountain? Are you serious? He answered calmly, most people think so, but at the same time, they also admit that this is a very effective strategy. She became even more curious. Admit? Who admits? Cashin explained firmly, didn't I tell you? Before coming here, I had prepared all the countermeasures for possible situations. When you decided to return to Lambert, this strategy would be activated. Selena asked awkwardly, you never thought to tell me beforehand, to persuade me? He bowed his head slightly and replied, because I didn't know what you would choose in the end. If I had to explain every single plan, wouldn't that be too much? She hesitated and replied, that's true, but how am I supposed to tame a demonic beast? Cashin raised his fist with a sharp look in his eyes. He said flatly, making the demonic beast wet its pants with fear, use your fists. She flinched and screamed in panic, do you think that's possible, Your Grace? I'm not you. Selena scratched her chin thoughtfully. That's right. Now that I think about it, they're quite docile when they're full. It seems only the hungry ones climb over the mountains to get here. As expected. What would happen if I fed this hungry one? She took out a small sugar cube and placed it in front of her. Then she commanded, sit. The demonic beast laughed excitedly, drooling with desire. Its eyes lit up with eagerness, so it immediately sat down as commanded. Selena exclaimed with joy, this is it. He exclaimed in amazement, even a demonic beast can be tamed by you? She scratched her head in embarrassment and laughed, where I used to live, there are experts in this field. So the problem of taming the demonic beast was solved. Please continue to explain the next strategy. Cashin replied confidently, all right. He recounted heroically, the full name of this strategy is the ancient race from beyond the northern wall appears riding demonic beasts. You were originally the last descendant of an ancient race, but lost your memory in an accident. Though that race has long since vanished, you possess a strange physique and bloodline that grants you immortality, becoming a great goddess. Selena asked helplessly, oh my god, do you think anyone will believe that? He replied confidently, of course. There's the example of Song Tonglo before. Nothing is impossible. She said hesitantly this. But then she sighed and accepted it. All right, then I'll act my part well this time. Selena smiled brightly and said with determination, the touching role-playing scene is over. Next, I have to play the role of the last survivor of a mysterious ancient race. Night fell, and the two of them, along with the demonic beast, had arrived at the gate of the mansion. The servants, guards, and even the cooks were all standing outside, watching. They gossiped excitedly. Goddess, she's a goddess. Now that you mention it, it seems she can even control demonic beasts. Seeing how much the Lord respects her, it must be true. Cashin solemnly declared, to lead the war to victory, we need mounts. And in taming them, the goddess Selena has helped us. All eyes were suddenly fixed on her. Dion was bewildered and wondered to himself, are these two really going to carry out that crazy plan? He pretended to be surprised and asked, you mean, Lady Selena? He seriously repeated the title, Goddess Selena. This made the boy freeze up, and he could only stammer, go Goddess Selena. Only then was Cashin satisfied. Good. He looked at the bewildered faces of the soldiers and explained, she suddenly regained her memories recently. I thought it was a rare opportunity, so I quickly took her on a trip. They were gradually being brainwashed. So, Lady Selena. Cashin raised a finger and firmly asserted, is a royal descendant of an ancient race. Dion repeated blankly, that's right. In his mind, he thought otherwise. Are they really acting? Everyone is a little confused. As she watched his terrible acting, she thought, this won't do. It seems I have to step in. Selena tried to pinch the demonic beast's thigh hard, making it flinch and cower. At this point, it couldn't take it anymore and reared up in pain, letting out a terrifying roar. The soldiers screamed in panic. The beast is. She immediately shouted, Minji, sit down. It seemed Minji was the name she had just given it. As quick as a flash, the demonic beast obediently sat down and calmed down, surprising everyone. Selena sighed and then happily gave it a sugar cube, which it enjoyed. Minji is so good, Minji is so well-behaved. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. The beast actually listens to her. And it's acting like a puppy. The blonde-haired soldier and the green-haired one looked at each other with a mixture of disbelief and belief. Perhaps everyone believed the story they had concocted. They were both surprised and happy, cheering. The goddess is the goddess. The goddess who can control demonic beasts. The goddess and the Lord have returned. At this moment, she was still busy stroking the large puppy. It excitedly lay on its back. Dion helplessly scratched his head and thought to himself, I can't believe it. It actually worked. As for Cashin and Selena, they excitedly high-fived each other. Everything went according to plan. Even though it was late, there were still people coming to Cashin's living room. He asked curiously, I heard there's an urgent report. The polite boy below replied, that's right. Although I know you two have just gone through a difficult journey, because the matter is urgent, please listen. The Royal Army has set up camp at the foot of Silenza, on the border of Lambert, and has sent us a warning letter. Silena exclaimed in surprise, so fast? We only left a few days ago. The red-haired boy explained in detail, their standing army isn't large. If they march at full speed, it's possible. But it seems the soldiers from other domains haven't arrived yet. She asked curiously, there are many domains along the way. The Crown Prince started from Mayan, so how are they slower than him? The boy could only guess, this war is quite sudden. They probably need time to prepare. Selena bowed her head slightly. It seemed she still had some unresolved questions. The red-haired boy confidently asserted, but I think that's just an excuse. The truth is, they're afraid of Lambert. She thought to herself, how proud. He continued, but now they must have heard the news of your absence. If the Crown Prince can win this battle, I'm afraid he will gain great benefits. Those who want to side with the Crown Prince will probably start to act, even if the Crown Prince can't win. But now that you've returned, we have nothing to worry about. Moreover, you've returned with the goddess riding a demonic beast. The red-haired and purple-haired boys sitting next to each other turned to look at each other and smiled with delight. Selena replied shyly, although I'm grateful for your trust in me, this is war after all. Don't we need to discuss a plan? He raised his hand to signal and said, a battle plan, of course we have one. The red-haired man gestured towards her and said cheerfully, as long as you go into battle, everything will be fine. Cashin's confident expression further confirmed his words. Selena suddenly felt pressured. She asked awkwardly, that's really simple. If that's the case, why do we still need a meeting? He replied calmly, to have a more legitimate reason. After the war, we need a procedure to prove that you harming the Crown Prince at the palace banquet was a righteous act. But I'm just a commoner. I injured the Crown Prince, so no matter what, it can't be justified. Selena asked worriedly, even if my true identity is a goddess, it's still not okay? But Cashin calmly replied, it's difficult, because that's not an official identity or title. So I've thought of a way. This time, I also need your consent. She was curious, what way? He smiled faintly and said slowly, that is you. Cashin held out his hand and said, Selena, become the Queen of the North. Not just a name, but a true ruler. Hearing this, Selena froze on the spot. Queen, not a consort, but a queen? Cashin replied, that's right. Selena quickly stood up, pulling Cashin with her. Wait a minute, let's go outside and talk first. Your Grace, follow me. Once outside, Selena began to question Cashin. Are you crazy today? I've asked this question many times. Do you know that? Just to be sure, I want to confirm with you. A queen and a consort are different, right? Cashin nodded and said, yes, of course they're different. Selena asked helplessly, Cashin is the king and Selena is the consort. What you just said didn't mean that, right? Cashin's expression didn't change as he said frankly, no, it didn't. If that were the case, it wouldn't be any different from now. You will become the Queen of the North. Selena exclaimed in a panic, are you crazy? Cashin asked, what's wrong? She clutched her head and cried out, isn't a queen a specialized position? A goddess just needs to wave her hand appropriately and manage her image well. But a queen has to be responsible for her country and her people, right? So why do you want to become a political figure with no connection to any of this? Cashin didn't understand the problem she was talking about and replied frankly, actually, how many nobles truly have a sense of responsibility for their domain? You're not the manager, but the owner. Selena asked him helplessly, in short, doesn't that mean the fate of the country is in my hands? Cashin still explained to her frankly, I don't think that will be a burden for you, because you don't need to force yourself to handle political affairs. I will make all the people bow before you. Selena asked, confused, how? Cashin pointed to himself as if to explain it to her, and then elaborated, Lambert will belong to the Northern Kingdom in the form of a duchy. Currently in the north, wherever people live is owned by Lambert, so as for Lambert, I can just continue to manage it. How is this different from directly turning Lambert into a kingdom and making you the queen? The queen's territory will extend to the other side of the demonic beast mountains, while Lambert is at most only the southern half. Selena held her forehead and sighed helplessly. I never expected this. You guys have prepared so thoroughly behind my back. Cashin continued, the name of the kingdom will be Selnia, is that all right? Using your name to name it. Furthermore, your portrait will be engraved on the new currency circulating in the kingdom. Everyone who has ever come into contact with the currency of the North will know of your existence. They will treasure the coins with your image on them immensely and will want to possess them. He took her hands and asked gently and caringly, can this compensate for a part of what you left behind in the other world? Even if it's just a part. Hearing that, Selena froze and thought, compensation. In other words, all of this isn't for founding a nation or starting a war. The more she thought about it, the happier she felt, having a husband who doted on her so much, just to make up for her alone. She leaned into Cashin's arms. He saw this and asked, is it not enough? Selena replied, how could it not be enough? It's more than enough. I even want to find more for you. Cashin showed her such care, ready to do anything for her. As long as it's for you, it's never too much. Even if I offered everything in this world, it would still not be enough. He suddenly knelt down. My world, my queen, my goddess. As if he was proposing to Selena, I want to offer everything I have to you. He took Selena's hand and said gently, including myself. Hearing that, Selena was moved to tears. She thought, Cashin would even pluck the stars from the sky for me. Saying he wants to offer the world and himself to me is surely sincere. How can I not believe him? Hasn't Cashin offered everything he has to me many times? Selena spoke up at this moment, let the world be the world. She smiled gently, radiant as the morning sun. Mainly, I've become greedy for you, your grace, so I can't refuse. Now Cashin could also relax. What a relief. Selena even leaned in and whispered to him, I will absolutely not forgive you for breaking your word. What you've given me is mine forever. She even declared in front of him, from now on, Cashin is completely mine. Then the two of them shared a passionate kiss. Selena then let go of Cashin. She suddenly pushed him onto the bed. Their loving eyes met. Selena caressed Cashin's cheek. These eyes of yours are only allowed to look at me. Cashin's eyes closed as she caressed him. I will. Selena then caressed his chest. This heart of yours is only allowed to beat for me. Cashin took her hand and replied, yes, even now it's already like that. He bowed his head and promised her, but from now on it will always be like this. The next morning at the Duke's residence. Selena slumped onto the desk, exhausted by the pile of documents. She silently cried and lamented, so becoming a queen means having to do more work than I imagined. Cashin, sitting opposite her, comforted her, but the things we can do right now are all done. Selena reviewed the tasks that had to be resolved in the short time that had passed and exclaimed, we've sent the official Declaration of Independence, completed all related paperwork, prepared the national flag, national flower, and national anthem. And the preparations for the coronation ceremony are also progressing smoothly. I can't believe we've done so much in such a short time. So now all that's left is Lady Janet. At the mention of her, Selena sighed again. Seeing her reaction, Cashin was worried and advised her, you don't need to talk to her personally. You just need to investigate the matter. You don't need to be responsible for the final outcome. He kindly told Selena that he would take care of everything, and she could just stay home and enjoy herself. The case is directly related to Lady Janet. The only thing is Ariel's death, which is an internal matter of Lambert, so it should be handled by me. But Selena refused and wanted to do it herself. No, after all, it's a case I investigated. She looked up through the window and said in a determined voice, I want to witness the outcome of this matter myself. Seeing her like this, Cashin was silent for a moment. But then he went along with her wishes and said, "All right, if you agree." Selena asked him wherever Lady Janet is. Cashin replied, "She is imprisoned in the West Tower of Lambert." Knowing where to go, Selena told Cashin, "Then let's go. Let's go and announce her punishment." Early the next morning at the castle, Cashin led Selena to a room with a wooden door, then knocked lightly on it a few times for show. Then he took the initiative to push the door open and step inside. The creaking sound of the door echoed, showing the age of the place. And sitting right opposite the two of them was a short-haired woman wearing a black dress that covered her from neck to toe. The dim light from outside shone in, revealing the somewhat aged and sorrowful face of Janet, the housekeeper of the Marine baronial family. The moment she saw her, Selena was a little stunned with surprise. But Janet didn't seem surprised at all. It was as if she had known beforehand and was just sitting there waiting. Therefore, she acted very calmly and stood up. "You're here." Cashin just nodded once and, not wanting to waste much time, went straight to the point. "Lambert will expose the Crown Prince's crimes. As I said before, I hope you can testify in court and recount the entire event of that day to the judge." Janet asked doubtfully, "Will my testimony be useful to you?" Cashin shrugged and replied, "It's not entirely useless." As if she had just found a glimmer of hope in a dark cellar, Janet quickly seized the opportunity. "In other words, I'm still useful to you, right? Then please give me another chance. After I provide my testimony, just let me stay in Lambert. Even if I have to do odd jobs or look after the stables, I'm willing." Cashin had already made arrangements. "No, I will help you settle down in." Hearing that, Janet immediately panicked and retorted, "That's not what I want. I just want to stay in Lambert." Perhaps to express her wish, she knelt on both knees on the floor. With a very sincere look, she begged Cashin, "If you really need me like this, please let me stay in Lambert." However, Cashin maintained his cold expression and resolute tone. "I don't need you that much. Your testimony will only make things a little easier. It's fine without it. If you don't want to, you can refuse." Janet's face turned pale upon hearing this. Janet bowed her head and asked hesitantly, "If I refuse, will I be executed?" Cashin replied flatly, "No, you'll just be kicked out of Lambert with empty hands. No matter what you choose, you can't stay in Lambert." Although she knew she couldn't change Cashin's decision, seeing Selena's somewhat pained eyes, she still couldn't accept it and shook her head repeatedly. No, are you talking about qualifications? I'd rather die than leave Lambert." This stubbornness was also shown by the hands on her lap, which were tightly clenched into trembling fists. With a sigh, Cashin said, "You don't have the right to continue living in Lambert." Hearing that, Janet became even more furious. "Are you talking about qualifications?" Then she suddenly pointed her finger straight at Selena and said loudly, "Then what right does that woman have? She does nothing all day but laugh flirtatiously and act coy. How shallow." Even though she was being mocked like that, Selena just forced a smile. "If it were before, I would have been very angry, but now I don't care anymore." Not paying attention to Cashin's darkening face, Janet shamelessly begged, "Since you're even willing to keep someone like her, please turn a blind eye to my sins and give this old woman a place to live." "I haven't really done any harm, have I?" Cashin raised an eyebrow and replied, "You used my property without permission and even plotted to seize it. How can you say you haven't caused any harm?" With each crime pointed out so clearly, Janet became flustered and said, "When you were seduced by her and lost your senses, it was I." Unfortunately, before she could finish, Cashin took the initiative to admit, "I was the one who seduced her," which made her face freeze for a moment. "What?" Cashin gently wrapped his arm around Selena, pulling her closer, and continued, "I was the one who pursued her first, and I was the one who loved her first. When Selena was about to leave me, I was the one who held her back and begged her to stay." Janet found these words hard to believe. She pointed at Selena in astonishment and asked, "You were going to leave Lambert just for that woman?" Cashin nodded firmly, affirming, "To me, Selena has become an existence more important than Lambert itself." At this moment, The atmosphere seemed to freeze, strangely quiet, with only the eyes of both sides showing different emotions. In that moment, Janet's hand kept rising and falling, playing in the empty space as she realized a harsh truth. They had gradually grown apart. Cashin no longer needed Lady Janet. Lambert could also function normally without her. Cashin didn't immediately expel Lady Janet from the territory, not because he couldn't bear to abandon her, but because he needed a witness. What he needed was not Janet, but a witness. Seeing her just sitting there and staring at him silently, Cashin patiently repeated his words. The choice is in your hands. Either leave Lambert quietly, or continue to serve Lambert until the very end, and then go to the capital. Decide by tomorrow morning. After carefully leaving these final instructions, Cashin left with Selena, the door slowly closing behind them. The moment the door clicked shut was also the moment Janet's tears fell and rolled down her cheeks. Left alone in the shabby and dark room. As soon as she stepped out of the room, Selena let out a sigh and complained, "Just being in the same room with such a wicked person is enough to make it hard for me to breathe." Then, as if remembering something, she turned to ask Cashin, "What if Lady Janet refuses to testify?" Cashin replied, "Actually, in the trial, Lady Janet's testimony isn't very important. After all, the Crown Prince just needs to deny it. The testimony is just a way to apply pressure, not everything." Thinking about Yuna still being on the run, Selena felt a little sad and forced a smile, saying, "I wish we could find the suicide note. I can't believe Yuna managed to escape the guards again." Knowing she was worried, Cashin gently reassured her, "But it's the same thing. The Crown Prince just has to insist that the suicide note is a fake. The process of exposing the Crown Prince is actually a power struggle. If we win the war and crush the Crown Prince's morale, the trial issue will be easily resolved." Selena said hesitantly, "What about Lady Janet?" She was about to ask Cashin that, but she already had a vague idea of his thoughts. So Cashin wants to give Lady Janet a chance to repent in court. He's actually a merciful ruler." So she didn't ask anything more and just smiled, saying, "I hope Lady Janet doesn't make a foolish choice." But Lady Janet, as time moved to the early morning of the second day, which was also the day Janet had to make her choice. As instructed, a maid went to her room to bring breakfast. "Lady Janet, I've brought breakfast." As she placed the food tray on the table and turned her head towards the corner of the room, a horrifying sight met her eyes. Just as Selena had feared, she was even more stubborn than I thought. Because right at this moment, the maid was so terrified that she screamed at the top of her lungs, then fell to the ground and kept backing away when she discovered that Janet had ended her own life by hanging herself from the ceiling. At the same time, on Dion's side, he was rushing into Cashin's office and announcing, "Your Grace, there's a battle report from the front lines. The Crown Prince's army has begun to advance." Contrary to Dion's obvious tension, Cashin just gently placed his hands on the table and stood up. He looked strangely calm, as if he had been waiting for this news for a long time. The war is about to begin? After receiving the report from Dion, Cashin immediately ordered the army to assemble in front of the castle gate. Just then, Selena, who was passing by and saw the scene, quickly ran over and asked, "Hey, are you leaving just like that? What about the departure ceremony?" Hearing his wife's voice faintly, Cashin, who was discussing matters with his guards, had to stop and say, Thinking he was being a bit too hasty, Selena offered some advice. "In the past, every time you went on an expedition, didn't you perform some kind of ceremony? Even just a few words in front of everyone. After all, this is related to our army's morale, and it can also eliminate the anxiety among the people." As soon as she finished speaking, she noticed that everyone here, including Cashin, looked quite awkward. "What's wrong? Don't you guys do this here?" Dion replied hesitantly, that? We've omitted this ceremony." Selena froze. Dion glanced secretly at Cashin and explained awkwardly, "The Duke once said that it's unnecessary, and the previous Duke said the exact same thing." Hearing that, Selena didn't find it strange anymore. That's right. They've been so gentle with me lately that I almost forgot. The men in the Lambert family are all blockheads. Dion shyly scratched his head and added, "The reason we omitted the ceremony is because we've never used such a large army in battle before. There's no need to boost the soldiers' morale." Selena nodded and asked, "So, given the scale of this battle, can it also be omitted?" Dion silently gulped. His fearful eyes darted to Cashin standing beside her, and he replied, "This isn't something I can decide." Seeing this, Selena couldn't bring herself to force him. She sighed and thought, the Crown Prince is leading an army to attack Lambert, and our Duke has become a fugitive. Plus, the Lord was away for a while, so the people must be unsettled. But no matter what, I can't force him to do something he doesn't want to do. Because as long as Cashin leads the army into battle, the war will end in just one day. Feeling Cashin's arm wrap around her shoulder and pull her back, Selena laughed helplessly and said, "Hey, I understand." Cashin gently kissed her hair and continued, "Yes, we just need to capture the Crown Prince quickly." Hearing that, Selena exclaimed in surprise, You need to capture him?" Cashin nodded without hesitation and replied, "Yes, if we kill him on the spot, I'm afraid there will be problems with his status. So for now, we'll just capture him and negotiate with the royal family." This was quite reasonable, so Selena also agreed. You're right." But Cashin's true intentions were not so simple. He suddenly said something full of hidden meaning. However, on the battlefield, swords have no eyes. He calmly climbed onto his horse. "Let's go," leaving Selena with a lingering worry. What is he planning to do now? For some reason, I always feel uneasy. I know that even if I ask now, Cashin won't reveal anything, so I have to temporarily suppress my curiosity and climb onto Bright. Let's go. As a beast that loves to travel, Bright was just waiting for this. On the straight village road, the army, divided into two columns led by Cashin and Dion, was being welcomed by all the people. Especially when they witnessed Selena riding Bright and paired with Cashin, the cheers became even louder. "It's the Lord, the goddess. Long live Lambert. Long live the goddess. Long live the goddess. Long live." Experiencing the feeling of being hailed by so many people for the first time, Selena couldn't help but feel nervous and moved, just as they said. Even without a ceremony, there were still thunderous cheers. But when she stood up, Selena couldn't help but feel nervous and moved. Looking more closely, Selena astutely noticed something very strange. Although the people were chanting in unison with great enthusiasm, their faces did not look happy at all. "Long live! Long live Lambert! Long live the goddess! Long live the Lord!" Because of this, she was suddenly stunned. Then she casually controlled Bright to stop. Noticing her unusual action, Cashin turned his head. Selena. However, Selena was currently focused on her thoughts and didn't notice him. She took out an arrow and analyzed it with a frown. But these are not cheers from excitement or joy, but cheers to drown out their own anxiety. Seeing her suddenly light the arrow, Dion, who was walking beside her, was also bewildered and couldn't understand. "Lady Selena." After lighting the arrow, Selena raised her bow and arrow high. Without saying a word, she aimed straight at the two flags fluttering high above. With her experience, she knew, however, I can resolve their sense of unease. And then, before the astonished eyes of Cashin and Dion, as well as all the guards and people here, Selena decisively shot the flaming arrow. Thanks to Selena's masterful archery skills and aiming ability, it shot straight towards the enemy's flag. Then, without missing, it hit the bullseye. The blazing flames, ignited by flammable material, began to burn fiercely, incinerating the flag in an instant. The image of the flag being torn in two by the fire was quite a shock to the people here. In the silent space, with only the sizzling sound of the fire, Dion couldn't help but exclaim, "The national flag of Iklan." Selena smiled with satisfaction. She raised her bow and loudly declared with certainty, "Victory will belong to Lambert." Understanding that she wanted to reassure them, this time the people no longer looked anxious and tense, but instead were genuinely excited and happy. Only when she heard these cheers could Selena relax and smile with relief. Standing by and watching all this time, it goes without saying how proud Cashin was of her. As expected of my goddess. Super cool. Myths are always born from unexpected stories, and the myth of the kingdom of Zelena also began from there. Not long after the long journey, Cashin and Selena went to the enemy camp together to scout the situation first. After a quick glance around, Selena commented dismissively, "So, the Crown Prince's army dares to attack with just that little force." But Cashin obviously didn't think so. This is a trap. This is the only plain in the northern region. The camp in the middle is just a trap. The main army is definitely still hiding somewhere around here. Hearing that, Selena was very impressed. "You know this place so well." Cashin replied briefly, "This is my territory." Selena asked curiously, "So the reason the Crown Prince set up this formation is because he thinks the lord of this land is not familiar with the situation here?" Cashin shook his head slightly. "This is what is called armchair theorizing. After all, he only knows how to delegate tasks to his subordinates." Selena put her hand on her chin, thought for a moment, and then asked doubtfully, "So why did he personally go into battle this time?" Cashin wasn't sure about this. Either he was so angry that he wasn't thinking clearly, or no noble was willing to support him in attacking Lambert. Because attacking us is no different from seeking death. Seeing his arrogant smile, Selena couldn't help but think, "Oh, so confident." Looking back at the unusually deserted camp, Selena wondered, "So do you have a way to deal with this obvious trap?" Cashin replied calmly, "Yes, let's wait for now. Although the enemy is not difficult to deal with, we must also prevent them from having a chance to sneak in." Just as he said this, a fierce voice suddenly interrupted, "You scum of the north. I really can't understand who would dare to curse at them." Selena clicked her tongue in annoyance and said, "Who is it? It's been a long time since I've heard such a blatant curse. How ridiculous. How can such a childish trap work?" But unexpectedly, she saw Cashin's face darken as he drew his sword. "I'll be back in a moment." Both of her eyes widened at the same time. It actually worked? Without a moment's hesitation, Selena quickly grabbed Cashin's arm and held him back, trembling. "Who would knowingly walk into a trap like that?" Cashin replied coldly, "As long as I don't lose, it can't be considered that I fell for the trap." Although she had great faith in Cashin's abilities and strength, his indifferent attitude still made Selena feel uneasy. "Are you that confident?" Putting away his bloodthirsty demeanor, Cashin sweetly hugged her and expressed, "Not just myself, even the soldiers. I will absolutely not let them lose a single hair. They dared to insult my goddess. I will definitely make them pay a heavy price." Hearing these sincere words, Selena burst out laughing happily. Then she playfully hit him a few times. "Oh, you. Be careful and come back safely." Cashin, of course, didn't dare to disobey his wife. He promised, "I'll try to be back before sunset. Because I want to enjoy dinner with you." With that, he gently took Selena's small hand with great affection and placed a light kiss on it to show his respect. Although she had been back at the camp for a while, Selena couldn't rest easy and kept tapping her fingers on the table. The guard who was cleaning up nearby saw this and understood her mood very well. He smiled reassuringly. "He's been gone for a while now. I believe he'll be back soon. Don't worry too much. You can wait and rest at the same time." It seemed she was being too obvious. Selena smiled and replied, Okay." Then she propped her chin on her hand, sighed wearily, and thought, "Am I that obvious? It's war. Even if he's the strongest, I can't be completely at ease." Unexpectedly, just as she thought of this, Cashin pushed aside the tent flap and walked in, causing Selena to jump to her feet in surprise. She excitedly ran to him. "Your Grace, is it over so quickly?" Cashin nodded and replied, "Yes, today's battle is over." Selena asked happily, "You're not hurt anywhere, are you?" In the mood to tease her, Cashin didn't answer, but opened his collar with his own hand, then smiled slyly and asked, "Do you want to check for yourself?" Understanding his meaning, Selena's cheeks flushed red. She shyly hit him a few times. What is this?" "Really?" A pink heart shot out from behind, almost blinding the single guard in the room. "The bath is ready." I'll take my leave now. Wait for the guard to leave the room with a sullen face. Cashin and Selena didn't hesitate to kiss each other. In that moment of sweet immersion that seemed impossible to escape, Selena suddenly remembered something. She gently tapped his back. Then she tried to break free from those soft lips and said hoarsely, "Haha, let me confirm something. Are you hurt anywhere?" Still with his original intention, Cashin teased her with amusement, "Then check with your own hands." Check directly. Twice in a row, so Selena was a little stunned for a few seconds. But she quickly regained her composure and, like a strong woman, pushed Cashin down onto the table. Then she used both hands to grab the two sides of his lapels. With no wasted movements, she flung it open, revealing almost the entire firm and alluring upper body of Cashin. This time, it was Cashin's turn to be overwhelmed. Not only was his face completely blank, but both his hands and cheeks were flushed red. Selena gave a mischievous smile. "All right then, please show me everything you've got." Time flew by, and soon the sun had set behind the mountains, inside the tent of Cashin and Selena. After a very intense session, the two of them are now relaxing together in a hot tub. Comfortably leaning back against Cashin's broad and firm chest, Selena shared her sincere thoughts. "I don't think prolonging the war has any benefits at all. Even though I know nothing will happen to you, I still can't help but worry." Cashin hummed in agreement and replied, "It's still very sinful." Suddenly remembering what he said earlier, Selena immediately asked with curiosity, "That's right, you said earlier that today's battle is over, right? So when will it be completely over?" Cashin answered without hiding anything, "Well, we might have to wait a few more days. Because we let the crown prince escape, I can't believe it." So much so that she had to sit up straight and turn her head to ask again, "Cashin let the crown prince escape? Is the crown prince that powerful?" Cashin explained, "Besides being an armchair theorist, his strength is not bad. But I let him go for a reason." Selena glanced at him with contempt and said, "You're just bluffing, aren't you?" Cashin smirked. "Thinking about it, if we catch him, everything will be over. So I want to play cat and mouse to make him anxious and suffer to the extreme. Who the hell does he think he is? To dare to insult my goddess." Hearing that, Selena could only feel pity for Layson. It seems the crown prince really messed with the wrong person. That night, deep in the jungle, Layson was venting all his anger by punching a tree. His whole body trembled with anger, his mouth constantly cursing, "Damn it, damn it." Despite the royal soldier's worried advice, "Your Highness, you'll hurt your hand," Layson still yelled, "It's my own hand. What the hell does it have to do with you? Do you dare to look down on me too?" The soldier replied aggrievedly, "That's not it, Your Highness." He kicked the soldier to the ground. "What do you mean, it's not?" Then he gritted his teeth and thought, "No matter which force we fought against, the royal army would always suppress them. I never expected to be so soundly defeated by Cashin Lambert this time." Another one still had to serve as diligently as possible. "Your Highness, let me get dinner." Laser turned his head upon hearing this. Seeing that he was holding a cloth with some small strawberries and blueberries, along with a few leaves that seemed to be medicinal herbs. Layson was stunned for a few seconds and then asked, "What is this? You dare to make me eat these wild fruits?" Not only that, but he also cruelly knocked them to the ground. The soldier said in confusion, "I'm really sorry, but I couldn't find any prey around here." Your Highness," the poor boy wanted to say more, but Layson had already turned and walked away coldly. He couldn't help but shiver. "I can't remember how many days I've been pursued. Every time I tried to hide in a villager's house, he would appear out of nowhere like a ghost. When I thought I had found a way out, at the end of that road, Cashin Lambert was waiting. Why do I have to endure such a tragic situation? If I leave Mayans territory now, they probably won't dare to attack me anymore. When I get back, I must first teach a lesson to the nobles who refuse to send aid. Then I'll capture that wretched couple and make them taste everything I'm suffering now. No, I'll make them pay tenfold, then kill them." A few days later, Layson's camp was suddenly attacked and a chaotic battle broke out. This bunch of insolent bastards. Don't come over here. You dare to lay a hand on me, the crown prince? Right now, Layson looked exactly like a cornered chicken. He just ran cowardly among his guards and shouted like that. Suddenly, a sharp arrow flew from afar. It then grazed past Layson's ear. Before he could even register what happened, blood spurted out, followed by a pain that pierced through his bones. Staring at his poor, constantly bleeding ear, a terrified scream escaped Layson's mouth. From me. He just ran away in a hurry, not noticing that the guards around him had disappeared, leaving him all alone. The moment he saw the army of soldiers in their very familiar armor, standing in formation right in front of the camp gate, Layson stopped and let out a sigh of relief. The border. It's the border. I've reached the capital. Those are all my men. Believing this, Layson immediately began to display the authority of a crown prince. Hey, you all listen up. Quickly kill everyone behind me. But unfortunately, this army of soldiers didn't react at all, as if they were all deaf. Seeing this, Layson became even more anxious and continued, What's going on? I told you to kill Cash and Lambert. Can't you see they're chasing me? Why aren't you listening? Just when he thought no one would answer him, Jeriel appeared and said sarcastically, Are you asking why they don't listen to you? Because they are not your soldiers. Seeing her appear in a queen's attire, with a small crown and a scepter sparkling with precious stones, Selena was a little surprised, while Cashin, who had probably anticipated this, just stood by and watched quietly. At this point, Layson was too stunned. He stammered, Jeriel, what does this mean? Jeriel raised her voice, emphasizing each word, I am now the ruler of Iclane. There is no place for you anymore. This declaration must have been like a bolt of lightning to Laser. Jeriel's declaration not only shocked Layson, but also the surrounding people and Selena. Layson shouted angrily, Jeriel, what the hell are you talking about? Are you crazy? That tone of voice was really giving Selena a headache, so she asked Dion, ISO, he's so annoying. Make him shut up. Dion bowed respectfully and said, yes. He then ordered 2 guards to quickly seize Layson. Let me go. How dare you treat me like this? MMPH. At this moment, Jeriel finally noticed Selena. She asked hesitantly, you really became a goddess, a queen. Selena smiled and replied, I've already sent out the official document, but I have not received any official document announcing your succession, Jeriel. Hearing this, Jeriel was immediately taken aback. She coughed awkwardly and said, although the king has passed away, in the final moments of his life, he changed his will. He declared the crown prince deposed and chose me to succeed him. Hearing her proudly emphasize it again, Layson's face turned purple. His mouth, gagged with a cloth, could only emit a few muffled and uncomfortable sounds. With such a fast succession, Selena couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. She glanced at her and thought, what a coincidence. The crown prince hadn't been gone for long before something like this happened. It seems Queen Morelle has planned everything very carefully. With her new powerful position, Jeriel wanted to show off even more. I am now the king of Iclane. So please hand over the prince for me to deal with. Selena crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. There's no reason to do that anymore, is there? Jeriel shook her head and replied, no, I still have to. After all, he is a member of the royal family. I'm willing to end his life myself, but I will absolutely not let him go into exile in another country and become a disgrace to our nation. Selena smiled and said, but the prince is still within Lambert's territory. Whether to hand him over or not must be approved by me. In principle, this wasn't wrong, so Jeriel was momentarily at a loss for words. Selena continued with a smile, of course, if you can offer a suitable condition, this matter can be considered. Even if he's a rotten piece of tofu, he's still a royal in name, right? Name your condition. As someone who was still getting used to her high position, Jeriel naturally tried to do her best. She coughed a few times as if to clear her throat and said, all right, first condition, our country agrees to recognize Selena as a legitimate nation and Lambert as an independent region. At this, Selena smiled and objected, that doesn't count. This doesn't need your permission. Even if you don't recognize it, it makes no difference. So, Jeriel had to switch to another plan. Next is the second condition. During my succession, I will sign a non-aggression pact with your country. With this condition, Selena felt quite interested. Oh, this condition is also interesting. But thinking about it, she pretended to be bored inside, then confidently asserted, even without this, you guys wouldn't dare to declare war on us right now, because we are stronger. So, Jeriel was once again in a difficult situation. Well, if that's the case. To be honest, Jeriel had prepared another way, but she was still quite hesitant. However, to reach an agreement, she decided to say it. She clenched her fists tightly. Jeriel said clearly, the front row at Prince Laysen's trial. Who knew it would actually work? Selena finally happily agreed, deal. The invisible contract was considered successfully signed with the handshake of the two women. Selena continued, the expenses during your stay there will be paid by you, and a fully armed guard will accompany us into the city. Do you agree? Jeriel nodded and replied, I agree. Is the negotiation over? The hand holding Jeriel's suddenly squeezed harder. One more thing. You and I are both rulers. We should speak to each other with more courtesy, shouldn't we? The words carried a clear threat. But her expression was smiling sweetly, a terrifying combination that made Jeriel's face turn pale with fear. Jeriel broke out in a sweat and replied tremblingly, so, what about you? All right. Satisfied, Selena reached out and patted her head. Selena smiled and said, yes, respecting each other and treating each other politely is much better, isn't it? All right, I hope to receive your invitation soon, because I'm eager to see the downfall of that rotten prince. After handing Laysen over to Jeriel's army, Selena's group went to Laysen's extravagant palace. Selena scanned the room and exclaimed, witnessing the downfall of that prince is truly satisfying. But why does our residence have to be the prince's palace? A servant sent by Jeriel to serve them explained, Her Highness instructed that you two can destroy anything here at will. It sounded good, but Selena was still a little awkward. I don't know if this is a gesture of care or if there's some other intention. Seeing that she wasn't very happy, Cashin stepped forward to comfort her. You don't have to force yourself. We can request to move to another palace. But Selena just smiled and replied, no, it's fine. Compared to running away, I prefer to face it directly and then win. As soon as she finished speaking, she called for Brad. He quickly stuck his large head into the room. Hearing Selena's command to smash, he tilted his head, not understanding what was happening. Seeing his very innocent expression, Selena couldn't help but laugh and say, you still don't know what smash means, right? Let me explain. With that, she started to give a few demonstrations. Putting her foot on the nearby coffee table, she used both hands to forcefully knock it to the ground. Then she turned, pointed, and smiled. Smash everything for me. At this point, Bright finally understood the situation. As if it had just found a new fun game, Bright didn't hesitate to use its large body. They charged into the room and began a frantic rampage. Seeing it smash the expensive furniture into large and small pieces, with dust and smoke rising. Cashin couldn't just stand by and watch anymore. He smiled. Then he also took the initiative to pick up a chair. And with all his strength, he slammed it to the ground. Discovering that Cashin, who usually maintained a calm demeanor, had also joined in, Selena became even more excited and burst out laughing. Ahaha! So much fun! And so the scene of two people and one beast continuously smashing the luxurious palace was painted like that. After a period of smashing to their heart's content, the three of them finally stopped to rest. Selena put her hands on her hips, panting, and shouted, "Let's clean it all up." Then she lovingly stroked Bright's soft fur and said with a laugh, "I wonder if I should ask them for a fee." "Bright, you did well." Seeing that she was much happier, Cashin asked gently, "Are you feeling a little better now?" Selena nodded, her voice a little whiny, "Yes, but I'm still not satisfied, because I haven't seen him receive his sentence yet." Cashin chuckled. "That will be satisfied tomorrow." Selena didn't have that much patience. "Isa, I'm so looking forward to it." Just then, The servant from before entered and reported, "Your Majesties, please excuse the interruption. The head guard says there's an urgent matter to report." Dion, who followed him, also spoke up, "Your Grace. We found Juna in the Lambert residence in the capital. At the same time, we also found the suicide note of Miss Farrell that you ordered us to find. That night at the luxurious villa, the wind was very beautiful." Yuna knelt on the ground with her head bowed, her face covered in sweat. Meanwhile, Selena gently raised her hand to cover her nose and exclaimed, "Oh, this smell." Yuna panicked and argued with a scornful face. I found it. I found the suicide note." "Is that so? You only ever talk. This time it's real. Look." So Selena quickly snatched it, her attitude unchanged. Then, she immediately asked sternly, "Tell me, how much do you want this time?" As soon as the words were out, Yuna stammered a little, "Oh me? How could I sell it? I came here with all my loyalty to Selena." But she crossed her arms and sneered, "Then why didn't you come in with the guards in a proper manner, but instead kept hiding here and there, finally sneaking to this place?" Yuna, now lying on the floor, held out her hand and replied, "The guards just wanted to snatch the suicide note from my hands. They had no intention of letting me see you. I had no other choice." Hearing this, Selena quickly commented, "You've become a habitual liar. You probably ran out of money to get by, so you had to run around like this, right?" Yuna seemed to have been hit where it hurts and scratched her face, stammering, I told you it's not like that." Selena immediately turned her head away and asked, "But this isn't a good thing either." This sentence left Yuna speechless, sweating profusely. Her eyes widened in shock. As she brought the paper close to the flame, Selena said coldly, "Now it's useless." But Yuna's expression remained unchanged, her mouth agape in surprise. Then, she looked at her two unusually appearing palms. "What are you doing? Damn it. You damned woman. Do you know how important it is to me? It's my life. How dare you destroy the will that I worked so hard to find like that?" Meanwhile, Selena remained very calm, crossed her arms and said, "You look pathetic right now. That's why I said you should be careful when given a chance." Yuna then roared, "A chance my ass. What did you give me? Did you help me pay off my debts? Or did you make me the head maid? Tell me, when did you give me a chance? You damned woman." But Selena maintained her cold posture. "You dream too much. Look at yourself. You have no abilities, yet you have such delusional thoughts. Not running away is also one of your strengths. I will let you go. In the future, you must continue to develop this ability of yours. Live well. Now, drag her out." Juna was being dragged out by two young men while screaming, "You damned woman. Don't think I'll let you off so easily. I will absolutely not let you get away with this." The opponent's voice was still echoing, "Let me go." Meanwhile, Cashin just watched and said, "Your handling of this is too lenient." Selena also replied calmly, "It's fine. After all, her crime isn't punishable by death. The rest of her life will be a living hell, constantly hounded by creditors. And I've also dug a big hole behind her back, so we can consider all past debts paid." After hearing that, Dion asked with great concern, "Did you really learn how to use magic?" But Selena was very calm, smiling and replying, "This isn't magic, it's a trick, a kind of sleight of hand. I found that after acting for so long, I've learned a lot." But Cashin just listened in silence. Then let's read it together. It said, "To the esteemed Duke of Lambert. I'm truly sorry, but I've fallen in love with someone else. I'm very grateful for what you've given a poor girl like me, and I also want to apologize for my ungrateful actions. If I must give a reason, it's that I was too lonely. If you insist on doing this, then you are not worthy of being the Duchess. I'm also very pained to say these words. A person with no one to rely on like me finally chose to lean on someone else's shoulder, not my husband's. It's because I was not considerate, never thought of protecting Lambert, and even got pregnant with another man's child. I am a despicable and shameless person. Not only do I not know how to behave myself, but I am also a dishonest person. But even as such a person, I cannot sit in the position of Duchess while pregnant with another's child. So I decided to leave this letter. Tonight, I plan to leave this place with him. I will try not to appear in front of everyone and live out the rest of my life quietly with him, so I hope you will not be too angry. Although it was only for a short time, thank you for accepting someone like me. I know it's shameless to say this, but I hope you will always be safe and sound. Crown Prince. After reading, Selena's pink lips didn't move an inch. She folded the paper and said, "According to this, it seems we bet on the wrong horse. It's fine. After all, the judge won't ask for any evidence tomorrow. It doesn't matter if we have this letter or not. If this letter is made public, it will only damage the reputations of Lambert and Gerald. The price of truth is sometimes that cruel. Destroy it. After all, this truth no longer has any meaning." After saying that, Selena turned and left, leaving Cashin standing there, staring intently. After a moment of silence, he said softly, "All right. Let's do as you say." The scene changes to the day of the verdict. The judge stood in the middle and announced loudly, "I declare the verdict regarding the former crown prince, Layson Icklin, officially begins. Prince Layson, please enter." Then the door was opened. Before hundreds of eyes, a figure was led in by someone. The man with golden hair was covered in injuries and showed no signs of life. Upon seeing him, Selena couldn't help but let out a few unconscious gasps. At this point, Jeriel, sitting next to her, suddenly sneered, "What's wrong? You made him half dead before. I just vented a little anger on him. I didn't expect the task to be harder than I thought. It took you a lot of effort to get him here, right?" Hearing this, Selena's mind raced with thoughts about the deep-seated resentment. Then, the other person put on a scheming expression. "All right, then let's watch the play that these nobles have prepared to perform." Meanwhile, the long, blue-haired girl was trying to explain, "I was just following Prince Layson's orders. If I didn't do as he said, my life would have been in danger. What else could I do? He even threatened that if I didn't do as he said, the contract signed with my family's merchant guild would be terminated. Prince Layson once threatened to wipe out my entire family. He held my daughter's life in his hands. I was threatened by him." In the stands, Jeriel rested her head on the red-haired woman's chest and praised, "So dramatic." Then, the judge slowly held up a piece of paper with one hand and raised the other, deciding, "All right, everyone please calm down a bit. I will now announce each of Prince Layson's crimes. Last autumn, embezzlement of royal palace funds, being behind the tax evasion of the Janus Merchant Guild, threatening the Camille family, the kidnapping of Miss Petchio. Suspected of murdering Miss Rosalind Theolon, kidnapping and framing the King of Sealnia for murder, arbitrarily seizing the manpower and resources of Duke Lambert, and long-term poisoning with the intent to assassinate the late emperor." As soon as the words were spoken, a thought flashed through Selena's mind: assassination. Suddenly, Jeriel stood up and shouted, "The results of the late emperor's autopsy have proven that he was exposed to a certain amount of poison. Not having real power, I didn't even have the chance to save my father's life, which I deeply regret." Then Jeriel accused the crown prince, who is now the defendant. The late emperor was murdered by his own son, Prince Layson. Everyone who heard this whispered about this outrageous story. Prince La Jen killed the late emperor, even though he had already secured the throne. "But this is treason." Layson cried out in fear, "A frame-up. This is slander." The judge then questioned him, "Do you have any other evidence to present?" Layson, having lost all reason, stubbornly refused to plead guilty. "You all must have colluded beforehand. I will kill all of you." The judge sighed in exasperation and declared silence. The court will now deliver the verdict on the 158 charges against Prince La Jia. Regicide is an unforgivable crime. This crime should have been judged by the reigning monarch himself, but Queen Gerald, out of consideration for their shared royal blood, has ordered a lenient sentence. The court now rules as follows. The judge delivered the final verdict, which made Layson's face turn pale with fear. Defendant La Jen X Len, from now on, will be stripped of all rights as a royal, deposed as crown prince, and imprisoned in the northern palace. The judge added, as for compensation for each sentence pronounced, it will be resolved immediately after the end of the trial. Then the soldiers escorted Layson away. He resisted in defiance. Stop talking nonsense. I'll kill you all. You dare to depose me? Jeriel let out a sigh of relief and turned to Selena. It's finally over. You've worked hard. After everything calmed down, Selena thought, for the crown prince, this is probably like being sentenced to death. But there's no clear death sentence. She turned to Jeriel with a questioning look. Letting him live, won't that be a threat to you? The sentence is a bit too light. Jeriel replied nonchalantly, if I let him die so easily, wouldn't that be too easy for him? She smiled darkly and said, I have to return everything I suffered to make him live a life worse than death. Selena, watching this reaction, had to admit, this little girl has really turned to the dark side. Selena suddenly asked her, so can I make a personal request? Jeriel said cheerfully, what request? Go ahead. Selena broke a fan in two. She radiated a dark, sinister aura and smiled slyly. Before you torture him to death, you must cut off his X first. But looking at Jeriel's innocent and surprised expression, Selena felt a little hesitant. The little girl is still a child. Am I being a bit at this moment? Jeriel clapped her hands innocently as if she understood Selena's meaning, leaving Selena feeling 3 parts helpless and 7 parts like a mother. Jeriel suddenly exclaimed, startling her, this method is cool, so decisive. As expected of a true queen. Jeriel sidled up to Selena and flattered her. Actually, I've thought you were cool for a long time, but I was too stupid. Why didn't I see your resilient, no-nonsense beauty? You're so cool. She took Selena's hands and lifted them up. Lady Selena, we. Jeriel proposed to Selena in front of everyone. Let's get married. Hearing that, both Selena and Cashin froze on the spot. Selena broke out in a cold sweat, her head feeling like a CPU that was overheating. So that's it. The sincere feelings Jeriel once had for Cashin have been transferred to me. The queen beside them joyfully teased them. Congratulations on the marriage between our 2 countries. This is truly a great collaboration between Iklin and Sielnia. Cashin panicked and tried to stop them, fearing he would lose his beloved wife. No way. Don't even think about it. Jeriel argued with Cashin in dissatisfaction. This is a conversation between 2 rulers. What right does a duke like you have to interfere? Cashin, unable to live without his beloved wife, retorted no. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. After all that, by evening, Cashin and Selena's carriage was taking them back. Selena sat in the carriage, looking outside and thinking about today's events. Jeriel was so mischievous today. Even though she said I was the one she loved most, and even proposed in front of everyone, I just let her feel a little of the weight of a monarch's words. Speaking of proposals, she suddenly thought of Cashin with the pile of marriage proposals from other nobles. Proposals, huh? Speaking of which, Cashin has received quite a few proposals. Whether he had me or Jeriel by his side, this never stopped. The more Selena thought about it, the deeper she got lost in her thoughts. Whether it's me or Cashin, we'll definitely receive many marriage proposals from nobles in the future. I'm not afraid he'll overthink it, it's just simply annoying. Unless he and I get married. She came up with another great idea, feeling excited inside. Marriage, that's right. Why didn't I think of this? If we want no more rivals to appear by our side, then we should just get married. Isn't marriage just establishing a marital relationship between 2 people who have feelings for each other? Her face lit up and she told herself, just say it. Don't feel burdened. Just say it as naturally as possible. She then called out to Cashin, Your Grace, I've thought it through, but just then, someone uninvited appeared. Excuse me for interrupting. Selena heard the voice and held her head in frustration. Every time it's an important moment, someone has to interrupt. Cashin was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Cashin asked Selena curiously, Did you have something to say? Selena tried to wave it off. It's nothing. Let him in. The soldier, seeing this, said, "Or I can come back later." Cashin told the soldier, "It's fine, you can come in." The soldier reported the news to him. "An urgent message has arrived from Serenza." Cashin picked up the paper and looked surprised. "A triumphal ceremony?" The soldier then asked him, "Should I tell them to cancel this step?" Cashin refused. "No. After all, we've just won a major battle. We must let as many people as possible know about the Queen's victory." The soldier understood his meaning and replied, "Yes, I'll relay the message immediately." Then the soldier left and closed the door, returning peace to the couple. After the soldier left, Cashin asked Selena again, "It's not urgent, is it?" Selena said nonchalantly, "After all, it was you who fought the battle. The sweet fruit of victory is mine." "It feels ridiculous." Cashin replied frankly, "This is the right of a king." The two of them continued to chat back and forth. "Should I still reward you with something?" "Rewarding me is fine. But I have nothing to give you. After all, everything I have was given to me by you, Cashin. It doesn't have to be something material." Selena sighed wearily and said, "But the whole repaying with my body or sharing a bed thing is a bit old-fashioned. It can't be considered a reward." Hearing that, Cashin panicked. "What? How could I ask for those things from you?" Selena was also startled by his words. "That's right. I haven't thought about that yet." She suddenly straightened up. "I'm used to being treated like that." As expected of Cashin. "I've never been moved by anyone, but I love Cashin with all my heart. There's a reason for everything. He sees me as a normal person and loves the real me." After thinking for a while, Selena went over to where Cashin was sitting. She sat on his lap and hugged him tightly. Selena whispered words of love to Cashin. "I love you." Cashin also said words of love to her. "I love you too." Selena took his hand and proposed, "You are mine." Hearing that, Cashin was overjoyed. He asked Selena, "Then will you be mine too?" Selena replied nonchalantly, "Yes, of course. Do you even have to ask?" Cashin suddenly raised her hand and kissed it. "Because you have become a goddess that I dare not even look at directly, and you are also my lord." Selena said happily, "But you gave me everything. You offered me everything you have, but you dare not possess me. What's that about?" She asked Cashin innocently, "Are you an idiot?" Because he doted on his beloved wife, Cashin didn't deny it. "That's right, I'm an idiot. I just want you to be happy, but I never thought I would have you." Selena leaned into Cashin's arms and said, "You should be more greedy with me." Cashin replied frankly, "I've already gotten what I wanted. I'm satisfied." Hearing that, Selena asked in surprise, "Really?" She said to Cashin innocently, as if it were a proposal, "Don't you want to marry me?" Hearing that, Cashin's face froze. He repeated in a daze, "Marry." Seeing that, Selena opened her eyes wide and asked, "Why are you so surprised? Did I say something I shouldn't have?" Cashin stammered a little, "No, it's just. You once said you would never get married." This sentence threw Selena's mind into chaos, with countless thoughts flooding her. Could it be that he's talking about what I said during the trip to Baron Oren's house? When she remembered her past words, "My view on marriage is not to marry," she immediately clutched her head in panic. I can't believe he remembered those words so clearly. Then, Selena quickly explained, "At that time, I also made it clear that there would probably be no one whose appearance, personality, interests, and living habits would suit me, right?" But Cashin replied without any energy, "That's right." At this point, Selena was still trying to say, No, I'm not trying to criticize you. If there was someone who met all those conditions, I would consider marriage, but this is almost like a miracle that's hard to achieve." "That's what I meant." Then Cashin spoke again, "You once said you liked my face, so my appearance should be suitable, right? As for financial power, interests, and living habits, I will try to be more suitable for you. But as for personality," before he could finish, Selena jumped in, "What about personality?" "I think it's very good." At this point, Cashin added, "You said it before. If a person has a bad personality and can't speak well, you wouldn't be interested. You even said I was the type of person you hated the most." After hearing that, Serena quickly remembered her cold words. Face and money are indeed very important. No one dislikes them. But if a person has a bad personality and can't speak well, then no matter how much they have, I wouldn't be interested. So I'll say it again. She just had to curse herself. This cursed mouth of mine. How much trouble has it caused? Selena could only try to salvage the situation with sweet words. Although they say old habits die hard, your personality is very good now and you know how to talk, don't you? Hearing this, Cashin couldn't believe it and pointed at himself. Me? She started to babble, sweat dripping down her face. You're the sweetest talker I've ever met. So sweet that I feel pressured. Everything I'm saying is true. I even hope you'll hold back a little. As soon as the words were out, Cashin's eyes filled with love. Really? How cute. The two of them talked back and forth in the quiet night. Cashin, if we continue like this without getting married, and one day I want to marry someone else and leave you, what will you do? They sat on the forest floor, embracing each other and talking intimately. If your feelings for me are gone, then I'm willing to let you go. If I stubbornly hold on, it will only make you suffer more. Right? It's very likely that a political marriage will occur. Well, this matter. Cashin continued coldly, absolutely not. How could I stand by and watch you enter a loveless marriage? There are many ways to end a person's life. A kick can be fatal, a steamed bun can cause choking. War breaks out, one goes to the front lines, and then dies on the battlefield. These are all very common occurrences. At this moment, Selena's face was filled with confusion. He's serious. How interesting. 1000% he's serious, because he once started a war for me. Cashin maintained his attitude. If neither of us gets married, it's fine to be like this for the rest of our lives. But if you're going to marry someone else, then dating me isn't very reasonable. This won't happen, because I will never allow it to happen, no matter what method I have to use. As soon as he finished speaking, Selena quickly replied, Of course. There's no need to say anything more. She was about to say something. So Cashin, how about we just get married? But she was silenced by the other person's hand. Wait a minute. From the silent space, both of their voices rang out. Are you serious? Here? We can't. Sweat dripped down Cashin's face. Actually, I've imagined countless proposal scenes in my head. It's not that I don't have a plan. No, I actually have many plans, but I thought it had to be a unique proposal. Suddenly, Selena used both hands to cup the other's cheeks and called out Cashin. She slowly explained with certainty to me, even a ring made of a clover is enough. It's just marriage, to let others know that we belong to each other, to be together legally. But in the end, what's most important is that we're both happy. As long as I like it, it's fine. These words made Cashin's eyes freeze. He closed his eyes and agreed, you're right. The scene changes to another place. A white-gloved hand pulls something. Cashin sticks his head out and asks the person in front, driver, stop here for a moment. After a 30-minute rest, we'll continue. The other person obeyed, yes, your grace. Then Cashin pulled the hand of the person sitting next to him. Selena, come with me for a moment. The sky was still pitch black. When they reached a mountainside, Selena was a little curious. Where is this? Some kind of mine, she asked, stepping on a rock. Cashin replied, yes. When you were engrossed in studying Tony's notes, I also skimmed through a few pages and found this rock. This rock was originally black, so not many people paid attention to it at first. But when patrolling around here, Tony discovered the rock and found it very interesting, so he analyzed it. As a result, Tony discovered that this rock is actually a star that fell from the sky. Hearing this, Selena was extremely surprised and wondered, this is a meteorite? Meanwhile, he continued to talk endlessly. Actually, I intended to process it into a proposal gift for you, but I didn't expect that it would be easier said than done. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't separate it. It seems our current technology is still not enough. But after careful research, we finally succeeded in peeling off its black exterior. Selena quickly showed her excitement. I can't believe the inside of the rock is so beautiful. But why did you want to give me this? Cashin turned his face away and replied without hesitation, at the tea party at Raleigh's house, you said it before. You want me to pluck the stars from the sky for you? After a moment of thought, I just said it casually. Selena remembered the moment the two of them leaned against each other. So, can you pluck the stars from the sky for me? So that I can find a way to reach those stars. I thought Cashin was like me. But I never expected that a sentence I said casually, he would engrave it in his heart. At this point, Cashin continued, although this isn't a star I plucked with my own hands, if I give you a part of it, can it be considered fulfilling half of our promise? But Selena was still too caught up in her excitement. This is too amazing. A gift from the universe. Feet on the ground, looking up at the passing stars. Cashin's feelings are too overwhelming. Suddenly, he bowed his head and called out, Selena, my goddess, my queen, the only one I love in this life. I have given you everything I have. Everything. And now, please allow me to offer the rest of my life and this body, to be by your side, to protect you. But the other person replied without hesitation, I agree, my man, my man. For whom I love, my Cashin. In the luxurious hallway, two girls who were not convinced hugged each other and cried. How can this be? It's obvious I liked him first. Even if I wasn't the first one to like him, I liked him more. Meanwhile, Selena, wearing a wedding dress, stood with her hands on her hips and teased, Did you two come here to mourn? What are you doing at someone else's wedding? Your Highness, watch your words. You too, you've been made a duchess. Where are your dignity and grace? Did you swallow them all? But the other person kept crying, What do I care about those things now? Your Highness. Suddenly, someone called out, Your Grace. The pink-haired girl, with tears in her eyes, said something unlucky, Sister, after marriage comes divorce. No matter how long it takes, I'll wait. But Cashin stepped forward to mark his territory. No way. She's mine. This made Selena shyly elbow him. Why are you being so childish? Another person with gray, braided hair approached to congratulate them. So lively? A truly interesting wedding. Happy wedding. Selena quickly called out, Baron Oren. The two of them whispered something to each other. If the Duke hurts your Highness, please just say the word. I will always be on your Highness's side, ready to draw my sword for you. Thank you. Then came his conversation with Cashin. Why do you think I would hurt her? We'll just have to wait and see. Then he turned back to continue his conversation with Selena. All right, the ceremony is about to begin. Don't keep talking here. Hurry over there. The Baron really knows how to defuse a situation. Of course. I've been in this social circle for years. Meanwhile, Selena, walking with Cashin, turned and waved. Then we'll go first. The bell then rang, and a voice announced, the royal wedding ceremony between Her Highness, the Queen of Selena, and the Duke of Lambert, now officially begins. The two of them happily linked arms and slowly walked forward. Although Selenia was a newly established country, it had already established a certain position. At the same time, by applying the special knowledge of ancient civilizations, it created advanced cultural products. With the Baron's fixed resources, it achieved many significant accomplishments. In particular, the King of Selenia introduced completely new concepts and forms of cultural products. Although many scholars were affected, the results were still very successful. Selena, the Queen of Selenia, and her spouse, Duke Cashin Lambert, had two children, a son and a daughter. The daughter inherited Selena's throne. The son reclaimed the northern mountain range, dedicated himself to the demonic beast clan, and became the Duke of the region. A clear voice announced, I declare that Selena and Cashin Lambert are officially husband and wife. The two of them lived happily ever after.